The Grandview Dynasty. In the county of Yangin, within the city of Linjiang, the pavilion of Xiaoxiang stood devoid of its usual bustling crowd, instead shrouded in a baic atmosphere. However, its opulence remained unchanged. In the courtyard, Ayunman Cladene deep viola trobe saturned with floral embroidery frona dasha gazed athi tcupin hishant. Have it traveled through time, het hot dot to the novel unparalleled retainer thati hajas finish dreading, becoming the villainous ganon fodder character liinio hasharesma name. Iamul sethefra balagia unjust synoptegrate villainous prime ministerly su. Liinuside in wadenwardly. Though unwilling, how reluctant lie accepteth his reality. Oh no, Liinya thought, remembering with the original body, as the Sanopta Prime Minister, chose not to enjoy himself in the capital but instead came to his remote city of Linjiang. According to Theplet, despite being the unjust Sanoft evil Prime Minister Lisu, the original but delocked the extraordinary cultivation talent of Isiblings. His was abysmal, rendering him practically unable to cultivate. One day last month, he happened to learn that Jiang Shuiyan, the youngest daughter of Jiang family in Linjiang City, Jiangyin County, possessed a special constitution known as Heaven Granted Altar. Legend had it that Heaven Granted Altar possessed the power to turn mediocrity into magic. By engaging in dual cultivation with Zomion possessing this constitution, immense benefits could be gained, including gun-paralleled cultivation prowess. Hence, the original body committed Linjiang City with the simply objective of exploiting Jiang Shuiyan. But Jiang Shuiyan was on Tif Malilid an unparalleled retainer and the future wife of Malili Jiang Xian. Because of this, the original but clashed with the protagonist Jiang Xian, ultimately leading to his famous ruin. No, Liinya thought he must release Jiang Shuiyan and immediately return to the capital to live a life of indulgences of frivolous noble, spending me days gracefully. With that, heresy to his feet, intending to release Jiang Shuiyan in the backyard. Yet before he could make him of a cold, clear female voice exploded in heezers. Liinya, where have I taken my sister? Hand her over quickly, or don't blame me for being ruthless. In a flash, a beautiful figure light lay touched the ground with her toes, leaped over the walls, and navigated through the labyrinthine rockeries, sun landing beside Liinya. With as wish Jiang Bingyi Urist flicked, drawing her sword from its the blade shimmered like a lightning, moving with the fluidity of cloud sand water as it approached. A dense array of killing intent emerged, making the surrounding air feel oppressive. Suddenly, the sword halted, its light dissipating, and stopping just an inch from the neck of the man in deep viola-trobes. Liinya Lukada Jiang Bingyi Wamingus wordum, Hishiart filled with sorrow and indignation, Thepleth had begun, why couldn't he have traveled through time 5 minutes earlier? In the original plot, after Jiang Bingyi threatened him, here least Jiang Shuiyan Buthawa still had it be Jiang Xian, ultimately leading to his famous ruin. Since escaping his fate against Jiang Xin was impossible, Heming to swell strike first. He acknowledged that Jiang Xin was indeed powerful, beautifully intercepted Jiang Xin's opportunity as Anja set them for himself, with the balance a tip in his favor Jiang Xin might not necessarily emerge victorious. Thinking of this, Liu Niu made a decision in Hishiar to eliminate Jiang Xin first and making himself the protagonist. After all, a sadometrivler, why couldn't thief the protagonist that Jiang Xin was? Moreover, Jiang Xin's golden finger weighs in a company in Gelder Limaster, the biggest flaw of such a golden finger was taught the protagonist lacks sufficient combat strength in their listages, one seen counteringen and myth at Gelder Limaster couldn't defeat, there was no consio fadromatic turnaround. Compared to Jiang Xian, his current greatest advantage was his identitas the unjust Sanoft Grandview Dynastis Prime Minister, allowing him to mobilize resources far surpassing those of Jiang Xian, with his familiarity with the plot, Heffel that his chance of winning were a high. Liunia glanced at woman in white clothes aiming guessword at him and diner at her. Woman's sword-wielding hand, with delicate, slender fingers, trembled slightly, revealing her lack of confidence. On the stone bench Liunio oporet Twexoftia, his expression come unaffected by the threats nearby. The assist word carapid around his neck like a fierce winter wind, capable of killing him at any moment. Liunio, ali our guard serenode around and now, igno yo have you their experts with you, miss word is at your neck, let's see if my sword is faster or if our expert scans avio faster, Jiang Bingyi threaten it again. Tell me, where is me sister? Jiang Bingyi once again is a threat. Dressed in afflowing sig dress, her skirt swagedly, her eyebrows arch lakey distant mountains, her lips round and elongated, hair waist slender and grass babble, her demeanor was condemnable, resembling a flower on a high mountain thought couldn't labid myrid from afar, not defiled. The other threats received no response. Young master, a group of guards rushed in tough pavilion of Xiaoxiang. How dare you, put down your sword immediately, Jiang Bingyi tightened her grip on the sword and stared fire Celia Theman before her. Liuneo Wavita Shandan said, Levius. Beauty young master, one guard urged. Liunia said coldly, no buts, don't me words count anymore? Yes, Thegurwards retreated reluctantly, giving the sword-wielding woman a fierce glare before leaving. After Thegurds left, Liuneo paid Hemna further attention and focused on the feudishes and the stontable, picking up chopsticks to a few mouthfuls. Hesse Maduna wear off the sword at this neck, continuing to tend drink leisurely. Seeing Liunya's demeanor, Jiang Binji's sword-wielding hand trembled of Enmar. At this moment, she was in a dilemma, feeling not only and butalsosens of a humiliation. She couldn't fathom how an ordinary person without cultivation skills or physical strength, in a situation where Hadnedwards around and life was in her hands, could remain calm and composed. It seemed as if the sword in her hand posed no threat, and he exuded an air of superiority. This dismissive disdain and arrogant attitude seemed to Satoer, Udara not make a move. All this matter her, who had been a heavenly favored daughter since secondhood, feelest above pain in her heart for the fierce time, followed by boundless humiliation and endless resentment brought with this pain. He was just an ordinary person unable to cultivate and weak like of regularity, someone she could solidify with a single palm without even using her sword. Why did Hetertodaner, Asaventhrang cultivator, Wittedid Areto appear so Coleman front offer not taking her serious Lyatel, washerily not afraid that she might kill Hyman Afidofridge? Just because his father was the Prime Minister? At this moment she felt as if the sword in her hand weighed 1,000 pounds, and for a moment she felt like she couldn't hold it anymore. Just because Hada father was the Prime Minister weighs now for reason. At this moment the humiliation felt with white clothed dung gladiant the crisis of 3 attending this enough to Prime Minister overwhelmed her, making her feel unable to bear such pressure. Lienya put down his stick up, Lukejapa the woman, and said leisurely, Miss Bingyu, do you want to kill him? His voice was a cuckle, like a big brother soothing the little girl throwing gatantrum. Despite his gentle voice, it made Jiang Binjaya feel as if she had fallen into an abyss, her delicate face pulling slightly. Like a balloon deflating, she lowered her sword-wielding arm, almost dropping thesward. Lienya smiled and reached out to point the woman's sword officious, taking 2 steps forward. Miss Bingyu, will you like to try again? Lienya asked it softly. Jiang Binjia's face turned pale and cold sweat poured down, finally overwhelmed, she could no longer hold the sword. Clang, the sword fell from her hand to the ground. Miss Bingyu, before doing something you should consider what there can bear the consequences. I remember that Jian family so not take major from Elias in Linjiang City, without hotel of Twat House 123 members, Li Yinya said. However, Li Yinya was able to articulate specific numbers with remarkable clarity. Point 1 could easily deduce that he had thoroughly excavated the secrets of the Jiang family, leaving no stone unturned. Could this be considered a response to the threat she posed? As Jiang Bingyu poured tea, her body leaned slightly forward, momentarily revealing a dazzling beauty that quickly faded away. Li Yinyao cast a curious glance and chuckled lightly, saying, Miss Bingyu, are you jesting? Just moments ago, you brandished a sword at me, and now you plead for mercy with mere words. On what grounds should I spare you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingyu's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her proud head, speaking with a hint of grievance, you are clearly surrounded by experts. I am utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon you. She now had ample reason to suspect that Li Yinyao was merely baiting her, waiting for her to take the hook before revealing his sharp fangs. Li Yinyao scoffed, what a joke, when you threatened me with your sword, you certainly did not entertain such thoughts. Indeed, she had just pressed her sword against his neck in a show of menace. Now that the tides had turned, why should he let her off the hook? Li Yinyao observed Jiang Bingyu's expression with keen interest, he preferred her earlier defiant demeanor over her current submissive posture. As a debauched, pleasure-seeking scion of a villainous lineage, indulging in the worst of vices, bullying men and women alike, and forcefully taking what he desired, seemed rather reasonable that he was in search of a justification to extinguish Jiang Bingyu's heart. Since she was being so forthcoming, he could hardly be blamed. Jiang Xinxin would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate the prospect of wearing a green hat, even if it were merely a possibility. The moment Jiang Xinxin made a move against him, he would promptly eliminate her. Li Yinyao smiled faintly, reaching out to grasp Jiang Bingyu's delicate hand, but his attempt met with failure. Yet, he was not angered. Instead, he coldly remarked, Miss Bingyu's apology seems to lack sincerity. Consider your sister and the 2,123 members of the Jiang family. Jiang Bingyu fell silent, her heart entwined with regret and the humiliation of being trifled with by a scoundrel. Her hand had never been touched by another man, save for her father. Were it not for her consent, this scoundrel would not even dare to graze the hem of her clothing. Yet now, for the sake of her family's 2,123 souls and her sister, she felt compelled to endure this lecherous indignity. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness surged within her. Gritting her silver teeth, Jiang Bingyu inquired, Young Master Li, how should I demonstrate sincerity? Chapter 3 An opportunity bestowed upon you. Li Yinyao smiled as he once again reached for Jiang Bingyu's hand, but this time, Jiang Bingyu did not evade his grasp. Her hand was firmly seized by him. Li Yinyao remarked, it appears that Miss Bingyu possesses a modicum of sincerity. In light of this, I shall grant you an opportunity. I hail from a family of prominence, where it is customary to be entertained by beautiful maidens during meals. Since my arrival in Linjiang City, I have not experienced such delights for some time, leaving me rather restless. If Miss Bingyu would be so kind as to perform a dance for me, to alleviate my weariness and dispel my ennui, I might consider overlooking your previous transgressions. Having uttered these words, Li Yinyao fell silent, lowering his gaze to the object in his hand, caressing it gently as though it were a rare treasure he cherished dearly. Upon being grasped by Li Yinyao, Jiang Bingyu felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, sending shivers down her spine. She could only blame her own impulsiveness, having lost the composure she once prided herself on, her heart now brimming with regret and remorse. How could she have dared to threaten the beloved son of Chancellor Li Su? Moreover, she had no knowledge of her sister's whereabouts. With the Chancellor's influence, concealing someone was an exceedingly simple task, and she was utterly helpless to locate her. With a tight grip on her crimson lips, Jiang Bingyu hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young Master Li, please refrain from jesting with me. In comparison to you, I am but a rustic woman from the countryside, unworthy of your attention. What exquisite beauties have you not encountered in the capital? How could I possibly capture your interest? Furthermore, having devoted myself to rigorous sword training within the Yunxiao sect from a young age, I have never learned the art of dance. I fear I am unable to provide you with a performance. In that case, I must kindly ask Miss Bingyu to take her leave. Yet, I cannot help but wonder what punishment will be meted out for the attempted assassination against me. Surely, it cannot be anything less than the execution of several heads. Standing nearby, Zhang Ligong spoke coldly, Young Master is a nobleman, personally appointed by His Majesty as the Joyous Marquis. According to the laws of the Great Jing dynasty, those who attempt to assassinate a marquis face the annihilation of their entire clan. The title of Joyous Marquis did not originally exist in the Great Jing dynasty. However, his father desired for him to live a life of peace and happiness, thus the title was created. The Great Jing Emperor, vehemently opposed to this, refused to issue a decree, prompting the elderly to stage a farce in the court, declaring a deer to be a horse. The officials, in turn, hailed the white deer as a horse, and after 3 days of the emperor's south absence from court, he was ultimately compelled to concede and issued a decree, conferring the title of Joyous Marquis upon him. Li Yingyue, with his head lowered and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, reluctantly set down the precious item he held. Though I may lack certain scholarly pursuits, I consider myself a reasonable person. Since Miss Bingyu is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. Uncle Zhang, please escort our guest. Zhang Ligang approached Jiang Bingyu, gesturing for her to leave. Miss Bingyu, please. Jiang Bingyu, upon hearing this, was drenched in cold sweat, and hastily returned her hand to Li Yinyue's grasp. Gritting her teeth, she said, Young Master Li, you are truly hasty. I have yet to finish my words. Though I have never learned to dance, after years of training, I have mastered a commendable sword technique. While I may not be able to dance for you, I can certainly perform a sword dance. This will be my first time dancing with a sword for anyone, and should there be any imperfections, I hope you will be forgiving. Oh? A sword dance, I am quite eager to witness it, Li Yinyue replied, clapping his hands. Dozens of maidens gracefully entered the courtyard, their music resonating in the air. Observing this scene, Jiang Bingyu's resolve solidified. She realized that Li Yinyue was merely fishing, waiting for her to ensnare herself in his carefully woven net. She was now akin to a bird in a cage, a fish in a net, at his mercy. Then, I shall offer my humble performance. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Bingyu retrieved her sword from the ground and, in the empty space nearby, began to wield her long sword. Although she had never practiced dance, she had mastered a swordplay that was visually striking and captivating. With her refined skills and graceful figure, she occasionally revealed glimpses of her flawless beauty amidst her movements, which could indeed be considered a form of dance. Clap, clap, clap. Li Yinyue, with a smile upon his face, applauded enthusiastically. Who says Miss Bingyu lacks the art of dance? I dare say even the courtesans of the 100 Flowers Pavilion would pale in comparison to your sword dance. Miss Bingyu, it is truly a pity that such talent remains concealed. Might I inquire if you would be interested in joining the singing and dancing troupe of the Chancellor's residence? Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingyu's expression turned as frosty as ice. The notion that Li Yinyue would dare to compare her to a mere courtesan and even suggest she join the Chancellor's troupe was utterly absurd, yet, faced with the overwhelming circumstances, she steeled herself and replied, Young Master Li, I have presented you with a dance. I wonder if you could spare my Jiang family this once and return my sister to me, but joining the Chancellor's troupe is out of the question. Li Yinyue sipped his tea and once again grasped Jiang Bingyu's hand, caressing it gently. With a playful smile, he remarked, What a pity. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. If I say I shall spare you, I shall indeed do so. However, I never agreed to your request regarding your sister. That is an entirely different matter. You. Jiang Bingyu nearly accused Li Yinyue of being despicable and untrustworthy, pondering how she could ever dance for this debauched scion if not for her desperate desire to rescue her sister. But as the words hung on her lips, she swallowed them back. Glancing at Zhang Ligang behind Li Yinyue, she found herself lacking the courage to voice her thoughts. Yet, what was to become of her sister? Li Yinyue, intrigued, observed Jiang Bingyu with keen interest. He was well aware of the narrative and understood the profound bond between the sisters, who were willing to share a husband. He now wished to ascertain the depths of their sisterly affection and what lengths Jiang Bingyu would go to for her sister. With this in mind, Li Yinyue extended his hand to encircle Jiang Bingyu's slender waist. Startled by his sudden motion, she realized she could evade him, yet the thought of her sister's predicament held her back. Feeling the heat of his gaze upon her, she gently pushed him away, fearful of causing him harm, and blushed as she said, Young Master Li, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am not a woman of loose morals, you cannot treat me so. However, her resistance felt feeble, her tense body and bashful demeanor only served to excite Li Yinyue further. I have heard tales from afar that the Zhang family in Linjiang City boasts 2 breathtakingly beautiful daughters. The elder, named Jiang Bingyu, and the younger, Jiang Shuai. I have long admired their grace from afar, and upon meeting you today, I find the rumors to be entirely true. You are indeed a vision of ethereal beauty. Provided that Miss Bingyu is sincere, the matter of your sister's release is a triviality. Jiang Bingyu shuddered at Li Yinyue's words, fully comprehending his intent. He sought to kiss her, but she had never experienced such a thing before. It was her first time to be yielded to this scoundrel. Ultimately, for the sake of her sister and the future of her family, she resolved to endure it, as if bitten by a dog. With her body tense and upright, Jiang Bingyu closed her eyes and fell silent. Seeing this, Li Yinyue leaned in closer. Bang! Suddenly, a figure dressed as a servant burst into the room, interrupting his advance. Chapter 4. Keeping one's word. Zhang Xin, at this moment, was reluctant to reveal his true prowess. Having perused numerous fantasy novels in his previous life, he considered the strategy of feigning weakness while concealing one's strength to be the most prudent approach. Thus, no one in the Jiang household was aware of his capabilities. He had arranged with Jiang Bingyu for her to first abduct Li Yinyao, while he would provide support from the outside. Should the plan succeed, there would be no need for him to intervene, allowing him to continue his charade. However, if things went awry, that would be the moment for him to display his talents. With his 8th-tier cultivation, he could not only secure a position as a venerator within the Jiang family but also earn the admiration of the eldest lady and the favor of the second lady. Before entering, he had inquired with the master residing within the ring he possessed, who assured him that no one in the Shousheng Pavilion surpassed his own strength. Yet, upon his entrance, he was met with a scene that ignited his fury. The once aloof and unapproachable eldest lady was now submissively at the mercy of a debauched young man, her eyes closed, allowing him to take liberties with her. Zhang Xian could hardly believe the spectacle before him. He exclaimed, "Eldest lady, what are you doing? Has the second lady been rescued?" At this, Zhang Bingyu opened her eyes, panic evident within them, and forcefully pushed Li Yinyao away. Li Yinyao, with a hint of amusement, remarked, "Miss Bingyu, who might this person be? Judging by his attire, he seems to be a servant. How bold of him to speak to you in such a manner. Is this how the Zhang family supervises its subordinates?" He then shook his head, seated himself on a stone bench, and casually lifted a teacup to blow across its surface. Zhang Bingyu, filled with anger directed at Zhang Xian, see that inwardly it had taken her considerable resolve to rescue her sister, and just when she thought she could proceed, Zhang Xian had barged in and ruined everything. She chastised him, "Zhang Xian, weren't you supposed to wait outside? How dare you intrude? Leave at once. Once I bring my sister back, we shall settle this matter." Zhang Xian, with urgency, implored, "Eldest lady. The second lady is still unaccounted for." Before he could finish, Zhang Bingyu's icy voice cut him off. "Leave, I do not wish to repeat myself." Witnessing her disdainful demeanor, Zhang Xian hesitated, ultimately sighing in resignation as he exited the courtyard. Li Yinyao, who had been observing their exchange, found amusement in the situation. Had he successfully sown discord, Zhang Xian's most significant advantage lay in the presence of his elderly master, and his greatest opportunity in the form of Zhang Xueyan. Given the deep bond between Zhang Xueyan and Zhang Bingyu, if the latter harbored animosity towards Zhang Xian, it was unlikely that Zhang Xueyan would regard him favorably either. Once Zhang Xian departed, Zhang Bingyu bowed to Li Yinyao, stating, "Young Masterly, that servant was once a vagabond on the streets, nearly starving to death. Out of pity, my younger sister took him in as a household servant. He lacks proper decorum, and I ask for your forgiveness." Li Yinyao waved his hand dismissively, "Your servant has not offended me. Such trifles are hardly worth my concern." Relieved that Li Yinyao did not seem troubled by the earlier incident, Zhang Bingyu exhaled, "Young Masterly, you mentioned earlier that if I demonstrated sufficient sincerity, you would release my sister. Does that still hold true?" Li Yinyao, surprised by her straightforwardness, regarded her with intrigue. "Rest assured, Miss Bingyu, although my reputation may be questionable, I pride myself on my integrity." Feeling a wave of embarrassment as Li Yinyao scrutinized her, Zhang Bingyu felt a potent mix of shame and helplessness. To rescue her sister, she must make a sacrifice. Indeed, in her eyes, Li Yinyao was a tyrant who preyed upon the vulnerable. Biting her lip, she finally managed to utter, "Young Masterly, if that is the case, let us proceed before I have a change of heart." While Li Yinyao had the opportunity to embrace her, Zhang Bingyu's demeanor left much to be desired. It seemed as though he were begging her to commit a transgression, indicating she had yet to grasp her position in this scenario. "Miss Bingyu, if you are reluctant, I shall not compel you. Feel free to act as you wish." With that, he turned his attention back to his tea. Once again, Zhang Bingyu's heart swelled with indignation. Just moments ago, when he had requested her to perform a dance, he had expressed a similar sentiment, masking his coercion with feigned politeness. The bitterness rose within her. With her eyes slightly reddened, she bit her lip and tentatively approached Li Yinyao. Closing her eyes and tensing her body, she lowered her proud head towards him. As if on the brink of an abyss, upon the contact of their lips, Zhang Bingyu trembled, instinctively retreating, only to find a firm hand holding her head in place. The owner of that hand was, of course, Li Yinyao, who was determined not to squander this hard-earned opportunity. A quarter of an hour later, with her face flushed, Zhang Bingyu pushed Li Yinyao away, gasping for breath. "Young Masterly, I have shown sufficient sincerity. Can you now release my sister?" Although Li Yinyao was critical of her clenched jaw, he recognized it was the extent of her capabilities. "Miss Bingyu, I have acknowledged your sincerity. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, but I have one more matter to discuss with you. I have fulfilled my promise. What more do you desire?" Zhang Bingyu inquired frostily. Li Yinyao paused before responding, "Miss Bingyu, you must be aware of your sister's unique constitution, yes?" At his words, a tempest of emotion surged within Zhang Bingyu, but her expression remained unchanged. How could this rogue possibly know about her sister's rare constitution, a secret she believed was known only to her? "Young Masterly, you just my sister's cultivation talent is nearly average. She has only reached the pinnacle of 9th-tier cultivation." Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, "Ah, Miss Bingyu, do you truly believe I would forsake the comforts of the capital to come to Linjiang City? The secret guards of the Prime Minister's residence have long been aware of Miss Xueyan's exceptional constitution. My purpose in coming to Linjiang City was to seek her out." Due to Li Yinyao's inability to cultivate, the intelligence department of the Prime Minister's residence had long been tasked with finding treasures capable of altering an individual's cultivation talent. Zhang Bingyu's complexion paled as she disregarded her concerns, demanding, "What do you intend to do? If you dare harm Xueyan, I shall not let you off easily." "Miss Bingyu, you worry too much. I am not one to bully the weak. If I recall correctly, Miss Xueyan is not bound by any engagement. I merely wish for you to convey a message to your esteemed father. Inform him that the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Yinyao, has long been in close acquaintance with Miss Xueyan and wishes to take her as a concubine. Tomorrow morning, I shall present lavish gifts to formally propose." Chapter 5. "Sister, young Masterly is truly a good man. What, to take Xueyan as a concubine? Absolutely not, I will never agree to that." Zhang Bingyu exclaimed fiercely. Only she, as the elder sister, was aware of Zhang Xueyan's extraordinary constitution, the heavenly cauldron, and she understood its profound effects all too well. Achieving the pinnacle of the 7th rank and being on the verge of breaking through to the 6th rank at merely the age of 20, her sister Jiang Shuiyan played an indispensable role in her success. Each time Jiang Shuiyan bestowed her spiritual energy upon her, she reaped immense benefits. Although her own cultivation talent was indeed exceptional, the resources available to her were rather limited. Without her sister's assistance, she would never have attained her current level of prowess. However, it was common knowledge that the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Yingyue, was regarded as a useless waste incapable of cultivation. His intention to take Jiang Shuiyan as a concubine was painfully obvious. He sought to absorb her vitality to further his own cultivation. She could not bear the thought of her sister being treated as a mere tool, and if Li Yingyue relied solely on absorbing her sister's essence to cultivate, there was a grave risk that her sister might be drained to death, something she could not allow to happen. Li Yingyue took a sip of tea and said nonchalantly, "Miss Bingyu, matters of marriage are dictated by parental orders and the matchmaking of elders. It is not simply a matter of your consent or lack thereof. Your opinion is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether your father and the elders of your household consent." Jiang Bingyu responded, her demeanor deflated like a punctured doll. Indeed, the dictates of parental authority and matchmaking were beyond her control. The Prime Minister's residence was never short of cultivation resources, and they would undoubtedly offer terms that even the most esteemed members of the Jiang family, including her own father, would find difficult to refuse. Upon realizing this, Jiang Bingyu's heart sank, and she coldly stated, "I understand. I must take my sister home now." Li Yingyue, perceiving her despondency, gently replied, "Miss Shuiyan is in the attic of the back courtyard. Rest assured, I have not harmed her." After learning her sister's whereabouts, Jiang Bingyu swiftly vanished from Li Yinyue's sight. Upon entering the attic, she found Jiang Shuiyan joyfully indulging in pastries. "Ah, sister, what brings you here? It's not yet time for home visits, is it? Shouldn't you be cultivating at the Cloud Sky sect?" "I see now. You must have been invited by young Master Li to make friends. The Prime Minister's residence truly holds great influence. Even the Cloud Sky sect must pay them due respect. Sister, you must try these pastries. Young Master Li said they were brought from Uni Pavilion in the capital and are absolutely delicious." Jiang Shuiyan raised the pastry in her hand to offer it to Jiang Bingyu. Jiang Bingyu did not accept the pastry. Looking at her innocent sister and recalling the intentions of that scoundrel, she felt a pang of sorrow. She resolutely resolved to take action. She could not allow Shuiyan to leap into this fiery pit. "I was not invited here to make friends with him. He is not a good person. I am here to take you home." Jiang Shuiyan, munching on the pastry, looked puzzled. "How could that be? Young Master Li is so kind. He not only offers me pastries but also gifts. How could he possibly be a bad person?" "You accepted his gifts, quickly return them to him." Jiang Bingyu felt a jolt of anxiety. How could Shuiyan have accepted gifts from that rogue? One who receives gifts becomes indebted. The gifts that scoundrel had given Shuiyan were undoubtedly extravagant. If they were to be counted as part of a betrothal gift, her sister would have no choice but to marry him. Jiang Shuiyan said, somewhat aggrieved, "I only accepted the 6th grade meridian opening pill from young Master Li to help you with it. You 1T have to risk yourself on missions to obtain a meridian opening pill for your breakthrough to the 6th rank." Jiang Bingyu felt a mix of anger and gratitude. She was touched that her sister accepted gifts solely for her sake, yet infuriated that Shuiyan was so naive as to believe that such precious gifts were merely tokens of friendship. Acts of kindness without cause are often suspect. "Hand me the meridian opening pill, I will return it to him." "Very well, I will give it to you." Jiang Shuiyan retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and handed it to Jiang Bingyu. In the courtyard of the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, Jiang Bingyu instructed, "Shuiyan, I will return the meridian opening pill to young Master Li. You wait here and do not approach." "Sister, this is a gift from young Master Li. If I no longer want it, shouldn't I at least say goodbye to him?" Jiang Bingyu shot a stern glance at Jiang Shuiyan. "No need, you stay here and wait for me. Young Master Li, this is the meridian opening pill you gifted to Shuiyan. She accepted it unwittingly, and I am returning it to you now." Jiang Bingyu approached Li Yingyue, her tone stiff. "Miss Bingyu, are you looking down upon me or the Prime Minister's residence? Once something is given by my household, it is never taken back. Moreover, this meridian opening pill is merely an appetizer. Tomorrow, I shall present an even more generous gift to the Jiang family." Jiang Bingyu opened her mouth to protest but ultimately said nothing. To look down upon Li Yingyue was tantamount to disparaging the Prime Minister's residence. Given the formidable influence of the Prime Minister's household, such sentiments could only be voiced internally, never outwardly. With a cold expression, Jiang Bingyu turned and walked back to Jiang Shuiyan, taking her hand and leading her away from the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. "Sister, didn't he accept it?" "He did not. It is not safe here, we must leave." "But I haven't even said goodbye to young Master Li." Jiang Shuiyan was reluctantly pulled away by Jiang Bingyu, as if escaping from a perilous situation. Watching their retreating figures, Li Yingyue set down his teacup. To leave without a word of farewell, how impolite. It seems I must teach her some manners. "Second miss, that scoundrel did not harm you, did he?" Upon seeing the two emerge, Jiang Xian approached with a sycophantic demeanor. "How can you be so rude? Young Master Li is such a good person, how can you speak of him in such a manner?" Hearing Jiang Shuiyan's reprimand, Jiang Xian felt no sorrow. Instead, he was elated. In his view, Jiang Shuiyan's defense of him proved that Li Yingyue had not laid a hand on her. His master had once said that if he could obtain Jiang Shuiyan's essence, he would gain unimaginable fortune. Otherwise, with his 8th grade cultivation, despite the Jiang family's life-saving grace, how could he remain a mere servant in the Jiang household? The title of servant was merely a form of consolation. In reality, he was akin to a household slave. Upon witnessing Jiang Xayan's lack of decorum, Jiang Bingyu was reminded of the scene she had witnessed earlier, where he had intruded upon Li Yingyue. She coldly stated, "I will deal with your unauthorized entry into the Xiaoshan pavilion once we return home." "Miss, I only acted out of concern for your safety and that of the second miss. I had no choice but to intrude," Jiang Xayan stammered. After Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan departed, Li Yingyue finished his tea and cleared his throat. "Uncle Zhang, accompany me to Linjiang City. I have matters to attend to." Zhang Li opened his mouth, finally managing to squeeze out a few words. "Yes, young master." Chapter 6 The cave at the bottom of the river. Li Yingyao observed Zhang Ligang's hesitance to speak, instantly grasping the thought swirling in his mind. "Uncle Zhang is not a stranger, feel free to express your thoughts." After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Zhang Ligang finally spoke. "Young master, I am at the 4th rank of the Yin God realm. While protecting you, I naturally concealed my presence. How did you discern that I was by your side?" Upon hearing this, Li Yingyao revealed a smile that hinted at profound mystery, responding, "Uncle Zhang, although the secret guards of the residence are omnipresent, over the years, I have accumulated some methods of intelligence gathering. It is hardly surprising that I recognized your protection." Noticing Zhang Ligang's skepticism, Li Yingyao further elaborated, "Your current cultivation is at the initial stage of the 4th rank of the Yin God realm, and your cultivation technique is the low-grade Earth Tier method, the Stone Tablet Thunder Classic. This technique is characterized by its unmatched ferocity, yet it lacks a touch of finesse. In this realm, cultivation methods are classified into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Earth tier methods are scarce even throughout the Grand Jin dynasty, obtainable only by those within the highest echelons, such as the Prime Minister's residence." Zhang Ligang's expression shifted upon hearing Li Yingyao's words. The cultivation technique of an individual is a closely guarded secret, typically not divulged to outsiders. It was not unusual for a young master of the household to be privy to such knowledge. However, having protected the young master since his early years, Zhang Ligang was puzzled as to how the young master had come to know of the cultivation method, especially since he had shown no interest in such matters after realizing his lack of talent. Had the young master been concealing his capabilities all along? Now that they had left the capital and encountered the possibility of cultivation, had he begun to reveal his true potential? Zhang Ligang recalled how the young master remained unfazed when threatened by a sword, even managing to turn the tables and assert dominance. Indeed, while the Prime Minister's residence wielded tremendous power, it also attracted numerous adversaries. The young master, lacking in cultivation talent, had resorted to cunning to safeguard himself. The resemblance between the young master and the Lord was striking, the only differences being in their cultivation talents and their attitudes towards women. Observing Zhang Ligang's fluctuating expression, Li Yingyao nodded with satisfaction. "Uncle Zhang, let us proceed. A tremendous opportunity awaits me." "A tremendous opportunity?" Zhang Ligang inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed, a tremendous opportunity," Li Yingyao affirmed with a smile. Outside Linjiang City, by the banks of the Chuanza River. It is indeed this Uncle Zhang. 2 figures, one elderly and one youthful, descended from the heavens. Li Yingyao retrieved a spirit stone from his bosom and placed it beside his storage ring, extracting 2 pearls, one a dragon pearl, the other a night pearl. Storage rings are typically reserved for practitioners. Although Li Yingyao is not a practitioner, he can utilize an unclaimed storage ring, activating and deactivating it with the spirit stone. Were it not for his upbringing in the Prime Minister's residence, he would not have been able to afford such a storage ring. "Dragon Pearl, does the young master intend to enter the water?" Zhang Ligang asked curiously. Li Yingyao nodded. "Uncle Zhang, accompany me into the water. Ensure that no aquatic beasts approach. I am diving to retrieve a treasure." "Rest assured, young master, with this old servant present, you shall be well protected." Splash. With the dragon pearl in his mouth, Li Yingyao leapt directly into the Chuanza River. The dragon pearl encapsulates the essence of the dragon, and merely holding it in his mouth allows for basic underwater breathing. Li Yingyao vividly recalled an incident where his companion faced a formidable foe, exhausting all their trump cards yet still falling short, resulting in a devastating loss of cultivation. Ultimately, the companion's master unleashed his soul's power, enabling their escape, albeit unconscious, into the depths of the Chuanza River. Yet, true to the protagonist's nature, even in such dire straits, they did not perish. Instead, they turned misfortune into fortune. After drifting in the river for 2 hours, they submerged into a hidden cave at the river's bottom. Within this cave, the companion discovered a tome titled Phoenix Nirvana Scripture, a high-grade heaven-tier cultivation method. In the entirety of the Supreme Housekeeper, only 4 high-grade heaven-tier methods are mentioned, with 2 others merely referenced in legend. Li Yingyao believed that should he intercept this method, he could sever the limitations of his sword heart, ensuring that he would not meet a tragic end of death and clan annihilation. 2 hours later, utilizing the Dragon Pearl's ability to breathe underwater, Li Yingyao reached the riverbed. However, the immense pressure beneath the water nearly rendered him breathless. Observing this, Zhang Ligang quickly placed a hand on Li Yinyao's back, channeling a sliver of spiritual energy to him. With that, Li Yingyao regained his breath and struggled to move forward underwater. Guided by the light of the night pearl, Li Yingyao searched for over an hour before finally locating the cave. A jade lion statue with an enormous gaping maw stood silently at the bottom of the Chuanza River. Li Yingyao boldly stepped into the open mouth of the jade lion. In an instant, the statuesque jaws closed tightly. "Young master," Zhang Ligang exclaimed sternly. Boom! A fierce electric light erupted from Zhang Ligang's palm as he struck the jade lion, yet aside from a resounding crash, the statue bore no marks of damage. Thud. Li Yinyao felt a sudden whirl, collapsing to the ground. Extreme flame jade bed. Li Yinyao gazed around, his heart settling. This was indeed the cave into which his companion had fallen unconscious. Approaching the extreme flame jade bed, Li Yinyao's hands explored the edges. In the next moment, his left hand pressed against a recessed spot at the edge. Without a second thought, he applied pressure. The extreme flame jade bed slowly shifted, revealing a human-sized pit, at the bottom of which lay a narrow passage. Li Yinyao leaped into the pit and traversed the passage for a quarter of an hour before a bright light pierced his vision. The secret chamber was modest, measuring only around 5 square meters, and aside from a few night pearls for illumination, a skeletal figure sat cross-legged at the center. Li Yinyao approached the skeletal remains and performed 3 kneels and 9 bows in reverence. Esteemed predecessor, I, Li Yinyao, have inadvertently entered this cave. Should I have the fortune to obtain your legacy, I vow to honor your esteemed name. As soon as Li Yinyao's words fell, a ring detached from the skeleton, floating in mid-air. An ancient figure materialized before him. It has been long since I encountered such a courteous young man. To show such respect even to a deceased, our meeting is indeed a matter of fate. Thus, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Beneath the mat I sit upon lies a mechanism map. Should you find yourself in the Fire Yuan secret realm, it may prove beneficial to you. With that, the elder's figure and the skeletal remains vanished from the secret chamber. Li Yinyao stood rooted in place, his mind reeling from the unexpected turn of events. In the storyline, upon awakening, his companion had followed the guidance of his master to this very spot and, upon seeing the ring in the skeleton's hand, had attempted to take it. However, upon touching it, a tremendous pressure had overwhelmed him, forcing him to the ground. Ultimately, the lingering spirit compelled his companion to swear an oath to assist in 3 tasks before dissipating into the air. He contemplated making a favorable impression on this lingering spirit, hoping to avoid the need for an oath, yet, the spirit had never mentioned the mechanism map. With these thoughts, Li Yinyao fell into deep reflection. Chapter 7, The Nirvana Sutra. Li Yinyao harbored a profound aversion to the sensation of being out of control. He picked up the meditation cushion and, as expected, discovered a mechanism diagram. Li Yinyao was acutely aware that his greatest advantage lay in his understanding of the plot, enabling him to possess foresight, yet, the current upheaval made him realize that the narrative within the novel merely constituted a fragment of this world. It was the unknown aspects that could potentially pose the gravest danger. The storage ring bequeathed by the mysterious elder contained only 3 items: a jade tablet, a vial of elixir, and a set of enchanted robes. Li Yinyao lifted the jade tablet to his forehead, and a torrent of information regarding the Nirvana Sutra flooded his mind. He let out a sigh of relief. He had acquired the crucial Nirvana Sutra, and at long last, he could begin his cultivation, rendering his 9 prostrations worthwhile. Upon obtaining the Nirvana Sutra, he comprehended why it was regarded as a supreme technique of the heavenly tier. The cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra required no innate talent, anyone could practice it and thus attain the earthly tier. Not to mention, the Nirvana Sutra had the capacity to alter one's innate qualities, transforming one into a natural Tao body. Such a technique could not help but be classified as heavenly tier. Li Yinyao could scarcely conceive of any other method that might rival it. He then retrieved the vial of elixir left by the enigmatic elder and swallowed its contents. Of this elixir, known as the Nirvana pill, was essential for the initial cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra. After consuming the Nirvana pill, Li Yinyao felt a wave of warmth surging in his lower abdomen and hurriedly followed the energy circulation route prescribed by the Nirvana Sutra to absorb the pill's potency. As the Nirvana Sutra activated, Li Yinyao's body seemed to wither away, leaving only a skeletal frame. Suddenly, a radiant light emanated from the skeleton, and flesh gradually reformed upon it. Then, an audible crack resounded as the newly formed flesh of Li Yinyao burst forth. His joyous laughter reverberated throughout the secluded chamber. Reaching the pinnacle of the 9th rank of Qi transformation, I am no longer a mere ordinary individual without the strength to crush a chicken. Moreover, I have become a natural Tao body, paving a clear path for my future cultivation. However, my ability to directly attain the pinnacle of the 9th rank is somewhat beyond my expectations. Yet he recalled how the original owner had languished in despondency due to an inability to cultivate, yet never relinquished hope. Thus, he had consumed numerous rare herbs, and although some of his essence had been depleted by indulgence in wine and pleasures, his body still harbored considerable unprocessed medicinal energy. Now, all of that fortune had come to benefit him. In a desolate snow-capped mountain in the northern region, within a secluded Taoist temple, a seated cultivator was engaged in calculations. Suddenly, her body trembled, and she opened her eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "The heavenly secrets are in turmoil, a demonic star heralds chaos." With a sudden gasp, blood erupted from her mouth. "Xiao Tian!" Swiftly. At the sound of a crisp female voice, a young woman appeared in the room, her eyes filled with an icy demeanor. "Master, what summons you?" "Xiao Tian," I felt an unexpected unease. After calculating the heavenly secrets, I discerned that the heavenly secrets are in disarray, and a demonic star shall bring forth chaos. I had intended to personally eliminate the demonic star, but while meticulously analyzing its identity, I suffered backlash, and my cultivation has been temporarily sealed. This task must now fall to you. You must act while the heavenly secrets remain uncovered. I command you to eradicate the demonic star and restore everything to its rightful course. With a delicate flick of her fingertip, a beam of golden light surged into the young woman's mind. As the golden light merged with her being, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in her eyes, reflecting a myriad of images. If Li Yinyao were to witness this scene, he would surely exclaim in astonishment, for the images mirrored his own experiences while cultivating the Nirvana Sutra. "I understand," swiftly. In the next moment, the young woman vanished from the Taoist temple. At the riverbed of Chuanza, Zhang Ligang anxiously paced around a jade stone lion, his mouth incessantly muttering, "The master trusts me implicitly, entrusting me with the task of protecting the young master. Now that the young master has vanished, how shall I explain this to the master?" Suddenly, the mouth of the jade stone lion emitted a radiant glow. In an instant, Li Yinyao materialized from within the lion's mouth. "Young master, are you unharmed?" Zhang Ligang stepped forward and grasped Li Yinyao's hand, fearing he might vanish once more into the lion's maw. Li Yinyao laughed heartily, "Ha, Uncle Zhang, I am in an unprecedentedly good state." "Youth master, you possess cultivation now." Zhang Ligang stammered with excitement. "Let us set aside such matters, this is not the place for discussion. When we return to the Xiaoshan Pavilion, I shall elaborate." Before departing, Li Yinyao cast a glance back at the jade stone lion, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had already extracted the opportunities from this place and was uncertain if he would ever return. Should he come again, he had prepared a grand gift, awaiting his next visit. "Young master, brace yourself. We shall depart." In the Jiang residence, Jiang Bingyu escorted Jiang Shuiyan back to her courtyard, then gestured to Jiang Xayan, saying, "You and I shall have a word." She understood her sister's kind-hearted nature, unable to bear witness to others' suffering. Otherwise, she would not have taken Jiang Xayan in as a servant. If she were to punish Jiang Xayan, she would have to shield Jiang Shuiyan from the repercussions. "Jiang Xayan, because of you, I nearly failed to rescue Shuiyan. Go and receive 50 strikes, reflect on your actions and see if you dare to misbehave again." Jiang Bingyu shot a glance at the following Jiang Xayan. "Young lady, I acted out of concern for your and the second young lady's safety, which compelled me to intrude." Jiang Xayan protested, somewhat indignant. "Dare you retort? Add another 50 strikes, after you have received your punishment, you shall clean the latrines in the training grounds." "Young lady." Mm? Jiang Xayan opened her mouth, but upon receiving a glare from Jiang Bingyu, she swallowed her words and merely replied, "Yes, young lady." He recognized that any further protest could lead to more severe punishment. Receiving the strikes was not particularly concerning. With his 8th rank of cultivation, he was impervious to the strikes dealt by the servant responsible for administering punishment. However, he had no desire to clean the latrines in the training grounds. This was a facility established by the Jiang family for those who had yet to break through to the 9th rank. The latrines there were beyond foul, shared by not just the Jiang family disciples but also the countless servants like him. Yet, to maintain proximity to the two young ladies, he could not defy the young lady's orders. Presently, the young lady had already deemed him lacking in decorum. Should she mention this to Steward Jiang, he might be transferred from the second young lady's courtyard. Watching Jiang Xayan's retreating figure, Jiang Bingyu nodded. Although she had punished Jiang Xayan, she still felt a sense of unresolved frustration. Not only had the other party nearly thwarted her rescue of her sister, but she had also witnessed the embarrassing scene of herself being embraced by the scoundrel Li Yinyao. She deemed this punishment to be quite lenient. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Bingyu rapped on her father Jiang Tianjing's study door. "Bingyu, why are you back today? Hasn't your visit not yet reached its allotted time?" "Father, an incident has arisen, and I wish to discuss it with you." "What matter is it?" "The young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Yinyao, intends to propose tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianjing's eyes brightened. Such splendid news. Chapter 8. Prime Minister Li Su, father, how can this possibly be a good thing? Is there anyone in this world who does not know that the young master of the Prime Minister's residence is nothing short of a debauched wastrel, and a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate? Not only is he ignorant and unlearned, but he also spends his days reveling in brothels. How can you bear to watch your daughter marry such a man? Is that not akin to jumping into a fiery pit? Jiang Bingyu exclaimed, her agitation palpable. Seeing her vehement resistance, Jiang Tianjing sighed. "Bingyu, I understand your reluctance, but that is the Prime Minister's residence. Our Jiang family, being of humble means, cannot afford to refuse. Listen to your father, return to your room for now. This matter is of great import, and I cannot decide alone. I shall consult with your grandfather and the other elders of our clan. If they also oppose this, then even if the Prime Minister's residence were to besiege our Jiang family, I would never allow my daughter to marry such a useless man." In a lavishly adorned chamber within the Xiaoshan Pavilion, Li Yinyao took a sip of tea and remarked, "That is how the situation stands, Uncle Zhang, do you comprehend?" "Splendid. The master has been quite troubled by the young masteress' inability to cultivate. Now that the young master not only can cultivate but has become an innate Dao body, the master must be overjoyed. I must hasten to deliver this news to him." With that, Zhang Ligang hurriedly exited the room. Watching Zhang Ligang's departing figure, Li Yinyao let out a long breath. He had successfully deceived him. Yet, he knew that the true test was only just beginning, as he was about to confront the final boss among the illustrious family retainers, his own adoptive father, Li Su, the Prime Minister of the Great Jing Kingdom. Zhang Ligang's gullibility was something Li Yinyao was well aware of. He was a former subordinate of his adoptive father, having shared life and death with him, thus considered a trusted aide. If Zhang Ligang possessed any notable abilities, he would not have been assigned to protect him. His only commendable trait was his loyalty. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, Li Yinyao heard the sound of footsteps and thought to himself, here he comes. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Ligang rapped on the door and said, "Young master, the master wishes to speak with you." "Where is the spirit mirror?" "Here it is." Zhang Ligang entered the room and retrieved a mirror that stood as tall as a person from his storage ring. He placed a top-quality spirit stone in a recess at the base of the mirror and inputted his spiritual energy into the mirror in a specific rhythm. Once the energy was infused, Zhang Ligang exited the room. The spirit mirror is a rare treasure that allows for long-distance communication, typically possessed only by large sects in the imperial court, and it requires a top-quality spirit stone for each use, making it unaffordable for the average person. However, the Prime Minister's residence had always excelled in the art of using public resources for private gain. After a brief wait, a figure of a middle-aged man exuding authority appeared in the mirror. This man was none other than Li Yinyao's adoptive father, Li Su, the Prime Minister of the Great Jing Kingdom. "Yinyao, Li Gang said you can cultivate now?" "Ha, father, today I obtained a cultivation method in a cave at the bottom of the Chuanza River outside of Linjiang City." Li Yinyao laughed heartily. "By practicing this method, I will finally be able to cultivate and no longer be a good-for-nothing." Li Su frowned. "A method capable of allowing you to cultivate with your meridians nearly completely blocked must at least be of the celestial tier. How did you come by news of a celestial tier method at the bottom of the Chuanza River?" Li Yinyao had anticipated Li Su's inquiry and recited his prepared explanation. "I previously obtained a treasure map, and the location of the treasure is at the bottom of the Chuanza River. It is quite far from the capital, so I had not given it much thought. It was not the secret guards who obtained the intel, rather, I learned that the second daughter of the Zhang family in Linjiang City, Zhang Xueyan, possesses a heavily gifted physique. Upon coming to Linjiang City for Zhang Xueyan, I discovered that the Chuanza River is right by the city, and it reminded me of the treasure map I had. Upon checking, I found that the treasure location is not far from Linjiang City." Upon hearing Li Yinyao's words, Li Su's brow furrowed even more tightly. "What a coincidence! Where did this treasure map come from?" Li Yinyao slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is quite the coincidence, father. Ever since I arrived in Linjiang City, I have noticed my luck has significantly improved. Not only did I find a female cultivator with a heavenly gifted physique, but I also discovered a celestial tier cultivation method. My fortune is simply unparalleled. This treasure map was given to me by Shirshin to curry favor with me. Do you have any objections, father?" Shirshin is the son of the former Minister of Personnel, Shi Yan, who was executed by Li Su under the pretext of a political maneuver when he insisted that a horse was indeed a horse. After a moment of silence, Li Su said calmly, "Yinyao, I will send Yin Xian to Linjiang City shortly to investigate whether there are any hidden dangers associated with the cultivation method you have acquired. It is prudent to be cautious with methods of unknown origins." Li Yinyao was aware that his explanation had vulnerabilities. Li Su did not fully trust his words and suspected that he had been usurped. Yin Xian was the original body's elder brother, possessing the cultivation of a second-tier Yang god, capable of discerning whether the original body had been taken over. "Father, when you send my elder brother, please have him bring along a dual cultivation method. Zhang Xueyan possesses a heavily gifted physique, and if I have a dual cultivation method, the benefits I gain when I take her in essence will be maximized." Upon hearing this, Li Su finally cracked a smile. "You, always thinking about such matters between men and women. Now that you can cultivate, do not become complacent." Li Yinyao scratched his head and said, Father, it is merely my hobby, but I assure you my focus will be on cultivation moving forward." "Let us hope so. By the way, father, there is one more thing." Li Su inquired, "What is it?" "That is, father, Zhang Xueyan's physique will benefit my cultivation. I wish to take her as a concubine. Since you cannot leave the capital, I would like my elder brother to act as the witness. I intend to propose to the Zhang family tomorrow. When can I expect my elder brother's arrival so I can inform the Zhang family to prepare for the wedding?" Li Yinyao said, somewhat awkwardly. "Approximately 10 days after the marriage. You must not continue to be as carefree as before." "Understood, father." "Ha!" After watching the figure in the mirror disappear, Li Yinyao breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had successfully passed this hurdle. He was not concerned about whether Li Yinxian could discern any issues. Firstly, he had transmigrated without encountering any resistance, and secondly, while practicing the Nirvana scripture, he had already reshaped his body. It could be said that this body now matched his soul perfectly. Li Yinyao regarded the spirit mirror as a valuable item and casually stored it in his storage ring. "Uncle Zhang, I shall take this spirit mirror." Zhang Ligang, who had been waiting outside, replied, "Young master, this spirit mirror was originally prepared for you. You simply lacked the cultivation to input spiritual energy into it before, rendering it useless. Now that you have attained cultivation, it rightfully belongs to you." Chapter 9. Bing Yu announced that the young master of the Prime Minister's residence wishes to take her as a concubine. In the Zhang family's council chamber, the second elder, Zhang Zhongyun, voiced his confusion. "Tianzhang, what urgent matter warrants the sudden gathering of us all?" "Indeed, what is it that has prompted you to summon the three of us elders here?" echoed the third elder, Zhang Zhongrui. The first elder, Zhang Zhongxiang, remained silent, his eyes closed. With palpable excitement, Zhang Tianzheng addressed his father, the silent elder. "Father, esteemed elders, fortune has graciously smiled upon the Zhang family. Immense wealth is descending upon us." "Immense wealth? What fortune do you speak of, Tianzhang?" the second elder inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. The third elder, Zhang Zhongrui, gazed eagerly at Zhang Tianzhang, awaiting his revelation. Suppressing his enthusiasm, Zhang Tianzhang continued, "Bing Yu has unexpectedly returned home today." "Bing Yu has returned? Has she perhaps broken through to the 6th rank? This is indeed a momentous occasion. Bing Yu is truly the pride of our Zhang family," exclaimed the third elder, visibly stirred. Zhang Tianzhang, feeling slightly sheepish, clarified, "Uncle, it is not that. Bingyu has yet to achieve the 6th rank. Bingyu has returned home but has not broken through to the 6th rank, and you speak of immense wealth, what could that possibly mean? Tianzhang, stop with the suspense and share it with your third uncle, the third elder replied, somewhat impatiently. Noticing the urgency in the third elder's demeanor, Zhang Tianzhang cleared his throat and divulged, Bingyu has suddenly returned and informed me that the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Yingyue, intends to propose marriage tomorrow. The first elder, Zhang Zhongxiang, abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze fierce and penetrating. Tianzhang, are you speaking the truth? Zhang Tianzhang nodded fervently, Father, how could I dare deceive you and the esteemed elders? However, it remains uncertain whether it is indeed the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, yet, it is unlikely that anyone would dare impersonate a member of the Prime Minister's family. What remains unclear is why the young master has come to Linjiang City and taken an interest in Bingyu. Zhang Zhongxiang responded solemnly, we shall discern the truth tomorrow. It is indeed improbable that anyone would impersonate a member of the Prime Minister's household. If it is true, then the Zhang family has truly been blessed. Ha, the Zhang family has been blessed, the Zhang family has been blessed. The chamber echoed with the jubilant laughter of the three elders. Father, however, it seems Bingyu is reluctant to marry, Zhang Tianzhang confessed, a hint of concern in his voice. Whether she is willing or not, she must marry. After having enjoyed the family's resources for so long, it is time for her to contribute, Zhang Zhongxiang stated firmly. Zhang Zhongyan concurred, elder brother is correct, while Bingyu is indeed exceptional, she must marry eventually, and marrying the young master of the Prime Minister's residence is the best option. Indeed, elder brother speaks the truth. It is a great honor for Bingyu to be considered by the young master. If he wishes to take her as a concubine, it is a tremendous fortune, surely, she cannot refuse, the third elder added. Meanwhile, in a small courtyard of the Zhang residence, Zhang Bingyu gazed at the pulse-clearing pill in her hand and sighed, Father, there is no way to convince the three elders. I cannot allow Xue Yan to fall into the fire pit that is Li Yingyue, I must take action. With that, she stepped out of her room, her toes barely touching the ground as she vanished into the courtyard. At the Zhang family training grounds, Zhang Xian wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've cleaned this wretched latrine, he muttered. If it weren't for the fear of exposing my cultivation level and being unable to approach the second miss, I would never have cleaned this place without using my powers. Li Yingyue, the young master of the Prime Minister's residence. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be enduring this misery. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth, he has set his sights on the second miss, he must have sensed her unique constitution. I cannot allow this to continue. I must discreetly eliminate him, otherwise, he will force her into marriage, and the family head would surely not oppose it. Even if he does, he could summon the family's strong members, and I would be powerless to stop it. I must act first. Zhang Xian retrieved a dark cloak and a mask from an ancient ring on his hand and hastily departed from the Zhang residence. In the Xiaoxiang pavilion, a knock resounded as Zhang Li announced, Young master, Miss Bingyu has come to pay her respects. Li Yingyue was taken aback, yet he surmised the reason for Zhang Bingyu's late-night visit. Stepping outside, he beheld Zhang Bingyu standing gracefully in the pavilion, akin to a snow lotus. Pray tell, what brings you to visit at such a late hour, Miss Bingyu? Surely, it is not to propose to me, he jested. One cannot expect ivory from a dog's mouth, Zhang Bingyu retorted lightly, Young master Li, you jest. I have indeed come to discuss a matter of great importance. In the dead of night, with just the two of us, I can hardly fathom what other matters could be of such significance, he replied teasingly. Young master Li, please, I truly have an important matter to discuss with you, Zhang Bingyu insisted, her thoughts filled with unspoken words. Li Yingyue, fully aware of her intentions, feigned ignorance, oh, pray tell, what is this important matter? Young master Li, might I implore you to reconsider taking Xue Yan as a concubine? Zhang Bingyu gazed intently into his eyes, her voice grave. Are you jesting, Miss Bingyu? I would never dare jest, she replied earnestly. Li Yingyue's expression darkened as he replied, do you believe I traveled from the capital to this remote Linjiang city for any other purpose? For Xue Yan. Knowing that I came for Zhang Xue Yan, you still seek to dissuade me from taking her as a concubine? Who is truly jesting here? Zhang Bingyu lowered her head, falling silent. She recognized that Li Yingyue's presence in Linjiang City was solely for Xue Yan, yet that did not mean she was willing to allow her sister to marry him. Is there anyone unaware that you, Li Yingyue, are a good-for-nothing incapable of cultivation? If being a good-for-nothing were the only issue, it would be one thing, yet, due to his family background, countless women would seek to marry him despite his shortcomings. However, he was not only a good-for-nothing, but he also frequented brothels and bullied others, clearly leading to disaster. Thus, aside from his fiancée Yi, who was married for political gain, no one would willingly marry him. She understood that convincing Li Yingyue might be a futile endeavor, but she felt compelled to try. What if she could sway him? But Xue Yan is so innocent. She still believes you to be a good person, could you not spare her? Zhang Bingyu said, her voice tinged with disappointment. Miss Bingyu, what do you mean by spare Xue Yan? I intend to formally propose to your Zhang family tomorrow. That constitutes a legitimate marriage. I understand your concerns about Xue Yan possibly suffering after marrying into the Li family, but rest assured, with me, Li Yingyue, she will not face such indignities. Moreover, Miss Bingyu, do you think you can prevent me from taking Xue Yan as a concubine? For the first time, Zhang Bingyu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despite being hailed as the pride of the Zhang family, she found herself unable to protect her own sister. Miss Bingyu, I understand your fears that I might ruin Xue Yin's virtue, but you need not worry. I am not the good-for-nothing that you believe me to be. Chapter 10. To his astonishment, he possesses cultivation. A glimmer of light sparkled in Zhang Bingyu's eyes as she exclaimed, You can cultivate? If Li Yinyao truly had the ability to cultivate, he wouldn't have relied solely on Xue Yin for sustenance. Despite his somewhat tarnished reputation, given his noble lineage, he would indeed make a commendable match. What, Miss Bingyu, do you not believe me? Li Yinyao extended his hand with candor. If you doubt my words, you may verify their authenticity. With a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, Zhang Bingyu grasped Li Yinyao's hand to sense his aura. Peak of the 9th grade gathering qi. Zhang Bingyu gasped in astonishment. Is it not said that you are an incapable waste of cultivation? How can you possess such prowess? It was not her disbelief in Li Yinyao abilities, but rather the overwhelming reputation he bore as a notorious figure, widely recognized as a good-for-nothing scoundrel, notorious for bullying others without academic merit. Li Yinyao recognized that the moment had arrived to reshape his image. With a forlorn expression and a tone tinged with melancholy, he remarked, Prejudice is akin to an insurmountable mountain. People are often inclined to believe what they wish, disregarding the truth. A wave of guilt washed over Zhang Bingyu. How could she have been so easily swayed by hearsay? A direct descendant of one of the foremost families in the dying dynasty could not possibly be a mere incapable waste. Li Yinyao jested. Miss Bingyu, you cannot genuinely believe that the young master of the Prime Minister's residence is a mere incapable waste, can you? My talents in cultivation are rather average, and I seldom have the opportunity to demonstrate my abilities, which has led others to perceive me as a good-for-nothing. Li Yinyao gently captured Zhang Bingyu's hand and whispered, It is merely envy that fuels such baseless rumors. Surely you do not believe something so trivial, do you? Release me, Zhang Bingyu replied, her cheeks flushed, too timid to exert herself. Li Yinyao did not relinquish her hand, instead caressing it lightly. However, there is one aspect of their words that holds truth. I do indeed frequent brothels, yet it is always a consensual affair. You know I never impose upon others. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhang Bingyu shivered, a wave of discomfort washing over her. She gritted her teeth, acknowledging that while he might not force others, he certainly employed coercion and temptation. The very reason she hesitated to withdraw her hand was because of this. Rest assured, I will treat Miss Xue Yin with the utmost care. Tomorrow, I shall propose. I can hardly conceive of a reason for the Jiang family to refuse me. Zhang Bingyu contemplated this and found it undeniably true. The Jiang family could not possibly turn down Li Yinyao. Xue Yin's cultivation talents were not as formidable as her own, and despite her unique physique, she would ultimately serve as a pawn for others. Within the family, few were aware that Xue Yin possessed a rare constitution gifted by heaven, and she was not as cherished as Zhang Bingyu. Only she was privy to her sister's special endowment. Upon learning of Xue Yin's heavenly physique, she had refrained from revealing it, for fear that if others in the family discovered, they would exploit it for advantageous unions. Moreover, Li Yinyao was the youngest son of Li Su, the Prime Minister of Daying, and had been officially bestowed the title of Duke of Joy. With resources and status at his disposal, his interest in Xue Yin was indeed a significant elevation for the Jiang family. The elders of the family, including her grandfathers, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to curry favor with the rising star of the Prime Minister's residence. As Zhang Bingyu pondered, Li Yinyao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her delicate waist, whispering, If Miss Bingyu is truly concerned for Xue Yin, you are welcome to join the union. Sensing the large hand behind her, Zhang Bingyu struggled, Release me. Who would wish to become your concubine? Zhang Xian had initially planned to eliminate Li Yinyao under the cover of night. However, upon arriving at the Xiaoshan pavilion, he was taken aback to see the eldest young lady entwined in Li Yinyao's embrace, writhing as if trying to escape his clutches. A surge of intense anger surged within him. The eldest young lady was the sister of the second young lady, making her his future sister-in-law. Such matters should have been his responsibility. Smack! Zhang Xian clenched his fists, summoning his strength as he charged towards Li Yinyao. Startled by the sudden threat, Li Yinyao felt an inexplicable chill, turning to see a figure clad in black night attire, wearing a ghostly mask, advancing towards him. Familiar with the unfolding narrative, Li Yinyao recognized this individual as Zhang Xian. The attire he wore was typically donned during his nefarious deeds, while he preferred to reveal his true identity when performing benevolent acts. Furrowing his brow, Li Yinyao swiftly positioned himself behind Zhang Bingyu. Miss Bingyu, I leave this to you. Although Zhang Bingyu was reluctant to shield Li Yinyao, contemplating letting the masked man deal with him, she knew that Li Yinyao was under the protection of a formidable 4th-grade Yin God Master, rendering the masked man incapable of harming him. Thus, she deemed it more prudent to intervene and protect Li Yinyao, thereby accruing a debt of gratitude from him. Drawing her sword, she directed a swift strike towards the masked man. A streak of white light surged forth, aiming for him. Zhang Xian, incredulous, barely evaded the sword's trajectory with a twist of his body. Yet he could scarcely fathom why the eldest young lady would defend Li Yinyao, given their supposed animosity. This scoundrel had only just kidnapped the second young lady. It was unfathomable that the eldest would protect him. This is a personal matter between him and me, it does not concern you. Step aside, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Zhang Xian growled, his voice transformed into a chilling rasp through the use of spiritual energy. Zhang Bingyu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the masked figure with unwavering determination. Though the man before her was merely at the peak of the 8th grade, the caliber of his cultivation method was undoubtedly formidable, leaving her with a sense of pressure. She had to summon all her strength, should she inadvertently allow Li Yinyao to be harmed, who could predict the ensuing chaos, while she recognized the improbability of such an event, given the presence of a powerful guardian by Li Yinyao's side. Since you refuse to yield, let us see whose skills prevail, Zhang Xian retorted coldly. He was eager to ascertain just how competent the eldest young lady, lauded by the Zhang family, truly was. Confident in his own inferior-grade earth-level cultivation technique, he believed that even with a significant gap in cultivation level, Zhang Bingyu could not possibly be his adversary. Boom! A sound of air being rent asunder echoed through the space. Zhang Xian's fist glowed with a golden light as it hurtled towards Zhang Bingyu. In response, Zhang Bingyu unleashed a beam of sword light as a counterattack. Observing the once couple engage in battle on his behalf, Li Yinyao produced a plate of peanuts from seemingly nowhere and began to munch contentedly. Bang, bang! After repelling Zhang Xian with a strike, Zhang Bingyu noticed Li Yinyao watching the spectacle, igniting a flicker of ire within her. I stand here to defend you against your foes, and yet you sit idly by, munching on snacks. Zhang Bingyu exclaimed, exasperated. Li Yinyao recognized that he could no longer remain a passive observer. Should Zhang Bingyu truly depart, there would be no further entertainment to behold. Uncle Zhang, subdue this masked individual. Chapter 11. Unmasking identities. As soon as Li Yinyao's words fell, Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming sense of dread descend upon him. Looking up, he beheld a middle-aged man hovering in the air, coldly regarding him. Master, what is happening? Did you not say that this place was devoid of danger? Zhang Xian silently screamed in his heart. Earlier that morning, just before entering the Shoshan Pavilion, he had inquired with the master residing in his right-hand ring. He had confirmed that the highest cultivation level in this vicinity was nearly at the peak of the 7th tier. Such an adversary was no threat to him, and he had even slain foes at the early stages of the 6th tier. In his previous life, Zhang Xian had a penchant for reading novels, and could be considered an avid bookworm. He was acutely aware that the world of fantasy was fraught with peril. Even with his grandfather's golden finger by his side, he remained vigilant. Before embarking on any task, he would always summon his master to investigate, only proceeding once assured of safety, a strategy that had proven infallible until this unexpected turn of events. Master, what should I do now? Zhang Xian repeatedly sought guidance from the master within his ring. Alas, this oversight is mine, Su Manqing rasped. I never anticipated that such a small place as Lingjiang City would harbor a practitioner of the 4th tier God realm. 4th tier? Zhang Xian was astounded. Can you escape, master? Su Manqing paused contemplatively before responding. At present, I am but a remnant of my soul. Whether I can flee remains uncertain. Regardless of the outcome, I shall inevitably fall into slumber. Do not worry, master. If I can successfully escape, I will certainly seek out celestial treasures to restore your soul, Zhang Xian implored, fearful that his master might relinquish hope. After taking control of Zhang Xian's body, Su Manqing turned to flee outside the Shoshan Pavilion. Oomph, do you think you can run? Zhang Ligan scoffed. A massive palm imprint hurtled toward Zhang Xian. In the past, Su Manqing would have regarded a Mirroring God practitioner with disdain, but now she dared not be complacent. She swiftly turned and channeled her energy to summon a golden shield to protect herself. Crash. The instant the palm imprint made contact with the shield, it shattered. Oh, a mere 8th tier practitioner can withstand my strike, Zhang Ligan remarked, somewhat surprised. Despite Su Manqing exerting her utmost to guard Zhang Xian's body, the vast chasm between the 8th and 4th tiers could not be bridged. Thud. Zhang Xian's body fell to the ground, and with it, the mask he wore clattered to the earth, revealing his face. Li Yinyao feigned shock, exclaiming, Miss Bingyu, is this not the servant who interrupted our intimacy earlier? How could a mere servant possess such cultivation? Zhang Bingyu recognized Zhang Xian the instant the mask fell. Indeed, Li Yinyao was correct. How could a servant possibly wield 8th tier power? Uncle Zhang, do not hold back, kill him outright, Li Yinyao commanded loudly from behind. This individual can withstand your strike at 8th tier, which indicates he is no ordinary foe. I cannot rest easy while he remains focused on me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ligan unleashed 2 more massive palm imprints. The enormous imprints completely enveloped Zhang Xian's body, leaving no room for escape. Observing this, Su Manqing disregarded all else, unleashing her spiritual power in full force. Li Yinyao and Zhang Bingyu were momentarily disoriented and staggered back 2 steps. Boom! The 2 colossal palm imprints struck where Zhang Xian had been, generating a tremendous shockwave and leaving behind 2 enormous imprints on the ground. Yet, Zhang Xian had vanished without a trace, completely evading the assault. In the next moment, Zhang Ligan stood where Zhang Xian had just been, keenly sensing the area. Solar God power! Zhang Ligan exclaimed, bewildered. Approaching Li Yinyao, his complexion darkened as he said, Young master, it seems the 2nd tier solar God practitioner intervened. I was unable to detain that servant. Please allow me to bear the consequences, young master. It is only natural that you could not subdue him, given the emergence of a 2nd tier solar god, Li Yinyao replied in a grave tone. It appears the hidden rats outside the capital can no longer restrain themselves. To deal with a worthless waste like me, they must summon a solar god expert? He had known from the outset that Zhang Ligan would be unable to eliminate Zhang Xian. Originally, Zhang Xian's master was a formidable 2nd tier solar god. Although now reduced to a remnant of her former self, she could not be obstructed by Zhang Ligan, a practitioner of the 4th tier god realm. Only a solar god could contend with a solar god, and he had instructed Zhang Ligan to act merely to provoke Su Manqing into revealing herself. Once she intervened, she would inevitably fall into slumber, and it would be then that Li Yinyao could finally eradicate Zhang Xian. Once his elder brother arrived in Lingjiang City, dealing with Jiang Xian would be a certainty. With his elder brother, Li Yinxian, at mid-second tier solar god cultivation, even in Su Manqing's prime, she would struggle to last a few exchanges, let alone in her current weakened state. Li Yinyao coldly snorted, Miss Bingyu, I demand an explanation for this matter. Why did a servant from the Jiang family attempt to assassinate me? Otherwise, do not expect me to show leniency. Jiang Bingyu felt a surge of panic. She had merely been puzzled about Jiang Xian's 8th tier cultivation. She had not connected his status as a servant of the Jiang family with the assassination attempt on Li Yinyao. Young Master Li, I do not know why Jiang Xian sought to harm you, she stammered. My Jiang residence lacks the strength of the Prime Minister's estate. How could we possibly allow someone of 8th tier prowess to serve as a mere servant? An 8th tier practitioner could easily serve as a venerated guest in my Jiang family. His presence in my Jiang household must have harbored ill intentions. His actions against you have nothing to do with my family, Jiang Bingyu insisted fervently. Li Yinyao was well aware that Jiang Xian's assassination attempt had no connection to the Jiang residence. He understood that Jiang Xian had come to confront him out of resentment for being punished by Jiang Bingyu, and he sought to redirect that anger toward himself. His aim was simply to guide Jiang Bingyu into believing that Jiang Xian had ulterior motives upon entering the Jiang residence. Jiang Xian's golden finger was Su Manqing within the ring. His greatest opportunity had been the Nirvana Sutra, which he had already intercepted. His second most significant opportunity lay with the duo of Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan. Both possessed extraordinary constitutions. Jiang Shuiyan was a gifted furnace, while her twin sister, Jiang Bingyu, also boasted an impressive physique. Jiang Shuiyan's being a naturally spiritual body. Jiang Shuiyan's gifted furnace physique allowed her to cultivate with others without depleting any spiritual energy, while Jiang Bingyu's natural spiritual body could refine and purify any absorbed energy. Together, they formed a superlative cultivation accelerator, which accounted for Jiang Xian's rapid advancement in his later training, entirely due to their assistance. Li Yinyao chuckled lightly. What could your Jiang family possibly possess that would attract the attention of someone backed by a solar god? Exchanging glances, Jiang Bingyu and Li Yinyao simultaneously exclaimed, the gifted furnace. Shu Yan. Chapter 12. Miss Jiang Bingyu surely does not believe that this matter has no connection to the Jiang residence, does she? Young Master Li, it is undoubtedly for Shu Yan's sake that Jiang Xian has chosen to become a household servant at the Jiang residence, Jiang Bingyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Li Yinyao nodded in agreement, saying, it is indeed quite peculiar for someone to forsake the position of a venerator to serve as a mere household servant. If I am not mistaken, Miss Bingyu, this individual must be working in the courtyard near Shu Yan, correct? Jiang Bingyu pondered for a moment before replying, that is indeed the case. A year ago, Jiang Xian found himself destitute on the streets, and my younger sister, moved by compassion, took him in. My sister, seeing his plight, offered him shelter within the Jiang household as a servant, and since then, he has been diligently working in her small courtyard. Li Yinyao scoffed, what a perfect opportunity, indeed. Had he accepted a position as a venerator, he would hardly have had the time to interact with Miss Shuiyan if he entered the Jiang residence for her sake, and yet, he chooses to serve as a mere household servant. However, as long as he can win Miss Shuiyan's favor, all of this is worthwhile, for the divine furnace granted by heaven is the finest dual cultivation physique. Any time lost in cultivation can easily be compensated for by a single session of dual cultivation with Miss Shuiyan. What an astute calculation. Jiang Bingyu contemplated, realizing that Li Yinyao's reasoning held considerable merit. Given Jiang Xian's capabilities, it was implausible for him to have been left to wander the streets, especially considering the powerful Yang God realm expert backing him. Even without mentioning his background, his position in the Jiang residence could easily have been that of a venerator. One must recognize that the status of a venerator is worlds apart from that of a household servant. Venerators not only have access to certain cultivation resources within the Jiang family but also enjoy the services of dedicated attendants for their daily needs. In contrast, the existence of household servants serves merely to attend to the Jiang family's members, allowing them to devote all their time to cultivation. Jiang Xian's decision to forego the position of a venerator in favor of being a household servant can only be attributed to his feelings for Shuiyan, as she could surmise no other reason. Even if Jiang Xian has ulterior motives for entering the Jiang residence, you cannot deny that he is indeed a servant of your family, Li Yinyao remarked, his expression shifting as he gazed meaningfully at Jiang Bingyu. Surely, Miss Bingyu does not believe that Jiang Xian's attempt on my life bears no relation to the Jiang family? Jiang Bingyu closed her eyes in anguish. What do you wish to imply, young Master Li? She was already aware of the potential consequences that lay ahead. This matter could escalate dramatically, either dismissed as a trivial incident or leading to the complete ruin of the Jiang family. Harboring a hidden assassin who attempted to murder a court-appointed lord is no trifling matter, especially when the target is a young master of the powerful prime minister's household. Ultimately, the resolution of this situation rests solely with Li Yinyao, depending entirely on whether he wishes to pursue the matter or not. Li Yinyao, with a hint of amusement, replied, Miss Bingyu, your words are quite revealing. I am the one who was attacked. What do you expect me to do? You know I am not one to force others. Once again, hearing this, she recognized that Li Yinyao, the bounder, was utterly indifferent to his own assassination attempt. His mind was filled with unsavory thoughts. She finally comprehended why Li Yinyao had such a poor reputation. What good name could a man, devoid of scholarly pursuits and preoccupied with women, possibly uphold? Moreover, his adeptness at coercion and temptation suggested that he had engaged in such dealings on numerous occasions. Young Master Li, if my sincerity is sufficient, can we not consider this matter settled? Jiang Bingyu spoke with a hint of resignation. Li Yingyue clapped his hands. Miss Bingyu, you understand me well indeed, only with your sincerity can we absolve the Jiang family of any association with the recent incident, and I will only pursue Jiang Xian. Jiang Bingyu approached Li Yingyue, seizing his collar as she bent him close, completing her action in one fluid motion. For the sake of her family, she felt she had no other choice, since she was already at his mercy, it was better to be decisive, lest he present her with further demands. Li Yinyue's eyes widened in disbelief, but he quickly regained his composure. As a notorious rogue, he could not allow Jiang Bingyu to have the upper hand in such a manner. He swiftly wrapped his arm around her neck, retaliating. This time, Li Yinyue was quite pleased. Jiang Bingyu did not resist, allowing him to experience the thrill of a game of chase. He pursued her, and in that confined space, she ultimately found herself cornered, allowing him to capture the elusive little fish and successfully invite her to partake in an exhilarating dance of intimacy. Though she initially moved somewhat awkwardly, under his patient guidance, she eventually managed to reciprocate, filling him with a sense of accomplishment as her instructor. Huff! As Jiang Bingyu felt a large hand slip beneath her garments, she pushed Li Yingyue away, gasping for breath as she spat in exasperation, realizing he had even tried to channel spiritual energy into her mouth. Jiang Bingyu adjusted her attire and glared at him. Young Master Li, do not overstep your bounds. Li Yingyue rubbed his hand, which had been smacked, and wiped the glistening residue from his lips, chuckling. Apologies, Miss Bingyu. I seem to have grown accustomed to such behavior. Jiang Bingyu realized that Li Yingyue was treating her as if she were a courtesan, and she shot him a fierce glare. Young Master Li, regarding your assassination attempt by Jiang Xian, Miss Bingyu, rest assured, this matter bears no relation to your Jiang family. When Uncle Jiang sends someone to apprehend Jiang Xian, do not let it affect the Jiang residents. Understood, Zhang Li replied promptly. That night, Jiang Bingyu felt as though she might be driven to her wits' end. She had initially come to persuade Li Yingyue against coercing her sister Xu Yan, yet who would have anticipated that Jiang Xian would attempt to assassinate Li Yingyue, failing to succeed and, to make matters worse, exposing his identity and implicating the Jiang family? This forced her to concede to Li Yinyue's demands, leaving her feeling sullied, wishing she could return home and cleanse herself 100 times over. Nevertheless, she could not claim to have left empty-handed. She had learned that Li Yinyue was not the incapable waste she had presumed, or else she would have had no choice but to flee with Xu Yan. Additionally, she had uncovered Jiang Xian's true intentions for entering the Jiang residence as a servant. Young Master Li, since my presence here is no longer necessary, I shall take my leave, Jiang Bingyu said softly. Wait, Miss Bingyu, Li Yingyue called out. Jiang Bingyu, feeling somewhat impatient, replied, what further matter do you have, young Master Li? Miss Bingyu, since you are aware of Jiang Xian's assassination attempt on me, I am somewhat concerned about your safety should you return alone. Are you implying that Jiang Xian might turn against me? Jiang Bingyu inquired, perplexed. Li Yingyue nodded. Precisely, given Jiang Xian's purpose for entering the Jiang residence was to pursue Xu Yan, now that you are aware of his intentions, he is unlikely to let the matter lie. I intend to dispatch 2 secret guards to protect both you and Miss Xu Yan day and night. In the next moment, 2 masked individuals clad in black uniforms appeared in the courtyard. Young Master Li, there is no need to send someone for my protection. It would be better for these individuals to ensure your own safety. Jiang Bingyu declined. She understood that Li Yinyue's decision to send protectors for her and Xu Yan was partly motivated by their safety, but another part stemmed from his desire to monitor their actions, fearing they might attempt to flee under the cover of night. Chapter 13 Effortlessly acquired. Confronted with Jiang Bingyu's refusal, Li Yinyao was not taken aback. After all, given Jiang Bingyu's intelligence, she would undoubtedly perceive that these two, ostensibly there to protect her, were in fact there to surveil her. Li Yinyao spoke candidly. Miss Bingyu, you can certainly defeat Jiang Xian in a one-on-one confrontation, but if that celestial being behind him were to intervene, would you still be able to guarantee the safety of both yourself and Xu Yan? Since that celestial being dares not confront me directly, it proves that he still fears my Prime Minister's residence. Only by dispatching someone to protect you both can I ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingyu fell into a contemplative silence. Li Yinyao was indeed correct. On her own, she could easily best Jiang Xian, but what recourse would she have against the celestial being backing him? Moreover, Jiang Xian's infiltration into the Jiang household as a servant was undoubtedly aimed at winning Xu Yan's heart. Should he succeed, both she and Xu Yan could lead a more pleasant life. However, his intentions were now laid bare. She and Xu Yan would undoubtedly become mere vessels for his ambitions, reduced to nothing more than tools for his gain. In that case, it would be better for Xu Yan to marry Li Yinyao, who genuinely wished to take her as a concubine. This would also preserve her own virtue, preventing her from becoming a mere pawn in another's game. With this thought, Jiang Bingyu felt a chill run down her spine and solemnly said, You are right, young Master Li. While I certainly do not fear Jiang Xian in a direct encounter, I would be utterly powerless against the celestial being behind him. Given that, I must express my gratitude for your kind intentions, young Master Li. Li Yinyao had indeed spoken the truth, yet he concealed a crucial piece of information from Jiang Bingyu. The celestial being behind Jiang Xian was merely a fragment of a lingering soul. After this intervention to protect Jiang Xian, it would likely fall into a deep slumber, no longer capable of taking action. As Jiang Bingyu departed the Shoshan Pavilion accompanied by her 2 secret guards, a playful smile crept across Li Yinyao's face. He had not anticipated that Jiang Bingyu would come to dissuade him from courting Jiang Xuyan, nor that Jiang Xian would attempt to assassinate him. The latter event was supposed to occur mid-narrative when Jiang Xian entered the capital to participate in the martial examination, successfully earning the title of martial champion and capturing the Emperor's attention, becoming a weapon in the Emperor's arsenal. With Jiang Xian's growing prowess, the emperor began to gain confidence and plotted against Prime Minister Li Su, with Jiang Xian being the first member of the Li family to perish at his hands. However, Jiang Xian's emergence had stirred the proverbial butterfly effect, altering the course of events. This assassination attempt had come prematurely, and Jiang Bingyu had witnessed it, exposing Jiang Xian's identity in the process. Jiang Bingyu now firmly believed that Jiang Xian's purpose in entering the Jiang household as a servant was far from innocent. He was undoubtedly after Xu Yan's extraordinary constitution as a vessel. It could be said that any possibility of Jiang Xian fostering a relationship with the Jiang sisters had been irrevocably severed. He had intended to gradually sow discord between Jiang Xian and the Jiang sisters, but targeting a servant as a prominent young master of the Jin dynasty's esteemed prime minister's residence would certainly raise suspicions. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jiang Xian would attempt to kill him and reveal his true identity instead. It was indeed a case of effortlessly acquiring what one sought after a long and arduous journey. Without the assistance of the Nirvana Sutra and the Jiang sisters to bolster his cultivation speed, Jiang Xian's future accomplishments would be limited, posing little threat to the Prime Minister's residence. However, as the protagonist of the world of exceptional servants, who could say what unforeseen opportunities Jiang Xian might encounter that had not been described in the original narrative, protagonists often possess an uncanny resilience. Those who cannot be killed often emerge stronger. Thus, while Jiang Xian had yet to realize his full potential, it was imperative to eliminate him before he could gain the chance to level up. Now, he awaited the arrival of his elder brother. Although Zhang Ligang was a formidable practitioner of the fourth rank in the Yin God realm, he was not a reliable match against Jiang Xian. The only celestial being he could currently call upon was his elder brother, Li Yinxian. Upon learning of the assassination attempt on his brother, Li Yinxian would undoubtedly be furious, and when Su Manqing intervened to aid Jiang Xian's escape, she left behind a trace of celestial energy. In his ignorance of Jiang Xian's true nature, Li Yinxian would assume that a celestial being was secretly guarding him, prompting him to take matters into his own hands to eliminate Jiang Xian. Once Jiang Xian was dead, he could claim the storage ring containing Su Manqing's soul. It could be said that Su Manqing was the second most significant figure in the world of exceptional servants. Without her assistance, Jiang Xian would never have achieved the heights of cultivation that rendered him unparalleled. It could be argued that whoever possessed that storage ring might very well become the protagonist. As fellow traversers, he believed that if Jiang Xian could become the protagonist, then so could he. He recalled that Jiang Xian's master was a powerful being sealed for millennia, a genuine legal loli. Initially, she had concealed her true appearance from Jiang Xian, presenting herself as an elderly man. It was only later, when she sought to reshape her body for rebirth, that her true form was revealed. Yet, unlike other tales, she did not end up with Jiang Xian. Even at the conclusion of the story of exceptional servants, she did not walk alongside him. However, all of that would soon belong to him. With this thought, a smile curled at the corners of Li Yanyao's mouth. Outside Linjiang City, by the banks of the Chuanza River, the air suddenly shimmered with a ripple, and in the next instant, Jiang Xian found himself suspended in midair. With a splash, Su Manqing could no longer control Jiang Xian's body, which plunged into the Chuanza River. Although his body lay still, it did not float on the surface but rather sank straight to the riverbed. Su Manqing, with no other recourse, exerted the last remnants of her soul energy to ensure Jiang Xian could breathe and not drown. As for anything else, she was powerless. This is a tremendous... Had I known the secular imperial forces were this strong, I would never have consented to Jiang Xian's assassination of that young master from the Prime Minister's household. Sealed for millennia, Su Manqing stamped her foot in frustration, causing the two enormous hemispheres before her to tremble. She had been unaware of the changes in the outside world over the years. Had it not been for the Jiang household servant, Wang Fugui, inadvertently breaking the seal while gathering firewood, her soul would have surely dissipated in a few hundred years. She had intended to take Wang Fugui as her disciple, liberating him from a life of servitude as a means of repaying her kindness, but Wang Fugui lacked the talent for cultivation. Thus, in desperation, she had chosen Jiang Xian, who had accompanied Wang Fugui to gather firewood millennia ago. The secular imperial dynasty had not possessed such strength, often surviving by clinging to the major sections. It seemed that the sects had suffered significant depletion during the righteous and demonic wars, allowing the secular imperial dynasty to reap the benefits. For 2 hours, Jiang Xian's body drifted along the riverbed until suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from the mouth of a jade lion. Just as Su Manqing had intervened to help Jiang Xian escape, she was on the verge of falling into a deep slumber herself. Safeguarding Jiang Xian's breath was already the extent of her capabilities, and she could only watch helplessly as Jiang Xian's body was swallowed by the jade lion. Chapter 14: The Useless Old Thing. Thud. Jiang Xian fell headfirst to the ground, and in the next instant, a large bump formed on his head. Had it not been for his 8th grade cultivation, such a fall could have resulted in a catastrophic brain injury. The impact was so painful that Su Manqing, who was ensconced within the ring, winced in sympathy, yet she was powerless to intervene. After several hours, Jiang Xian gradually regained consciousness. Hiss. My head hurts terribly. Jiang Xian felt an intense pain in his head and noticed that his body was somewhat damp, so he reached up to touch the painful area. Hiss. Upon feeling the lump on his head, he surmised the cause. It was either a bruise or a contusion. Jiang Xian rose and surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a small, enclosed room devoid of anything but a red jade bed. Master? Master, are you all right? Where is this place? Jiang Xian asked cautiously. Cough, cough. Jiang Xian, I nearly exhausted all my remaining spiritual energy while helping you escape from the Xiaoxiang pavilion, and I managed to teleport you outside Linjiang City. Su Manqing croaked, her voice aged and hoarse, tinged with weakness. However, there was a slight error in the teleportation distance, and you fell directly into the Chuanza River. My remaining spiritual energy could only ensure your breathing, preventing you from drowning. After drifting at the riverbed for several hours, a sudden and immense force pulled you in. My remaining spiritual energy was utterly powerless against it. When the suction finally ceased, you arrived here. I suspect this is a cave used for closed-door cultivation, and there may be some treasures within. Try to see if you can find an exit. I can hardly hold on. I must fall into slumber soon. The path ahead is yours alone to traverse, and do not provoke trouble, or I shall be unable to save you. Jiang Xin bowed earnestly. Master, rest assured, I will certainly find treasures to nourish my spirit and aid in your recovery. Do not worry, Master. I will not cause any trouble until you awaken. Su Manqing nodded in quiet approval from within the ring. Though she felt somewhat weakened after this endeavor, she had not succumbed to sleep. Jiang Xin's journey since taking her as his master had been remarkably smooth, and this act of feigning slumber served as a test for him. She intended to temper his character, imparting a vital lesson that in the end, one can only rely on oneself. As Jiang Xin's cultivation advanced, the adversaries he faced would grow stronger, and he would inevitably encounter foes she could not contend with. Just as in this instance, she could not assist him every time. Master? Master? Jiang Xin called softly, realizing that his master had indeed fallen into slumber. Master mentioned that this might be a cave for closed-door cultivation. He pondered. He examined his surroundings once more but found nothing unusual. Finally, his gaze fell upon the red jade bed approaching it. He reached out to touch the surface, and as soon as his hand made contact, a warm sensation surged into his body. Instantly, he recognized that this bed was a rare treasury. Jiang Xin lay upon the bed, allowing his clothes to dry before embarking on a quest to locate an exit from the room. After searching for quite some time without success, he concluded that the key to finding the exit must lie with the jade bed. Thus, he returned his focus to observing it closely. At last, he discovered a small indentation along the edge of the bed and, without hesitation, extended his hand toward it. Boom! With a resounding crash, Jiang Xin tumbled to the ground, one hand clutching his other, which was now bloodied, as he rolled about, desperately seeking relief from the pain. Master, my hand hurts terribly. Master, it feels like my hand is ruined. Yet no response came to his cries. Soon, having acclimated to the pain, Jiang Xin shakily retrieved a bottle of wound ointment from his storage ring and applied it to the injured area. He muttered incessantly, useless old thing, claiming to be a super strong being from 10,000 years ago, yet you couldn't even detect such a trivial trap, causing me such grievous injury. Jiang Xin seemed to have opened a floodgate of grievances. If you had helped me, I would have already captured Jiang Shuiyan. The strongest in the Jiang family is merely at the peak of the 6th grade. How could he possibly stop me if you intervened? Had I secured Jiang Shuiyan's primordial yin, the benefits would have been mine, and my cultivation would have soared. I wouldn't be reduced to a mere house servant. Pedantic old fool, you deserve to be sealed for a millennium. Su Manqing in the storage ring stared in disbelief at Jiang Xin, struggling to comprehend that these words were emerging from his mouth. Jiang Xin had always shown her great respect as his master, and she had planned to impart her most guarded techniques to him after this trial. However, it appeared that his outward reverence masked a different sentiment. She now considered whether she should bestow her strongest methods upon him. As Jiang Xin attended to his wounds, he felt as though he had lost something of great significance. This sensation had first struck him while cleaning the training grounds latrine earlier that day, but now it felt even more pronounced. Pooh! A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips. Meanwhile, in the Xiaoxiang pavilion, Li Yinyao, engrossed in his cultivation, sensed something and smiled faintly. Jiang Xin truly was the protagonist. Even if the timing was off, he had entered that cave beneath the river. It remained uncertain whether he would appreciate the gift Li Yinyao had prepared for him. As Li Yinyao departed from the cavern, he had left behind a 5-thunder talisman on the mechanism of the extreme flame jade bed. Just moments ago, a trace of his spiritual energy affixed to the talisman had suddenly dissipated, indicating that it had been triggered. Not long before, Jiang Xin had narrowly escaped from Zhang Ligong's clutches. By now, it was about the right time for Jiang Xin to have entered that cave. Moreover, that cave had existed for a considerable duration, and in the original storyline, only Jiang Xin had ventured inside. He could hardly fathom that anyone besides Jiang Xin could access that subterranean sanctuary. Uncle Zhang. In the next instant, Zhang Ligong appeared in Li Yinyao's chamber. Young master, what are your orders? Prepare a ground-level cultivation technique and some 5th-grade elixirs as a betrothal gift. Tomorrow morning, accompany me to propose to the Zhang family. Zhang Ligong hesitated. Young master, you are merely taking a concubine, and a small family from Linjiang City hardly warrants a ground-level cultivation technique. Ha, Li Yinyao chuckled lightly. Does Uncle Zhang believe that a person endowed with a heavenly furnace physique is not worthy of a ground-level cultivation technique? Indeed, I intend to take a concubine, but my ambitions extend beyond just Jiang Shuiyan. Chapter 15. He wishes to marry Shuiyan, not me. What does young master desire? Zhang Ligong expressed his confusion. Li Yinyao elucidated. The Jiang family indeed boasts 2 remarkable daughters. Remarkable daughters? Zhang Ligong exclaimed. Miss Jiang Bingyu also possesses a special constitution? Li Yinyao replied nonchalantly, indeed, I believe it to be a natural spiritual body. A natural spiritual body? Zhang Ligong reacted with astonishment. With a heavenly furnace and a natural spiritual body, one can achieve harmonious dual cultivation without harm, while the other can purify spiritual energy. This is truly the finest combination for dual cultivation. Young master is indeed fortunate, Zhang Ligong remarked with admiration. Li Yinyao, with a hint of amusement, responded, does Uncle Zhang still consider an earth-tier cultivation method to be of little value? Valuable, extremely valuable. Even adding a few more earth-tier techniques would be worthwhile. With these two ladies assisting, I estimate young master's cultivation will soon surpass mine, Zhang Ligong said, his face brimming with satisfaction. I shall prepare the betrothal gifts immediately. The following morning, Li Yinyao arose early, for he was to propose to the Zhang family. The lifestyle of requiring assistance even for rising was rather decadent, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. Uncle Zhang, are the betrothal documents and gifts ready? Let us proceed to the Zhang residence. The old servant has long prepared them. In this realm, the marriage process mirrored that of ancient times in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star, necessitating 3 documents and 6 gifts. However, as this was a proposal for a concubine, the formalities were less stringent. Thus, he instructed Zhang Ligong to prepare only the betrothal documents and gifts. The Zhang residence was adorned with decorations and had been meticulously cleaned, with guards stationed at the entrance awaiting their arrival. Ah, it seems the Zhang family places considerable importance on this proposal, Li Yinyao remarked upon witnessing the grand preparations. Who would dare disregard the Prime Minister's family? Zhang Ligong concurred. Zhang Tianzhang, observing a group approaching the Zhang residence, mused, the imposing demeanor of the guards accompanying this elder in youth suggests that the young one is indeed Li Yinyao. Having adjusted his attire and ensuring there were no flaws, Zhang Tianzhang hastened to greet Li Yinyao and his entourage. You must be Li Yinyao, he exclaimed, grasping Li Yinyao's hand with fervor. Uncle Zhang, what is this? You need not come personally to welcome one as junior as I, Li Yinyao replied coolly. He was not surprised by Zhang Tianzhang's gesture. Given his position, it would have been unexpected had Zhang Tianzhang not come to greet him. His courteousness stemmed from the fact that he was there to court the man's daughter, and he wished to accord her family some respect. Dear nephew, such words are unwarranted. We shall soon be family. Come, let us enter the residence. Standing outside serves no purpose. Li Yinyao and his companions were led into a meeting hall within the Zhang residence, where 3 elderly gentlemen and a young lady were already awaiting them. Although Li Yinyao was somewhat taken aback that it was Zhang Bingyu awaiting him rather than Zhang Xueyan, he refrained from inquiring and instead spoke, Uncle Zhang, has Bingyu informed you of the purpose of my visit? Indeed, she has. Bingyu mentioned yesterday that you are here specifically to propose, Zhang Tianzhang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Uncle Zhang, please present the betrothal documents and gifts. Zhang Ligong retrieved 2 folded papers and a storage ring from his robe and handed them to Li Yinyao. Uncle Zhang, here is the gift document for your review. If you find it satisfactory, we may exchange the betrothal documents shortly. I understand that you already have a fiancée, thus it stands to reason that this proposal is for a concubine. Is a betrothal document still necessary? Zhang Tianzhang questioned, puzzled. Li Yinyao shook his head, Uncle Zhang, although my visit is indeed to propose for a concubine, I believe it prudent to formalize my intentions. Zhang Tianzhang's face lit up with joy. He had feared that Bingyu might be treated poorly upon joining the Li family, yet it appeared this young master was deeply enamored with Bingyu, even striving to conduct the matter with as much formality as possible, thus granting her the respect she deserved. Excellent, excellent. I shall draft the betrothal document immediately. Someone, fetch the writing materials. Zhang Tianzhang commanded a nearby servant. As he took the gift document and sipped his tea, he opened the document. In the blink of an eye, his pupils constricted, and he nearly lost grip on the teacup, spilling some tea upon himself. Blinking rapidly, he cautiously remarked, Dear nephew, is it true that the earth-tier cultivation method mentioned in this document is accurate? Earth-tier cultivation method. Zhang Zhongxiang, Zhang Zhongrui, and Zhang Zhongyan exclaimed in unison. Even Zhang Bingyu's gaze towards Li Yinyao shifted, indicating that he indeed held Xueyan in high regard, otherwise, he would not have offered an earth-tier cultivation method. Li Yinyao observed their reactions, knowing he had made the right move. The Zhang family would not refuse his request, and he could further negotiate. It is indeed accurate, Uncle Zhang, this represents my sincerity. May I inquire if you find it satisfactory? Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianzhang's anxieties were alleviated. It was no surprise that the Prime Minister's family could afford to present an earth-tier cultivation method as part of the betrothal gifts. The most formidable technique within the Zhang family was merely a superior Xian-tier method, which Zhang Bingyu had acquired from the Yunxiao sect, while the rest of the Zhang family could not cultivate it. The most potent techniques available to the Zhang family were only of inferior Xian-tier. Although the cultivation methods in this world were categorized into 4 tiers and 12 grades, the disparity between grades could exceed 3-fold, while the gap between tiers could reach 10-fold. Not to mention the numerous 5th-grade elixirs. With these, he could swiftly ascend to the 5th grade, and with the support of the Prime Minister's family, the position of governor would be within easy reach. Ha, dear nephew, I am exceedingly pleased with this betrothal gift. I shall draft the betrothal document right away. Zhang Tianzhang exclaimed. He took the writing materials from the awaiting servant, and with a swift motion, the betrothal document was completed in mere moments. Li Yinyao accepted the betrothal document from Zhang Tianzhang, furrowing his brow as he placed it on a nearby table. Noticing his frown, Zhang Tianzhang inquired anxiously, Dear nephew, what troubles you? Is there an error in the betrothal document? He was desperate to ensure that this earth-tier cultivation method did not slip through his fingers, for that would be more painful than death. Uncle Zhang, I am uncertain how Miss Bingyu conveyed the details to you yesterday, but I have a betrothal document here for you to review, Li Yinyao said, handing over the document he had brought. Jiang Tianjing's expression turned to one of shock as he read the document. Dear nephew, you are not proposing to Bingyu. Why does this document state Xu Weiyan? Jiang Bingyu finally comprehended why her father had summoned her to the meeting hall instead of Xu Weiyan. Her face paled as she exclaimed, Father, what are you saying? He has always wished to marry Xu Weiyan, not me. Chapter 16 My arrival in Jiangcheng is for Xu Weiyan. Although Jiang Tianjing was unaware of why Li Yinyao had chosen the seemingly mediocre Jiang Xu Weiyan, he realized he had made a mistake and chuckled. Dear nephew, I apologize for the misunderstanding. Please return the marriage certificate to me, and I shall write a new one. However, Li Yinyao did not hand the certificate back to Jiang Tianjing. Instead, after neatly folding it and placing it in his bosom, he spoke, Uncle Jiang, while I came to propose for Xu Weiyan, I would also be amenable to marrying Miss Bingyu if she so desires. Bang! Li Yinyao, what do you mean? You want me to be your concubine? I refuse to entertain such an idea. Jiang Bingyu exclaimed, rising from her seat and striking the table loudly. Bingyu, what are you doing? Have you no sense of decorum as a lady? How have I raised you? Jiang Tianjing reprimanded. He then turned to Li Yinyao with a conciliatory smile. Young Master Li, do not worry, I still have the authority to decide on Bingyu's marriage. Father, how can you say that? I refuse to be a concubine to him. Jiang Bingyu protested vehemently. Jiang Tianjing's voice grew stern. Silence, am I not capable of deciding your marriage? You promised mother to take good care of me, yet now you wish to sell me off for a mere cultivation technique. I will no longer acknowledge you. Jiang Bingyu cried, wiping her tears as she fled the council chamber. Father, please go after Bingyu, ensure she does not come to harm, Jiang Tianjing said with a hint of helplessness, glancing at Jiang Tianxiang. Sigh. Jiang Tianxiang sighed and headed in the direction Bingyu had departed. Jiang Tianrui and Jiang Tianyun exchanged glances, also rushing out. The bride price included earth-level cultivation techniques, which could elevate the Jiang family by at least 2 tiers within a decade. They must persuade Bingyu otherwise. After the two left, Jiang Tianjing sighed, Nephew, I apologize for the scene you witnessed. Bingyu and Xu Weiyan lost their mother during childbirth, and I have cared for them both over the years. This child has grown a bit unruly under my indulgence. Uncle Jiang, it is quite alright. I find Miss Bingyu's candid nature rather endearing, Li Yinyao replied with a smile. In fact, why don't we turn this misunderstanding into an opportunity? I could draft a marriage proposal for Bingyu as well, and you could prepare one for Xu Weiyan. How about I take both of them? Jiang Tianjing was taken aback by Li Yinyao's suggestion of marrying both his daughters and promptly refused. That is impossible. Do not even entertain such a notion. I will not allow both my daughters to marry you. Li Yinyao was not surprised by Jiang Tianjing's rejection. He understood that Jiang Tianjing was not merely a man who sold his daughters for gain. On the contrary, he deeply cherished both of them. Li Yinyao's conclusion was drawn from the original narrative, where Jiang Xu Weiyan had been with Jiang Xian, who was merely a 7th-tier servant in the Jiang household, and Jiang Tianjing had offered no objection. This indicated that he did not care about the status of the man who married his daughter. If the suitor were powerful, all the better. Uncle Jiang, please do not be hasty in your rejection. Allow me to share something with you, and you may reconsider your stance, Li Yinyao urged. No matter what you say, it will not change my mind. You can only choose one between Bingyu and Xu Weiyan. You cannot have both, Jiang Tianjing replied, puffing his cheeks in irritation. Li Yinyao rose and poured a cup of tea for Jiang Tianjing, asking, Uncle Jiang, do you know the true purpose of my visit to Jiangcheng? What is it? Jiang Tianjing inquired. Having heard of Li Yinyao's reputation, he was curious as to why Li Yinyao chose to forsake the pleasures of the capital for the remote Jiangcheng. Uncle Jiang, if I were to say I came to Jiangcheng for Xu Weiyan, would you believe me? For Xu Weiyan? Jiang Tianjing murmured. He pondered for some time, utterly baffled as to what made his daughter so special that Li Yinyao would journey such a distance to propose to her. He looked at Li Yinyao and asked, what kind of beauties has young Master Li not encountered in the capital? Surely it cannot be Xu Weiyan's looks that have drawn you here. Xu Weiyan's talents are average, and I truly cannot fathom what it is about her that compels you to seek her as a concubine. Li Yinyao chuckled, Uncle, you are unaware of the truth. In fact, Miss Xu Weiyan possesses a unique constitution, and it is precisely this extraordinary trait that has brought me to Jiangcheng. Unique constitution? Jiang Tianjing was even more bewildered. He had seen such constitutions before. His eldest daughter, Jiang Bingyu, was a born spiritual body. However, he had never perceived Xu Weiyan to have such a constitution. If Xu Weiyan also possessed a unique constitution, her cultivation level would not merely be at the initial stage of the 8th tier. Although he lacked such a constitution himself, he understood well the cultivation speed associated with it due to having a daughter who was a spiritual body. Li Yinyao continued without further ado, have you heard of the heavenly gift cauldron physique? Miss Xu Weiyan possesses this very trait. Jiang Tianjing was, of course, aware of the heavenly gift cauldron physique. Having a partner with such a constitution was every man's dream, and he had indeed fantasized about it. However, he quickly realized that since Li Yinyao was unable to cultivate, and Xu Weiyan had the heavenly gift cauldron physique, this young man intended to cultivate through her. No wonder he offered such a lavish bride price. He could not stand idly by and watch Xu Weiyan become a mere tool for someone else's cultivation. Li Yinyao knew that Jiang Tianjing would deduce his intention to use Jiang Xu Weiyan to further his own cultivation, and he was certain that Jiang Tianjing would never consent to Li Yinyao marrying her. Nevertheless, that was the original intent of the character he inhabited. Now that he had successfully cultivated the Nirvana Sutra, he was capable of independent cultivation. His purpose in marrying both Jiang Xu Weiyan and Jiang Bingyu was to accelerate his own progress while simultaneously severing Jiang Xian's path. Before Jiang Tianzheng could speak, Li Yinyao interjected, Uncle Jiang, rest assured, my intention in taking Xue Yan as a concubine is not solely for the purpose of cultivation. Furthermore, the rumors circulating outside are somewhat exaggerated. I am not incapable of cultivation, merely my talent is a tad lacking. With that, Li Yinyao summoned his internal spiritual energy and displayed his full cultivation level. Jiang Tianzheng was astonished to discover that Li Yinyao could indeed cultivate and lamented the harm caused by rumors. Dear nephew, I can agree to marry Xue Yan to you, but I must reiterate, you can only choose one between Xue Yan and Bingyu. After all, aside from these two daughters, I have no other children left. I also intend to keep one daughter to welcome a son-in-law and preserve our family line. Seeing Jiang Tianzheng's stance, Li Yinyao understood that without employing some means, Jiang Tianzheng would never agree to marry both his daughters to him. Thus, he smirked, welcoming a son-in-law, I fear, Uncle Jiang, that you may not live to see that day. I will not hide the truth from you. Aside from myself, there is another who knows of Xue Yan's heavenly gift cauldron physique, and that individual is backed by a powerful divine presence. Unlike me, he is not so easy to negotiate with. Li Yinyao shook his head regretfully, should you refuse his demands, I fear the consequences could be dire, both your daughters may end up being reduced to mere cauldrons. Chapter 17. I confront Li Yinyao. Jiang Tianzheng trembled as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, what do you mean there is another person aware of this? He has a young god behind him. Li Yinyao nodded affirmatively, indeed, that person is none other than Jiang Xian, the house servant in Xue Yan courtyard, whom your uncle is familiar with. Ha, my dear nephew, do not jest with me. After Xue Yan took Jiang Xian in as a servant, I once discreetly assessed his cultivation, and he is merely an ordinary person devoid of any power. Jiang Tianzheng waved his hand dismissively, moreover, he does not possess a background like yours. How could he possibly have a young god backing him? Uncle, I must not hide the truth from you, just last night, Jiang Xian attempted to assassinate me at the Xiaoshang Pavilion, and indeed he has a young god behind him. Miss Bingyu is aware of this matter as well, if you doubt me, you may inquire with her. Is that so? Although Jiang Tianzheng found Li Yinyue's account plausible, he felt compelled to verify the matter with Bingyu. Please, dear nephew, wait here momentarily. I shall return shortly. After Jiang Tianzheng departed, Zhang Li just remarked, young master, if he remains unconvinced, should I intervene? Uncle Zhang, we are here to propose marriage, not to seize it. Rest assured, he knows what he must do, Li Yinyue replied with calm assurance. Jiang Tianzheng first sought out Jiang Xueyan to confirm whether she possessed the heavenly gifted cauldron body. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, he realized that Li Yinyue had not deceived him. In front of the small courtyard where Jiang Bingyu resided, Jiang Tianzheng sighed and entered. Father, uncles, is Bingyu all right? Bingyu is still inside, weeping. You may go in and check on her, Jiang Tianxiang replied in a somber tone. Jiang Tianyun and Jiang Tianrui, the two brothers, urged, yes, indeed, Tianzheng, hurry and see to Bingyu, she must be allowed to marry, that is an earth-level cultivation method. Jiang Tianzheng nodded silently and said nothing. With a creak, he pushed open the door and saw his eldest daughter weeping over the table. Jiang Bingyu's sobs struck his heart like a hammer. He approached gently and caressed her head. After a while, Jiang Bingyu finally ceased her tears, raising her reddened eyes and declaring, what do you want? Do not think I will marry Li Yinyue. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Jiang Tianzheng felt a pang of sorrow. Bingyu, I did not come to persuade you. I am here to verify something. What is it? Li Yinyue claims that Jiang Xian, the servant from Xue Yan courtyard, attempted to assassinate him last night and that there is indeed a young god behind Jiang Xian. Is this true? What a scoundrel Li Yinyue is, he clearly promised me yesterday that he would not pursue the matter of Jiang Xian's assassination, yet he dares to use it as leverage against you. I shall confront him. Jiang Bingyu slammed her hand on the table, preparing to seek out Li Yinyue for retribution. Jiang Tianzheng quickly intervened, Bingyu, do not be rash. Li Yinyue did not threaten me. He merely informed me of the situation. He said you could confirm the truth of his words, which is why I came to inquire. Seeing Jiang Tianzheng's demeanor, Jiang Bingyu recognized she had misunderstood Li Yinyue. What he said is indeed true. Jiang Xian did go to the Xiaoshang Pavilion last night to assassinate him, but he was stopped by that old man beside Li Yinyue. At the time, Jiang Xian was wearing a mask, and I did not recognize him. However, when that old man knocked off his mask, I finally realized it was Jiang Xian. Just as that old man was about to kill him, Jiang Xian suddenly vanished. That old man is a formidable figure of the fourth-ranking god realm. He mentioned that when Jiang Xian disappeared, he sensed the power of a young god. It seems Jiang Xian truly has a young god behind him. At these words, Jiang Tianzheng staggered back 2 steps. Father, what is wrong? Jiang Bingyu rushed forward to steady him. I am fine. It is merely a momentary fright. To think Jiang Xian has a young god backing him while our Jiang family allows him to serve as a mere house servant. Jiang Tianzheng composed himself, are you aware of Xue Yan's heavenly gifted cauldron body? Father, you know about Xue Yan's heavenly gifted cauldron body? Jiang Bingyu replied, somewhat nervously. Jiang Tianzheng nodded, yes, I learned this from Li Yinyue, which prompted me to confirm it with Xue Yan. Jiang Bingyu, feeling frustrated, retorted, Father, I told you Jiang Xian came to our Jiang residence as a servant with ulterior motives aimed at Xue Yan. He clearly possesses peak 8th rank cultivation, why would he settle for being a servant instead of a vassal? Li Yinyue asserts that Jiang Xian seeks to get close to Xue Yan, believing that if he becomes a vassal, he would have less time to be with her. I find his reasoning quite compelling. Moreover, after the incident with Jiang Xayan's assassination attempt, he fled. If I had not pleaded for our Jiang family, Li Yingyue would surely not have let us off so easily. Hearing this, Jiang Tianzheng could only bitterly smile. Foolish child. Li Yingyue is not sparing the Jiang family, he is sparing himself. He has long set his sights on you and Xue Yan. The Jiang family will henceforth be his own. How could he pursue the Jiang family for retribution? Furthermore, Li Yinyue's analysis is astute. Jiang Xayan coming to our Jiang residence as a servant is indeed to pursue Xue Yan. Otherwise, even if he were a vassal, he would hardly find it worth his while. With a Yang god backing him, how could he deign to covet the trifling status of our Jiang family? Bingyu, to be candid, I previously spoke with Li Yinyue. Between you and Xue Yan, you can only choose one. I still wish to retain one daughter to marry into our family line to preserve our legacy. My intention was for him to choose Xue Yan, as her unique constitution could aid his cultivation. He initially intended to take Xue Yan as a concubine. However, last night he changed his mind, seizing the opportunity today to write the marriage proposal incorrectly, inadvertently proposing to both of you. I suspect he has already discovered your innate spiritual body, otherwise, he would not have made such an outrageous demand. He harbors delusions, thinking I could share a husband with Xue Yan, Zhang Bingyu said, her face flushed. At the same time, she recalled how Li Yingyue discovered her innate spiritual body. It was all due to that revolting man who, while being intimate, had the audacity to channel spiritual energy into her mouth. The innate spiritual body is akin to the heavenly gifted cauldron body, possessing both external and internal attributes, and is not easily discernible. However, if someone were to probe the body of the possessor, it would be readily apparent. Jiang Tianzheng sighed deeply. Alas, Li Yingyue remarked that I may not be destined to have a son-in-law come to our door. Father, has he threatened you? Jiang Bingyu asked urgently. Bingyu, how many times must I remind you not to act impulsively? He did not threaten me, Jiang Tianzheng said gravely. He stated that Jiang Xayan has long set his sights on you and Xue Yan, and that Jiang Xayan would not be as amiable as he is. At that point, it could lead to a fate of death and extermination for our clan, leaving you and Xue Yan to become Jiang Xayan's cauldrons. Chapter 18. Only he can save the Jiang family. Upon hearing his eldest daughter's words, Jiang Tianzheng could not help but reflect on how he had overly sheltered his two daughters over the years. He was taken aback by Bingyu's naivety. Bingyu, the intention behind Jiang Xayan's service at the Jiang residence is primarily to acquire the heavenly furnace for Xue Yan. Moreover, he is backed by a solar deity. You must understand that your unique constitution is not a secret to the solar deity. Jiang Xayan must have discovered your innate spiritual body, and his ambitions undoubtedly extend beyond Xue Yan, encompassing you as well. Realizing the truth in her father's words, Jiang Bingyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Every time she returned home from Yunxiao sect, Jiang Xayan had consistently showered her with attention and fulfilled her requests. It dawned on her that he had long been harboring intentions toward her. Seeing the look of realization on Bingyu's face, Jiang Tianzheng felt somewhat relieved. It seemed his daughter was merely a bit naive, rather than entirely foolish. He continued, if Jiang Xayan's objectives were to be fulfilled at the Jiang family, it would be manageable. He would likely refrain from any outrageous actions, sparing those who have offended him for your and Xue Yan's sakes. However, given that he was discovered attempting to assassinate Li Yinyao yesterday, he can no longer remain at the Jiang residence. Do you believe that after a year of servitude, during which he has endured considerable indignities and has yet to achieve his goals, he will let us off the hook when he has a chance to strike? Jiang Bingyu's complexion turned pale as if struck by lightning. Indeed, her father spoke the truth. Jiang Xayan had wasted a significant amount of time that could have been spent cultivating during his year as a servant in the Jiang family. As a peak 7th-tier cultivator, she understood all too well that obstructing someone's path to cultivation is akin to committing patricide. If Jiang Xayan succeeded in his ambitions, it would be one matter. But should he fail, he would undoubtedly take action against the Jiang family. Moreover, during Jiang Xayan's tenure as a servant, he had undoubtedly suffered numerous grievances. If he were to find an opportunity in the future, he would surely retaliate against the Jiang family to avenge the humiliation of servitude. Furthermore, she had not only made Jiang Xayan endure punishment yesterday but had also forced him to clean the practice grounds latrines, effectively incurring his wrath. Although Li Yinyao had not harmed Jiang Xayan yesterday, he had already taken note of the offense, and now that he had attempted to assassinate Li Yinyao, she could only imagine the consequences for herself. With a quivering voice tinged with despair, she exclaimed, Father, what shall we do? I had someone punish Jiang Xayan yesterday and made him clean the latrines. He will surely not spare the Jiang family in the future. The world speaks of Li Yinyao as a good-for-nothing scion, Jiang Tianzheng lamented. Yet, judging by his performance today, he is far from a mere wastrel. He is clearly concealing his talents while playing the role of a fool. He seems to have us Jiang family completely figured out. It's possible he has already seen through Jiang Xayan's true identity and is deliberately pushing him away. After offending Jiang Xayan, we would become mere meat on the chopping block, entirely at his mercy. Li Yinyao's only shortcoming may be his relatively poor cultivation talent, but once he takes you and Xue Yan under his wing, his progress will be swift, and this flaw will soon be rectified. Jiang Tianzheng, suddenly enlightened, broke into a cold sweat as he spoke in a hushed voice. He will certainly not let this opportunity slip by. Everything is unfolding according to his design. Jiang Bingyu was equally astounded. Her father's words resonated deeply. If Li Yinyao was truly as he described, then it all made sense. No wonder he remained unfazed beneath her sword and even managed to exert pressure on her. It became apparent that he had meticulously calculated his moves, understanding the Jiang family's dynamics better than she, as the eldest daughter, ever could. He must have been aware of her character and the bond she shared with Xue Yan. Once he realized Xu Yan had been captured, she would undoubtedly rush to her sister's aid, falling right into his trap, allowing him to set his subsequent plans in motion. He had first sent an elderly man to hold her back, thereby establishing a connection with her. Then, through coercion, he had compelled her to perform, stripping away her dignity, and ultimately, he had maneuvered to claim her first kiss through her sister, Xu Yan. However, she had resolutely kept her mouth shut, preventing him from channeling his energy into her, while he had declared his intention to take Xu Yan as a concubine and visit the Jiang residence to propose. He must have anticipated her attempt to dissuade him from taking Xu Yan as a concubine that evening, ensuring his own cultivation remained hidden. Otherwise, she feared revealing her innate spiritual body would deter her from confronting him. As for why Li Yinyao hadn't allowed the elderly man to verify whether she possessed an innate spiritual body, she had devised an explanation. Although he was uncertain about her true nature, he had already resolved to take Xu Yan as a concubine. Regardless of whether she was an innate spiritual body, she was still his sister-in-law, and the elderly man would not dare to act against her. If that were the case, he would certainly take her as a concubine, making her the little mistress of that elderly man, whom Li Yinyao would never permit to harm his main consort. And thus, she had unwittingly walked deeper into Li Yinyao's scheme, completely oblivious until her father's reminder shone a light on the truth. Jiang Bingyu felt that Li Yinyao's depth of character was astonishing. From the moment he suspected her to be an innate spiritual body, she realized she could never escape his grasp. Everything was part of his grand design. Suddenly, Jiang Bingyu found herself revising her perception of Li Yinyao. Her understanding of him had been shaped by hearsay, leading her to believe he was a frivolous youth, reliant on his family background, committing misdeeds without consequence. Yet, all those rumors were false. The real Li Yinyao was anything but a wastrel. Instead, he was astute, filled with wisdom, hailing from the illustrious Li family, the highest-ranking family in the great Jing dynasty, with only his cultivation level being a minor flaw. Should he take both her and Xu Yan as concubines, that flaw would be rectified. In light of this, Jiang Bingyu began to see Li Yinyao as an ideal match for her and Xu Yan. Contemplating this, she felt her resistance to the notion of marrying Li Yinyao wane. Moreover, the dowry he offered included a ground-level cultivation technique, highlighting his regard for Xu Yan. If she and Xu Yan were to marry Li Yinyao, he would undoubtedly treat them well.
Father, I understand now. The only one who can save our Jiang family is Li Yinyao, Jiang Bingyu declared. Jiang Xian was rescued by the solar deity behind him and dared not reveal his true identity. Now, he is our only hope. Chapter 19. Bingyu agrees to marry you, but did you not just express your unwillingness to marry Li Yinyao? Jiang Tianjing said in a solemn tone. Father, after hearing your earlier words, I have come to realize that Li Yinyao is not as bad as I initially thought, Jiang Bingyu explained. Although his cultivation level is somewhat lacking and his talent is not particularly remarkable, these shortcomings can be remedied after my sister Xu Yan and I marry him. Moreover, considering how much he values Xu Yan, he would certainly treat us well once we become part of his family.
Contrary to the rumors, he is not as unworthy as they suggest. In fact, it seems that our Jiang family has been thoroughly under his control. Finally, Jiang Bingyu spoke earnestly. As the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, I have been nurtured by my family for many years. It is now time for me to contribute to our family's well-being. For the sake of the Jiang family, I am willing to marry him. With reddened eyes, Jiang Tianzheng gazed at his daughter, knowing that as long as Bingyu was willing to wed Li Yinyao, the Jiang family could weather this storm and avoid the tragic fate of ruin due to retaliation. He understood Xu Yan's nature. She had always been compliant, and if he spoke up, she would undoubtedly agree. Reflecting on this, Jiang Tianzheng's tears began to flow. Bingyu, I am deeply sorry for you. It is my fault for not being able to secure our family's safety without resorting to marrying off my two daughters at this age. I feel utterly inept as the head of the family. Jiang Bingyu, aware of her father's distress, comforted him. Father, please do not think this way. Both daughters are willing participants. Did I not just tell you that Li Yinyao is not as unworthy as the rumors suggest? Furthermore, he comes from a respectable background, making him a suitable match. Father, please respond to Li Yinyao promptly. We must not keep him waiting, for he is not as easygoing as he claims. Jiang Bingyu added softly, I will go speak to Xu Yan, otherwise, she may still be unaware that she is about to marry. Let us meet in the conference hall shortly. Jiang Tianjing nodded. Very well, I shall find Li Yinyao first. How is it, Tianzheng, has Bingyu agreed to marry? Tianzheng, you must persuade Bingyu. If we miss this opportunity, the Jiang family will find it nearly impossible to obtain the Earth-tier cultivation techniques. Those are Earth-tier techniques. With them, even the lower quality ones could elevate our Jiang family to new heights. Jiang Zhongyan and Jiang Zhongrui approached hastily upon seeing Jiang Tianzheng exit the room. Jiang Tianzheng felt frustrated but restrained himself. These two were not only his uncles but also elders of the family, and their concerns were indeed valid, all for the sake of the family's future.
She has consented, Jiang Tianzheng said gravely. I will inform Li Yinyao that he need not worry any longer.
Before the conference hall, Jiang Tianzheng adjusted his attire, ensuring everything was in order before stepping inside.
Ah, dear nephew, I trust you have not been waiting long, Li Yinyao greeted with a smile upon seeing Jiang Tianzheng, immediately deducing that Jiang Bingyu must have agreed to marry him. Otherwise, Jiang Tianzheng would not appear so cheerful. Uncle, you bring me good news, I presume? Li Yinyao said with a grin. Bingyu has agreed, hasn't she? Indeed, my dear nephew, you are quite perceptive. Here is the betrothal certificate for Xu Yan, Jiang Tianzheng replied, handing over the document prepared for Jiang Bingyu. Li Yinyao, since our families have settled the marriage arrangement, I shall take the liberty of addressing you simply as Yinyao, Jiang Tianzheng ventured cautiously.
I agree to marry both my daughters to you, but I am uncertain about the matter concerning Jiang Xin. Uncle need not be so formal. According to the date specified in the betrothal certificate, in 9 days' time, I will wed Bingyu and Shuiyan. My father is too occupied to attend, but my elder brother will serve as my witness.
As long as he is present, the matter concerning Jiang Xin shall be easily resolved.
Are you referring to the youngest Yang god in centuries, the esteemed Li Yinxian?
Jiang Tianzhang exclaimed.
If it is truly that esteemed individual, then the issue with Jiang Xin will surely be addressed effortlessly. If I had no other elder brothers, he would indeed be the one, Li Yinyao chuckled. When Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan entered the conference hall, they found Li Yinyao and their father engaged in lively conversation, which instantly relieved her anxiety from her past experiences. She knew that if Li Yinyao's demands were unmet, he would likely resort to coercion and manipulation. However, it appeared that he was not doing so this time. Miss Shuiyan, it has been quite some time, Li Yinyao greeted warmly upon seeing his future bride hiding behind Jiang Bingyu. Jiang Shuiyan shyly replied, "Good to see you again, young Master Li."
Miss Shuiyan must already be aware of my purpose for visiting the Jiang residence, correct? Li Yinyao inquired.
Jiang Shuiyan, blushing, nodded, "Yes, you have come to ask for my father's permission to propose."
"Then, does Miss Shuiyan wish to marry me?" Li Yinyao asked.
"The decision regarding my marriage rests entirely with my father," Jiang Shuiyan said, casting a glance at Jiang Tianzhang. "Li Yinyao, do not bully Shuiyan," Jiang Bingyu interjected protectively, positioning herself in front of her sister, resembling a hen guarding her chicks. Li Yinyao merely smiled and ignored Jiang Bingyu, turning his attention back to Jiang Tianzhang. "Uncle, I initially came to the Jiang residence intending to propose solely to Shuiyan. However, plans have changed, and I now wish to marry both Bingyu and Shuiyan. My previous betrothal gift can no longer be considered valid. How about we adjust it by adding an earth-tier cultivation technique to the original gift?" "That sounds splendid, truly splendid,"
Jiang Tianzhang exclaimed with laughter. "However, dear nephew, while the wedding date has been set, have you also chosen a suitable venue for the ceremony?"
"The place you currently reside, the Xiaoxiang Pavilion, is somewhat inappropriate for such an occasion,"
Jiang Tianzhang remarked cautiously, glancing at Li Yinyao.
"Uncle is correct, I had not considered that," Li Yinyao admitted, turning to Zhang Ligong, who stood nearby. "Uncle Zhang, please arrange for the use of the prefectural governor's residence for a few days, as I will be hosting a marriage ceremony."
"That should not pose a problem, correct?"
"Young master, the lord of Linjiang City is an old acquaintance of the master. Borrowing the residence for a few days should not be an issue. I shall make the arrangements promptly."
Li Yinyao responded cheerily, "Uncle, what do you think of this venue?"
"This location is excellent, we shall proceed with it." Jiang Tianjing nodded in agreement. As the highest authority in Linjiang City, the lord's residence was undoubtedly the finest, and he was more than satisfied with the choice. Suddenly, Li Yinyao's previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Uncle, in truth, my visit to the Jiang residence extends beyond merely proposing." Li Yinyao, considering
Li Yinyao, however, paid no heed to Jiang Bingyu, instead fixing his gaze intently on Jiang Tianzhang. Chapter 20 Capturing a Person. Bingyu, have I not taught you to remain composed in the face of adversity?
Jiang Tianzhang glared at his daughter Jiang Bingyu, taken aback, could only sit down and glare fiercely at Li Yinyao. "Pray tell, esteemed nephew, aside from seeking a proposal, what brings you here?" "It is not a matter of great significance," Li Yinyao replied, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Bingyu before addressing Jiang Tianzhang. "Uncle, I wish to ascertain whether the contract binding Jiang Xin is still in the Jiang residence." Jiang Bingyu involuntarily shivered at Li Yinyao's gaze. "Esteemed nephew, I initially thought it to be a matter of great import, worthy of your solemnity. I shall have someone fetch it immediately." Jiang Tianzhang sighed in relief.
"Any matter concerning Jiang Xin is indeed of great consequence," Li Yinyao articulated deliberately. Jiang Tianzhang concurred. "Indeed, matters relating to Jiang Xin are never trivial, especially considering the esteemed Yang god behind him."
"It is prudent to exercise caution, sister. I told you that young Master Li is a good person. Look how much he considers the Jiang family," Jiang Shuiyan whispered to Jiang Bingyu. She had been quietly listening from behind her sister, occasionally peeking at Li Yinyao. Jiang Shuiyan thought it wise to understand her future husband better. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Bingyu recognized her misunderstanding of Li Yinyao. He was evidently concerned for the Jiang family, yet she had unjustly accused him. She resolved to apologize to him later. Before long, a steward hurried into the council chamber. "Master, here is the contract binding Jiang Xin." Jiang Tianzheng handed it to Li Yinyao, stating, "Esteemed nephew, this is the contract, but I must question your intention for it. It should no longer bind Jiang Xin, considering he is protected by a Yang god. This contract can only restrain those of the 7th rank and below. The contract binding a servant is, in fact, a magical artifact. Upon signing, a mark is inscribed upon the soul, allowing the master to exert control over the servant's fate, with life and death resting upon a mere thought. However, this artifact has a significant limitation. It is only effective against lower-ranked practitioners. Once a practitioner's rank rises, the contract can no longer bind their soul. Li Yinyao passed the contract to Zhang Ligan, saying, "Uncle Zhang, could you examine this contract for any discrepancies?" Zhang Ligan took the contract and scrutinized it carefully. After a moment, he spoke gravely, "Young master, this contract is utterly void. It has been erased. Some residual yang energy remains, yet it is faint, suggesting the erasure occurred quite some time ago." Li Yinyao nodded, storing the contract in his storage ring. "Esteemed nephew, has this elder not already confirmed that a young god stands behind Jiang Xin? Why then must you seek to verify the contract once more?" Zhang Tianzheng inquired, perplexed. Li Yinyao elucidated, last night, Uncle Zhang sensed the intervention of a young god in rescuing Jiang Xan, yet we cannot ascertain whether it was indeed a young god who intervened.
This inquiry is merely to confirm that, after all, this matter pertains to the safety of both the Jiang family and myself. It is wise to proceed with caution. Zhang Tianjing nodded. I see, then I shall leave the matter of Jiang Xan in your capable hands. Li Yinyao waved his hand dismissively. It is no trouble, it serves my own interests as well. After all, Jiang Xan harbors animosity towards me. He is, in essence, a shared target and uncle. Since the necessary matters have been attended to, I shall take my leave, as I have other affairs to attend to, Li Yinyao announced as he rose. Zhang Tianjing stood as well. Bingyu and Xu Yan shall accompany me to see off Yinyao, outside the gates of the Jiang residence. Uncle, this will suffice for my farewell. Li Yinyao addressed the members of the Jiang family who had come to see him off. Bingyu, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Come with me, Li Yinyao said. Jiang Bingyu hesitated, glancing at her father. Jiang Tianzheng remarked, Yinyao, in a few days, you and Bingyu shall be wed. It is somewhat improper to meet now. What could be so pressing that it cannot wait a few days? Li Yinyao smiled. Uncle, this matter pertains to Jiang Xan, and I wish to understand the details from Bingyu. Rest assured, I have no intention of engaging in any improper conduct. I can hold off for a few days. Taken aback by Li Yinyao's mention of Jiang Xan, Zhang Tianjing found himself at a loss for words. This Jiang Bingyu understood she could not evade this and did not wish to put her father in a difficult position, so she spoke. I will accompany you, Uncle Zhang. Have the matters at the governor's office been resolved? Li Yinyao turned to Zhang Ligang. Indeed, it has been settled. The city lord even lamented that you did not inform him of your arrival in Linjiang City beforehand, so he could prepare a welcome for you. Very well, then let us proceed to the governor's office. At the governor's office, Jiang Bingyu noticed that Li Yinyao was merely seated there, sipping tea, neglecting her presence and failing to explain the reason for summoning her, which made her restless. Li Yinyao, what was it that you wished to discuss? I do have a matter I wish to inquire of you, Bingyu, Li Yinyao said softly, setting down his teacup. Might you be acquainted with Yi Lingyao? Yi Lingyao, Jiang Bingyu shook her head. Is she not the courtesan of the teaching bureau? I have only heard of her but do not know her personally. She is also considered Jiang Xan's confidant. She may possess information about him. I had assumed you were acquainted, Li Yinyao explained. How could Jiang Xan possibly know her? His public identity is merely that of a servant. How could he gain access to the teaching bureau? Yi Lingyao, as the courtesan, would surely not take notice of someone of Jiang Xan's status. Jiang Bingyu replied. Li Yinyao remarked nonchalantly, whether or not you believe it, we shall simply summon her and ascertain the truth. Uncle Zhang, please send someone to the teaching bureau to summon Yi Lingyao. Zhang Ligan did not immediately send someone to fetch Yi Lingyao. Instead, he regarded Li Yinyao as though he wished to say something. Noticing Zhang Ligan's hesitation, Li Yinyao furrowed his brow. Uncle Zhang, why have you yet to send someone to fetch Yi Lingyao? Young master, the future young mistress is present. Would it not be inappropriate to summon Yi Lingyao? Zhang Ligan was aware that since the young master had departed from the capital, he had not interacted with women for quite some time, yet now, with the future young mistress present, how could he go about capturing someone for the young master? Li Yinyao, realizing Zhang Ligan had misunderstood, chuckled, Uncle Zhang, Yi Lingyao is indeed Jiang Xan's confidant. Once she is brought here and interrogated, all will be revealed. Zhang Ligan understood and replied, very well, I shall immediately send someone to bring Yi Lingyao here. Li Yinyao did not intend for Zhang Ligan to act recklessly. Yi Lingyao was indeed one of Jiang Xan's confidants, and while her role in the early narrative was not substantial, she was not entirely inconsequential at this time. It was only after he had secured matters with Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan that he recalled this particular female character. His intention in capturing Yi Lingyao was not merely for information but also to subtly remind Jiang Bingyu of her own boundaries. Chapter 21, Who are you? Release me at once. I am affiliated with the Ministry of Music. Do you not comprehend the dire consequences of abducting someone from the ministry? You shall lose your heads for this. Quickly, set me free. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Yi Lingyao has been brought in. Bring her in. Enter. Yi Lingyao was shoved into the room by two guards. Li Yinyao surveyed Yi Lingyao, who had fallen to the ground, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Truly, she was a captivating beauty, rivaling even Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan, yet she exuded a certain allure that the other two lacked. To his great surprise, he noted that this world still had white silk, a detail not mentioned in the novels. You are the one who ordered my abduction, are you not? Who do you think you are, daring to bring me here from the Ministry of Music? Do you understand, though I am a lowly woman of the ministry, I am still under its protection. If you dare to harm me, you will lose your heads. Yi Lingyao rose, adjusting her disheveled clothing, and looked at Li Yinyao with an air of pride, as if she were the one in control. Ah, who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you think carefully before you answer my questions. Do you know Jiang Xan, or rather, the person who met you while wearing this mask? Li Yinyao produced the mask that Jiang Xan had dropped while fleeing after attempting to assassinate him. Jiang Xan always donned this mask when meeting Yi Lingyao, who was unaware of his true appearance. Although Li Yinyao could impersonate Jiang Xan to deceive Yi Lingyao, he deemed it unnecessary, as he was neither Jiang Xan nor familiar with their specific affairs, which could easily lead to exposure. Moreover, he would be unable to extract any concrete information about Jiang Xan, given that Yi Lingyao herself was not well versed in his secrets. His true intention was to recruit Yi Lingyao, to make her his own. Upon seeing the mask, Yi Lingyao instinctively took 2 steps back, covering her mouth. What have you done to him? Who exactly are you? Jiang Bingyu gazed at Li Yinyao in astonishment, realizing that he was indeed telling the truth. The courtesan of the ministry was genuinely acquainted with Jiang Xan, and their relationship ran deep. Who I am is of no importance. Do you know his whereabouts now? Yi Lingyao remained silent, merely observing Li Yinyao.
Li Yinyao, noticing her lack of response, continued, Yi Lingyao, daughter of the magistrate of Jiangyang, Yifan, was later implicated when her father embezzled funds from the court and was sent to the Ministry of Music in Jiangyin. And the magistrate of Jiangyin is a former friend of your father, Yifan. Under his protection, you have suffered little in the ministry and have even risen to the position of its courtesan, am I correct? How do you know all this? Since you are aware of my relationship with Uncle Yao, why do you not release me? Li Yinyao scoffed, a mere magistrate cannot intimidate me. What you must consider now is whether you will answer my questions. Though Yao Wei can shield you from harm within the ministry, that is the extent of his power. If you divulge everything you know, I may assist you in shedding your lowly status. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyao realized that the man before her was not of simple origins. However, this was Jiang Yin. If she could delay matters long enough for someone to inform Uncle Yao, she would be safe. Though his offer was enticing, the prospect of escaping her lowly status was not so easily achieved, unless someone helped vindicate her father or a general amnesty was declared. She did not believe that this man possessed such capability. Seeing Yi Lingyao's silence, Li Yinyao remained unperturbed, stepping closer to gently pat her cheek. However, given that we are in Jiangyin, I must afford some respect to Yao Wei. For such a beautiful woman, I shall refrain from inflicting physical punishment. Instead, we shall employ other means. Take her away. Though Li Yinyao had no intention of subjecting Yi Lingyao to physical torture, he instructed Zhang Ligang to bind her hands and feet, seal her hearing, and confine her in a cage, then cast her into a dark room. Observing the slightly defiant glint in Yi Lingyao's eyes as she was led away, Li Yinyao couldn't help but feel amused. This tactic, while seemingly less direct than physical punishment, was aimed at psychological torment. By placing Yi Lingyao in a room where her hearing was sealed, he created a makeshift soundproof chamber where she could distinctly hear the creaking of bones and the rustling of her own movements. The cage was meant to heighten her sense of confinement, and binding her limbs was simply a precaution to prevent self-harm. Not everyone could endure such sensations, and should she injure herself, it would be quite troublesome. Why, young Master Li, are you showing compassion? Refusing to impose punishment, when will you extract information about Jiang Xin? Zhang Bingyu remarked sarcastically. Li Yinyao explained, Yao Wei is, after all, a former student of my father, and this is his territory. In a few days, we shall be using his residence for our wedding. I must afford him some consideration. 3 days, grant me 3 days, and I shall have her divulge everything she knows. Zhang Bingyu appeared skeptical. You intend to achieve this with such methods? In 3 days, you shall witness the efficacy of my approach. Without physical punishment, I am curious to see how you will extract the information in 3 days. Li Yinyao smiled silently. He was confident in his understanding of psychological manipulation in modern society. If physical pain often instills fear, while mental anguish compels submission. He turned to Zhang Shu and inquired, by the way, have we received any news regarding Jiang Xin? Young master, we have dispatched individuals to post Jiang Xin's wanted notice throughout the region, and other counties are following suit. We should soon have leads on his whereabouts. Li Yinyao frowned. Was this not akin to delivering Jiang Xin to his enemies? He did not believe that the local powers could capture or kill Jiang Xin. It was far more likely that he would turn the tables and eliminate them instead. Send our men to search around Dalong Mountain. If they encounter Jiang Xin, do not act rashly. Instead, relay the information back immediately and keep him under surveillance. If possible, casually mention the impending marriage between myself and the Jiang family scheduled for 10 days hence. Understood, I shall dispatch someone to Dalong Mountain at once. He trusted that Jiang Xin would be unable to ignore the unfolding events, and when he sought information, Yi Lingyao would prove invaluable. After all, brothels, taverns, and inns were among the most reliable sources of information. Jiang Xin rarely frequented such places and had no connections there. To gather intelligence, he would most likely seek out Yi Lingyao at the Ministry of Music. Chapter 22. I wonder how Miss Lingyao has been sleeping these past few days. In the serene quiet of the meditation chamber, spiritual energy flowed silently and ceaselessly. As the Nirvana Sutra circulated endlessly, Li Yinyao resembled a famished individual who had gone 3 days without sustenance, ravenously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, continuously replenishing himself. Time seemed to lose all meaning during the process of cultivation, until, with a sharp crack, Li Yinyao felt as if something within him had shattered. Had he truly achieved a breakthrough, sensing the relentless surge of spiritual energy within him, Li Yinyao halted the flow of his technique. Observing the scattered spirit stones on the ground, now devoid of energy, he couldn't help but lament the resource-intensive nature of cultivation. Had he not possessed substantial wealth, he wondered how long it might have taken for him to achieve such a breakthrough. Stepping out of the meditation chamber, a blinding ray of sunlight pierced his eyes. Before he could utter a word, Zhang Ligang, who had been waiting outside, promptly exclaimed, "Congratulations, young master, on breaking through to the 8th rank of the Qi-feeding realm." His voice was brimming with excitement, which stirred a sense of exhilaration within Li Yinyao as well. Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao confirmed that he indeed had reached the 8th rank. However, the absence of challenges meant that the breakthrough felt devoid of a significant sense of accomplishment. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his enhanced strength, which provided an added layer of self-protection, was undoubtedly a positive development. Li Yinyao nodded and said, "Uncle Zhang, I am still quite ignorant regarding the matters of cultivation. Had you not informed me, I would have remained unaware of my own breakthrough. Please enlighten me about the intricacies of cultivation." Certainly, I shall explain it to you right away, young master. The cultivation system of the Tianqian continent is divided into 10 ranks. 9th rank. Qi Condensation Realm, 8th rank Qi Feeding Realm, 7th rank Illumination Realm, 6th rank Qi Gathering Realm, 5th rank Spirit Condensation Realm, 4th rank Yin Spirit Realm, 3rd rank Yang Transformation Realm, 2nd rank Yang Spirit Realm, 1st rank Saint Realm. As for the realms above the 1st rank, I am afraid I have no knowledge. Young master, you are currently at the 8th rank of the Qi Feeding Realm, which, at your age, signifies a modest talent. Miss Bingyu is at the pinnacle of the 7th rank Illumination Realm and will soon break through to the 6th rank Qi Gathering Realm, a truly exceptional talent. Uncle Zhang, please do not jest with me. What modest talent do I possess? After exhausting so many cultivation resources, I am still merely an 8th rank Qi Feeding Realm cultivator. How can that be considered talent? If these resources were given to someone like Bingyu, she would likely have reached the 5th rank Yang Transformation Realm by now. Zhang Ligang awkwardly replied, achieving the 8th rank at this age is indeed a sign of modest talent. Li Yinyao chose not to argue and asked, Uncle Zhang, how long have I been cultivating? Young master, you have been cultivating for 3 days now. Li Yinyao was taken aback. Has it truly been that long? What of Yi Lingyao, has there been any word? Did you not say before that we should not concern ourselves with her while she was confined? Zhang Ligang responded. He had initially planned to meditate for one night and check on Yi Lingyao the following day, but unexpectedly found himself breaking through, and 3 days had elapsed in the blink of an eye. Li Yinyao's lips twitched. He hoped that Yi Lingyao had not been utterly broken by this ordeal. As far as he knew, a person could only endure in a negative decibel chamber for a maximum of 45 minutes. Although this chamber did not compare to one of that nature, 3 days was still ample time for Yi Lingyao to withstand. Any news regarding Jiangxin? Zhang Ligang replied somewhat sheepishly, not yet, but we have discovered what appears to be Jiangxin's traces within Delong Mountain. Li Yinyao nodded slightly. He did not expect his subordinates to locate Jiang Xian. It was merely for show. True action would have to await the arrival of his elder brother, Li Yinxian. Would his elder brother confront Jiangxin directly? Did he not care about saving face? It would be best to wait until everyone was at a loss before allowing his brother to intervene. What of Bingyu, has she returned? Young master, after you began your cultivation, Miss Bingyu departed. Summon her. I wish to see how Yi Lingyao has confessed. Very well. Clop, clop, clop. Li Yinyao, are you truly so confident that you can make Yi Lingyao speak, that you specifically summoned me to witness her confession? Zhang Bingyu pushed open the door, her spirits evidently high. She had come to observe Li Yinyao's antics, unable to believe that anyone could elicit confessions without coercion or temptation. She was rather eager to see what expression would grace Li Yinyao's face should Yi Lingyao remain silent. Li Yinyao smiled and replied, of course I am confident, let us go see Yi Lingyao together. Under the guidance of Zhang Ligang, the two arrived at a hidden chamber nestled within a rockery. Li Yinyao did not permit Zhang Ligang to accompany them and instead entered the long passageway with Zhang Bingyu. Only by channeling spiritual energy into his eyes could Li Yinyao barely discern the path ahead. At the end of the passage was a modest chamber, in the center of which stood a small cage. Clop, clop, cloppy footsteps echoed from afar, seemingly alerting the occupant of the cage to the presence of visitors. However, the soundproof Yi Lingyao remained oblivious, curled up within the cage, her leg trembling incessantly. Soon, Li Yinyao arrived beside the cage, standing for a moment with Zhang Bingyu before it. The chamber was oppressively silent, broken only by Yi Lingyao's hurried and somewhat erratic breaths. Li Yinyao reached out and gently caressed the tear-stained cheek of the young woman. Suddenly, Yi Lingyao grasped his hand tightly. She did not resist but instead pressed his palm firmly against her cheek. Like a drowning person clutching a life-saving straw, she held on desperately, as if only this contact could provide her with a modicum of security. In response to Yi Lingyao's actions, Li Yinyao understood that success was within reach. Even if he were to offer her a stick, she would cling to it fervently. Zhang Bingyu, witnessing this scene, was utterly perplexed. It was evident that Li Yinyao had done nothing but bind the girl and confine her to a chamber, so why was she in such a state? Bingyu, please restore her hearing. I do not know how. Li Yinyao had initially intended to feign an air of profound mystery, but lacking the means to restore Yi Lingyao's hearing, he found himself at a loss. As she could not hear, communication was impossible, and thus he had no choice but to request Zhang Bingyu's assistance. As the three traversed the passageway back, enveloped by an endless expanse of darkness and silence, Zhang Bingyu led the way, while Li Yinyao guided the trembling Yi Lingyao behind them. Their footsteps were light, yet Li Yinyao could sense the young woman's anxiety and unease. Her grip on his hand tightened, as if terrified that this hand, which offered her a semblance of safety, might suddenly vanish. In the past few days, I have been preoccupied with cultivation and have not disturbed Miss Lingyao. I wonder, how has Missy fared in her sleep these past few days? Li Yinyao's cultured and gentle voice resonated through the silent passage, shattering the stillness around them. He could feel the continuous tremors of the young woman's hands, aware that she was far from the calm she attempted to portray. Chapter 23. Since Miss Lingyao was unwilling to speak, so be it. Yi Lingyao fell silent for a moment, then, with a voice that trembled noticeably, she uttered, Who exactly are you, you demon? What have I done wrong to deserve this treatment? If you have the power, why not just kill me outright? Why must you torment me so? At this moment, Yi Lingyao's emotions reached a boiling point. She was engulfed in despair, terror, and helplessness, utterly bewildered by the motives of this man. In her desperation, she even contemplated killing the very man who imprisoned her, fearing that he might abandon her to the boundless darkness that surrounded her. Li Yinyao, upon hearing her outburst, did not feel anger. He understood her reaction. With a light chuckle, he countered, If I am indeed a demon, then why does Miss Lingyao grip my hand so tightly instead of letting go? Yi Lingyao remained silent, yet she did not release her hold on him. Li Yingyue gently tugged his hand away from her grasp. Lacking any cultivation, Yi Lingyao was powerless to resist and stumbled backward. Ah! As the man's hand abruptly vanished from her grasp, Yi Lingyao let out a panicked scream and began frantically searching for his presence. It seemed to her that her scream resonated at a sixth pitch and lasted for 10 beats. Li Yingyue, skillfully controlling his footsteps with his spiritual energy, retreated to Jiang Bingyu's side, signaling for her to remain silent as he silently observed Yi Lingyao, who was crouched in the pitch-black corridor, desperately groping for something. At this moment, the pride she had displayed upon their first meeting had completely evaporated, even the innate charm in her brows and eyes had vanished without a trace, leaving only an endless expression of confusion, helplessness, and a hint of pitiable vulnerability marked by tear-streaked cheeks. Her reaction was entirely expected by Li Yingyue. Confined in the silent darkness, the initial discomfort was negligible. However, as time passed, accompanied only by the sounds of breathing, heartbeats, flowing blood, and the creaking of bones, the infinite darkness soon birthed a growing sense of agitation that spread rapidly within her. To endure, one had to constantly distract themselves. Memories of the past would flicker before her like scenes from a film. Should she fall asleep, awakening would only confront her with even greater terror. Waking up full of energy, she would face the suffocating silence and darkness surrounding her, akin to being mired in a quagmire, struggling endlessly, with even her own voice swallowed by the void. Such profound solitude, akin to an eternal descent into darkness, was the most despairing of all. In this place, the passage of time had long since vanished. Yi Lingyao could no longer discern day from night. All that awaited her was relentless struggle, fatigue leading her to unknowingly drift into sleep, only to awaken and continue her fight. This cycle repeated endlessly until she was completely consumed by the overwhelming darkness. Humans, after all, are social creatures. No individual can exist in isolation from the collective. Those who live in solitude are either beasts or deities. Clearly, Yi Lingyao was neither a beast nor a deity. After enduring 3 days of this ordeal, it was already remarkable that Yi Lingyao had not succumbed to madness, and she was still able to curse Li Yingyue. After groping for what felt like an eternity, Yi Lingyao could no longer find his arm. She curled her trembling body tightly on the ground, shivering incessantly. She did not plead for mercy. Instead, she bit down hard on her thin lips, stubbornly refusing to utter a single sound. This seemed to be her final act of defiance, yet her quaking form betrayed her. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, tears streamed down her picturesque face, falling onto the ground. Li Yingyue stood by silently for a while, feeling somewhat helpless. It was he who had posed the questions, yet the woman was now behaving as if he were at fault. Finally, Jiang Bingyu, who had been a passive observer, could no longer contain herself and attempted to step forward. Li Yingyue swiftly pulled her back. He had invested so much effort into this moment. Whoever could lend Yi Lingyao a hand would become a beacon of light in her dark existence, offering warmth and hope. He could not let this opportunity slip into Jiang Bingyu's hands. He aimed to be the hero, not the villain. Poof. At the sound of a soft huff, Yi Lingyao immediately lifted her head, searching for the source of the sound. Her captivating fox-like eyes brimmed with glistening tears. Lacking any cultivation, she could not see the path beneath her feet in the pitch-black corridor, let alone discern Li Yingyue's figure ahead. Yet, she gazed expectantly in the direction of the voice that had just spoken. Tap, tap, tap. This time, Li Yingyue could no longer restrain his footsteps and approached her, drawn by the hope reflected in her eyes. Perhaps she was deceiving him, perhaps she was genuinely frightened. Nonetheless, he believed that a woman beset by misfortune, even when clad in the garb of a servant, would have someone protecting her, sparing her from severe tribulations. Li Yingyue reached her side, slowly crouched down, and gently wiped away her tears. Miss Lingyao, has anyone ever told you that you have the most obstinate mouth? He then placed his hand over hers, which rested on her arm. The matter of Jiangxin is not intrinsically tied to you. You need not bear any psychological burden in revealing the truth. If you come to terms with it, take hold of my hand, and we shall leave together. Li Yingyue fell silent, no longer pressing her, simply remaining there, waiting patiently. The sound of Yi Lingyao's breathing became the sole noise in the stillness. He observed her reddened eyes, discerning the turmoil, anger, helplessness, and resignation reflected in her expressive gaze. Yes, she was correct, the individual mentioned bore no significant relation to her. He had merely assisted her once, and even without his help, she would have been fine. The matter was theirs, not hers. Yet, he had drawn her into this quagmire, subjecting her to such suffering. It mattered not, she was merely a fragile woman who did not wish to succumb to tyranny, simply seeking to evade undeserved calamity. Moreover, this man had suggested he could help her escape her current plight. The fact that Uncle Yao had not yet dispatched anyone to rescue her indicated that this man possessed formidable abilities, capable of evading even Uncle Yao's search. Indeed, she only desired to extricate herself from this lowly status and lead a normal life, free from the humiliation of servitude. After a prolonged silence, Yi Lingyao extended her trembling hand, yearning to grasp the hand of the man before her, clinging to this lifeline. Just as her fingers were about to seize this straw of hope, he withdrew it. Miss Lingyao, if you are unwilling, then so be it. The information regarding Jiangxin is not vital to me. I shall not confine you any longer. Remain here for a few more days, and I shall return. Youth Chapter 24. What are you doing? Yi Lingyao's hand lingered in midair, a mixture of astonishment, shame, and indignation flickering across her delicate features. Li Yingyao raised his hand, the Nirvana Sutra subtly circulating within him, as a wisp of flame ascended in his grasp. A brilliant golden flame illuminated a faint glimmer in the pitch-black corridor, and the sudden burst of light pierced Yi Lingyao's eyes, rendering her momentarily uncomfortable after days of accustomed darkness. Instinctively, she shielded her eyes with her hand, but soon lowered it, realizing she could no longer remain in this place, lest she succumb to madness. Through the feeble radiance emitted by the golden flame, she could distinctly see the smile playing at the corners of the man's mouth, accompanied by a glint of mockery in his eyes. Yingyao clenched her fists tightly, suppressing the urge to charge at him with a strike. Ha! Li Yingyao cast a casual glance at the crumpled Yingyao on the ground, chuckling softly before turning to leave. Yingyao sensed that he was toying with her, which caused her usually proud demeanor to falter, her breath becoming somewhat hurried, her knuckles turning pale from the tension. Li Yingyao did not pause his stride due to Yingyao's contemplations. His steps were resolute and powerful, accompanied by Jiang Bingyu, who had been an observer of this spectacle. As the flame grew dimmer and the footsteps lighter, just as the light and sound were on the verge of being engulfed by the surrounding darkness, Yingyao finally regained her composure. Casting a glance back at the boundless darkness behind her, which seemed to devour everything like a great maw, Yingyao hesitated no longer and pursued the flicker of hope represented by the flame. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from behind Li Yingyao, yet it did not impede his forward motion. Suddenly, his hand was grasped by the person trailing him, and feeling the warmth of that hand, a smile involuntarily crept across Li Yingyao's lips. "Have you come to a realization?" he queried, but received no response. "Since Miss Lingyao enjoys it here so much, she may as well remain." He gently withdrew his hand. "Don't! I figured it out, but I have only met that person a handful of times. I can only share what I know with you." Yingyao voice, hoarse and trembling, emerged from behind Li Yingyao, but he smiled but remained silent, guiding her hand as they slowly walked toward the end of the corridor. Jiang Bingyu watched in astonishment as Li Yingyao led Yingyao, unable to believe that after merely a few days of confinement and a few exchanged words, this woman had softened. Though she had never visited the pleasure house, she had heard tales of Yingyao, the courtesan of the establishment. She knew that Yingyao's position was not solely due to the protection of influential patrons. She possessed her own capabilities, making her no mere pawn. Li Yinyao's prowess was indeed quite formidable. She shivered involuntarily at the sight of his dark, phoenix-like eyes. A quarter of an hour later, Li Yingyao halted at the door at the end of the corridor, causing Yingyao, who had been following him with her head bowed, to bump into his back. He gently tugged at the hand she had firmly grasped, yet did not pull away. "Don't! We're about to exit." Seeing Li Yinyao's slight displeasure, Yingyao cautiously released her grip. Li Yingyao turned to unfasten the belt at his waist and tossed it to the silent Yingyao. She instinctively took a step back upon receiving the belt, her silver teeth clenched, a hint of shame flickering in her eyes. "Here?" Li Yingyao remained silent, merely observing her. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Yingyao approached him, her face flushed as she began to unfasten his clothing. Before he could react, several layers had been undone. Li Yingyao watched her actions with a glint of amusement in his eyes. "What are you doing?" Yingyao halted her movements, her cheeks reddening as she, in a fit of resignation, retorted, "Did you not say to do it here?" Her voice bore a hint of allure, but was predominantly laced with grievance. Li Yinyao's lips twitched, inwardly acknowledging the audacity of a courtesan whose mind was filled with such thoughts. He was not in the mood for any frivolities just yet, though he might consider it once his heart had grown cold. "Who said anything about doing it here? This belt is meant to blindfold you." Upon hearing this, Yingyao exhaled in relief. A blindfold was certainly preferable to the alternative. She raised her gaze, puzzled, to the man before her. Li Yingyao chuckled lightly. "You possess no cultivation, and it is daytime outside. If you wish to avoid having your eyes harmed, you need not wear it." At his words, Yingyao abruptly withdrew her hand from his clothing, her cheeks aflame, wishing she could sink into the ground. She comprehended his implication, realizing it was far from her initial interpretation. She bit her lip, wanting to explain, yet finding herself at a loss for words, ultimately lowering her head to stare at the belt in her hands. After a prolonged silence, she picked up the belt, preparing to blindfold herself. "Wait." Yingyao looked at the man before her, puzzled. Li Yingyao averted his gaze, tilting his head. I am not adept at donning clothes. Please fasten my attire." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yingyao eyes as she reached for the garments she had unfastened. Once she had tied Li Yinyao's clothing, she wrapped the long belt around her head several times. As she blindfolded herself, darkness enveloped her once more. The earlier sense of unending dread surged back into her heart, spreading relentlessly. She crouched down, desperately searching for that reassuring hand. Suddenly, her body stiffened as a warm hand enveloped hers. In the next moment, the warmth dispelled her unease. "Have you secured it?" "Yes." "Hold on to me, we are going out now." With that, Li Yingyao pressed the mechanism at the door. With a clatter, the entrance to the secret chamber swung open, sunlight streaming through the stone door into the corridor. The sunlight bathing Yingyao gave her a sense of rebirth. Li Yingyao observed the somewhat anxious Yingyao, speaking softly, "Just hold my hand, there is no need to be tense, we shall be out shortly." Yingyao nodded slightly. Then, Li Yingyao led her out of the dark, silent chamber within the artificial mountain. After guiding Yingyao into a dimly lit room, he withdrew his hand from hers. Yingyao stood frozen, trembling slightly, appearing somewhat flustered. "Miss Lingyao, there is no need to be anxious. We have already exited." Li Yingyao extended his hand to untie the belt from her head. "I would appreciate it if you could help me fasten it." Even though the curtains in the room were drawn, allowing only a sliver of sunlight to filter in, it still rendered Yingyao's eyes uncomfortable. At that moment, she felt as if she had been transported to another world. Taking the belt offered by the man before her, she bent slightly to fasten it around his waist, inexplicably feeling compelled to tidy his clothing as well. Chapter 25, Will you help me? Uncle Zhang, please arrange for some dishes to be prepared. Miss Ling Yao has worked hard these past few days. Although she has consumed the fasting elixir, she must still feel hunger, Li Yingyao casually instructed. He observed the somewhat reserved Li Lingyao sitting not far from him and extended his hand with a gentle smile, saying, Miss Lingyao, allow me to reintroduce myself, I am Li Yingyao. Though Li Lingyao could not comprehend his exact intentions, she grasped the general idea. Cautiously, she placed her hand on his, lifting her gaze to meet his, and shyly replied, I am Li Lingyao, as you already know. Observing her demeanor, he was suddenly reminded that handshaking was not a customary greeting in Tianxian continent. Li Yingyao withdrew his hand and remarked lightly, I hope for a pleasant collaboration, Miss Lingyao. Li Lingyao found the name Li Yingyao somewhat familiar, yet after pondering for some time, she could only think of one individual. Logically, that person should be in the capital and not present in Lingjiang City, but hadn't that person been unable to cultivate, this individual evidently possessed some level of cultivation. Tentatively, she inquired, Are you the Li Yingyao from the Xiang residence in the capital? Ah, Miss Lingyao, you are indeed astute, he chuckled. But let us not dwell on such matters, the food should be ready. Let us dine first before we converse further. Zhang Ligang had procured a chef from an unknown source. Although the fare was not on par with that of the Xiang residence, it could still be deemed a culinary delight. Jiang Bingyu, despite her genteel demeanor, consumed her meal with remarkable speed, while Li Lingyao, with her head bowed, nibbled delicately at her food. Li Yingyao, having consumed several fasting elixirs prior to his training, felt no hunger and merely sampled the dishes. He had somehow acquired a birdcage, within which a canary resided. As he amused himself by teasing the canary, he awaited the conclusion of their meal. Li Lingyao had heard of Li Yinyao's reputation in Lingjiang City, aware that he was the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, notorious for his licentious behavior. She also understood why Uncle Yao had not sent anyone to rescue her. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he was powerless to do so. She had a foreboding sense of what awaited her, savoring her meal at a leisurely pace. Yet, no matter how slowly she ate, the meal would eventually come to an end. After finishing, Li Lingyao raised her gaze to Li Yingyao but quickly lowered it again. Li Yingyao playfully flicked the canary in its cage, saying, Miss Lingyao, do you not think this canary bears a striking resemblance to you? Li Lingyao gazed at the canary, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Indeed, she was akin to that caged bird, seemingly well-fed and cared for, yet destined solely for the amusement of others, never having ventured beyond her confines to witness the world outside. Even with Uncle Yao's steadfast protection, ensuring she faced no harm within the teaching brothel, his efforts had limits. Today, encountering someone like Li Yingyao, even Uncle Yao was rendered powerless. Noticing Li Lingyao's silence, Li Yingyao opened the birdcage, releasing the canary into the open sky. Li Lingyao watched the bird soar freely, her eyes betraying a flicker of envy and longing. Li Yingyao glanced at her and asked casually, Do you wish to live as it does, free from your cage, able to spread your wings and soar? He understood that Li Lingyao could not refuse his proposition, for her greatest aspiration was to escape her lowly status and vindicate her father. The reason she had been reticent about sharing her thoughts was that Zhang Xian had promised to assist her in escaping the teaching brothel using a ruse of faking her own death. The title of courtesan may sound alluring, yet it merely rendered her a plaything for others. Although she could be a refined courtesan under Yao Hui's protection, she would still be obliged to entertain guests with music, smiles, and wine. The teaching brothel was no haven. Most women there were former noble ladies and daughters of esteemed families, thrust into such a life due to family misfortunes. A significant number had succumbed to despair and taken their own lives. Li Lingyao's mother had met such a fate, ending her life after entrusting Li Lingyao to Yao Hui. If I were to express my desire, would you assist me? Li Lingyao gazed at Li Yingyao with her alluring fox-like eyes. She recognized that if this man before her were willing to help, she could escape her lowly status in a legitimate manner, rather than resorting to the deceptive ploy of faking her death, living in obscurity. After all, he was Li Yingyao, the son of the powerful Prime Minister Li Su, representing a significant influence that could facilitate matters beyond her reach with just a word. Li Yingyao beckoned, and the canary promptly returned from the sky, alighting upon his shoulder. He offered a morsel of birdseed to the canary's beak. I can assist you, but I have a condition, he stated. What is your condition? Li Lingyao inquired, a hint of urgency in her tone. I can help you escape your lowly status and leave the teaching brothel, allowing you to become a bird that can soar freely. After some contemplation, Li Lingyao mused that being his one and only canary was not entirely unacceptable. By becoming Li Yinyao's canary, she would not only escape her lowly status but might also gain his assistance in vindicating her father. Furthermore, she would no longer be obliged to entertain patrons, which she deemed a favorable outcome. With newfound resolve, Li Lingyao lifted her head and stated firmly, I can agree to be your one and only canary. Jiang Bingyu, hearing this, could no longer remain silent. She had not anticipated Li Lingyao would acquiesce to Li Yinyao's audacious demand. Li Yingyao, what do you mean by this? In a few days, you are to marry both me and Xu Weiyan. Is having us not sufficient? Do you also seek a mistress? Li Yingyao cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bingyu. As far as I know, Jiang uncle is quite the romantic, even he has 3 concubines. Am I to be limited to only 2? Jiang Bingyu found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, her father had taken 3 concubines and was considered a romantic. Since her mother's passing, he had not taken another wife nor fathered any children, which was why he sought a son-in-law to continue the family line. Poof. With no retort, Jiang Bingyu turned her head away in discontent. Li Yingyao disregarded her further and turned to Li Lingyao, stating calmly, now that you have agreed, we should discuss more pressing matters. Regarding Zhang Xian, the one who has been meeting you while wearing that mask. He retrieved a ghostly mask from his storage ring. Yi Lingyao took a deep breath. I have only met this Jiang Xian a handful of times and do not know much about him. I can only share what I know.
Chapter 26. The Ministry of Rights has an opportunity to procure goods once a month.
6 months ago, when I was out on such an errand, I was accosted and harassed by a ruffian, and it was Jiang Xian who came to my aid. However, even had he not intervened, I would have been fine. Each time I venture out for procurement, Uncle Yao always assigns someone to protect me, yet, that day, before my protector could act, the ruffian was already subdued by Jiang Xian. Li Yingyue was well aware of this, a rather cliché detail of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, where the protagonist fortuitously encounters a beleaguered beauty and comes to her rescue, igniting a budding romance between them.
Li Yingyue gave a slight nod, encouraging her to continue.
He wore a mask and did not regard me with the lascivious gaze typical of other men, which piqued my curiosity. After we conversed, he learned of my affiliation with the Ministry of Rights and claimed he could assist me in escaping its confines. He possessed a turtle resting pill that, once ingested, would induce a state of suspended animation for 36 hours. However, he had matters to attend to in Linjiang City, and when he was ready to depart, he promised to give me the pill, allowing me to be discreetly extricated at the time of my burial.
We agreed to meet every month when I went out for procurement. That is all I know. Li Yingyue inquired, when is the next procurement date?
Yi Lingyao replied, the procurement takes place on the 18th of every month. There are still 5 days until the procurement date, Li Yingyue said, reaching out to caress the face of the woman before him.
I shall make you endure just a few more days. When the time comes, regardless of whether Jiang Xian seeks you out for information, I will ensure your liberation from this disgraceful status.
With her eyes closed, Yi Lingyao grasped his hand tightly against her cheek, tears streaming down from the corners of her eyes onto Li Yinyue's hand. Seeing her gesture, Li Yinyue's hand stiffened, wondering if this woman had developed Stockholm Syndrome. After a moment, Yi Lingyao opened her eyes and smiled through her tears. I apologize, young Master Li, for making a spectacle of myself and allowing my tears to fall upon your hand.
Allow me to wipe it for you.
She retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom and carefully dabbed at his hand. Zhang Bingyu observed the scene with a shiver, unable to fathom how Li Yinyue managed it. She distinctly perceived a fleeting admiration in Yi Lingyao's eyes. It did not appear to be an act. After all, Li Yinyue had confined her, and yet she seemed to suffer greatly because of it. Yi Lingyao even seemed willing to become Li Yinyue's canary. His manipulative skills were indeed formidable. Simultaneously, she felt fortunate for the compromises she had made for her family, lest she too become like Yi Lingyao, willingly accepting the role of a canary. Shaking her head to dispel these unsettling thoughts, she concluded that being a concubine was fairly acceptable. While it may not be a formal marriage, at least it conferred a certain status, far better than being a mere plaything or a canary.
Li Yinyue withdrew his hand. Uncle Zhang, have there been any updates on Jiang Xian in recent days? Young master, the secret guards dispatched to the Long Mountain to track Jiang Xian have all perished, and the soul lamps left in the dark house have shattered. There is no need to send anyone else to search. Currently, his subordinates were utterly ineffectual against Jiang Xian.
Sending them out would only lead to their demise. Despite the Prime Minister's considerable power and the talents at his disposal, he could not afford to squander lives so recklessly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingyu expressed her concern. If we cease the search, what shall we do about any potential retaliation from Jiang Xian? It was well understood that the Jiang family did not possess the same level of protection as Li Yinyue, who had a fourth-ranking god guarding him. The strongest member of the Jiang family was her grandfather, who was merely at the mid-fifth rank of the spirit condensation stage. Even if Jiang Xian's celestial patron refrained from intervening, in a few years, no one from the Jiang family, aside from her, would be able to contend with Jiang Xian. Li Yinyue recognized her apprehension and clarified, Jiang Xian infiltrated the Jiang residence primarily to target Shuayan and you. I have already spread the news of your impending marriage to me and Shuayan. Once Jiang Xian learns of this, he will certainly not let it go easily.
While he cannot act against you for now, he may still attempt to stealthily abduct Shuayan from the Jiang residence.
I have dispatched a 5th-rank spirit condensation secret guard to covertly protect Shuayan, and my elder brother will soon arrive in Linjiang City.
Once Jiang Xian attempts to infiltrate the Jiang residence, we shall capture him decisively. For the next few days, you should remain here. It is safer by my side. Without waiting for Zhang Bingyu's response, Li Yinyue directed, it is getting late.
Uncle Zhang, please arrange for Bingyu and Lingyao to rest. Zhang Bingyu wanted to refuse but understood that Li Yinyue was right. She would indeed be safer here than at the Jiang residence and could only silently accept his arrangement.
Yi Lingyao said nothing, merely bowed her head and curtsied. I shall take my leave now.
It is already quite late. I will have you stay here for the night and return you to the Ministry of Rights tomorrow, Li Yinyue remarked, gazing at Yi Lingyao as she prepared to depart.
Yi Lingyao paused momentarily. Is it possible for young Master Li not to escort me back to the Ministry of Rights? A silence ensued. Li Yinyue replied coolly, since you are reluctant to return, so be it.
However, on the 17th, you must return to the Ministry of Rights to stay the night before accompanying those responsible for procurement.
Thank you, young master.
Yi Lingyao exclaimed, her excitement evident. She was eager to avoid returning to the place filled with her tragic memories. It was best not to go back at all. As Shan Li led the two women away, Li Yinyue's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table beside him, a feeble attempt to mask his inner turmoil and anxiety.
Uncle Zhang, have the arrangements been made for them?
Young master, everything has been taken care of.
My elder brother should be arriving tomorrow, correct?
Yes,
the eldest young master will arrive tomorrow.
By then, Zhang Xian will be of no concern, even the celestial being behind him will not stand a chance against the eldest young master. Li Yingyue felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation upon hearing this. With Li Yinxian's arrival, Zhang Xian could be dealt with once and for all, but Li Yinxian was the pinnacle of genius in this world. If he were to perceive anything amiss, the consequences for Li Yingyue, as a time traveler, could be dire. Although he was confident he could evade scrutiny, what if he couldn't? After all, he had never tested such limits. Best to rest early. I must not neglect my elder brother upon his arrival tomorrow, lest he take the whip to me once more. Ha, that was when the young master was mischievous. Now that you have mended your ways, how could the eldest young master possibly punish you? Li Yingyue remained noncommittal. One can only hope. In truth, the individual he feared most was not his powerful father, Li Su, but rather his stern elder brother. Chapter 27 Li Yinxian. Due to Li Yinyao's inability to cultivate, his father, Li Su, always felt it was his fault for not raising him properly, which led to his son's distorted character. However, Li Yinxian did not share this sentiment. He believed that Li Yinyao was simply undisciplined. Whenever Li Yinyao caused trouble, it was Li Su who bore the brunt of the aftermath, while Li Yinxian resorted to rigorous physical discipline to educate him. After dismissing the maid who had helped him undress and warmed his bed, Li Yinyao lay on his bed reflecting on the gains and losses since his arrival in this world. Firstly, he had successfully avoided the fate of being frightened into submission by Jiang Bingyu, who would have forced him to release Jiang Shuiyan. Instead, he had cleverly maneuvered to secure both Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan's agreement to marry him. Furthermore, he managed to seize the opportunity to cultivate the ultimate technique, the Nirvana Sutra, which allowed him, a supposed waste incapable of cultivation, to progress. Now, he had even reached the 8th tier of the Qi-nourishing realm, placing his cultivation level on par with Jiang Xinqin, although his progress bar was not as rapidly filled as Jiang Xinqin's. Subsequently, a chain reaction led to Jiang Xinqin attempting to assassinate him late at night, revealing his cultivation in front of Jiang Bingyu and leaving him severely injured. It was likely that even the spirit within the ring, Su Manqing, would fall into slumber, thus dismantling Jiang Xinqin's trump card. Moreover, he had successfully implicated Jiang Xinqin with a nefarious intention upon entering the Jiang residence, causing a rift between him and the Jiang family. Lastly, he had ensnared Yi Lingyao, a woman who had saved Jiang Xinqin's life during a critical moment, and now she had become his songbird. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking interrupted Li Yinyao's contemplation. Who is it? It is I, Yi Lingyao. The voice of Yi Lingyao came softly from outside the door. Li Yingyao inquired, at such a late hour, what brings you here? Young Master Li, when I close my eyes, my mind is filled with visions of being alone in the secret chamber, and I am somewhat afraid to sleep by myself, Yi Lingyao confessed, her cheeks flushed. Alas, Li Yingyao sighed deeply, come in. Yi Lingyao pushed open the door and approached the bed. After a rustling sound, Li Yingyao felt something as smooth as sheep-fat white jade slip under the covers beside him. What do you mean by this? He asked, somewhat astonished. Young Master Li, I am a bit frightened and cannot sleep alone. I wish to borrow your company for the night. You hiss. Just as Li Yingyao was about to respond, he was interrupted, and he began to recite a poem. A guest played the bamboo flute. It sounded mournful, like a lament or a yearning, weeping and narrating, the lingering notes delicate and unending. It dances like a hidden dragon in the depths, weeping like a widow in a lonely boat. As the courtesan of the teaching division, Yi Lingyao's exceptional skills were acknowledged by Li Yingyao, who marveled at her extensive knowledge. After all, one could not become a courtesan without understanding much. Although she initially seemed somewhat awkward, her theoretical prowess surged impressively once applied in practice. The following morning, the sunlight streaming onto Li Yinyao's face roused him from slumber. He instinctively stirred, only to find his arm pinned beneath Yi Lingyao. Let me sleep a little longer. Yi Lingyao murmured softly, having toiled throughout the night, watching her, resembling a white Persian cat nestled in his embrace. Li Yingyao couldn't help but smile. While he may not have possessed the legacy of Wei Wu, the memories of last night's events prompted him to recall the 4 illustrious heroes of the Chao family: Cao Cao, Cao Pai, Cao Zhen, and Cao Shuang. On a whim, Li Yingyao turned over and pulled Yi Lingyao into performing the second set of national radio calisthenics, Eagle Takes Flight. Having been an exemplary student in his previous life, he was well versed in these exercises. He took the opportunity to correct Yi Lingyao's mistakes, particularly in the chest expansion movements where she consistently faltered, guiding her through the routine step by step. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Yi Lingyao, lacking any cultivation, succumbed to defeat in their playful sparring, becoming his vanquished opponent. After Yi Lingyao helped him dress, the two emerged from the room, having engaged in a fervent bout. Li Yingyao intended to treat Yi Lingyao to a meal, especially since she was undoubtedly famished after their exertions. However, upon stepping outside, they encountered Zhang Ligan. Zhang informed Li Yingyao that his elder brother, Li Yinxian, had arrived. Consequently, Li Yingyao had no choice but to send Yi Lingyao ahead. In the courtyard of the governor's mansion, upon entering, Li Yingyao spotted a man in white standing by the pond, his back turned to him. He scattered fish feed into the water, attracting the fish to vie for the morsels. The man in white seemed to relish the scene of the fish fighting over the food. Li Yingyao approached the man from behind. You have come. I have indeed. You should not have come. But I am here. Li Yinyao's mouth twitched as dark lines crossed his face. Li Yinxian, do not pretend to be profound with me. Li Yinxian turned around and, with a swiftness that caught Li Yinyao off guard, grasped his hand. In the next moment, Li Yinyao felt an unfamiliar surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, followed by a terrifying pressure on his soul. After a pause, a smile finally broke through Li Yinxian's ice-cold demeanor. You seem to have good fortune.
Have you become a congenital Dao body?
Upon seeing the smile on Li Yixian's face, Li Yinyao understood that he had successfully passed the most perilous hurdle, and the weight that lingered in his heart finally lifted. Of course, otherwise, why would I have traveled all this way to Linjiang City? Li Yixian glanced at him and remarked nonchalantly, though you can now cultivate and have attained the congenital Dao body, you truly should not have come.
Why not? Li Yinyao asked, perplexed. Is it not good that I can cultivate now? Are you afraid I might surpass you and give you a beating? Li Yinyao provocatively emulated the original's arrogant tone. Surpass me in cultivation and give me a beating? Li Yixian chuckled disdainfully at Li Yinyao. Where did you hear that Jiang Xueyan possesses a congenital furnace body? Li Yixian inquired.
Li Yinyao replied, the secret guard in the Dark Manor informed me of this. He said a secret guard overheard two Taoist priests discussing that Jiang Xueyan of the Jiang family has a heavenly furnace body.
What of it?
Even Jiang Tianzhan, her father, is unaware of Jiang Xueyan's heavenly furnace body, and only Jiang Bingyu in the Jiang household knows.
Do you think two Taoist priests could have obtained such information and discussed it so openly in public, conveniently overheard by a secret guard? Is that not a bit too coincidental? Chapter 28, Let her cool off for a few days. Boom.
The word struck Li Yinyao like a thunderbolt indeed. The fact that Jiang Xueyan possessed the heavenly gifted cauldron physique was known only to Jiang Bingyu, while even Jiang Tianzhang remained oblivious. How could Jiang Bingyu ever divulge such sensitive information? Furthermore, how did the two Taoist nuns become privy to it, and why was this knowledge allowed to reach the secret guards? It was common knowledge that the Prime Minister, Li Su, had expended countless resources in search of items that could alter his youngest son's cultivation aptitude. These two nuns could have easily taken this information to the Prime Minister's residence for a reward, yet there had been no reports of any Taoist nuns claiming such a prize. However, none of this was documented in the peerless family's talents. Could it be yet another consequence of the world's narrative correction? At this moment, he felt as though invisible hands were orchestrating everything, and the sensation of being manipulated without awareness sent chills down his spine.
Li Yinyao gravely inquired, can you discern that Jiang Xueyan possesses the heavenly gifted cauldron physique?
I can only ascertain that Jiang Bingyu has a naturally gifted spiritual body. Unless I were to probe Jiang Xueyan's body with spiritual energy, I would not be able to detect anything amiss regarding her physique.
A silence ensued for 2 seconds. Li Yinyao spoke in a low voice, are you suggesting that the knowledge of Jiang Xueyan's heavenly gifted cauldron physique is part of a scheme directed at me? He. Li Yixian chuckled softly, you overestimate your significance. This is clearly a scheme aimed at our father, and you are merely a pawn.
Li Yinyao, upon hearing this, felt no anger. He recognized that he indeed lacked the standing for such elaborate machinations to be executed on his behalf. A plot devised specifically for him by someone of considerable power was nothing more than a testament to his role as a mere piece on the chessboard.
Since I have come this far, do you expect me to turn back?
Given that the orchestrator of this scheme is unwilling to reveal their true identity and instead opts for this roundabout approach, there is little to fear.
Am I to forfeit the opportunity to cultivate simply because of the risks involved? He.
Li Yixian responded with a smile, indeed, you bear some resemblance to the men of our Li family.
Quite right.
Ultimately, they are but rats in a stinking gutter, forever unworthy of the stage. Enough of this idle chatter, I am nearly starving, let us first have a meal, and I shall treat you to a warm welcome.
You truly are fortunate.
Li Yixian exclaimed at the dining table, it seems you have found yet another enchanting beauty, as if she were a freshly blossomed flower from last night.
Li Yinyao was well aware that Yi Lingyao possessed the enchanting beauty physique.
As a narrative centered on soft power, Peerless Family's talents featured heroines of extraordinary capabilities, and as one of the lead characters, Yi Lingyao was no exception. He marveled at the mere fact that such a small town as Linjiang could harbor 3 women with exceptional physiques. The odds were more improbable than winning a lottery of 500 million. According to the narrative, finding a single person with a special physique among a million was unlikely, let alone 3, particularly when they were all women. Li Yinyao chuckled, I have already mentioned to father that since arriving in Linjiang, my fortunes have turned, and I can only describe it as a series of fortunate events unfolding. He patted the young woman beside him, Lingyao, greet your elder brother.
Yi Lingyao glanced at Li Yixian and then at Li Yinyao, hesitating to speak.
Li Yinyao gently held her hand, reassuring her with a gesture that seemed to convey, do not fear while I am here.
Finally, Yi Lingyao timidly addressed Li Yixian, greetings, elder brother. Li Yixian neither responded nor contradicted her.
He merely cast a fleeting glance her way before returning to his meal. Do not mind him, that is just his nature, he enjoys maintaining an air of profundity in front of others, Li Yinyao whispered to Yi Lingyao. Though his words were soft, they did not escape the ears of Li Yixian, who possessed the prowess of the second-rank Yang God. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it to Li Yinyao. Since you have called me elder brother, I, as the elder, cannot remain without offering something in return. Here is a cultivation method for you to use. I shall provide you with a more suitable one once I find it. Be careful, what if you break it?
Li Yinyao responded as he accepted the jade slip, what about the cultivation method I asked father to bring? Li Yixian replied nonchalantly, it is the very method you now hold. So you are repaying my gift with your own favor, is that it? Li Yinyao queried. Li Yixian set down his chopsticks, that is why I mentioned I would provide you with a better method once I find one.
Providing a new one seems too troublesome, Li Yinyao mused while gently squeezing Yi Lingyao's hand, how about this?
Ling Yao's father was the previous governor of Jiangyang County, but he was executed for crimes. Could you investigate whether it is possible to clear his name? Li Yinxian fixed his gaze on Yi Lingyao for a moment until she began to feel uneasy under his scrutiny before he finally shifted his gaze. I understand. Yi Lingyao tightly grasped Li Yinyao's hand, tears streaming down her face as she whispered, Young Master Li. Li Yinyao reached out, brushing his hand against her cheek. We are family, so there is no need for such formality. Simply call me husband from now on. Husband. Yi Lingyao closed her eyes and nestled against Li Yinyao, reveling in an overwhelming sense of joy. This was the happiest day of her life, and she could scarcely believe that her greatest wish was about to be fulfilled so simply. Jiang Bingyu sat nearby, watching the scene unfold, her fury simmering just beneath the surface as she felt her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She felt like an outsider in this setting, despite being the one meant to join the Li family. Even as a concubine, she would still have a place here, yet Yi Lingyao, merely a courtesan from the teaching hall, had gained Li Yinxian's approval and even received a cultivation method from him. As the youngest Yang God realm expert in the Great Jing dynasty, what gift could Li Yinxian possibly bestow that was of ordinary caliber? Moreover, it seemed the cultivation method was originally intended for Li Yinyao, making it all the more extraordinary that he would offer it to his younger brother. Li Yinyao's audacity was even more egregious. He had not introduced his betrothed concubine to his brother but instead presented his prized songbird to Li Yinxian, and he had the audacity to have that songbird refer to him as husband. What could that possibly mean? Contemplating this, Jiang Bingyu found the sumptuous feast before her suddenly unappetizing. She set down her chopsticks, uttering only, I am full, before storming off in a huff. Li Yinxian regarded Li Yinyao with keen interest. Is that Jiang Bingyu? Have you upset her? Aren't you going to appease her? Li Yinyao had anticipated Jiang Bingyu's outburst and had deliberately provoked it. He replied coolly, no need. Bingyu is rather proud, and her marriage to me is merely a matter of necessity. There is no rush. Let her stew for a few days and contemplate her future actions. Chapter 29. Inch brother, please protect Xue Yan in secret. Li Yinxian smiled and playfully poked Li Yinyao, saying, hee hee, so you want me to be the villain? Li Yinyao raised an eyebrow and replied, one cannot put it that way. It is you who failed to prepare a gift for your sister-in-law, so you cannot blame me. Li Yinxian feigned standing up. Oh, who says I haven't prepared anything? If it weren't for your intention to provoke her, I would have given her the gift long ago. Alright, let us leave her alone for a few days. We need to temper her pride, otherwise, after marriage, wouldn't I be the one lacking authority? Li Yinyao chuckled lightly. That scenario does sound rather amusing. Now that you mention it, I indeed wish to see it. Li Yinxian spoke thus, yet his body remained still. Brother, have you learned about Jiang Xian's situation? Upon hearing a serious matter, Li Yinxian's expression turned grave, and he nodded. Uncle Zhang informed me that on that fateful night, when someone attempted to assassinate you, he was ready to intervene and capture the assailant, but unfortunately, someone intervened and rescued him. Uncle Zhang discovered a trace of Yang God power at the scene. Do you think it is possible that the person behind this set a trap to lure me? Li Yinyao was well aware that this incident had no connection to Jiang Xian, but nonetheless, he needed to place the blame on Jiang Xian for now. I have analyzed the situation, and it should have nothing to do with Jiang Xian. His target is the Jiang sisters, and it is unlikely he would disclose any information. It seems someone wants to pit Jiang Xian and his backers against our Li family. However, a Yang God realm individual is hardly a match for us. Li Yinxian stated calmly. Rest assured, before I depart, I will take action to eliminate Jiang Xian and the Yang God behind him. After all, I cannot be at ease knowing such a person has attempted to assassinate you. If you were to perish, our father would be heartbroken. Such confidence, have you broken through to the first-grade saint realm? Li Yinyao asked with some surprise. Breaking through to the first-grade saint realm is not that simple. However, I am close, currently at the peak of the second-grade Yang God realm. That is truly splendid. Li Yinyao said solemnly, by the way, brother, how about you secretly protect Xue Yan at the Jiang residence? Li Yinxian raised an eyebrow. I possess some protective talismans, and with Uncle Zhang here, even if Jiang Xian's Yang God were to attack, we could withstand it for a time, sufficient for you to return from the Jiang residence. Moreover, the strongest at the Jiang residence is merely at the mid-stage of the 5th-grade spirit condensation realm. Jiang Xian's backer would be powerless. Jiang Xian's objective is Xue Yan, and I fear that before I marry her, he might resort to desperate measures and abduct her. Although I have sent some people to protect her, it still feels somewhat inadequate. If he truly becomes desperate, brother, you would be able to act swiftly, and even if Jiang Xian's Yang God were to intervene, he would not be able to safeguard him. Li Yinxian nodded. That is acceptable. What of the cultivation method you practice? Let me see it. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. Uncle Zhang mentioned that his younger brother had become somewhat peculiar since arriving in Linjiang City, almost like a different person, and he possessed knowledge that he should not have. His primary goal in coming to Linjiang City was to ascertain whether his younger brother had been possessed by that old monster. If he had not been possessed, everything would be manageable. After all, who doesn't have secrets and encounters in this world? If he had been possessed, he would make that individual know what suffering truly is. Additionally, he wished to investigate whether there were any issues with Li Yinyao's cultivation method, as it was a top-tier heavenly-grade technique of unparalleled profundity. If possible, he would not hesitate to consider switching to it. Although he also practiced a heavenly-grade technique, it was merely a lower-tier family heirloom, greatly inferior in comparison. Lastly, he came to serve as the witness at Li Yinyao's wedding. Li Yinyao tossed a jade slip containing the contents of the Nirvana Sutra to Li Yinxian, saying, "Brother, would you like to try switching to my cultivation method?" Li Yinxian received the jade slip and pressed it to his forehead. "Forget it. While your cultivation method is commendable, I cannot train in it. If I were to attempt it, I would have to start from scratch. Here, take it back, I am off to the Jiang residence." Li Yinxian tossed the jade slip back to Li Yinyao. In the next moment, Li Yinxian vanished from the courtyard. Seeing this, Li Yinyao let out a sigh of relief. "Uncle Zhang, during our spare time these days, let us explore Linjiang City. You are to remain by my side at all times, without the need to deliberately hide your presence, simply stay close to me." The old servant understands. Zhang Li, who had been serving nearby, spoke up. This arrangement could be deemed foolproof. As long as Jiang Xayan dared to approach the Jiang residence or come near him, he would encounter insurmountable adversaries, and Jiang Xayan's demise would coincide with his appearance. Of course, he most hoped that Jiang Xayan would head to the Jiang residence. After all, Zhang Li had previously let Jiang Xayan escape once, although, in his plans, Su Manqing should have already fallen into slumber. Jiang Xayan was the protagonist. Who knew what mischief he might conjure later? What if Su Manqing acted impulsively and burnt her soul? Such uncertainties loomed. Li Yinyao gazed fondly at the woman in his arms. "Ling Yao, you must diligently cultivate the method my elder brother has given you, so as not to let down his earnest efforts. Husband, the academy has rules that prohibit those within from cultivating, and I have never been exposed to matters of cultivation. Could you possibly teach me?" Ling Yao, rest assured, I will personally guide you through this cultivation method." Li Yinyao understood that the academy restricted the cultivation of the lower status women primarily for ease of management, and those individuals were already marked by sin. How could they be afforded the opportunity to cultivate? However, this method was a dual cultivation technique he had obtained from his father, Li Su, and he was determined to personally instruct Ling Yao in her practice. Moreover, in both his past life and this one, he had only heard of dual cultivation but had never attempted it. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he was keen to try it out. If he recalled correctly, Jiang Xayan's grandfather, Su Manqing, possessed an excellent dual cultivation technique, which Jiang Xayan had utilized from beginning to end. After dealing with Jiang Xayan, he must acquire that technique. Once he had mastered this dual cultivation method, he would pass it on to Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan. As a frugal person, he would not waste a single useful resource. Let us return to the room. I will teach you how to cultivate this method. Upon returning to the room, Li Yinyao spoke. "Ling Yao, to successfully cultivate this method, we must be completely honest with each other." Ling Yao looked somewhat puzzled. Completely honest? Indeed, completely honest. It means there must be no concealments between us. Li Yinyao took Ling Yao's delicate, seemingly boneless hand and placed it on his waist. Ling Yao gently bit her red lips and blinked her captivating fox-like eyes. Chapter 30, Taking a Concubine. After the two shared their candid thoughts, Li Yinyao commenced teaching Ling Yao a technique known as the Dragon and Phoenix's Harmony. Just as the blossoms do not speak yet forge a path of their own. He resembled a diligent gardener, and in a moment of inspiration, he could not help but recite a verse. "The path is narrow, the grass and trees grow tall, the evening dew moistens my garments. The dew upon my clothes is of little concern, as long as my wishes remain unbroken." Due to Ling Yao's past experiences, she was well versed in various arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and possessed some understanding of the meridian system. Under Li Yinyao guidance, she swiftly began to channel her spiritual energy according to the pathways delineated in the technique. Lacking any innate cultivation, all the spiritual energy she employed stemmed from Li Yinyao, entering through one mouth that contained the Vajra pestle and exiting through another, thus forming a complete closed loop of the great circulation. The two, utterly absorbed in their cultivation, were determined to master this technique. 3 days later, Ling Yao, weary from continuous toil, struggled to rise. "Husband, it is time for you to awaken." Li Yinyao donned his garments with Ling Yao's assistance. Today marks the day for the teaching department to procure supplies. He gently caressed the face of the woman before him and said, "Ling Yao, you shall accompany the members of the teaching department. Once today has passed, I will arrange for you to sever your ties to your former status." With her eyes closed, Ling Yao placed her hands over his, feeling a surge of emotion as she murmured, "My lord." Li Yinyao replied, "Now that you possess cultivation, in due time I shall find a suitable sect for you to join and seek a master." Tears glimmered in the corners of Ling Yao's eyes as she questioned, "My lord, does this mean you no longer want me?" She was unaware of her own aptitude for cultivation and believed she had missed the prime age for training, feeling that she would achieve little in the path of cultivation. She preferred to remain by Li Yinyao's side. "You are my golden canary, how could I ever wish to part with such a beautiful creature?" Li Yinyao replied nonchalantly. He understood Ling Yao's thoughts, yet for her future development, he believed it was essential for her to follow the narrative path, join the Yin Yang sect, and become a direct disciple of the sect leader, Jiang Mani. This would not only provide Ling Yao with the finest training but might also benefit him in the future. "I plan to send you to the Yin Yang sect. Their leader, Jiang Mani, possesses a constitution akin to yours. Once you arrive, you may directly become her disciple, which is the best choice for you," Li Yinyao stated calmly. "I do not wish for my woman to merely be a decorative vase." Ling Yao nodded in understanding. Jiang Xayan, donning the guise of a fisherman, gazed at the city of Linjiang, where he had resided for an entire year and from which he had recently fled in disgrace. Taking a deep breath, he re-entered Linjiang City. He was aware that he had been wanted, and this return could prove perilous, yet, as a transmigrator blessed by fortune, he believed he could navigate the dangers unscathed.
Moreover, having served as a steward in the Jiang manor for such an extended period, he had come to regard Jiang Shuiyan as his own wife. However, in just a few days, she was to be wed to another, a thought he found unbearable. Regardless of the risks, he resolved to enter Linjiang City today. He must rescue Jiang Shuiyan and help her escape from her plight. I in the city, Su Manqing, observing Jiang Xan enter Linjiang through the ring on his right hand, shook her head in silence.
How can one enter Linjiang City? Is he not afraid that they have set a trap for him at the Jiang manor?
This fool promised me he would refrain from causing trouble while I slumbered.
Yet, Jiang Xian did not heed Su Manqing's warnings.
In the southern market, he purchased a mask from a small stall and patiently awaited the members of the teaching department who were out procuring goods. More accurately, he was waiting for Yi Lingyao. Having served as a steward in the Jiang manor for over a year, he lacked means to gather information in Linjiang City. However, he knew that taverns and brothels, being frequented by many, were often hubs of intelligence. Among these, he was only acquainted with Yi Lingyao, the courtesan of the teaching department, whose access to information was typically more abundant and accurate than that of ordinary brothels. Yi Lingyao did not keep him waiting long. Soon, he spotted her gracefully approaching, accompanied by several individuals he had encountered before from the teaching department.
Would this young lady care to purchase a fish? Jiang Xian inquired, lifting the fish he had brought into the city.
What a strong fishy odor. We do not want it, quickly take it away, and keep your mask to yourself. The women beside Yi Lingyao chided. Jiang Xian clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening. When had he become someone they could reprimand? How dare such exquisite beauties, whose arms could lull 1,000 to sleep and whose lips could entice countless souls, speak to him in such a manner? Were it not for his need to conceal his identity, he would have taught them a lesson. Yi Lingyao discerned his voice and softly said, I shall buy your fish. They do not relish the scent, let us converse elsewhere.
When will you provide me with the turtle resting pill?
It has been half a year, and your task remains unfinished.
Upon reaching a secluded area, Yi Lingyao took the initiative to speak.
Very soon, in 3 or 4 days, I shall complete my business, and then I can take you away, Jiang Xian reassured her, producing a vial from his storage ring and handing it to Yi Lingyao. In 2 days, you may consume this turtle resting pill. Once my affairs are settled, I will come to rescue you. Yi Lingyao accepted the pill and turned to leave, but Jiang Xian called out to her.
Wait, I need to inquire about something.
What is it?
Yi Lingyao feigned ignorance, aware of the question Jiang Xian was about to pose.
I have heard that in 3 days, the young master of the Prime Minister's residence, Li Yingyao, is to marry the Jiang family's daughters, Jiang Shuiyan and Jiang Bingyu.
Is this true? Jiang Xian struggled to suppress his emotions, though a hint of suppressed anger escaped Yi Lingyao's notice.
Whether he is marrying me, I do not know, nor do I know if that person is indeed called Li Yingyao.
What do you know then?
I only know that he seems to be a significant figure, intending to take both sisters of the Jiang family as concubines.
Concubines?
Indeed, concubines. Though the Jiang family is prominent within Linjiang City, they are insignificant in the grand scheme of the dying dynasty. To curry favor with a powerful individual, they are willing to offer both legitimate daughters as concubines. Such a sacrifice is indeed considerable. Jiang Xian's breath quickened, his heart racing. He had never anticipated that the eldest and second daughters of the Jiang family would share a husband, especially in the capacity of concubines. Throughout his year of servitude in the Jiang manor, he had never laid a finger on them, and now they were to become concubines for another man. To curry favor with Li Yingyao, they were willing to go to such lengths. Since they chose to become lowly concubines, they should not blame him for taking Jiang Shuiyan away. Chapter 31. This is a small gift for you, Bingyu. The city of Linjiang truly lacks allure. It pales in comparison to the capital.
Indeed, how could this humble Linjiang possibly compare to the esteemed hometown of young Master Li?
Young Master, if any place could rival the capital, then the capital would cease to be what it is.
Suddenly, a familiar conversation caught Jiang Xin's attention amidst the crowd.
He turned to see Li Yingyao and Jiang Bingyu strolling down the street, accompanied by the elderly man who had injured him the other day. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze, fearing that the three might notice him. The 2 individuals he had spotted earlier on the streets of Nanshur were none other than Li Yingyao and Zhang Ligang. On the surface, Li Yingyao continued to engage in light-hearted banter with Jiang Bingyu, yet his thoughts were already fixated on Jiang Xin. Although he believed Jiang Xin would appear, he could not be entirely certain. It would only consume more time to ask his elder brother to locate Jiang Xin. Upon confirming Jiang Xin's arrival, he forced himself to suppress his elation and feigned nonchalance as he paused at a stall.
How much for this box of rouge?
Young master, this rouge is of the finest quality. Upon noticing Li Yingyao and the formidable figure at his side, Jiang Xin was initially taken aback, but soon an overwhelming joy surged within him. With both Li Yingyao and the expert in Nanshur, could he not stealthily infiltrate the Jiang residence and abduct Jiang Shuiyan? Having served as a steward in the Jiang household for a year, his familiarity with the layout and the patrolling routes of the household staff would facilitate a covert abduction of Jiang Shuiyan, especially considering her relatively low cultivation level, rendering her incapable of resisting him. This idea took root in Jiang Xin's mind, and the more he pondered, the more promising it appeared. He understood that opportunities such as this must not be squandered.
I must attend to some matters.
You should take this turtle resting pill and consume it upon your return. In 2 days, when you are buried, I will rescue you. I must take my leave now.
Wait. What else is there?
Jiang Xin frowned behind his mask. With Li Yingyao and the formidable figure present, the moment was ripe for him to head to the Jiang residence. He did not wish to waste time here. Yi Lingyao fixed her gaze on the mask. Once I return to the teaching office, I will take the turtle resting pill. In a couple of days, you should hear news of my burial. You must come to rescue me, or I shall haunt you as a ghost. Rest assured, as long as the burial occurs outside Linjiang, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Jiang Xin hurriedly handed a fish to Yi Lingyao and departed in haste. This time, Yi Lingyao did not attempt to detain him. She gave the fish to a passing child and quietly watched Jiang Xin leave. Li Lingyao observed Jiang Xin's swift departure and instructed Zhang Ligang to purchase the rouge. He himself lingered for a while, and upon seeing no sign of Jiang Xin's return, he slowly approached Yi Lingyao. Husband, sister, Uncle Zhang, Yi Lingyao. Li Lingyao gently embraced Yi Lingyao. Lingyao, what did he inquire about? He asked whether the two young ladies of the Jiang family are to be wed. Yi Lingyao replied candidly, I told him I was unaware of the specifics. I only heard that a significant figure intends to take the two young ladies of the Jiang family as concubines. I remarked that the Jiang family must have invested heavily to curry favor with such a prominent individual. Yi Lingyao cautiously glanced at Jiang Bingyu. Husband, what I said was not erroneous, was it? Jiang Bingyu remained silent, turning her head away with a cold expression. Internally, she seethed. Clearly, it is Li Yinyao, driven by lust, who insists on taking both me and Xue Yin. How has this narrative shifted to imply that we are marrying him to win his favor? Li Yinyao patted Yi Lingyao shoulder. No issue at all. What was Jiang Xin's reaction? He wore a mask, so I could not discern his expression, but I could hear his breathing grow rapid, and his fists were clenched tightly. He must have been quite angered. Li Yinyao nodded slightly. He had orchestrated for Yi Lingyao to relay this information to Jiang Xin, and he was not surprised by Jiang Xin's fury. This was the outcome he desired. The more enraged a person becomes, the less rational they are. Once Jiang Xin, in a fit of anger, witnessed him and Zhang Ligang perusing the stalls, he would undoubtedly entertain the notion of abducting Jiang Xueyan. Given Jiang Xin's impulsive nature, the likelihood of him heading to the Jiang residence was high. Li Yinyao retrieved a piece of paper from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Lingyao. This is a small gift I prepared for you some time ago, which I have yet to present. Curiosity piqued, Yi Lingyao examined the paper. Ah, thank you. My husband. Tears of joy streamed down her face as she realized it was her certificate of release from the teaching office. Li Yinyao gently wiped her tears away. Is it not to your liking? Why are you still crying? Yi Lingyao sniffled. No, I am not unhappy. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. Li Yinyao affectionately pinched Yi Lingyao nose. All right, tidy yourself up. We are off to the Jiang residence to witness the excitement. Jiang Bingyu felt a twinge of grievance at the sight of Li Yinyao's tender gaze towards Yi Lingyao. Li Yinyao treated this golden canary with such affection, providing her with everything, from her release from servitude to cultivation methods, preparing her for everything. Most crucially, Li Yinyao had introduced her to his elder brother, who had accepted Yi Lingyao, yet, she herself had not received such introductions. Instead, she had been subjected to Li Yinyao's coercive tactics, never experiencing such endearing treatment. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Xin glanced at the time and, finding the surroundings deserted, changed into the attire he had worn as a steward in the Jiang household. He stealthily climbed over the wall and made his way towards the courtyard where Jiang Xueyan resided. Ha, they truly do not regard me at all. Even the patrol schedule remains unchanged. Do not fear, second miss, I shall soon rescue you from this inferno. Within the ancient ring on Jiang Xin's right hand, Su Manqing fumed with indignation. This fool truly believes that Li Yinyao and the people of the Jiang residence are simpletons. You mock others for not taking you seriously, yet they have placed you at the forefront of their concerns. The unchanged patrol schedule is precisely to lure you into their trap. How could he be so blind to such an obvious ruse? I cannot fathom how I failed to recognize his foolishness before. Relying on him to restore my form is a futile hope. Chapter 32. Second miss, I am here to rescue you from the abyss. Su Manqing sighed and remarked, the one who helped me break the seal is Wang Fugui, not Jiang Xinxin. During this time, I have assisted him in cultivating his techniques, which I believe is a testament to my benevolence. This time, if I can aid him, I shall. If not, I have no choice but to find another disciple to help me reshape my existence. At this moment, Jiang Xinxin remained oblivious to Su Manqing's intentions of abandoning him, as he continued his journey towards Jiang Xueyan's courtyard. Ever since Jiang Xinxin entered the Jiang residence, all his movements had been discreetly monitored by Li Yinxian, who was tasked with protecting Jiang Xueyan. Li Yinxian's spiritual power enveloped the entire Jiang estate, rendering it impossible for any minor disturbances to escape his perception. The reason he had yet to act was due to his anticipation of the emergence of the young god behind Jiang Xinxin, at which point he could seize both individuals. However, he was somewhat perplexed as to why the yang god had not yet appeared, which restrained his desire to take action. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Xinxin arrived at the courtyard where Jiang Xueyan resided. After ensuring no one was around, he deftly scaled the wall and entered. Meanwhile, Li Yinyu, Jiang Bingyu, Yi Lingyao, and Zhang Li had also arrived at the Jiang residence. In contrast to Jiang Xinxin's stealthy approach, the four of them appeared rather forthright, entering through the main gate without hesitation. Second miss, are you there? I have come to rescue you. Second miss, are you there? Jiang Xinxin called out in a hushed tone. With a creak, Jiang Xueyan opened the door and was startled to see Jiang Xinxin. Her sister had warned her that Jiang Xinxin was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank in the qi-nourishing realm and likely practiced a highly advanced technique, suggesting that his intentions were far from pure. Given that her cultivation was already inferior to Jiang Xinxin's, and her own techniques presumably of a lower tier, she knew she could not contend with him. All she could do was stall for time, hoping someone would soon discover Jiang Xinxin's infiltration of the Jiang residence to seek her out. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Shuiyan said, Jiang Xinxin, what brings you back? You must hurry and flee. The matter of your assassination attempt on Brother Yin Yu has been exposed, and you are now wanted throughout the entire city. If you leave now, I will pretend I saw I know you do not wish to become a concubine to Li Yin Yu. Let us gather our things and leave swiftly. It is mealtime. The guards at the Jiang residence are not particularly vigilant at the moment. Once this time has passed, it will be far more difficult to escape. Jiang Shuiyan frowned, saying, Jiang Xinxin, who told you that I am unwilling to marry Brother Yin Yu? I have chosen this willingly.
No one is coercing me.
You should leave quickly. I fear Brother Yin Yu might misunderstand. The phrases I am willing, and no one is forcing me, and I fear Brother Yin Yu might misunderstand echoed repeatedly in Jiang Xinxin's mind. He stepped forward and insisted, that is impossible. A concubine holds a lowly status. Who would willingly choose to be a concubine? Second miss, please do not jest with me. We must leave at once. Seeing Jiang Xinxin take 2 steps closer, Jiang Shuiyan instinctively retreated, her expression serious as she declared, Jiang Xinxin, I am not jesting. I truly am willing. You must leave quickly, or else you will find it impossible to escape once discovered. Jiang Xinxin waved his hand, his eyes reddening as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Shuiyan, stating, No, I cannot leave. You must be deceiving me. You are not the type of woman who craves vanity. How could you possibly be willing to become a concubine? Second miss, I must take you away today. Jiang Xinxin, why can you not comprehend? I have already said that I am willingly marrying Brother Yin Yu as a concubine. He treats me well and has offered a betrothal gift that includes earth tier techniques. He values me. I cannot leave with you. Jiang Shuiyan did not understand that Jiang Xinxin was not incapable of comprehending her words, but rather that he held steadfastly to his beliefs, convinced that no one would willingly become a concubine.
He assumed Jiang Shuiyan's decision to marry Li Yin Yu was a result of coercion from the Jiang family.
What? The Jiang family sold you out for a mere earth tier technique? Do they not understand what it means to be a heavenly cauldron? Jiang Xinxin could no longer contain his volume and bellowed. Jiang Shuiyan's brows furrowed tightly. Jiang Xinxin, you truly know that I am a natural cauldron. My sister was right. Your concealed cultivation and entry into the Jiang residence were indeed for ulterior motives. If you leave now, I can pretend nothing has occurred, otherwise, I will have to call for help. Second miss, please hear me out. I had no ulterior motives when I entered the Jiang residence. I was on the verge of starving to death on the streets of Linjiang City, Jiang Xinxin hurriedly explained, sensing Jiang Shuiyan's misunderstanding. It was only by chance that I learned. Second miss, you must believe me. Jiang Xinxin was not lying. He truly had been on the brink of starvation on the streets of Linjiang City when he had just crossed over and understood nothing. The original owner was merely a beggar in Linjiang City. That day, after 2 days of fruitless begging, he was so hungry that he snatched food from a small beggar, unwittingly committing a grave offense among the beggars of Linjiang City, resulting in his ostracization. Just when he was about to perish from hunger, Jiang Shuiyan discovered him and had someone rescue him, offering him a position as a servant in the Jiang residence. Although he lost his freedom by signing a contract of servitude, at least he had food and shelter. Not long after, while chopping wood with Wang Fuguei outside Linjiang City, he stumbled upon a ring. The night he returned to the Jiang residence wearing that ring, an old man suddenly emerged from it. He was overjoyed, realizing that he was destined for greatness. The chosen one. Jiang Shuiyan had always held a special place in his heart, which is why he risked everything to return to Linjiang City, determined to rescue her from the abyss. He believed he was her best choice, for he was the chosen one destined to scale the highest peaks of this world. He thought Jiang Shuiyan could aid him and accompany him to the end. But who could have predicted that Li Yin Yu would emerge and nearly thwart his plans? The thought of this filled Jiang Xinxin with resentment. I care not for any special purpose behind my entry into the Jiang residence. What matters now is irrelevant to me. Seeing that Jiang Xinxin showed no intent to act, Jiang Shuiyan raised her voice, you must leave at once, otherwise, I will call for help. She hoped to frighten Jiang Xinxin away in this manner. After all, they shared a bond as master and servant, and she wished to avoid a scandalous scene. However, once Jiang Xinxin departed, she would inform Li Yin Yu. Chapter 33 of The Rear Determines the Mind. Jiang Shuiyan firmly believed that Li Yin Yu was destined to be her husband. Their fates intertwined, they would rise together or fall together. If Jiang Xayan sought to harm her beloved, she would undoubtedly not let him escape unscathed. The rear determines the mind, and her allegiance now belonged to Li Yin Yu. Although she felt powerless against Jiang Xayan at the moment, she had faith in her husband's capabilities to handle the situation. Second miss, do you truly feel not a trace of affection for me? Jiang Xayan's question struck Jiang Shuiyan as peculiar. Who had given him the illusion that she harbored any feelings for him? In a measured tone, Jiang Shuiyan replied, Jiang Xayan, I am at a loss as to what has led you to believe I have any interest in you. I assure you, I have never felt such a thing. You should leave at once. Impossible, you must have felt something for me, Jiang Xayan retorted vehemently. Otherwise, why would you have saved me that day when I was on the brink of starvation in the streets, and taken me in as a servant in the Jiang residence? Seeing Jiang Xayan's furious expression, Jiang Shuiyan felt a twinge of fear and instinctively took 2 steps back. Even had it been anyone else that day, I would have acted the same way. It has nothing to do with you. Jiang Xayan stood frozen, unable to fathom the truth of her words. Could it be that he was not special, that he was no different from anyone else? As this realization ignited a tempest of rage within him, he approached Jiang Shuiyan menacingly. Since that is the case, second miss, do not blame me for forcibly taking you away from the Jiang residence. Channeling his inner energy, a flicker of golden light danced around his hand as he reached for Jiang Shuiyan. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Shuiyan retreated and drew a long sword from her storage ring, pointing it at Jiang Xian.
Help, Jiang Xian has infiltrated the Jiang residence with the intent to abduct me, she cried out. Jiang Xian, if you do not leave now, you shall lose your chance. Jiang Xian, undeterred, continued his advance towards her. This scene did not escape the watchful eye of Li Yinxian, who was covertly guarding Jiang Shuiyan. However, he chose to remain hidden, waiting for the celestial being behind Jiang Xian to reveal themselves before taking action. Those capable of protecting Jiang Shuiyan were already present, rendering his direct involvement unnecessary. Li Yinyao, do you hear? Shuiyan is calling for help. Isn't your elder brother meant to be protecting her from the shadows? Jiang Bingyu exclaimed impatiently. How could Shuiyan still be in danger? Is he truly safeguarding her? Li Yinyao cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Bingyu. Does my elder brother's manner of handling affairs require your input? Jiang Bingyu shivered at his words. Though his tone was calm, there was an underlying tension that suggested he might be displeased. Am I not concerned for Shuiyan's safety? If she were to be taken away, not only would I be heartbroken, but your objectives would also be thwarted. My dear husband, Sister Bingyu was merely worried for Sister Shuiyan. Please do not be vexed, Yi Lingyao interjected gently. Li Yinyao replied coolly, Uncle Zhang, please go to Shuiyan. My elder brother is likely waiting for the celestial being behind Jiang Xian to make their move, to accomplish everything in one fell swoop. First, apprehend Jiang Xian and draw out that celestial being. Old servant obeys, Zhang Li responded, and with a swift movement, he vanished from sight. Li Yinyao turned to Yi Lingyao. Let us continue. Jiang Bingyu noticed that Li Yinyao had not even glanced in her direction, and with a frustrated stamp of her foot, she followed behind. She felt that Li Yinyao had come to Jiang City solely for Shuiyan, while she was merely an unexpected acquisition. Given that she had threatened him in the past, it was no surprise he held her in low regard. Yet she was to be his bride tomorrow. Why should Yi Lingyao, a mere canary, overshadow her? This thought stirred a sense of discontent within the pampered Jiang Bingyu. In the small courtyard of Jiang Shuiyan, Jiang Xian knocked the sword from her hand and lunged towards her. Just as his hand was about to touch her, a furious voice rang out from behind him. You scoundrel, cease your insolence at once. This voice was one Jiang Xian would never forget. It belonged to the person who had severely injured him days prior. Turning around, he saw the very individual who had stood beside Li Yinyao that day. In an instant, he found himself immobilized. Curse it, not again, he thought in alarm. How could this person be here? Shouldn't they have been in the southern market with Li Yinyao? Master, save me, Jiang Xian desperately sent a mental plea to Su Manqing, whose ancient ring adorned his right hand. Yet, he received no response. From the moment Jiang Xian had entered the courtyard, Su Manqing had sensed the presence of a celestial being concealed within. Had she been able to assist him, she would have done so long ago. But now, she dared not reveal herself. She understood her current state was no match for that individual. Even attempting to flee would deplete her spiritual energy, leading to a deep slumber. Such a sacrifice for Jiang Xian was not worth the risk. Moreover, as a remnant soul, should she fall into the hands of a powerful cultivator, she could be forced into servitude for eternity, a fate she wished to avoid. For now, all she could do was remain hidden, ensuring the celestial being lurking in the courtyard remained oblivious to her presence. Seeing the silence, Jiang Xian unleashed all his spiritual energy, managing to move just enough to yank the ring from his right hand. Crack! A fissure appeared on the ring in Jiang Xian's hand. Within the storage ring, Su Manqing's complexion turned ashen as she observed the spinning chaos of the space around her. She had granted Jiang Xian, her servant, the opportunity to cultivate and had shared numerous techniques with him. She had done all she could for him, yet now, he dared to threaten her. With a creak, Li Yinyao pushed open the door, and the weight that had burdened his heart lifted as he saw Jiang Xian frozen in place. Yinyao brother! Jiang Shuiyan exclaimed, rushing towards him. Although their encounters had been few, merely twice, she was acutely aware that her father had betrothed her to Li Yinyao. He was to be her future husband, and thus, she ought to prioritize him above all else. Shuiyan, you have not been frightened, have you? Li Yinyao inquired. With Li Yinxian present, he felt no concern for her physical safety. His only worry was that she might have been startled, given that Li Yinxian had yet to reveal himself. And no, Jiang Shuiyan stammered, retreating behind Jiang Bingyu once more. Although she was to marry Li Yinyao and yield to him, she had grown up in the Jiang residence and had little experience with strangers. Faced with Li Yinyao, she was uncertain how to respond, seeking refuge behind her sister. Jiang Xian, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that after over a year of serving as a household attendant in Jiang Shuiyan's courtyard, he held a lesser place in her heart than the man she had only met a few times. Chapter 34 If you do not strike, we shall perish together. Throughout her life, Jiang Shuiyan had always hidden behind her elder sister, Jiang Bingyu, whenever faced with challenges, and Jiang Bingyu had consistently stepped forward to resolve them on her behalf. As long as you are safe, Li Yinyao smiled at Jiang Shuiyan before turning to Zhang Shu. Do not afford him any opportunity to delay. Eliminate him immediately. I do not believe that the one behind him will remain passive if he is on the brink of death. Zhang Li just nodded upon hearing this, and a colossal handprint suddenly materialized in the air, descending towards Jiang Xian's position. Upon witnessing the enormous palm strike aimed at him, Jiang Xian felt an overwhelming pressure. Had he not exerted all his strength to brace himself, he might have already collapsed. Gritting his teeth, he urgently transmitted a message, Master, awaken quickly, or we shall both meet our demise here. Silence ensued. Master, I know you are awake. If you do not act now, I shall shatter this ring, and we will die together. Jiang Xian was certain that when he cracked the ring in his hand, it would create a significant disturbance within the spatial realm contained inside. He did not believe that his master would remain unresponsive in such a dire situation, nor that he would place absolute trust in him without any contingency. Thus, he was convinced that his master was indeed awake but simply unwilling to assist him. Without his master's intervention, he saw no path to escape, leaving him with only the avenue of death. For the sake of his own life, he felt compelled to take such a drastic measure. He could always apologize to his master later after making his escape. After all, he would need to reconstruct his master's body in the future. What harm was there in receiving help now? He believed his master would understand his predicament as well. As the palm print descended upon Jiang Xian, the ring on his hand emitted a series of cracking sounds, as if it could not bear the burden. Alas, let go. I shall assist you this once. Su Manqing relented, albeit reluctantly. Her intervention was not born from Jiang Xian's threats. Given his cultivation level, he posed no real danger to her. If she chose to act, Jiang Xian would be utterly defenseless. The true reason for her aid was that her storage ring had begun to fracture. Should that palm strike hit, the ring might shatter entirely. In such a scenario, she would be exposed and captured, potentially reduced to mere tool spirit status. She could hardly fathom such a fate. It was preferable to assist Jiang Xian in his escape and settle the score with him later. In the next moment, Jiang Xian's demeanor shifted as he continuously formed hand seals. An alien force surged forth from his being. Boom! The handprint unleashed by Zhang Li struck the ground where Jiang Xian had been. Jiang Xian prepared to escape from Zhang Li's grasp as he had done previously at the Xiaoshang Pavilion. Li Yinxian, who had been secretly protecting Jiang Shuiyan, revealed a smirk. I was curious about the identity of this individual. I did not expect him to be merely a remnant soul of the Yang God realm. A mere remnant soul dares to oppose my Li family? Truly, he is misguided. Jiang Xian also noticed Su Manqing manipulating his body to form seals and felt a sense of relief. He silently vowed that once he escaped this time, he would devote himself to cultivation and ensure that the Li family paid for their actions today. But in the next moment, he was struck dumb. Having completed his hand seals, he did not vanish as he had from the Xiaoshang Pavilion, but remained in Jiang Shuiyan's courtyard, rooted in place. He shouted inwardly, Master, what is happening? Why are we still here? Su Manqing's tone turned grave. There is a hidden expert at the Yang God level here. We may not be able to escape. This time, Su Manqing did not conceal her voice, and a clear, melodious tone echoed in Jiang Xian's mind. Jiang Xian's spirit roared in desperation. You are not my master. What have you done with my master? Bring him back, or we shall never leave. Is this the person you seek? Su Manqing's raspy voice replied, You have kicked a metal plate this time. I cannot save you. I must depart now, and you are on your own. With that, Su Manqing released Jiang Xian's hand, causing the ring to slip from his grasp. In the next instant, the ring soared towards the horizon. Jiang Xian could hardly believe the unfolding reality. His master was not an old man but a woman who had now abandoned him. No, do not leave me here, master, take me with you. Jiang Xian pleaded weakly. Observing this, Li Yingyao instructed, Zhang Shu, do not concern yourself with Jiang Xian for now. There is something amiss with that ring, pursue it at once. His rationale was simple. Without Su Manqing, who resided within the ring, Jiang Xian would pose no threat to him, Zhang Bingyu, or Jiang Shuiyan. They could manage the ensuing matters themselves. However, the entity within that ring was Su Manqing, a first-grade Saint Realm expert. If she could cultivate one Jiang Xian, who could guarantee she could not cultivate another? Thus, securing that ring was imperative to conclude this matter. The old servant obeys. Yet before Zhang Li could pursue the ring, he halted abruptly. Humph, did you think you could flee without consulting me? Li Yinxian suddenly appeared in midair, seizing the ring in his hand. Su Manqing was filled with despair. How is this possible? A peak Yang God level expert? No, he has already reached half-step Saint Realm. When did the Mortal Realms dynasty acquire such a formidable being? At that moment, she lost all desire to flee. She knew that even at her peak, a millennium ago, when she had been sealed, she could not escape his grasp without a physical form. Now, she saw no point in resisting. She could only hope that the opponent would grant her a swift end rather than transmute her into a tool spirit. Crack! Li Yinxian crushed the ring in his hand, causing ripples to spread through the surrounding space. With a series of popping sounds, everything within the ring, save for what had been devoured by the spatial rifts, fell to the ground. Amidst the chaos, a phantom figure of a woman hovered beside Li Yinxian. This scene fell into Jiang Xian's eyes, and he burst into laughter. Ha! Did you think you could abandon me and escape? If we are to die, let us die together. Ha! If we are to die, let us die together. Ha ha ha! Su Manqing glared at Jiang Xian, seething with rage. She had raised an ungrateful wretch. Had she known, she would have simply passed her techniques to Wang Fugui. After all, Wang Fugui had rescued her from her seal. Even if he turned out to be ungrateful, he would still be preferable to Jiang Xian, who owed her nothing. Silence! Su Manqing shot a fierce glare at Jiang Xian, and a powerful wave of spiritual force surged into Jiang Xian's soul sea, shredding his spirit into fragments. Jiang Xian's laughter was abruptly silenced, his eyes becoming vacant as he fell backward. Thud! Jiang Xian's body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 35 of the Master Servant Contract. Li Yinxian gazed at Su Manqing and remarked, You possess quite the audacity. A wave of terrifying pressure enveloped Su Manqing, causing her to furrow her brows as she responded, Regardless, you intend to kill him anyway. After all, we shared a master-disciple bond, I can at least grant him a swift end. Humph, are you instructing me on how to carry out my tasks? Li Yinxian sneered, extending his hand towards Su Manqing.
A formidable force drew her into his grasp, reducing her to a diminutive figure no larger than 2 inches. Despite her attempts to struggle, she eventually relinquished her resistance. Lin Xian landed on the ground and pointed at the corpse of Jiang Xian, addressing Zhang Ligan, Uncle Zhang, behead this man and display his head at the city gate for a month. Let others witness the fate of those who oppose the Li family. The old servant obeys. Zhang Ligan instructed his men to drag Jiang Xian's corpse away, not wishing for the scene to be witnessed by the wives concerned for the young master. Li Yinyu approached from behind Jiang Bingyu, taking Jiang Xueyan's hand and walking to Li Yinxian's side. He looked at the bashful Jiang Xueyan, who was lowering her head, and said, Xueyan, this is my elder brother. You may address him as elder brother. Elder brother, Jiang Xueyan timidly raised her head and uttered. Li Yinxian inclined his head slightly and retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring, saying, Xueyan, if I am not mistaken, you are on the brink of breaking through to the 8th rank. This is a qi-nourishing pill, it will serve you well during your breakthrough. Jiang Xueyan glanced at the pill in Li Yinxian's hand, then at Li Yinyu who held her hand, hesitating to accept it. Li Yinyu, perceiving her reluctance, snatched the qi-nourishing pill from Li Yinxian's hand and pressed it into Jiang Xueyan's palm, saying, accept it, if it is insufficient, you may ask him for more. Jiang Xueyan nodded gently, her head lowered. Li Yinyu raised an eyebrow, elder brother, is it appropriate to present a first-grade qi-nourishing pill upon meeting your sister-in-law for the first time? Li Yinxian shot him a sidelong glance, the gift is prepared. I shall present her with something more fitting when you wed tomorrow. Zhang Bingyu witnessed this scene and was utterly infuriated. Once again, she felt overlooked, just as in the previous instance. Although this time she was introducing her sister, she remained unacknowledged. It was not that she desired a gift, but rather, she resented the fact that while others received acknowledgement, she was consistently disregarded. Was she truly so unworthy in Li Yinyu's eyes? Each time, she was not introduced to his elder brother. Li Yinyu observed the miniature Su Manqing in Li Yinxian's hand and asked, elder brother, did the yang god behind Jiang Xian not intervene? Naturally, he was aware that there was no genuine yang god behind Jiang Xian, only the remnant soul of Su Manqing. Li Yinxian paused before raising his hand, there may be no yang god behind Jiang Xian, only this remnant soul of a yang god. A yang god remnant soul? Li Yinyu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, it was attempting to flee just now, but I managed to capture it. Elder brother, what are your intentions regarding this remnant soul? Li Yinxian replied indifferently, naturally, it will be refined into a spirit for a weapon. Do you possess any thoughts on the matter? Su Manqing urgently interjected, do not turn me into a weapon spirit, I harbor many secrets, and I also possess a celestial grade cultivation technique. Do not refine me. Ha, with a celestial grade technique, you would meet the fate of a remnant soul? Li Yinxian scoffed. Li Yinyu added, I do have some alternative thoughts. What thoughts, pray tell? Li Yinyu continued nonchalantly, while refining this yang god remnant soul into a weapon spirit would yield a terrestrial grade treasure, our Li family is not particularly in need of such a treasure. What we lack are celestial grade treasures, am I correct? Li Yinxian nodded in agreement, indeed, our Li family does not lack terrestrial grade treasures, we require celestial grade treasures like the national seal, instead, it could remain by my side to protect me, Li Yinyu proposed. Although I have Uncle Zhang for protection, there are times when his strength is insufficient. He further elaborated, just like the last time, Jiang Xian managed to escape from Uncle Zhang due to this yang god remnant soul. Even with Uncle Zhang's 4th-ranking god cultivation, which is considered formidable, he was unable to handle Jiang Xian at that time. Su Manqing nodded vigorously, indeed, my value cannot be maximized by merely becoming a weapon spirit. Li Yinxian cast a glance at the miniature figure in his hand, remaining silent as he slightly curled his fingers. Su Manqing let out a wretched cry and ceased to speak, realizing she had no standing to negotiate with the individuals before her. Li Yinxian fixed his gaze on Li Yinyu, inquiring, do you comprehend the worth of a terrestrial grade treasure in terms of spirit stones? Moreover, how can you ensure that this individual will wholeheartedly protect you, rather than engage in some ulterior motives? Li Yinyu chuckled lightly, we can have her sign a master-servant contract. Should I perish, her soul will likewise be extinguished, thus alleviating any fears of her harboring ulterior motives. Master-servant contract. Su Manqing exclaimed in shock, how do you possess knowledge of the master-servant contract of the 10,000 Laws sect? Are you affiliated with the 10,000 Laws sect? Su Manqing's memory of the 10,000 Laws sect was that it was a premier sect in the Tianxian continent, having firmly maintained control over the signing of various contracts without ever leaking their methods. How could these two possibly know the most confidential master-servant contract of the 10,000 Laws sect? If the master-servant contract were to be divulged, the 10,000 Laws sect would employ all its resources to eradicate the knowledge of those who learned of it. Su Manqing had been sealed with the assistance of the 10,000 Laws sect at the time of her capture. Li Yinxian scoffed, 10,000 Laws sect, that is a name from a bygone era. Are you some relic from the previous age? According to Li Yinyu, the 10,000 Laws sect had fallen into decline following the last battle between the righteous and demonic factions, and soon after, it was eradicated, while the imperial powers rose during this period. After the battle between the righteous and demonic factions, the sects had sustained severe losses, and the imperial powers, which had long been oppressed by the sects, seized the opportunity to plunder their resources, successfully turning the tide over the course of the subsequent 10 millennia, leading to the present-day suppression of sects by imperial powers. Li Yinyu explained, 10,000 Laws sect, wasn't it extinguished a millennium ago, are you indeed a relic from that era?
Su Manqing murmured in disbelief. Extinguished? The 10,000 Laws sect was eradicated? She could hardly fathom that the 10,000 Laws sect had met such a fate. It had been one of the most prestigious sects in the Tianqian continent, standing strong for countless years. While she would not be surprised if any other sect were to be destroyed, the eradication of the 10,000 Laws sect was beyond her wildest imagination. Li Yinxian nodded slightly. If she is willing to sign a master-servant contract with you, keeping her by your side would not be out of the question. He then brought his fingers together slightly, asking, "Are you willing to sign a master-servant contract?" Although Su Manqing was reluctant to be refined into a weapon spirit, she was equally unwilling to enter into a master-servant contract with Li Yinyu. Regardless of the choice, it would equate to servitude. The master-servant contract merely offered a semblance of freedom, yet she would rather perish than submit to servitude. Resolving herself, Su Manqing scoffed, dreaming of making me your slave. I would rather perish, with my soul extinguished, than become your servant. In the next moment, Su Manqing's soul began to swell, emanating an overwhelming pressure from her being. Chapter 36. Is this the usual tactic of the Li family? Li Yinyao had been contemplating making Su Manqing his personal attendant, allowing himself to take the lead as the protagonist. How could he possibly watch as Su Manqing self-destructed? Witnessing this scene, he couldn't help but exclaim urgently, "I can take charge. As long as you sign a master-servant contract with me and protect me for 100 years, not only will I grant you your freedom afterwards, but I can also assist you in reconstructing your physical form." Su Manqing was taken aback by Li Yinyao's declaration, yet she understood that he lacked the authority to make such promises, especially since she had already begun her self-destruction. Once the process commenced, it could not be halted. With a hint of pride, she retorted, once the self-detonation of the soul begins, it cannot be reversed, unless one possesses the soul control technique of the soul sect. But how could such a secret remain in circulation, being the most guarded secret of the soul sect? Though your proposal is tempting, it is now impossible to fulfill. Had you mentioned it earlier, I might have considered it, but it's too late now. Li Yinxian chuckled softly. Oh? Is this what you refer to as the soul sect's most guarded secret? In the next moment, a chilling surge of soul power erupted from Li Yinxian. Su Manqing felt her self-detonation cease momentarily, as her soul began to wither like a deflated doll. Weakly, she protested, "How could you possibly possess the soul control technique? The soul sect is the foremost demonic sect, unrivaled in strength. How could such a technique be leaked?" Although her voice was feeble, it did not mask her astonishment. Li Yinxian, regarding the puppet in his hand with a mocking expression, remarked, "The foremost demonic sect, the soul sect, was eradicated over 8,500 years ago, and among those who participated in its destruction was my Li family. Is it so surprising that I would possess the soul control technique?" Hearing this, Su Manqing felt utterly deflated. If even the soul sect had been destroyed, she could hardly fathom what sect could remain untouched. It led her to ponder the events that had transpired outside over the past 10 millennia. In her year and more in Lingzhang City, she had encountered no significant sects, and it seemed reasonable for a remote location to only host an obscure sect, the Yunqiao sect. After all, resources were limited here, unable to sustain too many sections. However, she never imagined that even the soul sect had fallen, which meant that the righteous leader, the Wuji Xian sect, was likely not faring much better and could very well have faced annihilation as well. Li Yinyao explained, after the great calamity of righteousness and demonic forces a millennium ago, most larger sects were obliterated, and the following 10 millennia have been the dominion of my great Jing dynasty. What I previously offered you is indeed your best option. Su Manqing realized that she was entirely powerless to resist them, yet she understood that the one who spoke could not dictate terms, and the true arbiter remained silent. She fixed her gaze on Li Yinyao and asked calmly, "Are you able to make this decision?" Li Yinyao raised an eyebrow at Li Yinxian. "Brother, can I take charge?" "You may take her under your wing," Li Yinxian pondered for a moment, "but only if she is willing to sign the master-servant contract. Then I would feel secure in handing her over to you." Did you hear that? Li Yinyao reached out and tapped Su Manqing's soul puppet on the head. "Have you made your decision? Will you sign the master-servant contract with me?" Silence ensued for a time, but Li Yinxian gathered his fingers and stated coolly, "I do not enjoy coercing others. That if you are unwilling, then so be it. Upon my return to the capital, I will send you a method for refining magical artifacts." Feeling a sharp pain in her soul akin to being pricked by needles, Su Manqing cried out urgently, "Stop! Cease this at once. I agree to sign the master-servant contract with him." Li Yinyao and Li Yinxian exchanged knowing smiles. "Brother, since she has agreed to the contract, let us cease hostilities." Naturally, Li Yinxian, who was not averse to Li Yinyao playing the benevolent role, nodded slightly and released his hold on Su Manqing. Jiang Bingyu, observing the scene from the side, felt an unsettling familiarity wash over her as she pondered for a moment before realizing this was precisely the tactic Li Yinyao had employed against her. First, he lured with temptation while in an absolute position of power. If that failed, he resorted to coercion, and finally, when his opponent was on the brink of despair, he would entice them once more. She had initially thought these were just minor tricks of Li Yinyao. Little did she know that his elder brother was equally adept, if not more so. Compared to Li Yinxian, Li Yinyao's methods seemed somewhat juvenile. When Li Yinyao had threatened her, she had seen through his tactics. However, due to various reasons stemming from his threats, she had dared not resist. Had she not observed Li Yinyao's methods, she would hardly have discerned Li Yinxian's. Was this stratagem a common practice of the Li family? She could only conclude that even if these were their customary tactics, they were undeniably compelling, as the Li family was a premier aristocratic clan of the great Jing dynasty.
Even the remnant of a divine soul could perceive Li Yinxian's methods, just as she could recognize Li Yanyao's, yet neither she nor that entity could refuse the terms set forth by the Li brothers. At this juncture, she could not help but marvel at the strength of the Li family, even a remnant of the divine realm unable to mount a resistance. It was needless to say that the Jiang family, with their modest fifth-tier strength, stood no chance. Just as Jiang Bingyu was lost in thought, a sharp voice jolted her back to reality. Go! 2 silver beams shot from Li Yinxian's hand, one aimed at Li Yanyao's forehead and the other at the forehead of Su Manqing's soul puppet. Li Yinyao felt an unusual power surge within him, as if he could instantaneously grasp the life and death of the puppet in Li Yinxian's hand. Meanwhile, Su Manqing sensed a terrifying presence emanating from Li Yinyao, as if it could strike her down at any moment, even though she knew he was no match for her in terms of strength. Su Manqing fully believed Li Yanyao's words now, for what Li Yinxian had just demonstrated was indeed the secret of the master-servant contract from the 10,000 Laws sect. A millennium ago, to establish a master-servant contract, one had to either be a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect or purchase the contract talisman from the sect itself. The 10,000 Laws sect had leveraged this master-servant contract talisman, among other talismans, to become one of the most powerful sects on the Tianqian continent. It was now evident that these two were truthful. Sects had indeed fallen into decline due to the chaos of righteousness and demonic forces. Following the successful signing of the master-servant contract, Li Yinxian released his hold on Su Manqing, granting her newfound freedom. Observing this, Li Yinyao smiled at Su Manqing. Elder, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Li Yinyao. I hope we can become great friends in the future, as I truly enjoy making friends. Su Manqing replied, I am Su Manqing. I look forward to your guidance in the future, and I hope you will honor your word and not betray our agreement. Rest assured, Su Elder, I am a man of my word and never deceive. I will grant you your freedom after 100 years. Jiang Bingyu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, as if she had seen this scene unfold somewhere before. Chapter 37. Come out. I know you're fine. Release the restrictions on the storage ring for a moment. I wish to stay inside, as my soul being exposed for an extended period has certain effects on me, Su Manqing said weakly. Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao immediately loosened some of the constraints within the storage ring. Following this, Su Manqing's soul figure swiftly darted into Li Yanyao's storage ring. Li Yinxian, observing his somewhat excited younger brother, spoke solemnly. Although she has entered into a master-servant contract with you, meaning that if you perish, she would also follow, she is unlikely to engage in anything excessively perilous toward you. However, she could still create stumbling blocks behind your back, so you must remain vigilant. Do not place complete trust in her. Rest assured, elder brother, I will exercise caution, Li Yinyao replied. Li Yinxian nodded, stating, this matter is settled. After your wedding tomorrow, I shall return to the capital. Do you wish to accompany me? Li Yinyao certainly did not wish to return to the capital so soon. Although it was his stronghold, he felt there were still some opportunities along the journey from Linjiang City to the capital. He wanted to seize these opportunities before returning to the capital. He paused momentarily before saying, elder brother, you may return to the capital first. I do not have pressing matters like you. Moreover, having just married, there is no rush to return to the capital. I plan to take Xue Yan and the others to admire the scenery along the way. As for Ling Yao, she possesses the enchanting physique. Since the head of the Yin Yang sect, Jiang Mani, shares a similar constitution, I intend to send her there for training, allowing her to apprentice under Jiang Mani. The Yin Yang sect? Li Yinxian pondered for a moment before producing a jade token, saying, it is indeed a commendable choice. The head of the Yin Yang sect owes me a favor. Take this token to seek her out. She should not refuse. Li Yinyao accepted the jade token. Since I am to be wed tomorrow, it would be inappropriate for me to linger at the Jiang residence. Elder brother, let us return to the county governor's office together. Uncle Zhang can keep watch here. Having said this, Li Yinyao turned to the blushing Jiang Xueyan and said, Sister Xueyan, see you tomorrow. Jiang Xueyan nodded shyly, retreating behind Jiang Bingyu. Brother Yinyao, see you tomorrow. Li Yinyao smiled at Jiang Xueyan, then took Ling Yao's hand, saying, Elder brother, let us be on our way. Indeed, Li Yinxian replied, grasping Li Yinyao, and in the next moment, the three vanished from the courtyard. Is this the power of the Yang God realm? I barely caught a glimpse of how the three departed. Jiang Bingyu marveled at Li Yinxian's strength, but a wave of melancholy washed over her heart the next moment. This time, when Li Yinyao left, he only acknowledged his sister and did not even glance at her. She was bewildered, uncertain of what she had done wrong, and puzzled as to why Li Yinyao treated her this way. Not to mention the disregard he showed her. During both encounters with his elder brother, Li Yinxian, she had not been introduced to his family. She had initially hoped for Li Yinxian to offer her some guidance, but now it seemed to be a lost cause. Everyone else, whether it was his sister Xueyan, who would marry him, or his delicate canary, Ling Yao, had been introduced to Li Yinxian. While she remained excluded, she now found herself apprehensive about what her life after marriage would entail. Upon returning to the county governor's office, Li Yinyao headed straight to the secluded chamber where he had previously practiced, no longer lingering with Ling Yao. Come out, I know you're fine. Not receiving a response, Li Yinyao repeated with a tone of certainty, come out, stop pretending. I know you are not truly as weak as you appear. Why are you so certain that I am fine? Su Manqing's figure floated out from the ring, her voice tinged with melancholy. Li Yanyao's confidence stemmed from the knowledge that Su Manqing was not merely a remnant soul of the Yang God realm, but rather a remnant of the Saint realm. If her opponent were not Li Yinxian, even an ordinary Yang God would be no match for her. In response to Su Manqing's question, Li Yinyao fabricated a story. Although I could not cultivate before and spent my days idly, I did manage to read some miscellaneous texts. I once perused a book that detailed the origins of the battle between the righteous and demonic factions. Legend has it that a millennium ago, a remarkably talented rogue cultivator emerged in the Tianxian continent.
However, this rogue had nefarious intentions. She infiltrated both righteous and demonic sects, secretly learning their core techniques.
After acquiring their teachings, she would eliminate a respected elder from each sect, employing various methods using demonic techniques against righteous sects, and vice versa. Over time, the animosity between the righteous and demonic factions deepened, ultimately culminating in a grand conflict known as the Righteous-Demonic War. In the end, both sides found themselves unable to continue fighting, only to discover that the exceptional rogue cultivator was the instigator. At that time, the rogue became the public enemy of all sects, but due to the heavy losses sustained in the war, especially in high-level combatants, they found themselves unable to eliminate her. In the end, they could only jointly seal her away, and I recall that this rogue cultivator was a powerful being of the first-rank Saint Realm, not merely someone of second-rank Yang God strength.
Am I correct, Miss Su?
Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention that this rogue cultivator's name was also Su Manqing.
Li Yinyao regarded Su Manqing's soul figure with a hint of amusement.
Your words are utterly nonsensical. Su Manqing's soul figure exclaimed, her anger evident as her movements caused a dazzling display. It was clearly those individuals who sought to seize my techniques, leading to their own conflict over distribution. Had I not broken through to the first-rank Saint Realm, I would have perished long ago. Now they still wish to place the blame for the righteous demonic war on me? Su Manqing vented for a moment, but upon seeing Li Yinyao's amused expression, she promptly silenced herself, realizing she had spoken out of turn.
Why not continue? I am quite interested in the underlying details of the righteous demonic war, Li Yinyao said with a smile.
However, on another note, our Li family truly owes you a debt of gratitude.
Otherwise, we would still be a minor clan in the cultivation world. You were aware of my identity all along?
Su Manqing mused. Li Yinyao clarified, I wouldn't say I knew for certain, I merely had my suspicions. After all, it was a miscellaneous text, and I could not ascertain the truth of what it contained.
Sigh, Su Manqing exhaled deeply, saying, what do you wish to know?
Actually, there is not much I am curious about, Li Yinyao waved his hand dismissively. They are merely old tales.
My current curiosity lies in your techniques.
What manner of techniques could incite the righteous demonic war? Although the dying dynasty's strength surpasses that of any sect from back then, it is certainly not comparable to the entirety of the righteous or demonic factions.
Chapter 38.
The celestial technique. Although Li Yinyao was aware that Su Manqing possessed a remarkably extraordinary technique, she had yet to impart it to him, leaving him in ignorance of its true nature. The name of my technique is the primordial devouring technique. Given your current cultivation and comprehension, it would be futile for you to attempt to grasp its essence through mere words, thus, allow me to demonstrate it directly, Su Manqing declared with an air of pride. With her slender fingers, resembling white scallions, she gestured in the air, releasing a beam of golden light that shot forth from her delicate fingertips, penetrating Li Yinyao's forehead. A torrent of information regarding the primordial devouring technique surged through his mind. After a considerable pause, he finally digested the contents of the technique, exclaiming in awe, truly, it is a technique capable of instigating a war between the righteous and the demonic. The primordial devouring technique could assimilate other techniques for one's own use, allowing for boundless growth. Su Manqing, brimming with pride, remarked, indeed, this is a technique of my own creation, it is naturally formidable.
Li Yinyao hesitated before inquiring, regarding the technique I practice, the Nirvana Sutra, do you think it can still be cultivated alongside your primordial devouring technique? Nirvana Sutra. Su Manqing's expression widened in surprise. You are practicing the Nirvana Sutra? But wasn't it thought to be lost to time?
Li Yinyao nodded, if it pertains to a heavenly ranked technique, then what I cultivate should indeed be the Nirvana Sutra you speak of. The Nirvana Sutra allows one to cultivate to the point of ascension. I am uncertain if it can be consumed by my primordial devouring technique, show it to me, she replied without hesitation. Li Yinyao touched her forehead with his fingertip. Unlike Li Yinyao, who was left momentarily stunned, Su Manqing swiftly absorbed the knowledge of the Nirvana Sutra. After a brief pause, she stated, the Nirvana Sutra truly deserves its reputation as a premier heavenly ranked technique. My primordial devouring technique cannot simply devour it outright.
Li Yinyao discerned the implication in her words and asked, if it cannot be devoured directly, does that suggest there are alternative methods? Su Manqing nodded, indeed, there are other means.
When you undergo nirvana once more, if you then cultivate my primordial devouring technique, you would be able to devour it then.
Li Yinyao fell silent, deep in contemplation of the advantages and disadvantages.
The reason the Nirvana Sutra could ascend to the ranks of premier heavenly techniques was not solely due to its ability to forge a natural Tao body, its most extraordinary aspect was its capacity to grant resurrection, akin to the phoenix rising anew from the flames. However, such a miraculous ability came with constraints. One could only undergo nirvana if their spirit remained intact. With each successful nirvana, the likelihood of succeeding in the next diminished significantly, capping at a maximum of 5 attempts. Having already utilized one chance due to his cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra, he pondered the potential for encountering life-threatening dangers, despite his esteemed status and the protection of formidable allies. Regardless of the certainty of danger, he recognized the necessity of retaining the ability to undergo nirvana. After all, he was not truly Jiang Xian. Even if he were, he had already experienced 4 instances of nirvana, which meant Jiang Xian had faced 3 life and death crises in total. Li Yanyao's future encounters with peril would likely exceed those of Jiang Xian. Given his role as the antagonist, his identity dictated a divergent path from Jiang Xian's, leading to a different array of dangers, perhaps even greater due to the nature of his position. If adversaries were to strike, they would undoubtedly come prepared, knowing the formidable protectors surrounding him. Should an attack occur, the assailant would likely surpass Zhang Ligang in strength, delivering a fatal blow without leaving a trace, for the wrath of the Prime Minister's residence is something few can withstand. Li Yinyao spoke, if I were to learn the primordial devouring technique, would I still be able to undergo nirvana? Su Manqing pondered briefly before responding, do you underestimate me or my technique? With unwavering confidence, she asserted, if you were to learn my technique, you would undoubtedly retain the ability to undergo nirvana with the sutra. Li Yinyao nodded, it would be prudent to wait until I confront a life and death crisis before cultivating this technique. I shall not squander such a precious opportunity for nirvana merely to practice a technique. Upon learning that Li Yinyao practiced the Nirvana Sutra, Su Manqing felt elated. Her fate and existence were intertwined with his. If he possessed the means to survive, the probability of her demise alongside him would diminish significantly. Su Manqing inclined her head slightly. One opportunity for nirvana equates to a single life. Exchanging a life for the chance to learn a technique is indeed unwise. However, with me by your side, should you truly need to undergo nirvana, I will gladly teach you then, she added. Li Yinyao nodded, refraining from further conversation as he prepared for his daily cultivation. However, he noticed Su Manqing did not return to her storage ring and inquired, why do you not return to the storage ring? Su Manqing fixed her gaze upon him, since you are aware that my spirit is of the first-grade saint realm, and you have stated that your Li family lacks heavenly rank artifacts, why then do you not inform your elder brother of my first-grade saint spirit, opting instead to keep me a secret? The value of a first-grade saint spirit vastly eclipses that of a second-grade young god spirit. The latter can only forge earthly rank artifacts at best, whereas the former holds the potential to create heavenly rank lower tier artifacts. The power of heavenly rank artifacts is immense, even the weakest among them cannot be compensated for by sheer numbers of earthly rank artifacts. Anticipating Su Manqing's query, Li Yinyao had already crafted his response. He had expected her to ask once he revealed her status as a first-grade saint spirit, yet he was surprised she had waited until now to voice her concern. In a low voice, he replied, although I am the third son of the Li family, I do not aspire to become the family head. The interests of the Li family do not entirely align with my own. Conversely, my interests do not wholly belong to the Li family. For me, having a saint spirit by my side for protection far outweighs the potential benefits of a heavenly rank artifact. Noticing Su Manqing's silence, he continued, heavenly rank artifacts are not mine to wield. Such treasures will be controlled solely by my father. However, the utility of a saint spirit remaining at my side is immeasurable. Beyond preserving my life, you can also assist me in my cultivation, and your insights and knowledge surpass what any heavenly rank artifact could provide. Su Manqing nodded, so you mean to say that keeping me by your side maximizes your benefits, while handing me over to your elder brother would yield no substantial advantage for you, am I correct? Chapter 39. The woman in red, are you suggesting that keeping me by your side maximizes your interests, while entrusting me to your elder brother would yield you no benefits, am I correct? Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao nodded and replied, indeed, that is precisely the implication. Your esteemed family, like the former sex, harbors various factions within, each with its own divergent interests. Some individuals might even betray the sex interests for their own gain. Li Yinyao chuckled, I have not betrayed the interests of the Li family. I merely seek to maximize my own advantages. Su Manqing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, before her ethereal spirit dove into the storage ring upon Li Yinyao's hand. Observing this, Li Yinyao smiled and retrieved a nourishing pill from the storage ring, consuming it as he commenced his cultivation for the day. On the following morning, Li Yinyao brushed aside the arms draped over him, reclaiming his treasured possession with a soft pop as he rose from the bed. Today marked the auspicious occasion of his marriage to the Jiang sisters, a moment not to be missed. With a slight ache in his back, Li Yinyao descended from the bed, gathering the scattered garments strewn across the floor. He donned the crimson ceremonial attire that Zhang Ligang had prepared for him a few days prior. Through his observations over the past few days, he had learned how to properly wear the garments of this world. Once attired, Li Yinyao stood before a basin of water, conjuring a reflective water mirror with a wave of his hand. He scrutinized his appearance, ensuring that there were no breaches of decorum. Before dispersing the mirror approaching the bedside, he gazed at the still slumbering Yi Lingyao, his heart involuntarily stirred. What a captivating little enchantress she is. I wonder if she is aware of my impending nuptials with the Jiang sisters, for she seemed particularly fervent last night. While I appreciated Yi Lingyao's actions yesterday, her cautious demeanor evoked a tinge of pity within me. Although Yi Lingyao's pretense was convincing, it did not escape Li Yinyao's keen perception. He sensed her subtle movements as he retrieved his treasure from the vial. Pausing for a moment, he spoke, Lingyao, you worked hard last night, you need not rise early today. I shall prepare a nourishing soup for you later to help restore your strength. Today, I shall be somewhat occupied, but I will accompany you in a couple of days. He leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Yi Lingyao's forehead before turning to leave. After Li Yinyao had departed for a while, Yi Lingyao finally opened her eyes. He discovered my charade of feigned slumber. Why did he not call me out? How I wish I could marry Li Lang today, just like the Jiang sisters. Alas, my origins from the teaching department preclude me from sharing the same fate as them. Even though Li Lang has sought justice for my father, my past in the teaching department renders me unworthy of entering the Li family. Sigh. Yi Lingyao sighed deeply. Li Lang has declared that he does not keep idlers by his side. He intends to send me to the Yin Yang sect for mentorship. If my cultivation reaches a high level, will I not be considered an idler anymore? Resolving herself, Yi Lingyao vowed to master her skills at the Yin Yang sect, aspiring to become someone of value to Li Yinyao. Only then could she hope to join the Li family. With determination, she dressed and gradually rose, sitting cross-legged upon the embroidered bed as she began to cultivate the dragon and phoenix resonance. Unbeknownst to her, this technique was merely a dual cultivation secret rather than a true mental discipline, and its efficacy in elevating one's cultivation was rather limited when practiced alone. Meanwhile, Li Yinyao remained oblivious to Yi Lingyao's thoughts, as he rode a magnificent pure white steed, traversing the path to the Jiang residence. At the entrance of the Jiang manor, Jiang Tianzheng awaited him early in the morning. Though it was somewhat unconventional for him to greet Li Yinyao at the door, he believed that rules were mere guidelines, subject to the living's discretion. Spotting Li Yinyao on horseback, he approached with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Nephew, you have arrived quite early, please, come in." Li Yinyao, puzzled by his presence, inquired, "Uncle, why do you welcome me here? If word gets out, they may mock me for my ignorance of etiquette." Jiang Tianjing's fierce eyes narrowed. "Who dares? I personally came to receive you. Let us see who would be so bold." Li Yinyao replied, "Uncle, let us proceed indoors. We must not delay the auspicious hour. My elder brother is still waiting at the governor's residence." Jiang Tianjing chuckled, "Then I shall not delay you further. Nephew, please, do enter." At the governor's residence, Li Yinyao dismounted and turned to behold two grand red bridal palanquins not far off. The first palanquin belongs to Jiang Bingyu, and the second to Jiang Shuiyan. With this thought, he approached the palanquin that was further away, parting the curtain to assist Jiang Shuiyan as she emerged. "Be careful, Shuiyan." Jiang Shuiyan nodded softly. Although Li Yinyao could not see her expression behind the red veil, her voice revealed her shyness. He took Jiang Shuiyan's hand and led her to the first palanquin, lifting the curtain. Initially, he had contemplated allowing Jiang Bingyu to wait a few more days, but upon reflection, today was their day of celebration, and this was likely her only chance in this lifetime. He did not wish to create any unpleasant memories for her on such a significant day. There were many ways to coax Jiang Bingyu into submission. There was no need to prolong her discomfort today. Grasping Jiang Bingyu's hand, he assisted her out of the palanquin. The chill of her hand contrasted sharply with the soft warmth of Jiang Shuiyan's, evoking a moment of contemplation. As they entered the governor's residence, Li Yinyao noticed a figure that should not have been present. A woman clad in a striking red floral gown stood at the center of the hall, seemingly awaiting someone. Shouldn't she be in the capital? What brings her here? Who could have divulged my marriage plans to her? I distinctly remember her preference for white garments. Why is she adorned in red today? Surely, she isn't here to disrupt the ceremony? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Li Yinyao's forehead as he scanned the room and spotted his elder brother, Li Yinxian, observing him with a sly grin. In that instant, he understood that this entire situation had been orchestrated by his mischievous elder brother. Li Yinyao shot his brother an exasperated glare, but Li Yinxian merely raised an eyebrow, unperturbed. Li Yinyao pushed aside his concerns. All he wished for was to avoid any disturbances, bravely leading the two women toward the hall. However, just a few steps in, the woman in the red gown abruptly blocked his path, preventing him from entering the room. Faced with her aggressive presence, Li Yinyao felt no ire. Instead, he nudged his two fiancées aside, intending to circumvent her. The door to the reception hall was grand, and even if Li Yinyao took a few more steps, he could still lead Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan inside. After maneuvering around the woman in red, just as Li Yinyao prepared to step forward, she reappeared in front of him once more. Chapter 40: A disruption. The actions of the woman clad in red made Li Yinyao realize that she had come to disrupt the occasion. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words, helplessly guiding Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan a few steps aside. Just as he was about to enter the room, the woman in red reappeared before him, compelling him to lower the foot he had just raised. After several such exchanges, Li Yinyao finally ceased his movements, choosing instead to quietly regard the woman before him. The originally festive atmosphere in the reception hall had taken on a more somber tone. The members of the Jiang family were perplexed by the unfolding situation when initially, upon seeing the woman in red, they presumed her to be affiliated with the Prime Minister's residence and thought little of it. Who could have anticipated such a commotion? Jiang Tianjing never imagined that anyone would dare to disrupt the wedding of the Li family. However, since this individual was clearly targeting Li Yinyao, it was likely that Li Yinsen knew who she was. As the head of the Jiang family and the father of the two brides, Jiang Tianjing sat in the main seat, casting a glance toward Li Yinxian, who was seated a table away, and inquired, "Eldest young master, who is this person?" With a cheerful smile, Li Yinxian replied, "No need to concern yourself with her. Let us observe how Yinyao handles the situation." Jiang Tianjing had initially intended to clarify the matter with Li Yinxian to avoid delaying the auspicious hour, but now that Li Yinxian suggested ignoring it, he had no choice but to comply and sit quietly in his chair. Li Yinyao and the woman in red locked eyes for an extended moment, ultimately conceding. He spoke, "Panner, please step aside, do not delay the auspicious hour." The woman in red remained silent, gazing intently at Li Yinyao, yet the sorrow in her eyes was impossible for him to overlook, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Meeting her gaze, Li Yinyao softened his tone, saying, "Panner, after the ceremony, I will explain everything to you." Noticing her lack of response, he released his hold on Jiang Bingyu's hand and gently ruffled the hair of the woman in red, saying, "Panner, be good. After the ceremony, I will come to find you." The young woman named Panner stifled her tears and coldly huffed, "I will see how you explain yourself later." With that, she exited the hall, unwilling to witness the ceremony. After Panner departed, Li Yinyao finally led his two beautiful brides into the hall. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the ancestors. Husband and wife bow to each other. Ceremony complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber. Once the ceremony concluded and he had escorted the two brides to their chamber, Li Yinyao turned back to the hall to express his gratitude to the guests. As he entered the courtyard, he spotted the woman in red standing alone beneath a peach tree. "Panner, I've come," he said, hastening to her side and speaking softly. Of the woman before him was Zhou Panner, who had grown up alongside him, a childhood companion. Unlike others, she had never scorned him for his lack of cultivation talent. Instead, she had devotedly followed him, silently protecting him, remaining steadfast throughout. After Li Yinyao was killed by Jiang Xayan, she had recklessly sought vengeance for him, yet how could the love interest of a mere cannon fodder rival withstand the might of the protagonist, Jiang Xayan? Ultimately, she too perished at Jiang Xayan's hands, her soul extinguished, never to be reborn. However, such events would never transpire again, for Jiang Xayan was now dead. Thus, Li Yinyao could not summon any anger towards Zhou Panner. How could he resent a woman who had wholeheartedly wished him well? In matters of the heart, sincerity is always a potent weapon, provided one encounters a good person, and it was evident that Zhou Panner was indeed that good person. Zhou Panner had recently taken refuge under the tutelage of the master of Tianqing Temple, Pu Ju, located not far from the city, and had attained the 5th rank in cultivation, a bona fide talent in the realm of martial arts. "You promised me you would marry me. Why then have you taken 2 concubines first?" Zhou Panner spoke with suppressed anger, maintaining her composure. Gazing into Zhou Panner's clear, spring-like eyes, Li Yinyao felt a twinge of guilt. He recalled that in his youth, he had indeed promised Zhou Panner that he would marry her. It had been his intention to do so, planning to lead a simple life with her for the brief years he had. However, plans often falter in the face of change. As the third son of the prime minister, he had been born into a life of privilege, yet he also bore the responsibility of contributing to the Li family. His marriage, for instance, was not his to decide. His father, Li Su, had arranged a betrothal for him, the intended bride being Chu Qingqing, the legitimate daughter of the Northern Guardian King, Zhu Ren. From that point on, he had not broached the subject of marrying Zhou Panner again, nor had she raised the matter of marrying him. That he had thought Zhou Panner had forgotten about it, yet to his surprise, she had come to Lingjiang City today to revisit the topic. Though Li Yinyao felt somewhat disoriented internally, he maintained a calm exterior, stating, "Panner, you know I have a betrothal, I cannot marry you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Panner did not display any signs of disappointment but posed a question to Li Yinyao. "Brother Yinyao, do you know why Uncle Li arranged for you to receive the title of Joyful Marquis?" Li Yinyao was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, why had his father gone to such lengths to secure a title for him, even risking a fallout with the Emperor of the Great Jing? After all, his status as the third son of the Li family far surpassed that of an empty title like Joyful Marquis. Surely, there must be another purpose behind this title? "I truly do not know. What use is a title that is merely superficial?" Li Yinyao inquired. Zhou Panner gazed at him and replied slowly, "Uncle Li had 2 objectives in securing this title for you." "2? I had not considered even one. Do share with me." Li Yinyao responded with a hint of exasperation. "Firstly, Chu Qingqing is the legitimate daughter of the Northern Guardian King, Zhu Ren. Although you are the third son of the Li family, you do not possess the innate talents of eldest brother Yin Xian, nor are you the eldest son. In order to marry Chu Qingqing, you lack sufficient qualifications, which is why Uncle Li sought to grant you a title. Secondly, Uncle Li intended to provide me with a name. Once you become a marquis, you can take concubines. Thus, while I may not become the primary wife, I could at least hold the title of a concubine." Li Yinyao suddenly interjected, "Surely there is another aspect you have not mentioned. Does my father not also wish for you to protect me?" Zhou Panner shook her head. "This was not conveyed by Uncle Li. However, it is my duty to protect you, and did we not promise each other in our youth? I would diligently cultivate to ensure I could protect you." Li Yinyao silently nodded to himself. His father must be aware of Zhou Panner's unwavering devotion, though he did not explicitly state it. He must have realized that Zhou Panner would prioritize his safety above all else, hence, he endeavored to provide Panner with a title, ensuring her close protection. Otherwise, given his father's character, he would never have risked a confrontation with the young emperor for mere personal gain. Li Yinyao paused. "I truly do not know my father's reasoning for this title. Had I known earlier, I would have married you first." Zhou Panner huffed softly and turned her head away. "It is too late now." Chapter 41. My compulsion to accept the Jiang sisters. Observing Zhou Panner still in a state of anger, Li Yinyao helplessly remarked, "Panner, you are well aware that, given my family background, I have no authority over whom I may wed, nor can I defy my father. The Northern King, Zhu Ren, stands as the sole male monarch of the Great Jing, a formidable prince wielding military power, commanding an army of tens of thousands stationed in the northern territories. Should a union between Chu Qingqing and Li Yinyao transpire, Chu Qingqing would be destined for the capital. However, for him to wed Chu Qingqing, he would need to venture to the northern realm. While he would not be entirely considered a son-in-law, he would nonetheless require a guardian by his side, and it was Zhou Panner whom his father had designated for that role. "Then why do you not consult me?" Zhou Panner muttered. "Clearly, I arrived first. Why not marry me first?" At that moment, Li Yinyao finally comprehended the root of Zhou Panner's ire, nearly laughing in disbelief. Her anger stemmed from the fact that he had not wed her first. In the realm of Tianxian, the distinctions between concubines and wives are stark. Commoners may only possess one legitimate wife, while any others are relegated to the status of concubines. As a noble, he is permitted to take two secondary wives, who, though of lesser rank than the primary wife, are still considered spouses, and their offspring may inherit a portion of the family estate. Conversely, children born of concubines are fortunate if they inherit any part of the family legacy, otherwise, they may be relegated to the status of esteemed servants. He had not anticipated that his father would go to such lengths merely to secure him a title for this very reason. Li Yinyao gently traced the delicate arch of Zhou Panera's petite nose with his finger, speaking softly. Panner, you cannot expect me to know about my eligibility to marry. You are aware that I was somewhat uneducated. How could I possibly have known such matters? Is it that if I do not take a concubine this time, you intend to withhold the truth from me indefinitely? Or have you changed your heart and no longer wish to marry me? Zhou Panner hastily shook her head. It is not that I do not wish to marry you. I simply do not know how to articulate it. She appeared anxious to explain but struggled to find the words, ultimately exclaiming in frustration, how can such matters be left for a girl to voice? Listening to her, Li Yinyao realized he had successfully navigated this hurdle. While he felt somewhat unscrupulous for exploiting Zhou Panera's affections, the burden of this predicament belonged to the original owner of his identity, not to him. Furthermore, he possessed a means to ensure Zhou Panner would accept the Zhang sisters. He reached out, gently tousling her hair, and said softly, in the future, do share any concerns with me, do not conceal them as you did this time. You see, it was precisely because you kept this from me that I could not marry you first, thereby falling behind others. Panner, though I understand you are presently discontent, I have compelling reasons to accept the Zhang sisters as my concubines. As Li Yinyao concluded his statement, it was Zhou Panner who now wore a look of perplexity. She genuinely could not fathom what enchantment the two women from the modest Zhang family could possess that compelled Li Yinyao to take them as concubines. Perhaps these two could assist him, yet the Zhang family was pathetically weak compared to the Li family, the influential house of the capital. One could easily surmise that two of the Li family's shadow guards could obliterate the Zhang family without effort. The disparity in strength between the two families was akin to that of an adult man and an ant, with the actual gap likely being even more pronounced. Baffled by Li Yinyao's insistence on taking both as concubines, Zhou Panner gazed into his eyes, seeking a reason she could accept. Li Yinyao recognized that Zhou Panner was struggling to understand his motives, especially since the unique attributes of the Zhang sisters had remained a closely guarded secret from others. Even Zhang Xueyan's extraordinary constitution, akin to a divine furnace, was unknown to her father. Zhang Tianzheng. Li Yinyao placed his hand gently atop Zhou Panner's delicate one and asked, Panner, have you not noticed any differences in me compared to before? Zhou Panner scrutinized him closely, and upon her careful examination, she discerned that his demeanor had shifted from the previous brooding nature, radiating a newfound vitality. Previously, she had sensed a change in Li Yinyao, but given the gravity of his decision to take concubines, she had not paid much attention to his other transformations. Although she could not ascertain how he had undergone such a significant metamorphosis within the brief period of their separation, she was certain it was indeed Li Yinyao. Moreover, these changes were undoubtedly positive, even if she had not delved deeply into them. Li Yinyao, observing the focused yet bewildered gaze Zhou Panner fixed upon him, gently suggested, try channeling your spiritual energy into me. Zhou Panner, taken aback, was filled with curiosity. She understood that Li Yinyao had been unable to cultivate since childhood, despite his tireless efforts, which had only led to backlash and injury. His body resembled a fragile vessel, precariously stitched together, vulnerable to shattering in a mere touch. The act of infusing spiritual energy into him was a perilous endeavor typically reserved for seasoned healers. Though uncertain, Zhou Panner obediently followed his instructions, cautiously channeling a sliver of her spiritual energy into him. As she did so, she was meticulous, fearful of any adverse reaction from his frail body. Seeing Li Yinyao's neutral expression, she released a breath of relief, but the next moment, disbelief washed over her as she tightly grasped his hand. She sensed the turbulent flow of spiritual energy within him, and it was not merely the result of recent cultivation. He had attained the 8th tier of the Qi-feeding realm. Zhou Panner could scarcely believe her eyes. Over the years, the head of the Li family, Li Su, a figure of immense power, had exhausted countless resources and efforts to enable Li Yinyao's successful cultivation, all in vain. Yet today, she discovered that Li Yinyao had achieved the 8th tier of the Qi-feeding realm. The brief time they had been apart, nearly a little over a month, had witnessed such a transformation. How could he have changed so drastically? How had he suddenly become capable of cultivation, and to such an advanced stage at that? Zhou Panner had herself traversed the arduous path to the 8th tier of the Qi-feeding realm. She understood the extensive time and effort required to progress from merely perceiving the existence of spiritual energy to mastering the nuances of cultivation, ultimately reaching the 8th tier. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, an unprecedented realization began to form within her. Chapter 42. Have you been deceiving me all along? Zhou Panner suddenly felt like a fool, having been deceived by the man before her since she was 6 years old. This man was not incapable of cultivating. Rather, he simply lacked the innate talent for it. After expending so many resources, he had barely reached the 8th rank of the Qi-feeding realm. Zhou Panner did not care about Li Yinyao's cultivation talent. Even when he pretended to be unable to cultivate in her presence, she did not harbor disdain for him. Instead, she sought every possible means to assist Li Yinyao, hoping he could cultivate. Her motivation stemmed solely from the desire to prevent him from becoming disheartened and spiraling deeper into despair due to his inability to cultivate. Having grown up alongside Li Yinyao, she had witnessed firsthand his transformation upon learning of his limitations. Initially incredulous, he then descended into madness, ultimately becoming despondent and lost. He had morphed from a spirited youth into someone who spent his days either in brothels or on his way to them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zhou Pan'er shivered, wondering if everything had been a facade. Did that mean Li Yanyao's promises to her and his feelings were also fabrications? With this realization, her once bright and clear eyes dimmed. She had always harbored two greatest wishes. One was to repay Li Yinyao for his protection and ensure he lived a safe and peaceful life. The other was to discover a method that would allow him to successfully cultivate, restoring him to his former spirited self. Yet now, although one of her greatest wishes had seemingly been fulfilled, she found herself unable to feel joy. Li Yinyao observed the flickering light in Zhou Pan'er's eyes as they faded into despondency, and he thought to himself, oh no, Pan'er must not be overthinking this. He hastily said, Pan'er, now you understand why I took the Jiang sisters as concubines, right? Zhou Pan'er lifted her dimmed gaze, looking at Li Yinyao with confusion as she softly asked, how did you attain your 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm? Have you been deceiving me all along? What does this have to do with your need to take the Jiang sisters as concubines? Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao realized that Zhou Pan'er had indeed overthought the situation. He reached out, gently pinching her nose, and softly explained, silly girl, how could I possibly deceive you? The reason I possess the 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm is entirely due to the Jiang sisters. Zhou Pan'er was even more perplexed by his words. How could his 8th rank cultivation be related to the Jiang sisters? The most prestigious families in Dying Kingdom had spent over a decade without achieving what they had accomplished. How could two women accomplish this? Was she being treated as a fool? Zhou Pan'er swatted away his hand on her nose, exclaiming in frustration, you're still trying to deceive me. The entire Li family has failed to enable you to cultivate for over a decade. How could two women suddenly allow you to succeed? And you've jumped straight to the 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm. I want to even mention the basics of cultivation. How did you bypass the 9th rank of the chi condensation realm? Though my knowledge may be limited, I am not gullible. Li Yinyao chuckled in response to Zhou Pan'er's accusations. Seeing his smile only fueled her anger further, she turned her head away, saying, I've called you out, and you still dare to smile. Li Yinyao continued to explain, the reason the Jiang sisters were able to assist me in reaching the 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm, he paused, noting the intensity of Zhou Pan'er's gaze before adding, is that they both possess special physiques. Special physiques? Zhou Pan'er murmured. She certainly understood the wonders of special physiques. Her master had one such physique. If this were the case, it could explain everything, although she remained curious about the nature of such extraordinary physiques that could elevate a non-cultivator like Li Yinyao directly to the 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm. What kind of special physiques? Zhou Pan'er inquired. Li Yinyao looked at her and replied, Zhang Xueyan possesses a heavenly gifted cauldron physique, and my ability to cultivate stems from this. Her sister, Zhang Bingyu, has a natural spirit body. You are a highly esteemed disciple of Pu Ju from the Tianqing Temple. You should be aware of the capabilities that arise when these two physiques combine, correct? Thus, my attainment of the 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm should not seem too extraordinary. Is what you say true? Zhou Pan'er asked, incredulous. There is not a hint of falsehood regarding their physiques. Upon hearing Li Yanyao's affirmative response, Zhou Pan'er nodded slightly. If that is the case, then your 8th rank in the chi-feeding realm indeed poses no issue. Noticing Zhou Pan'er still held some doubt, Li Yinyao added, if you remain skeptical, you may verify tomorrow whether my claims are true. However, you cannot prevent me from consummating our marriage tonight. After all, this is the only time in their lives for such a ceremony. If you do not allow me to proceed, they may resent you for eternity. You should also understand the significance of the Jiang sisters to me. Li Yinyao paused, then continued, I assure you, I will marry you as well. You will both be sisters in the future. I wish for you all to coexist harmoniously in the days to come. Although he could not be certain whether Zhou Pan'er would uncover the fact that Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Xueyan were still pure, he knew this was a vulnerability, and vulnerabilities could be discovered. He was determined to prevent Zhou Pan'er from uncovering this significant flaw. Once tonight passed, she could inspect to her heart's content, for he would rectify this flaw before the night was over. Seeing Li Yinyao's earnest demeanor, Zhou Pan'er, though still somewhat doubtful, nodded in agreement, yet, she felt compelled to investigate whether Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Xueyan were indeed the special physiques Li Yinyao claimed. After all, the probability of two individuals with special physiques emerging in a small town like Linjiang was exceedingly slim. Moreover, both sisters possessing complementary heavenly gifted cauldron and natural spirit body physiques seemed implausible. Although Zhou Pan'er found the situation somewhat hard to believe, she was willing to accept it as truth simply because it was Li Yinyao who spoke it. Zhou Pan'er bit her delicate lips and softly said, I'm sorry, brother Yinyao. I misunderstood you. Li Yinyao turned his head away, dismissing her apology. Deceiving someone as genuinely devoted to him as Zhou Pan'er weighed heavily on his conscience. However, given the circumstances, this was the best solution he could devise in such a short time. Moreover, he could not bear the full blame. The previous incarnation also bore a significant share of the responsibility. Had he recognized his father's intentions behind bestowing this title upon him, he would have married Zhou Pan'er first, and she would not have opposed his taking of two concubines. Chapter 43 Li Yinyan, I do this for your own good. Zhou Pan'er felt a pang of sorrow as she watched Li Yinyao turn his back on her, refusing to acknowledge her presence. Yet, there was also a flicker of relief within her. The sorrow stemmed from Li Yinyao's anger directed at herself, while the relief arose from the notion that his anger was justified. Otherwise, he would not have been so resolutely dismissive. Everything aligned perfectly with Li Yinyao's character, leading Zhou Pan'er to fully trust his words. She began to understand the reasons behind Li Yinyao's insistence on taking the Jiang sisters as concubines. Suddenly, it struck her that her relentless pursuit might render her in the wrong. Recognizing this, she approached Li Yinyao and gently said, Brother Yinyao, please do not be angry. I should not have doubted you. Having been quiet and reserved since childhood, Zhou Pan'er was not one to express apologies or offer comfort. Instead, she silently took action, slipping her hand into Li Yinyao's and giving it a gentle shake. Observing that Zhou Pan'er was nearly convinced of his sincerity, Li Yinyao spoke up, "I am not upset that you sought me out, nor am I angry about the delay you caused in my concubine ceremony." He paused, emphasizing, "What truly angers me is your lack of trust, your belief that I have been deceiving you. I am also frustrated that you have been keeping secrets from me." Zhou Pan'er, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. "That is not the case. I merely misunderstood you in my haste, it was not a matter of distrust." She added, her voice tinged with grievance, "I have not concealed anything from you. I thought that Uncle Li had already informed you, which is why I did not mention it." Li Yinyao realized that prolonging the act would be counterproductive, so he decided to end the discussion. "Very well, I forgive you this time, given the circumstances." He gazed into Zhou Pan'er's eyes and spoke softly, "However, there cannot be a next time. In the future, do not keep things from me, understood?" Zhou Pan'er nodded earnestly. "I understand, Brother Yinyao. It will not happen again. By the way, who informed you about my intentions to take concubines?" Li Yinyao inquired. Zhou Pan'er hesitated for a moment, her lips parting slightly. "It was Brother Yincian who told me. As soon as I learned of it, I rushed over." Without hesitation, Zhou Pan'er chose to disclose the source of her information, betraying Li Yincian in favor of Li Yinyao. She was unconcerned about whether Li Yincian would be upset upon discovering her betrayal. Her priority was to appease her irate brother Yinyao, who had never been angry with her before. Li Yinyao nodded, realizing at that moment that it must have been his elder brother's doing, though he had previously harbored some uncertainty. "Pan'er, I will have someone escort you to rest. Tomorrow, after the cave's festivities conclude, you may verify the truth of my words." He beckoned to a servant. "Please take Miss Pan'er to rest." Zhou Pan'er nodded reluctantly. "Then I shall take my leave, Brother Yinyao." After saying this, she followed the servant out of the courtyard. Li Yinyao exhaled deeply as he watched her departing figure. He rated his handling of the situation a perfect score, knowing he had done the best he could under the circumstances. However, there was still a matter to address. He needed to confront Li Yincian. Had it not been for Li Yincian's tip-off, Zhou Pan'er would not have come seeking trouble. TSK, how can you deceive a woman who is utterly devoted to you without feeling a shred of guilt? If I am not mistaken, the Zhang sisters, Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Shuayan, are still virgins, aren't they? The only woman beside you who is not a maiden is that Yilinzhou, and she does not possess either of the two special conditions you mentioned. It is the Zhang sisters who do." Before Li Yinyao could take action, Su Manqing's voice resonated in his mind. While he recognized that deceiving Zhou Pan'er was wrong, he felt compelled to do so to pursue Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Shuayan without a compelling reason to take them. Even Zhou Pan'er, who adored him, would not condone it. How could he then assume the role of the protagonist? Thus, despite his reluctance, he felt he had no choice but to deceive Zhou Pan'er. He communicated silently, "I have not deceived you." Why the urgency? Moreover, you are aware that the combination of Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Shuayan can exponentially enhance one's cultivation speed, are you not? The world is currently fraught with peril. Do not forget that if I were to perish, your fate could be even more dire, your very soul could be extinguished. What I am doing benefits us both, do not take advantage and then act innocent. Su Manqing, confined within the storage ring, was incensed by Li Yinyao's words, causing the fruits hanging from the branches to sway with agitation. She felt no remorse for Li Yinyao's actions. Her only motivation for speaking was sheer boredom. Yes, boredom. She had been sealed away for thousands of years, isolated from any form of communication. The memory of those dark days was unbearable. Had her cultivation not been sufficiently high, she might have succumbed to madness. Thus, upon breaking her seal, her favorite pastime became waiting for Li Yinyan to finish his training so they could chat for a quarter of an hour. Ever since they had established their master-servant contract, Li Yinyao had not uttered a single word to her. Su Manqing, unable to contain herself and fearing that their interactions would continue in this manner, finally spoke up, believing that Li Yinyao would not be too difficult with her, as she still held some value to him. However, she did not anticipate Li Yinyao's dismissive response, and she fell silent, feeling disgruntled. Li Yinyao, unaware of Su Manqing's intentions, felt no need to appease her as he did with Jiang Xian. "Is it settled?" Li Yincian greeted with a smile as Li Yinyao stormed in. "Did you inform Pan'er about my intentions to take concubines?" Though posed as a question, Li Yinyao's tone was laced with certainty. He had gleaned this information from Zhou Pan'er, and he was confident of its accuracy. Li Yincian raised an eyebrow and replied, "Indeed, it was I who informed Pan'er. Are you here to settle the score with me?" "Why would you do that?" Li Yinyao pressed. "Did you not consider that Pan'er would come searching for me upon learning this?" With a light chuckle, Li Yincian remarked, "Do you think that if I did not say anything, she would remain in the dark?" He patted his younger brother's shoulder. "You must understand, I did this for your own good." Chapter 44. "I will teach you what to do next." Li Yinyao brushed off the hand resting on his shoulder and retorted, "For my own good, how exactly is this for my benefit? Is this truly what you call for my good? Do you think it would be a greater reaction if Bian'er were to find out now?" Li Yincian paused before continuing, "Or would it be more significant when you can no longer conceal it from her?" Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao fell silent, aware that the latter scenario would indeed provoke a far more intense reaction. "Then why can't you wait a few more days to tell her? At the very least, allow me to enjoy my wedding night before she arrives," he implored. I have already delayed informing her for several days. I never anticipated her arrival would be so imminent, Li Yinxian replied.
Who can blame you?
You are the apple of her eye. The moment she learned of your intention to take a concubine, she rushed over post-haste, Li Yinyao conceded, left with no retort though it was well-intentioned. It was a case of good intentions leading to undesirable outcomes. All he could muster was, well done, but please refrain from such actions in the future. Before hastily departing the banquet hall that he had more pressing matters to attend to. By custom, he was expected to toast and drink until he was inebriated before retreating to the bridal chamber. However, aside from Li Yinxian, whose status warranted a toast, none of the other guests were deemed worthy of such an honor that he had already spoken with his half-brother, Li Yinxian, who had nearly sabotaged his plans, and thus he was disinclined to toast him. As he made his way toward the bridal chamber, he soon encountered an individual obstructing his path.
What is it now? Li Yinyao snapped. Have you taken a page from Bienheur's book? The newcomer was indeed Li Yinxian, the very person who had just caused him trouble.
Li Yinyao could hardly fathom what good news he might bring. Li Yinxian produced several items from his storage ring and tossed them to Li Yinyao. These are for your sisters, do not keep them hidden. Li Yinyao caught the items and examined them closely, discovering a few vials of elixirs and 2 jade slips. What are these? 2 mid-tier earth-grade cultivation techniques, along with elixirs that can help one reach the 6th rank of qi gathering, Li Yinxian explained.
These techniques are for Bingyu and Shuayan.
As for the elixirs, they are intended for Yilinzhou. Since you are already considering finding her a master, you need not worry about the techniques.
You have been preoccupied with all this in recent days? Li Yinyao inquired. Not exactly busy, Li Yinxian replied nonchalantly.
I merely delegated tasks to those beneath me. It was only today that these items were delivered.
Li Yinyao nodded. I understand, I will ensure they receive them. Is there anything else?
None, Li Yinxian remarked, noticing the peculiar glint in Li Yinyao's eyes.
What does that expression signify?
These are all for them, Li Yinyao stated coolly.
Now that I can cultivate as well, is there nothing for me?
I possess no cultivation resources of my own. I have been using Uncle Zhang's supplies during this period, and I will need to return them soon.
Li Yinxian fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had forgotten to bring Li Yinyao any cultivation resources, he would never admit to it. You haven't truly forgotten about me, have you? Li Yinyao asked, observing Li Yinxian's silence.
You are truly a wonderful elder brother.
After a long pause, Li Yinxian finally spoke. I have not forgotten you.
Our family's resources are managed by the Internal Affairs Bureau, and your cultivation resources are not my responsibility. Li Yinyao tilted the 2 jade slips and a vial of elixirs in his hand before placing them into his storage ring.
In light of these items, I shall overlook your lapse in memory. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Li Yinxian nodded, and in an instant, he vanished from the courtyard.
With no one to impede him, Li Yinyao hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled toward the rear courtyard. At the entrance of a small courtyard within the governor's estate, Li Yinyao found himself in a quandary. Inside were 2 rooms. To the left was Jiang Bingyu's, and to the right was Jiang Shuayan's. He was torn over which room to enter first for his wedding night. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to approach Jiang Bingyu's room on the left. With a creak, the door swung open, and sitting on the bed, Jiang Bingyu, her head covered, stiffened at the sound. She was well aware that the only person who could enter at this hour was Li Yinyao, and she had not lingered long in the room before he arrived. Had he resolved his troubles, though she had kept her head covered during the wedding ceremony, she sensed that a woman had stood between them prior to their vows. The conversation between Li Yinyao and that woman named Bienheure had not escaped her ears. She had listened intently. To her surprise, he had managed to resolve his issues so swiftly. It seemed he had come to her first. Yet, was it not Shuayan whom he favored? Why had he chosen to come to her first? Jiang Bingyu's thoughts swirled in confusion, unable to comprehend why Li Yinyao would visit her before anyone else. After all, he had expressed affection for Shuayan and had introduced both Shuayan and his precious pet, Yilinzhou, to his elder brother, while she had not been introduced. After contemplating for a while, she chose to dismiss her thoughts, for Li Yinyao's footsteps were drawing near. Li Yinyao approached Jiang Bingyu, grasped the ceremonial veil atop her head, and lifted it, tossing it onto the bed. As the veil was removed, a newfound clarity enveloped Jiang Bingyu. Gazing at Li Yinyao, adorned in his red ceremonial attire, she felt an inexplicable sense of tranquility wash over her. Unfamiliar with the customs of such occasions, Li Yinyao found himself at a loss for what to do next, simply staring at Jiang Bingyu, who sat elegantly on the bed. It must be said that Jiang Bingyu's beauty was truly captivating. Despite his prolonged gaze, Li Yinyao could discern no flaws. Jiang Bingyu felt slightly uneasy under Li Yinyao's fervent gaze, as though he were about to devour her whole. Her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, "What are you looking at?" "At you," he replied. "What is there to look at in me?" she retorted. Li Yinyao discerned the hint of panic in her voice and noted her reddening face, declaring, "You, my dear, are beautiful in every way." Jiang Bingyu's face deepened in color, her fair and smooth skin now adorned with a delicate blush, reminiscent of rouge upon white jade. "The hour grows late, why do you still stand there?" she said, feeling a bit bashful. Cornered by Jiang Bingyu's inquiry, Li Yinyao had no choice but to admit, "I am unsure what to do next." Jiang Bingyu's lips curved into a smile. "I never expected you to be so uninformed. Has no one ever taught you?" Seeing her smile, Li Yinyao's lips also curled into a slight grin. "Indeed, no one has instructed me on such matters. This is my first experience with marriage." Jiang Bingyu slowly rose, her large, sparkling eyes gazing at Li Yinyao.
Come, allow me to teach you what to do next. Chapter 45.
Jiang Bingyu, go find Xue Yan. As soon as Jiang Bingyu's words fell, her already flushed face turned even redder. How could she have uttered such embarrassing words? Her delicate little feet, adorned with 10 plump and rounded toes, were tightly clenching her shoes, as if she could not stop fidgeting. Li Yinyao, upon hearing her, regarded the blushing Jiang Bingyu with an odd expression and nodded, saying, "All right, teach me what to do next." With that, he settled into the spot Jiang Bingyu had just vacated, quietly observing her. "Why are you still sitting there? Get up!" Jiang Bingyu admonished, a mix of shyness and irritation in her tone. "What am I supposed to do next?" Li Yinyao inquired with genuine curiosity. "First, you should rise and drink the wedding wine. We can discuss everything else afterward," Jiang Bingyu replied, flustered and anxious. "You still need to go find Xue Yan, don't waste time." Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao's eyes brightened. He was familiar with this sequence of events. After drinking the wedding wine, they would proceed to the bridal chamber. This was how dramas portrayed it. He promptly stood up, took the wine jug, and poured a cup for each of them. Although he had consumed alcohol before, this was his first experience with the ritual of exchanging cups. Fortunately, Jiang Bingyu seemed to know what she was doing. Under her guidance, Li Yinyao successfully finished the wedding wine. "Who taught you this?" Li Yinyao asked. Jiang Bingyu replied, "The matriarch of our household taught me a few days ago." Li Yinyao nodded and retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring. "This is a greeting gift from my elder brother. Please accept it." Jiang Bingyu, slightly taken aback, asked, "Did you introduce me to your brother?" "No," Li Yinyao explained, "he already knew about you." "He already knew about me?" Jiang Bingyu questioned, bewildered. Li Yinyao inclined his head slightly. "Yes, I have been ignoring you for a while, as he advised me to. He said you were too proud and that you should experience some hardship before entering the door, lest I become undisciplined as a husband." Li Yinyao silently thought to himself, "Elder brother, in order to ensure my future happiness, I must first apologize to you." He then naturally shifted the blame for his recent neglect of Jiang Bingyu onto his elder brother, Li Yinxian. Li Yinyao continued to elaborate, "In fact, I didn't want to neglect you, but you know how it is, his cultivation is simply too formidable for me to resist. However, to make it up to you, he intended to provide you with an inferior grade earth-level cultivation method, but through my efforts, it has been upgraded to a middle-grade earth-level cultivation method." Though Jiang Bingyu found it hard to believe Li Yinyao's words, she felt her resolve wavering at the prospect of obtaining a middle-grade earth-level cultivation method. The Li family, no matter how grand, would not easily bestow such a treasure upon someone who had just been accepted as a concubine by the Jiang family, would they? Moreover, it wasn't just one person, but two. She felt that an inferior grade earth-level method would be the utmost she could hope for, especially since she knew that within her sect, only the lineage of the sect leader could cultivate such techniques. Being one of the three prominent families in Linjiang City, the Jiang family's most powerful methods were merely middle-grade profound-level techniques. The fact that she and Xue Yan had the opportunity to cultivate a middle-grade earth-level method suggested that Li Yinyao had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort on their behalf. Reflecting on this, she felt a surge of gratitude, accompanied by an unacknowledged sweetness. Gazing at the jade slip in her hand, she raised it to her forehead. In the next moment, however, a large hand firmly grasped her wrist. Jiang Bingyu looked at Li Yinyao, perplexed. "Why are you stopping me?" "While this cultivation method is indeed excellent, there is no need to rush into practicing it," Li Yinyao replied casually. "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to me for helping you obtain it?" With a tone of feigned indifference, Jiang Bingyu said, "Oh, I understand. Thank you." She attempted to lift the hand that was still holding her wrist, yet Li Yinyao refused to let go. Jiang Bingyu turned to him again. "Why won't you release me?" "Bingyu, your sincerity is lacking," Li Yinyao remarked, suppressing a smile that threatened to rise. "We must attend to more pressing matters now." Hearing those familiar yet unfamiliar words from Li Yinyao sent a shiver down Jiang Bingyu's spine. "What do you intend to do? Today is our wedding night." "It is indeed time to attend to such matters," Li Yinyao said, leaning down to capture Jiang Bingyu's delicate, rosy lips, adorned with a hint of rouge. Jiang Bingyu did not resist. After all, he was to be her future husband. She surrendered to his nature, entwining herself with him as he guided their embrace. Suddenly, she felt a large hand slip beneath her clothing, startling her into pushing Li Yinyao away. As they separated, a silken thread connected them, resembling a bridge between their hearts. "Go find Xue Yan. Today, we sisters are marrying you," Jiang Bingyu gasped, adjusting her disheveled clothing that had been partially undone by him. "What do you think this is between us?" "Don't keep Xue Yan waiting," Li Yinyao said, gazing deeply into Jiang Bingyu's eyes for a moment. "Very well, I shall seek out Xue Yan." He reached out to wipe the glistening moisture from the corner of her mouth, saying, "I will take my leave now." Jiang Bingyu nodded slightly, watching him depart. With a creak, as Li Yinyao exited the room, Jiang Bingyu found herself stumbling over her own feet, both pairs of shoes falling to the ground. Covering her face, she threw herself onto the wedding bed, burying her head deep in the covers, twisting and turning in embarrassment. Her fair, rounded feet were exposed to the air, yet her 10 dainty, plump toes clung tightly to the soft soles. Li Yinyao stood quietly outside the courtyard, before the room on the right, hesitating to enter. Initially, he had intended to rectify the oversight he had discovered earlier, but he had not anticipated that the normally strong-willed Jiang Bingyu would become bashful at such a crucial moment, showing none of the resolve he possessed in the face of adversity.
Forced out of Jiang Bingyu's room, Li Yinyao made his way to Jiang Shuiyan's chamber instead. However, as long as he succeeded in Jiang Shuiyan's room, he could still address the earlier oversight. Even if Zhou Panner discovered that Jiang Bingyu was a maiden, he could offer an explanation, but if it turned out that Jiang Shuiyan was also a maiden, there would be no way to clarify the situation. Hence, Li Yinyao silently vowed in his heart that success was the only option in Jiang Shuiyan's room. Moments later, he pushed open the door and strode inside. Li Yinyao surveyed the surroundings. The size of the room and its furnishings were identical to those of Jiang Bingyu's room, the only difference being the presence of a different person within. Jiang Shuiyan, who had been waiting for Li Yinyao's arrival, shivered at the sound of the door opening. She was aware that he had come, but whether he sought her out first or went to find her sister remained unclear to her. As the footsteps faded, Jiang Shuiyan felt that he had halted right in front of her. Familiar with the procedure, Li Yinyao did not hesitate. He reached for the scale rod to lift Jiang Shuiyan's bridal veil. Chapter 46. Jiang Shuiyan said softly, "Sister is still waiting for you." As the veil was lifted, Jiang Shuiyan's gaze became clear, landing on Li Yinyao, who held the balance pole. She then slightly lowered her head and gently called out, "Husband, you have arrived." Her voice was like a gentle spring breeze, soft yet filled with anticipation. Although this was not the first time Jiang Shuiyan had addressed him as husband, perhaps due to the passage of time or the change in surroundings, upon hearing this tender call, Li Yinyao felt a wave of warmth wash over his heart. He pondered to himself that this time with Shuiyan was indeed special. Li Yinyao gently assisted Jiang Shuiyan, who was seated on the bed, leading her to the table. He picked up the wine jug and filled the 2 cups on the table, then released Jiang Shuiyan's hand, offering her 1 cup of wine. In a soft voice, he said, "Let us first drink this wedding wine." Jiang Shuiyan quietly acquiesced, her voice barely a whisper. In the past, such murmurs would have gone unheard by Li Yinyao, but now, through his own cultivation, he could clearly capture every word. She took the cup, her arm delicately wrapping around Li Yinyao's, their eyes meeting as they drank the fine wine together. After setting down the cup, Li Yinyao retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Shuiyan, saying, "Shuiyan, this is a wedding gift from my elder brother. Please accept it." A flicker of confusion crossed Jiang Shuiyan's eyes. A wedding gift? She recalled the food chi pill she had received yesterday and asked, "Did my elder brother not already give me a bottle of food chi pills as a meeting gift?" That bottle of food chi pills is sufficient for me to break through to the 7th rank of food chi realm, and the quantity is so ample that I could never use them all. Jiang Shuiyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, filled with thoughts of many interesting things. The remaining pills can be sold for precious items. Her childlike innocence made Li Yinyao's lips curve into an involuntary smile. "You may sell whatever you desire. There is no need to sell the food chi pills. Moreover, that bottle of food chi pills was a meeting gift from my elder brother, how could it be sold so easily? However, this one is a wedding gift, naturally more precious," Li Yinyao explained. "Husband, my elder brother is truly generous. If the meeting gift was a bottle of food chi pills, what could the wedding gift be?" Jiang Shuiyan gazed at Li Yinyao with curiosity. Li Yinyao replied softly, "It is a mid-grade earth-level cultivation method, specially prepared for you." Jiang Shuiyan's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and realizing her lapse in decorum, she quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes brimming with disbelief. "Ah! Husband, my elder brother is indeed too generous. This wedding gift, although her moment of surprise was brief, it did not escape Li Yinyao's keen observation. He mused that this size seemed just perfect for his prized spear to be placed with precision. With this thought, Li Yinyao's lips involuntarily lifted. In the next moment, he gently embraced Jiang Shuiyan, leaning down. Sensing his movement, Jiang Shuiyan softly closed her eyes, as if awaiting the tenderness that was about to unfold. Her skills in kissing were still quite novice, while Li Yinyao acted as a patient gardener, carefully guiding her. Perhaps having faced some setbacks with Jiang Bingyu, this time he did not let his hands roam but held her tightly instead. Jiang Shuiyan gasped for breath, gently pushing Li Yinyao away. She whispered, "Husband, I can't breathe." Li Yinyao chuckled softly, ruffling her hair, and tenderly reminded her, "You've been holding your breath. You need to breathe." Jiang Shuiyan's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "This is my first time, I have no experience." Li Yinyao comforted her in a gentle tone, "There is no rush, the night is still long. I will teach you slowly." With that, he leaned down once more, but this time his hands were no longer restrained, akin to a brave explorer scaling an unknown peak, delving into uncharted territories. This valiant figure, having descended the mountain, paused for a brief respite in a canyon before ascending yet another summit. Upon reaching the peak, the warrior discovered that the mountain beneath him was enshrouded in a layer of mysterious veils. However, as he attempted to unveil this mystery, Jiang Shuiyan's hands, soft yet resolute, gently restrained him. Her face flushed. She pushed Li Yinyao away again, saying, "Husband, do not forget, my sister is still waiting for you." Li Yinyao, momentarily taken aback, found himself inadvertently pushed out of the room by Jiang Shuiyan. Sigh. He sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the lingering fragrance on his right hand, letting out a long sigh. He had not anticipated that the conclusion of this night would unfold in such a manner. His 2 brides, indeed, shared a deep sisterly bond, always considering one another, even on a once-in-a-lifetime wedding night. "Ha ha, you crack me up," Su Manqing's melodious laughter echoed in Li Yinyao's mind, like a series of clear chimes. "You make me laugh to death. On your wedding night, with 2 stunning brides, and yet you haven't even crossed the threshold," she teased, her words laced with mockery, causing Li Yinyao's expression to darken. Though her words held truth, their bluntness left him feeling embarrassed. "What do you mean by that? Do you truly wish to provoke me?" Li Yinyao's voice turned icy, reminiscent of a winter's chill.
Do not think that just because you are merely a wisp of soul now, I am without means to torment you, despite my lower cultivation. Su Manqing coughed lightly, as if adjusting her tone. I did not mean to mock you. If you cannot spend the night with Jiang Shuiyan, you will surely reveal your true self before Zhou Panner tomorrow. Her words carried an urgency. Li Yinyao furrowed his brow, seemingly contemplating. Are you finished? His tone dripped with disdain. Such a simple matter, do you think I am unaware? Do I need your reminder? He began to form a hand seal, seemingly preparing to invoke a particular secret technique. Seeing this, Su Manqing hurriedly interrupted. Wait, I have a way for you to spend the night with Jiang Shuiyan, do not act yet. Li Yinyao paused, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Oh, what method do you propose? Well, I must ask, what are the benefits? Su Manqing's voice carried a hint of anticipation. Benefits? Li Yinyao's tone darkened, laced with displeasure. Did I not already promise you, after a century, to return your freedom and assist you in reshaping your body? Li Yinyao's confusion mingled with a touch of disbelief. Su Manqing's voice wavered slightly. I merely, that is, during your free time each day, could you spare a moment to chat with me, even just for a quarter of an hour? Upon hearing this request, Li Yinyao was further taken aback. He had expected Su Manqing to make some outrageous demand, yet she simply wished for his company and conversation. He replied nonchalantly, a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing Li Yinyao's resolute response, Su Manqing realized that persuading him to chat for a quarter of an hour was unlikely. Her voice carried a note of resignation. Very well, a quarter of an hour it is. Chapter 47, The Blessing of the Qi People? Once a word is spoken, even a team of 4 horses cannot chase it back. Li Yinyao inquired softly of Su Manqing, now, may you reveal your strategy? Su Manqing responded quietly from her storage ring, a hint of cunning in her voice. I have observed the Jiang residence for over a year. Jiang Shuiyan's disposition is far more gentle than that of Jiang Bingyu. You might as well feign a pitiful state of disarray and go once more to Jiang Shuiyan's abode, she will certainly not turn you away. At that moment, you merely need to plant a soft kiss on her lips. In her inexperience, she will surely be flustered and captivated. Should she still waver, take advantage of her disarray and embrace her, storming into Jiang Bingyu's chamber in disheveled attire. Though Jiang Bingyu possesses a resolute character, in her moment of confusion, she may find it difficult to respond. In this delicate balance of consent and resistance, you may achieve your desires. Thus, the inconsistencies in your dialogue with Zhou Panner would be rectified. Moreover, once you acquire Jiang Shuiyan's essence, your cultivation will surely ascend significantly, leading to perhaps even more unforeseen gains. It is essential to recognize that the physique blessed by the heavens has always remained profoundly enigmatic. The partner of one endowed with such a physique is destined to become one of the most formidable beings of their time. As Li Yinyao listened to Su Manqing's scheme, his brow initially furrowed, but with each word, his gaze gradually sparkled with excitement. Should your plan truly succeed, I shall fulfill my promise to you. If it does not, I shall bear you no ill will, yet I fear what I promised may. To this, Su Manqing replied with confidence, should my plan falter, you need not mention it. I would feel too embarrassed to ask for our daily conversations. Li Yinyao had contemplated stealthily visiting Jiang Shuiyan in the dead of night, reasoning that she would likely not refuse him at that hour. He believed his plan, while more prudent, could not compare to Su Manqing's understanding of the Jiang sisters' temperaments, having lived in the Jiang residence for a year. Thus, her suggestion appeared more reliable. Another reason for adopting Su Manqing's proposal was the allure of the blessing of the Qi people. Few men in this world can resist such temptation, and he was certainly no exception. Although his previous incarnation had engaged in numerous amorous escapades, these remained only in his memories. He had yet to experience it firsthand, and thus he was unaware of its true allure. Therefore, he intended to personally discover what enchantment compelled the young scion of such a prestigious family to linger so long in such pursuits. In preparation, Li Yinyao slowly shed his fire-red ceremonial attire, crumpling it into a ball and carelessly tossing it to the ground, tousling his hair into disarray. He then retrieved a flask of spirit wine from his storage ring, raising it to his lips and indulging in its mysterious fragrance, allowing the amber liquid to flow over his lips and cascade down his attire. However, Li Yinyao felt that such antics were insufficient to convey the disheveled and despondent persona he sought to project. Thus, without hesitation, he poured the remaining spirit wine over the crumpled ceremonial garb, trampling it underfoot with deliberate force, each step seemingly intentional yet remarkably natural. Finally, he picked up the soiled and wrinkled attire, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He donned the soiled garments once more, a trace of subtle cunning evident as he set forth on the path to Jiang Shuiyan's cottage. Each step was unsteady, yet resolute. Standing before Jiang Shuiyan's door, he calculated the timing, as if awaiting the perfect moment. At last, he raised his hand and knocked heavily upon the door. Knock, knock, knock. His knocking was chaotic, revealing a sense of urgency and unease. Shuiyan, open the door, quickly. His voice carried an undertone of desperation. Hearing his call, Jiang Shuiyan slowly opened the door. The sight of Li Yinyao, disheveled and reeking of wine, his expression one of utter disarray, was a stark contrast to the dashing husband she remembered, leaving her momentarily astonished. Husband, what has happened to you? Jiang Shuiyan's voice was laced with concern, her eyes reflecting her worry for him. Biting her pristine lip, she softly inquired, did you have a quarrel with my sister? A hint of discontent colored her tone. Really, how could she do this, arguing with you on your wedding night? Li Yinyao did not respond to Jiang Shuiyan's questions. His gaze was fixed upon her, and suddenly, he reached out and tightly embraced her slender waist. His lips met hers with fervor, an action both forceful and direct. Jiang Xueyan's eyes widened in shock, issuing a muffled before she gradually closed her eyes, surrendering to the unexpected intimacy. Unbeknownst to her, the once valiant climber had once again ascended the summit he had previously conquered. Upon reaching the peak, he lingered not, tearing away the mysterious veil that lay beneath. A chill enveloped Jiang Xueyan, jolting her from her stupor as she forcefully pushed Li Yinyao away. Confusion and trepidation etched upon her face, urgently demanding, "Husband, what is happening? First, tell me what this is all about before we proceed." However, Li Yinyao seemed unperturbed by Jiang Xueyan's inquiries, his eyes betraying an unutterable urgency as he leaned in once more, capturing her lips with his. Jiang Xueyan offered no resistance, merely closing her eyes and allowing him to act as he pleased. Li Yinyao tenderly laid her upon the red wedding bed, enveloping her in warm blankets. Yet, Jiang Xueyan suddenly sensed something amiss. As her eyes flew open, she was astonished to find herself being carried away by Li Yinyao from their shared marital chamber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiang Bingyu lay sprawled upon her bed, her thoughts a tumultuous whirl as she contemplated whether to send him to Xueyan's side. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotion. Since it was now a matter of fact, she resolved not to dwell on it further. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, she retrieved the jade slip that Li Yinyao had gifted her from her storage ring. Just as Jiang Bingyu lifted her arm holding the jade slip, a sudden loud noise erupted from the door, capturing her attention completely. Following closely was a dull thud as the door was forcefully pushed open. A chill flickered in Jiang Bingyu's gaze as she fixed her sight on the entrance. When Li Yinyao's figure appeared, the frost in her expression gradually thawed. However, before she could utter a word, Li Yinyao approached her side, clutching a crimson quilt. Chapter 48. The true classic of Dongshan. Jiang Bingyu furrowed her brows slightly, her voice tinged with perplexity. "Did I not instruct you to seek out Xueyan? Why have you returned?" Although Li Yinyao's heart was turbulent, he maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "I have just visited her and have now come back to find you." Jiang Bingyu's gaze fell upon Li Yinyao's disheveled attire and the unmistakable scent of alcohol that clung to him, her voice laced with curiosity. "Did you have a quarrel with Xueyan?" "Given Xueyan's disposition, that seems rather improbable." Jiang Xueyan, curled beneath the covers, dared not move, even her breathing cautious. Her heart was a tempest of contradictions. Brother Yinyao, how could he act in such a manner? Does he wish to share a bed? Truly shameful. "No, I did not argue with Xueyan, I merely indulged too heartily in drink," Li Yinyao whispered tenderly as he embraced Jiang Bingyu, his words soft against her ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, a faint blush crept across her cheeks as she replied softly, "If that is the case, then it is well. You must not bully Xueyan, or I shall not let you off easily." She slowly rose, retrieving a pristine garment from her storage ring and handing it to Li Yinyao, gently advising, "Change into this new attire. You reek of alcohol, it is utterly unbearable." Li Yinyao paid little heed to Jiang Bingyu's admonition, finding her earnestness rather endearing. He playfully grasped her slender hand, teasingly saying, "I shan't change clothes, Bingyu. You shall assist me." Jiang Bingyu's eyes widened in surprise. "You cannot change your clothes, how do you dress on ordinary days?" Li Yinyao shrugged helplessly. "My clothing is, of course, attended to by servants." In truth, after some time acclimating to this world, Li Yinyao had learned to don its garments. His professed inability was but a ruse. Jiang Bingyu nodded slightly in understanding. "Indeed, it is not surprising you are unaccustomed to dressing." She was well aware that the Li family, as one of the foremost aristocracies of the great Jing kingdom, had servants attending to Li Yinyao since childhood, thus his unfamiliarity with dressing was hardly astonishing. With a hint of resignation, Jiang Bingyu approached Li Yinyao, her hands, as white as jade and elegantly long, rested gently on his shoulders as she prepared to remove the wrinkled and wine-stained garment. The process of removing his upper attire proceeded rather smoothly. However, when her fingers grazed his trousers, a blush surged upon her cheeks, and her movements faltered. Steeling herself, she bit her lip and summoned her courage, finally tugging down Li Yinyao's trousers with a delicate pull. Observant as she was, Jiang Bingyu seemed to glimpse something and muttered under her breath, "What a brazen fellow." Swiftly turning away, she grasped the new attire she had prepared for him, ready to assist him in changing. Jiang Bingyu patiently held the garment open, awaiting Li Yinyao's cooperation. Yet, the scene she had envisioned did not transpire. Li Yinyao suddenly reached out, gently capturing Jiang Bingyu's delicate wrist, whispering, "Bingyu, we have more pressing matters at hand. Perhaps it would be more convenient not to dress." With a deft pivot, he exchanged their positions, then, feigning a stumble, both fell upon the crimson wedding bed. Jiang Bingyu emitted a playful protest. "What do you intend to do?" "Today is our auspicious day, naturally we ought to engage in something meaningful," Li Yinyao replied, a playful arch to his brow, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. Jiang Bingyu responded softly, "I had intended to take this opportunity to cultivate the earth-level middle-grade technique you just imparted to me." Li Yinyao tenderly grasped her hand, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. "Of this day, so uniquely special, occurs but once in your lifetime. I wish not for you to recall it with any regrets." Before Jiang Bingyu could retort, Li Yinyao had already expressed his intentions through action, sealing their lips in a fervent kiss. This time, Jiang Bingyu did not resist, she simply closed her eyes, savoring the moment, finally relinquishing all her reservations. Jiang Bingyu surrendered to the intimacy shared with Li Yinyao, relishing the rare warmth and passion. As their emotions intensified, Li Yinyao's fervor escalated, garments flying through the air, the crimson gown, the lining, and the embroidered bodice adorned with mandarin ducks frolicking in water bore witness to the fervor exchanged between them. In the midst of chaos, Jiang Bingyu suddenly realized that Li Yinyao's earlier claim of not knowing how to dress was but a meticulously orchestrated act. His movements were both adept and swift, a speed that even astonished her. Suddenly, Li Yinyao felt an unprecedented sense of harmony and ease. He seemed to merge with his surroundings, enveloped in an ineffable welcome. No longer hesitating, he boldly surged forth, ready to seize the moment. As Li Yinyao engaged his adversary, he abruptly halted, recalling something. He transmitted a thought to Su Manqing in the storage ring. Senior Su, are you there, Senior Su? Su Manqing, enduring torment within the storage ring, bristled at Li Yinyao's summons. His rudeness was indeed excessive. It was one thing to engage in such private matters without her knowledge, but now he dared to reach out to her. Though incensed, Su Manqing, constrained by circumstance, replied, "What is it?" Li Yinyao, breathless as if suppressing a potent urge, urgently stated, "I believe Senior Su possesses a dual cultivation method. Might you impart it to me?" Though Su Manqing was perplexed as to how he knew of her dual cultivation method, she recognized that retaining it in her current state would serve little purpose. After a pause, she said, "You have yet to fulfill your prior promise to me." Li Yinyao readily affirmed, "Rest assured, I am a man of my word." With his promise duly noted, Su Manqing did not linger further, transmitting the technique to him. A stream of ethereal golden light darted from the storage ring, penetrating Li Yinyao's forehead. In his mind, a secret technique named the True Classic of Dongxian flourished, akin to a refreshing spring, bestowing him with newfound strength and wisdom, allowing him to face the imminent challenges with greater composure. Jiang Bingyu, who had felt as though she were soaring through the clouds, suddenly found herself grounded. Sensing that Li Yinyao had ceased his movements unhappily, she inquired, "What is wrong with you?" Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, "I just recalled the dual cultivation technique. It would be a pity not to use it now. Do not move, I shall teach you." Chapter 49. Capturing the moment of delicate Phoenix's first cry. Jiang Bingyu's gaze had lost its previous ambiguity, replaced by the enchanting melody of soft nasal sounds emanating from her flaring nostrils. Ha! After an intense exchange of emotions, Li Yinyao finally released all his pent-up tension and fervor. He sighed deeply, though a tinge of regret lingered in his heart, for in this world devoid of cigarettes, he could not light one to soothe his spirit. Zhang Shuiyan had been hiding beneath the covers, anxiously listening to the commotion outside. As the atmosphere finally settled, her taut nerves began to relax, and her body instinctively shifted. This subtle movement was keenly perceived by Jiang Bingyu. She fixed her gaze on Li Yinyao and inquired, "What is concealed beneath the covers?" Li Yinyao attempted to dismiss her concern with a nonchalant tone, "There is nothing, perhaps you're simply too fatigued and have succumbed to illusions." Jiang Bingyu smiled and nodded, "Perhaps I was mistaken." However, in the next moment, she sprang up and yanked away the crimson blanket. "Ah!" Zhang Shuiyan's shrill scream echoed throughout the room. "Now, tell me, what on earth is happening here?" Jiang Bingyu sat across from the two, her voice imbued with undeniable firmness. I don't know how it happened. I just found myself in your room in a daze," Zhang Shuiyan stammered, a hint of panic lacing her voice. She continued, "After I realized I was in your room, I didn't dare to make a sound, and then it unfolded as you see." Jiang Bingyu was unimpressed by Zhang Shuiyan's explanation. She understood her sister's character well enough to know she would never engage in such behavior. This entire situation must have been orchestrated by that man, Li Yinyao, whom she both loved and loathed. "This is none of your business, Li Yinyao. You must explain this to me." Jiang Bingyu's eyes were as sharp as daggers. In response to Jiang Bingyu's inquiry, Li Yinyao felt utterly aggrieved. "You sisters seem quite close, yet I am caught in the middle of your tumultuous relationship. I have two beautiful wives, and on my wedding night, I almost spent the entire night in the yard. If Li Yinxian finds out, he will mock me for a lifetime." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Since you two are so devoted to each other, I had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure to fulfill your shared wishes." Jiang Bingyu was infuriated by Li Yinyao's shameless remarks, her chest rising and falling with ire. The fruit, unwrapped and revealing its snow-white flesh, was tantalizingly inviting, drawing Li Yinyao's undivided attention. Observing Li Yinyao's subtle gaze, Jiang Bingyu picked up the blanket and wrapped the fruit in a thick layer once more. She fixed her gaze on Li Yinyao. "So, all of this is our fault?" Li Yinyao detected the anger in Jiang Bingyu's tone and attempted to mitigate the situation. "It's not entirely your fault. I bear some responsibility as well." Jiang Bingyu struggled to suppress her inner fury, reminding herself that the event had transpired, and rage would be of no avail. She took a deep breath, striving to calm her emotions. "Then, what do you intend to do next?" she asked Li Yinyao, her voice tinged with a forced tranquility. Li Yinyao cautiously replied, "Naturally, I shall endeavor to fulfill the shared desire of you sisters. Rest assured, I shall not feel weary." Jiang Bingyu initially contemplated kicking him off the bed, but upon witnessing her sister Zhang Shuiyan's helpless and pitiful demeanor, her heart softened. After all, this was Zhang Shuiyan's only wedding night in her lifetime, and she could not bear to let her sister harbor any unpleasant memories. Caught between helplessness and conflict, the angry Jiang Bingyu ultimately chose to cover herself with the blanket, turning her back to both of them, falling into silence that enveloped the entire room. On the wedding bed, Li Yinyao and Zhang Shuiyan sat facing each other, their gazes meeting yet remaining unspoken. A subtle tension filled the air, as if both were waiting for the other to speak first. At last, unwilling to let this rare opportunity slip away, Li Yinyao broke the silence. "Shuiyan, your sister Bingyu has tacitly approved." Zhang Shuiyan's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, and she nodded gently, her voice barely audible. Had Li Yinyao not seen her nod, he might have doubted his own hearing. He gently leaned down, tenderly embracing Zhang Shuiyan. This sudden show of affection elicited a soft gasp from Jiang Shui, and Li Yinyao slowly unveiled the covers that enveloped her, as if caressing an immaculate piece of jade, warm to the touch, its texture as delicate as silk, exuding a fullness of sensuality. Perhaps due to her sister's proximity, Jiang Shuiyan bit her lip, tightly closing her pearly teeth, striving to suppress her inner excitement, not allowing a single breath to escape. "Don't move, I can't find a place," Li Yinyao whispered, lightly kissing Jiang Shuiyan's earlobe, gentle and meticulous. This subtle touch caused Jiang Shuiyan's brows to furrow slightly. Following that, a low, muffled groan escaped her lips, her body trembling gently, eyes tightly shut. "Do not fear, I shall teach you a secret technique, follow my rhythm, and take it slow," Li Yinyao murmured, his voice laced with seduction, while softly nibbling on Jiang Shuiyan's earlobe. He imparted the profound secrets he had previously shared with Jiang Bingyu, generously bestowing them upon Jiang Shuiyan. Sensing the heated breaths near her ear, Jiang Shuiyan nodded softly. Li Yinyao noticed that although Jiang Shuiyan's learning speed was not on par with Jiang Bingyu's, her obedience surpassed it. She complied unconditionally with his every command. Each possessed their strengths, showcasing their talents, which left him thoroughly satisfied. A moment in spring's embrace is worth 1,000 gold coins to in a small building. The sounds of spring rain filled the night, while 2 plum blossoms fell from their branches. In the storage ring, Su Manqing listened to the sounds outside, her eyes shimmering with moisture, involuntarily conjuring vivid images that made her blush and quicken her heartbeat, her slender legs beneath her long skirts seemingly entwined. Though she existed in a state of ethereal consciousness, she found herself unable to control her desires. An elegant jade hand subconsciously reached downward. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting a warm glow upon the soft bed. Li Yinyao awoke to the sun's embrace, instinctively wishing to pull up the covers and continue his pleasant dreams. However, he discovered his hands were tenderly bound, unable to move freely. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the 2 lovely women beside him, his lips involuntarily curving into a satisfied smile. "Bingyu, Shuiyan, it's time to rise," Li Yinyao softly called to them, savoring their softness as he gently urged, "Wake up, it's time to pay respects with tea." Chapter 50. The tea ceremony. Jiang Shuiyan awoke at the very first touch of Li Yinyao's hand, yet as she reflected upon the myriad moments of the previous night, she found herself preferring to remain ensconced in the embrace of slumber. However, when Li Yinyao mentioned the impending tea ceremony, she realized that she could no longer feign sleep. Jiang Shuiyan gently extricated herself from Li Yinyao's arm and sat up, softly nudging her still slumbering sister, Jiang Bingyu. "Sister, it's time to rise. We must attend the tea ceremony." Upon being roused, Jiang Bingyu stirred with a hint of languor, reluctantly climbing out of bed. Once the two had dressed, Li Yinyao stretched his somewhat stiff and sore arms and remarked, "There is no need to rush. It would be perfectly acceptable for Li Yinxian to wait a while." Despite Li Yinyao's casual demeanor, both Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan dared not be negligent. They swiftly retrieved fresh garments from their storage rings and commenced their meticulous grooming. They were acutely aware that while Li Yinyao's relaxed words could be taken lightly, they themselves could not afford to treat the matter with anything less than utmost seriousness, for they were to present themselves before the illustriously family of the Prime Minister's household, and particularly before Li Yinxian, the most extraordinary talent of the great Jing nation in centuries. The strict decorum of such a prominent family demanded their utmost caution, hence, any hint of delay was out of the question. Li Yinyao, meanwhile, did not rush them but instead watched them with an air of tranquility. Suddenly, he was astonished to discover that his cultivation had ascended to the late stage of the 8th grade Qi nourishing realm, having directly surpassed the initial and mid-stages. Is this the miraculous power of the heavenly gifted cauldron? Li Yinyao mused, no wonder the speed of heart cultivation in the original narrative was so rapid. With this thought, a proud smile graced his lips, for all of this now belonged to him. However, he had yet to perceive the unimaginable benefits that Su Manqing had mentioned previously, yet he remained unperturbed. If there were indeed advantages to be had, the proverbial duck would eventually be fully cooked. There was no escaping his fate. He turned to Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan, curiosity alight in his eyes, and asked, "Bingyu, Shuiyan, have your cultivations improved?" "My cultivation," Li Yinyao declared with pride, "has leaped from the early to the late stage of the 8th grade Qi nourishing realm." "What about you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy sparkled in Jiang Bingyu's eyes. The higher Li Yinyao's cultivation, the more secure their position within the Li family would be. Although Li Yinyao had previously held a high status, his lack of cultivation had rendered it somewhat precarious in Jiang Bingyu's eyes. Now that his cultivation had improved, she felt a profound sense of relief. She closed her eyes in concentration, sensing her own cultivation and indeed perceiving a subtle enhancement, as if she were on the verge of transcending the 7th grade illumination realm and stepping into the threshold of the 6th grade Qi gathering realm. Suppressing her inner delight, she calmly stated, "I have indeed made a slight improvement. I estimate that I will soon break through to the 6th grade Qi gathering realm." Li Yinyao nodded slightly and turned to Jiang Shuiyan. "Shuiyan, what about you?" Jiang Shuiyan replied softly, "Husband, my cultivation has also seen growth. Although it does not match your late stage of the 8th grade, I have reached the mid-stage of the 8th grade Qi nourishing realm." A look of surprise crossed Li Yinyao's face as he inquired, "Is there anything amiss?" Jiang Shuiyan shook her head. "No, everything feels quite normal, and I even feel considerably more at ease." Li Yinyao had once harbored concerns that after acquiring Jiang Shuiyan's primordial yin and drawing the spiritual energy from the cauldron in her Qi, her cultivation might regress. However, he was now reassured to find that not only had Jiang Shuiyan's cultivation not diminished, but it had indeed improved. After pondering for a moment without finding clarity, he communicated through thought, "Senior Su, is there any issue with Shuiyan's cultivation improvement?" Li Yinyao had not overlooked the invaluable assistance of Su Manqing. Although he lacked understanding in this area, a being who had lived for millennia such as Su Manqing would surely possess insight into the nature of Zhang Xueyan's heavenly gifted cauldron physique. Having been disturbed by Li Yinyao throughout the night, Su Manqing, feeling somewhat vexed, responded coolly to his inquiry. The nature of the heavenly gifted cauldron is inherently mysterious. I'm not entirely certain what specific issues may arise. However, as far as normal dual cultivation goes, there shouldn't be any problems. I have yet to hear of any issues arising from someone with a heavenly gifted cauldron physique engaging in dual cultivation. Li Yinyao nodded, finding her reasoning sound. After all, he had not depleted Zhang Xueyan's energy. Thus, the dual cultivation should pose little risk. Moreover, he was employing the dual cultivation secret method that Su Manqing had provided him, which had not led to any issues in the original narrative. He surmised that it would similarly be without complications in his case. As Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Xueyan finally completed their grooming, Li Yinyao rose, fully dressed and prepared to depart. Very well, let us proceed to the tea ceremony. The room will be tidied shortly. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Bingyu interjected, wait a moment. Li Yinyao regarded her with a hint of confusion. Intrigued by her forthcoming actions, Zhang Bingyu gently lifted the covers of the marital bed where they had shared the night, revealing water stains on the sheets akin to a landscape painting. Her cheeks tinged with a slight blush, her gaze quickly darted around until it settled upon her target. She extended her finger, a glimmer of silver light dancing at her fingertip, and with a deft motion, she severed the remnants of her maidenhood, carefully stowing them away in her storage ring. Turning to Zhang Xueyan, she instructed, Xueyan, I have secured mine, you should do the same. Upon hearing her sister's words, a flush crept onto Zhang Xueyan's face as she approached the bedside and delicately tended to her own marks. Li Yinyao stood by, neither hindering nor interrupting their actions, merely observing with a trace of amusement at the water-stained sheets. He could not help but recall how Zhang Xueyan, the seemingly delicate flower, had quickly surrendered during their passionate encounter the previous night, desperately seeking the assistance of her sister, Zhang Bingyu. As an elder sister, Zhang Bingyu undeniably possessed far greater strength. Unlike her usual icy demeanor, on the battlefield, Zhang Bingyu had transformed into a fierce force. Her single move, flooding the Golden Mountain, had nearly compelled Li Yinyao to capitulate. Fortunately, Li Yinyao's superior skills allowed him to narrowly triumph over Zhang Bingyu, leaving the water stains as testimony to their tumultuous struggle. Had it not been for his spiritual power drying the battlefield, they would have had nowhere to rest. Once Zhang Bingyu confirmed that her sister Zhang Xueyan had finished tidying up, she waved her delicate hand, and the stained sheets instantly disintegrated into countless fragments, rendering their original form unrecognizable. She then turned and calmly declared, all right, we may proceed to the tea ceremony. Yet, the faint blush on her earlobes betrayed her inner turmoil. The three of them made their way to the hall where the wedding had taken place the previous day. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Li Yixian and Zhou Pan'er had been waiting for quite some time. Li Yinyao offered a subtle nod to Li Yixian before taking a seat beside him. He poured himself a cup of tea, gently clinking his cup against Li Yixian's, and drank deeply. Given the original character's relationship with Li Yixian, it would have been implausible for him to offer the tea. Thus, his actions now align seamlessly with the original character's audacious personality. Chapter 51 Zhou Pan'er. What? There is another woman. After Zhang Bingyu and Zhang Xueyan respectfully presented the tea, Li Yixian softly called out, Yinyao, come with me. Li Yinyao glanced at Li Yixian as he stepped out of the room, then turned to the two women and instructed, please wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly. He then followed closely behind Li Yixian, making their way to a tranquil pavilion. Upon reaching the pavilion, Li Yixian halted. Li Yinyao, slightly irritated, asked, what matter could be so urgent that you needed to summon me out here? Li Yixian smiled faintly, his tone serene, there is nothing of great consequence. I am simply preparing to depart from Linjiang City back to the capital today. Li Yinyao furrowed his brow in contemplation and tentatively inquired, shall you not linger for a few more days? In truth, his feelings regarding Li Yixian's departure were mixed. On one hand, he welcomed the prospect of liberation from constraints, free of any lingering concerns. On the other hand, with Li Yixian's departure, the strongest ally at his side would be reduced to Zhang Ligang alone. Although Zhang Ligang possessed remarkable strength, having reached the 4th rank of the Yin God realm, and despite the Li family's considerable influence, it was crucial to acknowledge that power attracts adversaries. The Li family's might did not equate to Li Yinyao's own safety. Relying solely on Zhang Ligang's capabilities was ultimately a source of unease. Moreover, ever since he decisively eliminated Zhang Xinxin, the trajectory of his fate had become increasingly obscure. The uncertainties of the future weighed heavily upon him, leaving him apprehensive about the events that were originally destined to unfold. Would they still come to pass as anticipated? Such uncertainties gnawed at him. Nevertheless, Li Yinyao held no regrets regarding his choice. In the original narrative, the Li family was doomed to suffer the destruction wrought by Jiang Xan. As the protagonist of the tale, until Jiang Xinxin was eliminated, his heart would remain in turmoil. Understanding that he could not retain Li Yixian, he refrained from making further attempts to dissuade him and simply asked, when do you leave? This afternoon, Li Yixian replied, gazing at his younger brother. After escorting Ling Yao to the Yin Yang sect, you should return to the capital early as well. You are no longer a child, and now that you are married, do not burden our father with worry. Li Yinyao nodded slightly, I understand. This is for you, Li Yixian said, tossing him a storage ring. It is for your journey. As Li Yinyao accepted the storage ring, he regarded Li Yixian with a peculiar expression, you haven't truly forgotten about me, have you? Did you manage to gather all the cultivation resources for me in just one night?
Li Yinxian offered no response, taking a step forward before vanishing from the pavilion, holding the storage ring. Li Yinyao pondered, it seems I have indeed been forgotten. Yet, considering the storage ring, he chose not to dwell on it too much and returned to the hall with a sense of trepidation. Contrary to his expectations of a tense atmosphere, he was met with the cheerful laughter of Zhou Pan'er and the Jiang sisters. This scene caught Li Yinyao off guard, even leaving him somewhat astonished. He felt the urge to interject into their conversation, attempting to join their lively exchange. However, Zhou Pan'er shyly pushed him aside, her words simple and direct, leave the matters of young ladies to us. Even someone as well-versed as Li Yinyao found himself momentarily taken aback by her statement. Observing their continued merriment, a flicker of concern arose within him. Despite having resolved the discrepancies in his previous conversation with Zhou Pan'er, the topic remained sensitive. Should Jiang Shuiyan mention her recent experiences, revealing her loss of innocence, all would be laid bare. Consequently, Li Yinyao decisively interrupted their revelry. Pan'er, please step outside with me for a moment. After a brief pause, he continued, Bingyu, Shuiyan, please seek out Lingyao, we shall have lunch together at noon. It will be a good opportunity for everyone to become acquainted. Before awaiting their agreement, Li Yinyao had already taken Zhou Pan'er by the hand and led her out of the room. Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan exchanged amused glances before departing to find a servant from the county magistrate's office to guide them to Ling Yao. Li Yinyao led Zhou Pan'er, whose hand felt soft in his grasp, to the very peach tree beneath which they had conversed the previous day. He took a moment to steady his somewhat flustered heart and softly asked, Pan'er, how is it? I did not deceive you, did I? Zhou Pan'er's voice carried a hint of delight as she replied, Brother Yinyao, you truly did not deceive me. Both Bingyu and Shuiyan possess extraordinary constitutions, one is a heaven-sent furnace, and the other a naturally gifted spirit body. Before her words could fully settle, she excitedly added, Brother Yinyao, what did you wish to discuss with me? I still want to chat more with Bingyu and Shuiyan. For someone from a small place like Linjiang City, achieving nearly the 6th rank at such a young age is truly remarkable. Li Yinyao gazed into Zhou Pan'er's clear, spring-like eyes, searching for answers, yet fortunately, he found no abnormalities. There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss with you, he said gently, affectionately ruffling her hair, his tone indulgent. However, you are the true genius. Your cultivation has already reached the 5th rank of the condensing spirit realm, rendering Bingyu insignificant in comparison. Zhou Pan'er's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shyly responded, I am not a genius. I merely have ample resources for cultivation, allowing me to break through to the 5th rank. By the way, Brother Yinyao, you still haven't told me what you wanted to discuss. Zhou Pan'er inquired with curiosity. Li Yinyao hesitated briefly before finally speaking, well, Pan'er, I have another woman in Linjiang City. Zhou Pan'er's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, what, another woman, did you not just take 2 yesterday? How can there be another? In light of Zhou Pan'er's barrage of questions, Li Yinyao carefully explained, Pan'er, please allow me to explain. Upon learning of Shuiyan's heaven-sent furnace constitution, I immediately came to Linjiang City. He recounted his experiences since arriving in Linjiang City, deliberately omitting details about the cave beneath the river. That person named Zhang Xinxin is truly insidious, attempting to approach Sister Shuiyan by posing as a servant, Zhou Pan'er said indignantly. Li Yinyao observed the righteous indignation upon Zhou Pan'er's face, feeling a warm sentiment bloom within him, finding her anger at that moment particularly endearing. Seizing the opportunity, he remarked, Lingyao is also a pitiable soul. She has suffered since childhood due to her father's crimes, compelled to endure hardship in the teaching brothel, and only after becoming a courtesan did her life improve somewhat. Li Yinyao paused, his tone growing earnest. Moreover, Pan'er, Lingyao possesses a rare constitution, the charming and alluring body, which will prove invaluable to me in the future. Upon hearing the terms charming and alluring body and invaluable in the future, Zhou Pan'er fell silent. Lowering her gaze, she seemed deep in thought, mumbling to herself, though her words were too soft for Li Yinyao to discern. Chapter 52 The soul-nourishing jade. Li Yinyao observed that Zhou Pan'er was not as irate today as she had been the previous day, and the tension in his heart gradually dissipated. He understood that Zhou Pan'er's anger yesterday stemmed from the fact that he had chosen to marry someone else before her. Despite her being the first to arrive, she felt it was unjust that he had taken others before acknowledging her. Moreover, anyone who treated him well, even if Zhou Pan'er was reluctant in her heart, she would begrudgingly accept. This was evident from her silence after he mentioned the charming body and its great use in the future. Of course, the most crucial point was that he had not taken Li Lingyao as a concubine. Li Yinyao gently caressed Zhou Pan'er's head and spoke in a soft tone, I have not taken her as a concubine. In due time, I plan to send her to the Yinyang sect to learn from a master. The constitution of Li Lingyao is remarkably similar to that of the sect master, Jiang Mani. I believe Master Jiang would not miss the opportunity to take her as a disciple. Would you be willing to accompany me to the Yinyang sect when the time comes? Zhou Pan'er remained silent, merely nodding gently. Li Yinyao took her hand and led her to a tranquil courtyard. Inside the courtyard, the sisters Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan sat side by side with Li Lingyao, their soft whispers and light laughter drifting through the serene air, while Li Yinxian sat alone on the other side of the courtyard, seemingly detached from the world. Pan'er, this is Li Lingyao, the one I mentioned to you, Li Yinyao said, turning his head and gazing gently at Zhou Pan'er. Lingyao, this is Zhou Pan'er, my childhood friend. A hint of warmth laced his voice. After the brief introduction, Li Yinyao moved to sit beside Li Yinxian. Shall we leave after dinner? Li Yinxian asked softly. Yes, we shall depart after we eat, replied Li Yinyao. But he understood that with Li Yinxian's cultivation, she could easily forego meals for an extended period. Her presence at the meal was not out of hunger or a desire to indulge but rather for his sake.
Then let this meal serve as a farewell feast for you, Li Yinyao said, raising his cup with a tinge of reluctance in his tone. Li Yinxian nodded slightly, saying nothing more, and delicately raised her cup for a light sip. After bidding farewell to Li Yinxian, Li Yinyao found himself alone in a quiet chamber. Senior Su, are you there? Su Manqing's voice echoed from within the storage ring, tinged with a hint of playful sarcasm. What brings you here? Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, is it not permissible to seek your company for a casual chat? Hearing this, Su Manqing's voice brightened with surprise. Good lad, I knew you were a man of your word. The two engaged in light conversation for about a quarter of an hour. Although they had agreed to chat for 15 minutes daily, today their dialogue extended for the full duration. This was due in part to his good mood and also because he had previously reduced their time from a quarter to half, perhaps as a sweetener for her. Li Yinyao was not well versed in political maneuvering and was uncertain whether this constituted a blend of benevolence and authority, but he understood the principle of offering both a carrot and a stick. Nonetheless, Su Manqing, being a formidable figure from millennia ago, effortlessly resolved some of his confusions regarding cultivation. Li Yinyao retrieved the storage ring that Li Yinxian had gifted him before her departure. Until now, he had been preoccupied with comforting Zhou Panner, dining with the others, and bidding farewell to Li Yinxian, leaving him no time to inspect the ring. He summoned his spiritual energy and effortlessly established a connection with this unclaimed storage ring. However, when he truly examined the contents of the ring with his spiritual sense, the shock he felt was indescribable. Previously, he had been unable to cultivate and could only open unclaimed storage rings using spirit stones. Although the storage ring he had carried was quite substantial, measuring over 100 cubic units, it was not the most superior. In stark contrast, the one gifted by Li Yinxian was evidently of a far superior grade, boasting an astonishing space of over 1,000 cubic units, more than 10 times that of the former, clearly a top-tier storage ring. What truly astonished him, however, was not merely the size of the storage space but the fact that it was brimming with a plethora of various items, yet, due to his original self's prior inability to cultivate, which led to a gradual decline, he found himself perplexed regarding many of the items within. In the past few days, he had only gleaned some insights into cultivation from Zhang Ligan and through his own knowledge from the extraordinary housekeeper, but there were numerous unfamiliar items within this treasure trove. Faced with the dilemma of possessing a mountain of treasures yet lacking knowledge on their usage, Li Yinyao had to trouble Su Manqing once more. Senior Su, could you please come out? I require your assistance. Su Manqing's spirit floated gracefully out from Li Yinyao's old storage ring, her mood seemingly elevated by their previous exchange, her tone unusually gentle. What is it that you need? Speak freely. Li Yinyao detailed his predicament to Su Manqing. You truly possess a fortunate dilemma, she remarked with a smile. Please relax the restrictions of the storage ring, I will take a look inside. Following her advice, Li Yinyao eased the restrictions of the storage ring, and a flash of golden light appeared as Su Manqing's spirit elegantly entered the ring. However, once she found herself within the storage ring, even her well-traveled eyes could not help but widen in astonishment at the sight before her. These resources are sufficient for you to cultivate to the 4th grade in spirit realm. However, given your innate Dao body constitution, these resources could potentially elevate you to the 3rd grade transformation of Yang realm. Li Yinyao nodded in agreement, thoroughly satisfied with the storage ring gifted by Li Yinxian. Indeed, he was deserving of the title elder brother. Ah, the soul-nourishing jade. Su Manqing suddenly exclaimed. Senior Su, what is so special about this soul-nourishing jade? Li Yinyao inquired. He was, of course, aware of what the soul-nourishing jade was. After all, it was mentioned in the plot, but due to his current cultivation level, it was not something he could utilize at the moment. It was likely intended for Su Manqing's use. Su Manqing's voice carried a complex emotion as she replied, your family, the Li clan, truly possesses immense wealth, to casually place such a treasure into the hands of an 8th grade food chi realm cultivator like you. She then promptly explained to Li Yinyao, as the name suggests, the soul-nourishing jade is a substance that nourishes the spirit. Once one reaches the Yang spirit realm, the spirit can freely exit the body and confront foes from 1,000 miles away. However, this method does take a considerable toll on the spirit. Thus, the soul-nourishing jade is traditionally invaluable, nearly impossible to procure. Li Yinyao was quite pleased that Su Manqing had not concealed the purpose of the soul-nourishing jade from him. Senior Su, given my current level, this item is of no use to me. Since it serves to nourish the spirit, it would be better for me to lend it to you for the time being. Chapter 53. Li Yinyao. Senior Su, I have learned that there exists a vein of soul-nourishing jade. Li Yinyao spoke, his tone laced with a hint of tentativeness. I believe this soul-nourishing jade could be of considerable benefit to you. Upon hearing this, Su Manqing felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, yet she understood that there were certain truths regarding the soul-nourishing jade that she must disclose to Li Yinyao before he could decide whether to lend it to her. Yinyao, while the soul-nourishing jade greatly aids me, there is a matter concerning it that I must clarify with you first. Su Manqing's voice trembled slightly as she took a deep breath and continued, the ability of the soul-nourishing jade to nurture one's spirit relies entirely on the mysterious substance it contains. However, each use depletes this substance until the jade loses its efficacy in nurturing the spirit and becomes nothing more than an ordinary stone. Once she had laid bare the secret of the soul-nourishing jade, Su Manqing awaited Li Yinyao's response in silence. She was acutely aware that if he chose not to lend it to her, she would harbor no resentment. After all, it was his treasure, and lending it to her would inevitably cause irreparable damage. she herself would be unwilling to lend it to another. Li Yinyao was certainly aware of the depletion that Su Manqing referred to regarding the soul-nourishing jade's ability to nurture the spirit, yet he was even more cognizant of the fact that if a piece of soul-nourishing jade could win him Su Manqing's favor, it would be an extraordinary gain. Just as Li Yinyao had stated, although Su Manqing had entered into a master-servant contract with him, he could not compel her to exert effort if she chose not to. Even if her life was bound to his, it could not prevent Su Manqing from covertly undermining him unbeknownst to him. Only by exchanging sincerity for sincerity could he encourage her to willingly assist him, which was, after all, something he cherished deeply, as he greatly valued friendship. Moreover, it was merely a piece of soul-nourishing jade. He had knowledge of a location where a vein of such jade existed. In the original storyline, the character had acquired this vein of soul-nourishing jade, excavated it thoroughly, and utilized the jade to forge connections with numerous factions. Under the immense temptation of profit, many factions chose to assist the protagonist in opposing the Li family, which was a significant factor leading to the eventual downfall of the Li family. After all, it was impossible for the protagonist alone to bring about such a catastrophic end for the Li family. Contemplating this, Li Yinyao deemed it imperative to prioritize the acquisition of that vein of soul-nourishing jade. Although the mine was located far from his current position, it fortuitously lay within the Li family's sphere of influence, hidden deep beneath a cliff in the Hulong mountain range, near the outskirts of the capital.
Senior Su, you are being overly modest.
You are now considered one of us. If the soul-nourishing jade can assist in your recovery, I would go to great lengths to procure not just one, but as many as you require, Li Yinyao declared, his voice brimming with confidence and determination. Su Manqing felt a warmth from Li Yinyao's promise, yet she understood the improbability of such an outcome. In her era, soul-nourishing jade was already a rare treasure, and given its characteristic of becoming ordinary stone after use, its value had become immeasurable over millennia. It was possible that Li Yinyao's possession of a piece was due to Li Yinsen bestowing it upon him. I appreciate your goodwill, yet such heavenly materials cannot be forced. Let us leave it to fate. This is a spirit-replenishing pill, this is a tranquil insight pill, and that is a vitality-nourishing pill. Su Manqing meticulously explained the functions of various commonly used pills to Li Yinyao before she immersed herself within the soul-nourishing jade. Within the soul-nourishing jade, Su Manqing closed her eyes and let out a satisfied hum, clearly relishing the comfort brought by the jade's nurturing essence. Li Yinyao retrieved several spirit stones and took a tranquil insight pill. According to Su Manqing, consuming the tranquil insight pill would allow one's heart to become as clear as ice, significantly reducing the risk of falling into demonic paths and greatly enhancing cultivation efficiency. He then sat cross-legged on the mat and began his cultivation of the Nirvana Sutra. After completing 10 cycles of the Nirvana Sutra, Li Yinyao slowly opened his eyes. He sensed a slight increase in his cultivation, yet compared to the previous day, this growth felt insignificant, prompting him to furrow his brow. He mused to himself, having labored diligently for an entire afternoon, the results were still less rapid than those gained through dual cultivation. This realization compelled him to rub his tightly furrowed brow. Indeed, once one has experienced the thrill of rapid cultivation advancement, the slow progress attained through hard work appears woefully inadequate. He couldn't help but reflect on why so many would choose the path of demonic cultivation, pursuing that quick yet perilous enhancement of power. However, he also had methods to expedite his cultivation growth. Exiting the quiet chamber, Li Yinyao softly called out, "Uncle Zhang." In the next moment, Zhang Ligan's figure appeared in the room.
"Young master, what are your commands?"
Li Yinyao spoke, "This matter is concluded. Please prepare for our departure from Linjiang City tomorrow. Shall we proceed directly to the Yinyang sect, young master?" Zhang Ligan inquired. Li Yinyao pondered for a moment before replying, "Let us first visit the Yunqiao sect." Zhang Ligan hesitated slightly. "I am not familiar with the location of the Yunqiao sect. We may require the young mistress's guidance." Li Yinyao nodded, understanding his predicament. Since Bing Yu has entered the Li family, it would be somewhat inappropriate for her to continue her studies at the Yunqiao sect. Tomorrow, take her to sever ties with the Yunqiao sect.
Understood. Is there anything else you wish to instruct, young master?
Zhang Ligan respectfully inquired, awaiting further directives from Li Yinyao. Li Yinyao gently stroked the storage ring on his hand, subtly reinforcing the restrictions within it, and said softly, "Elder brother gifted me a piece of soul-nourishing jade. My companion, the remnant soul of Senior Su, has mentioned 1,000 years ago, she discovered a vein of soul-nourishing jade beneath a cliff deep within the Hulong mountain range, yet before she could fully harvest it, she was sealed away." Li Yinyao paused briefly, then commanded, "Send a message back to the manor, instructing them to investigate that location and see if we can locate the vein of soul-nourishing jade." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Zhang Ligan's eyes. As a practitioner at the 4th tier of the Yin God realm, he was undoubtedly aware of the effects of soul-nourishing jade. If he could obtain a piece, he believed he might break through to the 3rd tier of the Yang transformation realm. If they truly found that vein of soul-nourishing jade, perhaps he could also receive a piece. With this thought in mind, Zhang Ligan could not help but express his eagerness. "I will relay the message to the manor immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ligan swiftly exited the room. After his departure, Li Yinyao adjusted the restrictions on the storage ring, loosening them slightly within the storage ring. Su Manqing was being nurtured by the soul-nourishing jade, and she had sensed the subtle changes in the restrictions within a brief span of time.
Chapter 54. Zhang Bingyu, what are you doing? Xue Yan is still in the midst of her cultivation. Li Yinyao adjusted the intensity of the barrier, his intentions unmistakable, ensuring that Su Manqing could not eavesdrop on the clandestine conversation between him and Zhang Ligang. After all, it was under Su Manqing's name that Li Yinyao had divulged to Zhang Ligang the existence of a precious soul-nourishing jade mine, concealed at the base of a cliff deep within the Hulong mountain range. The reason he opted to use Su Manqing's name rather than his own was rooted in his past reputation as a frivolous wastrel, devoid of any cultivation prowess, which rendered him utterly unfit to be associated with such a valuable cultivation resource. He feared that if he were to relay this information under his own name, it would be met with skepticism, potentially jeopardizing a significant opportunity. Conversely, delivering the message under Su Manqing's name was compelling. She was not only a formidable figure from ancient times, but no one had discovered any soul-nourishing jade mines in Hulong Mountain over the years, making her a credible source. Thus, conveying the information in her name was undoubtedly a sagacious decision. Having organized his thoughts, Li Yinyao stepped out of the room. Li Yinyao paused in front of the residence of the Jiang sisters, his steps appearing particularly light in the evening glow. Upon pushing open Jiang Shuiyan's door, he was met with an empty room, his brow furrowed slightly, as if lost in contemplation, before he turned and made his way to Jiang Bingyu's chamber. Gently opening the door to Jiang Bingyu's room, he finally found the missing Jiang Shuiyan, who was deeply engrossed in her cultivation alongside her sister. He chose not to disturb them, instead quietly taking a seat and gazing softly at the two sisters, as if standing sentinel over their practice. After a considerable time, Jiang Bingyu completed her cultivation technique, exhaling a breath of turbid air, her joy palpable. She could feel the surge of spiritual energy within her, and compared to her previous high-level profound technique, the transformation brought about by the newly cultivated mid-level earth technique was akin to a chasm. She understood that with a few more days of solidifying her cultivation, she would be ready to attempt a breakthrough. Stretching her limbs, Jiang Bingyu turned to get out of bed. Ah, she suddenly gasped, startled by the presence of Li Yinyao not far behind her, involuntarily exclaiming in surprise. Li Yinyao swiftly approached, covering her mouth with his hand, his eyes signaling her to remain quiet so as not to disturb Jiang Shuiyan, who was still in her cultivation trance. Jiang Bingyu nodded in understanding, and he finally released her. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Bingyu whispered, lowering her voice. "Why shouldn't I be here?" Li Yinyao retorted with a hint of playful mockery. "Is it forbidden for me to enter my own wife's room?" Jiang Bingyu pursed her lips and murmured, "I didn't say you couldn't. You just startled me by appearing so suddenly." Hearing this, Li Yinyao drew her into his embrace, whispering in her ear, "I came to find you both for cultivation." The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through Jiang Bingyu, who sat in his arms. She attempted to wriggle free but to no avail. She could not disturb Shuiyan during her technique transition. Jiang Bingyu silently admonished herself. Without the ability to utilize her cultivation, she was naturally no match for Li Yinyao, who had reshaped his body through the Nirvana scripture. Noticing Jiang Bingyu still struggling, Li Yinyao softly cautioned, "Be gentle, don't wake her from her cultivation state. She is likely transitioning her technique, and if she fails, it could severely deplete her energy, leaving her bedridden for months." "You wouldn't want Shuiyan to be harmed, would you?" At his words, Jiang Bingyu halted her movements and turned her head, indignantly responding, "It's not even night yet, what are you planning?" "Of course, it's for cultivation." Li Yinyao's voice was deep and resolute. "Oh, by the way, there is something else. We shall be leaving Linjiang City tomorrow." "Leaving Linjiang City?" Jiang Bingyu frowned slightly. "Is it really that urgent?" "Linjiang City is ultimately a small place," Li Yinyao replied. "Not only is the spiritual energy here far less abundant than in the capital, but there are also no proper cultivation chambers. It would be better to return sooner. Moreover, my purpose for coming to Linjiang City has been fulfilled. It is time to depart." Jiang Bingyu nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that Li Yinyao would inevitably leave Linjiang City for the capital, though she had not expected the day to arrive so swiftly. She wrapped Li Yinyao's unruly hand. "So, you came to Linjiang City just to take me and Shuiyan?" Li Yinyao chuckled lightly. "Did I not inform you from the outset? I came to Linjiang City specifically for Shuiyan." "Yes, you did say that, specifically for Shuiyan," Jiang Bingyu replied, somewhat vexed, twisting her body. "Ah," Li Yinyao inhaled sharply, "be careful, this is your future happiness. What if it gets damaged? Why are you getting jealous over your own sister?" Li Yinyao teased, playfully nibbling on Jiang Bingyu's delicate earlobe. Jiang Bingyu did not acknowledge her jealousy but blushed and shifted the topic. "What do you mean by saying that the spiritual energy in Linjiang City is less than in the capital? Shouldn't the spiritual energy in the world be consistent?" Li Yinyao explained, "The capital has several massive spiritual gathering arrays that draw on the surrounding spiritual energy, hence the abundance of spiritual energy in the capital far exceeds that of other regions." Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingyu felt a surge of yearning. She had heard of spiritual gathering arrays but had yet to witness one in Jiangyin County. "By the way, now that you've entered my Li family's domain, it would be somewhat inappropriate for you to continue as a disciple of the Yunxiao sect. After we leave Linjiang City tomorrow, we must pay a visit to the Yunxiao sect," Li Yinyao stated with an air of unassailable authority. Jiang Bingyu's brows knitted in confusion. "Are you suggesting that I should leave the Yunxiao sect?" Li Yinyao nodded, a commendatory smile gracing his lips. "Precisely. Bingyu, you are indeed astute, it only takes a hint for you to understand." A flicker of hesitation crossed Jiang Bingyu's heart. "But if I withdraw from the Yunxiao sect, won't that bring shame upon them? The Yunxiao sect is the preeminent cultivation force in Jiangyin County. Wouldn't our departure bring unwarranted calamity upon the Jiang family?" Li Yinyao chuckled softly, tapping Jiang Bingyu's forehead with his finger, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "Bingyu, you are overthinking it. Though the Yunxiao sect is powerful, how does it compare to my Li family?
His voice exuded a reassuring strength. Rest assured, once the Yunxiao sect learns of your becoming a member of the Li family, they will not only refrain from holding it against you but will also come personally to present generous gifts to the Jiang family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Bingyu's worries dissipated like mist under the spring sun, and her lips involuntarily curved upwards. You're right. I was indeed momentarily confused. However, just as Jiang Bingyu's mind began to settle, Li Yinyao's hand had stealthily slipped beneath her skirt. A blush crept across her cheeks, and she hurriedly grasped the serpent hidden within her dress, her voice tinged with urgency. What are you doing? Xue Yan is still cultivating. What will happen if she finishes and sees this? Li Yinyao's tone was laced with playful mirth yet retained a seriousness. This is also a form of cultivation for us, albeit different from hers. Chapter 55. Tomorrow's departure. After completing her cultivation, Jiang Xueyan was greeted by an unusual sound that echoed in her ears. She gently opened her eyes, only to swiftly close them again, feigning the continuation of her meditation. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the events of the previous night, though the setting had shifted from her bed to a nearby chair. Despite her rapid eye closing, the faint blush on her earlobes inadvertently betrayed her retreat from the meditative state. Time passed quietly. Suddenly, Jiang Bingyu spoke, her voice laced with an imperceptible weariness. Stop, I can't take it any longer. I need to recuperate for a moment. You should wait until Xueyan finishes her cultivation before seeking her out. Li Yinyao, ever considerate, gently placed Jiang Bingyu by the bedside, his gaze shifting to the cross-legged Jiang Xueyan, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Upon noticing the delicate flush on Jiang Xueyan's pristine earlobe, he realized she had indeed completed her cultivation and was merely pretending to still be engrossed in her practice. Turning towards Jiang Bingyu, he pointed playfully in Jiang Xueyan's direction, his tone teasing. When Xueyan will finish her cultivation remains uncertain. Perhaps it would be better for you, as her elder sister, to concern yourself a bit more with her well-being? Following Li Yinyao's gesture, Jiang Bingyu discerned that Jiang Xueyan had indeed completed her cultivation and comprehended Li Yinyao's intention. Thus, she no longer spoke in a hushed tone. Didn't you just say you came here to cultivate? My physique can only serve a supportive role. If you wish to cultivate earnestly, you must wait for Xueyan to awaken. She gazed at her younger sister's progressively reddening face and advised, you should conserve your energy, and once Xueyan awakens, you can devote yourself entirely to your cultivation. At her sister's words, Jiang Xueyan felt a tremor in her heart. Yesterday, both she and her sister had been unable to subdue the formidable Li Yinyao, and now, facing him alone, she could already envision herself unable to rise from bed the following day. No, this cannot be, she thought, striving to keep her body from betraying her with even the slightest movement. However, her involuntary trembling lashes and the flush on her cheeks silently revealed her tension and shyness, rendering her particularly endearing in that moment. Observing Jiang Xueyan's adorable demeanor, Li Yinyao ceased his teasing and gently placed his hand upon her shoulder. Startled by the sudden contact, Jiang Xueyan nearly lost her composure. She pondered, what does my husband mean by this? He should be aware that I am in the midst of my cultivation. Has he already perceived that I have completed it? But that doesn't make sense. Aside from a furtive glance when I opened my eyes, I have made no other movements. When I opened my eyes, they did not notice. I should not have been discovered. At that moment, a whirlwind of confusion engulfed Jiang Xueyan. She was uncertain whether her husband understood the potential consequences of interrupting her cultivation, yet her sister surely must know. Why had she not intervened to prevent her husband from doing so? All these questions spiraled in her mind, complicating her thoughts. Witnessing her sister's furrowed brow, Jiang Bingyu could no longer contain her laughter, her voice ringing out melodiously, Xueyan, cease your pretense. The blush on your face has betrayed you. Although Jiang Xueyan had been exposed, she maintained her stillness. With a hint of banter, Li Yinyao retrieved a bronze mirror from his storage ring, chuckling softly, Xueyan, this is a mirror. If you do not believe me, why not open your eyes and see for yourself? Despite her breath quickening, Jiang Xueyan resolutely held her ground. Observing her reaction, Li Yinyao produced a recording stone from his storage ring, a broader smile spreading across his face. Xueyan, I possess a recording stone that has captured your current appearance. After a brief pause, he continued, once your cultivation is completed, I shall show you how you look at this moment. Upon hearing the term recording stone, Jiang Xueyan trembled and could no longer remain seated. She opened her eyes. Indeed, she saw Li Yinyao holding the bronze mirror before her. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the reflection, revealing her current bashful visage. Jiang Xueyan's cheeks burned as if set aflame, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to find a crevice to hide away in. Her eyes wandered around the room until they landed on the bed covers, which seemed to offer salvation. Grabbing the bedding, she wrapped herself tightly, resembling a giant rice dumpling, as if such an act could extricate her from this embarrassing reality. Li Yinyao, both amused and exasperated, gently reassured her, Xueyan, do not hide, I did not use the recording stone to capture your earlier appearance. Is that true? Jiang Xueyan's voice emerged uncertainly through the fabric. Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? Li Yinyao asserted firmly, seeking to dispel her doubts. Hearing this, Jiang Xueyan shifted slightly, finally revealing her head, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Li Yinyao reached out, playfully pinching her delicate nose, teasingly saying, how is it that you have also learned to deceive? Jiang Xueyan murmured softly, is it not because you two were fooling around? After I awoke, I dared not move, fearing to disturb you. What if I frightened you? And my sister, who clearly knew I was awake, not only refrained from alerting me but also joined in your antics. Her words carried a touch of grievance. In response, Jiang Bingyu retorted, "It was not I who discovered it, it was your dear husband." Li Yinyao gently tugged at the bedding wrapped around Jiang Shuiyan, saying, "Why are you bundling yourself up in here when the weather is pleasant?" Jiang Shuiyan's cheeks flushed, as if she sensed what was about to transpire. Li Yinyao pulled the jade figure into his embrace, stating, "It is time to cultivate, you must be earnest." With that, before Jiang Shuiyan could respond, Li Yinyao turned to face forward. The winding path led to serenity, with the Zen room deep among the flora. The following morning, Li Yinyao awoke early, discovering that his cultivation had indeed improved compared to before. He felt somewhat disheartened to realize that his diligent efforts seemed to yield lesser results than the effectiveness of dual cultivation with the Jiang sisters. Contemplating this, he called out, "Senior Su." Within the soul-nurturing jade, Su Manqing had also experienced a sleepless night, responding, "What is it, young lad?" Li Yinyao recounted to Su Manqing how his efforts in cultivation for an entire afternoon had not matched the results of a night spent in dual cultivation with the Jiang sisters. He expressed his concern, saying, "If I continue with this dual cultivation daily, will my body be able to withstand it?" Chapter 56 Departure from Linjiang City. Li Yinyao confided his concerns to Su Manqing, expressing his apprehension that if he continued to engage in such rigorous training every day, even a young and robust individual like himself might ultimately deplete his physical strength, facing an embarrassing predicament of scarcity. Upon hearing this, Su Manqing could not help but chuckle softly. Li Yinyao, somewhat displeased, remarked, "Senior Su, I am earnestly discussing a serious issue with you, please refrain from laughing." "I apologize, I simply could not contain myself," Su Manqing replied with a light laugh. "You are overthinking it." "Overthinking? What do you mean by that, Senior Su?" Li Yinyao pressed on. Su Manqing elucidated, "Did I not previously provide you with a dual cultivation technique? After practicing this superior dual cultivation method, your worries will be rendered moot. Otherwise, the Hahuan sect would not exist at all. By the way, is the Hahuan sect still around?" Su Manqing explained. Upon hearing her clarification, Li Yinyao finally felt a sense of relief. He distinctly remembered that the Dongxian true scripture gifted to him by Su Manqing was indeed an advanced dual cultivation secret. With the burden lifted from his heart, his conversation with Su Manqing turned light and comfortable. He casually remarked, "The Hahuan sect has long since ceased to exist. Now there exists a sect called the Yin Yang sect, which can be considered a continuation of the Hahuan sect," Li Yinyao added. "Oh?" Su Manqing inquired, "How could there be a branch continuing if the Hahuan sect is no more?" Li Yinyao displayed a knowing expression. After all, the nature of the Hahuan sect is rather unique and differs from other sections. While the Hahuan sect was not particularly powerful, its extensive and intricate network of relationships allowed it to survive as a major sect without being eradicated. Years ago, the remaining members of the Hahuan sect renamed their sect as the Yin Yang sect, and those cultivators have undergone significant changes, Li Yinyao continued. For instance, each practitioner of the Yin Yang sect is allowed only one Dao partner. Only one Dao partner? What then of the cultivation levels of Yin Yang sect practitioners? Su Manqing queried, puzzled. Li Yinyao smiled calmly, they employ high-quality dual cultivation methods, hence their rate of advancement is not inferior. He further explained, although the current Yin Yang sect may not be the pinnacle of sects, it is still regarded as a major sect. Similar to the former Hahuan sect, they continue to provide Dao partners or consorts to influential figures, thereby maintaining their sway in the cultivation world. Your intention to send Li Linyao to the Yin Yang sect is for their intelligence network? Su Manqing stated matter-of-factly. Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, indeed, it is partly for that reason. After all, the Yin Yang sect's intelligence network is arguably one of the most formidable in the world, who wouldn't be tempted? However, the primary reason is that Linyao's constitution is suitable, and the Li family lacks appropriate cultivation methods for her. Moreover, the Yin Yang sect is indeed the most fitting sect for Lingyao. Su Manqing nodded in understanding. Is there anything else? Li Yinyao smiled. No, that is the only matter. Seeing that Su Manqing had nothing more to say, Li Yinyao clapped his hands forcefully, causing Jiang Bingyu's figure to jolt slightly. Ugh. Jiang Bingyu, startled awake, expressed her discomfort. What are you doing? Meeting Jiang Bingyu's unfriendly gaze, Li Yinyao responded calmly, get up. Today we are departing from Linjiang City. You and Shuiyan should bid farewell to your father, and then we shall set off. Jiang Bingyu nodded gently, pushing Jiang Shuiyan beside her. Shuiyan, wake up, it's time to get up. We need to return to the Zhang residence first. Jiang Shuiyan, still groggy, replied, got it. As the two prepared themselves, Jiang Bingyu caught sight of Li Yinyao, already dressed and sitting nearby, observing her. She silently pondered, this rogue truly deceived me on the night of our wedding, claiming he wouldn't wear clothes. She had not noticed this when she had woken up that morning to serve tea to Li Yinxian. Outside the Zhang residence, Li Yinyao, along with Zhou Panner, Yi Lingyao, and others, awaited Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan's return from their farewell to their father in a spacious carriage. Initially, Li Yinyao was supposed to accompany Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan to pay respects to Jiang Tianzheng. However, considering his prominent status, his presence would undoubtedly lead to excessive flattery from Jiang Tianzheng, making the atmosphere uncomfortable not just for him, but for the Jiang family as well. Thus, he opted to remain outside and await their return. Time slipped by quietly, and after about half an hour, Jiang Bingyu, hand in hand with Jiang Shuiyan, slowly emerged from the gates of the Zhang residence. Their eyes reflected the sorrow of parting while concealing hopes for the future. Once they boarded the carriage, Li Yinyao addressed the coachman, let us depart. Bingyu will need your guidance towards Yunjiao sect.
Jiang Bingyu, upon hearing this, nodded lightly, her mood subdued. All right. With a sharp crack of the whip, the carriage began to move, the wheels creating a rhythmic sound against the cobblestone road. In truth, given Li Yanyao's status, he could have traveled by the much swifter spirit boat. However, due to the original body's lack of cultivation and frail constitution, coupled with his seasickness, he had opted for the more stable carriage for this trip from the capital to Linjiang City. Noticing the low spirits of the two women, Li Yinyao gently took their hands, speaking in a soothing tone. Once we reach the capital, if you wish to see Uncle Jiang, I can arrange for someone to bring him to the capital. Is that true, husband? Zhang Shuiyan's face instantly lit up with joy, her excitement evident as she had never been away from home. Li Yinyao gazed at her with warmth and affection, nodding indulgently. However, Jiang Bingyu's words cast a slight shadow over the atmosphere. Father, as the clan leader, cannot neglect the family. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiyan lowered her head and fell silent. Observing her demeanor, Li Yinyao pondered for a moment before proposing an alternative. I can send a spirit communication mirror to Uncle Jiang, so whenever you miss him, you can see him through the mirror. A spirit communication mirror? What is that? Zhang Shuiyan inquired curiously, tilting her head, her eyes filled with confusion. The spirit communication mirror is a wondrous artifact that allows individuals to communicate face-to-face even when separated by vast distances, Li Yinyao explained patiently. Isn't the spirit communication mirror something only significant departments of the court possess? From what I know, only the governor's office in Jiangyin County has one, Jiang Bingyu exclaimed in surprise. Evidently, as a disciple of the Yunjiao sect, Jiang Bingyu had seen and learned much more than Zhang Shuiyan, who had been sheltered at home. Hearing this, Zhou Panner interjected softly, Sister Bingyu, you underestimate the Li family's influence. A mere spirit communication mirror, as long as Brother Yinyao speaks up, there will surely be someone to deliver it to your home. Jiang Bingyu fell silent upon realizing that her understanding of the Li family's clout within the Great Jing Kingdom was still quite lacking. Chapter 57 Yunxiao Sect 300 miles west of Linjiang City, on the winding paths of Yundang Mountain, a splendid convoy advanced slowly, as if traversing through the gentle caress of mist. Although Li Yinyao and his companions were seated in a carriage, the carriage of Li Yinyao, given his esteemed status, was destined to be no ordinary carriage. The horses pulling Li Yinyao's carriage were 8th-grade spirit steeds, magnificent creatures capable of traversing thousands of miles in a single day, having covered the 300 miles in just over an hour. Under the guidance of Jiang Bingyu, Li Yinyao and his entourage finally arrived at the location of the Yunxiao sect, Yundang Mountain. The Yunxiao sect is situated on the mountainside of Yundang Mountain, which is perpetually shrouded in clouds and mist, hence the name Yunxiao sect. It is the most distinguished sect among the two counties of Jiangyin and Jiangyang. Jiang Bingyu began to introduce some matters regarding the sect to the group. Her words inadvertently revealed a sense of pride in her sect. Li Yinyao could perceive Jiang Bingyu's self-satisfaction at being able to join the Yunxiao sect, and thus he refrained from undermining her confidence. Who dares to intrude upon the Yunxiao sect? A voice thundered, interrupting their progress. The convoy of Li Yinyao was halted by the guards at the periphery of the Yunxiao sect. Jiang Bingyu turned to Li Yinyao and the others, saying, Please wait here for a moment. I will go speak with the gatekeeper. She dismounted and approached the disciple on duty that day, stating her purpose. Junior brother, we have esteemed guests arriving and need to inform the elders of the sect. The disciple, evidently familiar with Jiang Bingyu, responded respectfully, Sister Bingyu, please wait a moment. I will report to the sect. He retrieved a communication stone from his storage ring and succinctly reported, Sister Bingyu has brought the convoy to the mountain gate, claiming there are esteemed visitors. The communication stone glimmered, signaling confirmation received. Before long, two small black dots appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging over time until they transformed into two spirit boats, which gently descended before the mountain gate. Two figures leapt gracefully from the spirit boats. Bingyu. Junior Sister Bingyu. The voices of an elder and a younger man resonated simultaneously. Jiang Bingyu approached to greet them. Elder Wang, Brother Zhao, we have esteemed guests arriving. The man referred to as Brother Zhao inquired with concern, Sister Bingyu, why have you taken so long to return from your family visit? Elder Wang, with a piercing gaze, fixed his attention on Zhang Shuiyan and slowly spoke, Jijia, let us first discuss the matter at hand. Bingyu, who exactly is the esteemed guest you mentioned? Wang Changshan's voice echoed in the air as he paused, awaiting Jiang Bingyu's response. Zhao Jijia nodded eagerly, a hint of apology flickering in his expression. What the uncle said is indeed true. I was too hasty. Jiang Bingyu smiled slightly, gesturing towards the carriage not far away. The third young master of the Prime Minister's residence visited Linjiang City a few days ago and specially came to pay a visit to our Yunxiao sect. Wang Changshan's gaze shifted to the carriage, and upon noticing the emblem of the Black Flood Dragon, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke with a weighty tone, Bingyu, why would the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence come to Jiangyin County and specifically visit our Yunxiao sect? The Black Flood Dragon, as the emblem of the Li family, was well known to Wang Changshan. He was also aware of the reputation of Li Yinyao, the third young master, known for his capricious nature owing to his family background. However, the sudden visit of Li Yinyao left him perplexed, and he suspected that the intentions behind the visit were not benevolent. Unaware of Wang Changshan's internal musings, Jiang Bingyu stated outright, the third young master's visit is related to me? A sharp glint flashed in Wang Changshan's eyes upon hearing this. If it concerns you, then please invite the third young master in at once. He turned to the disciples guarding the mountain gate and commanded, let them pass. Subsequently, Wang Changshan swiftly approached the carriage adorned with the Black Flood Dragon emblem, his demeanor respectful yet authoritative. Greetings, third young master.
I am Wang Changshan, the third elder of the Yunxiao sect. I was unaware of your arrival and failed to welcome you properly, please forgive me. Li Yinyao gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, casting a nonchalant glance at Wang Changshan before nodding slightly and uttering a single word He then allowed the curtain to fall back down, appearing indifferent to his surroundings. Wang Changshan understood that Li Yinyao was not someone to be trifled with, and given the disparity in their statuses, he did not take offense. As the convoy passed him, he produced a communication stone and whispered, "Sect Master, the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence has come to visit the Yunxiao sect." A couple of soft beeps emanated from the communication stone, and the sect master's voice came through, tinged with surprise. "Are you certain it's the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence? What is the purpose of his visit?" Wang Changshan replied solemnly, "The emblem of the Black Flood Dragon confirms it is the third young master. It seems he has come for Bingyu." "Bingyu, you say?" The sect master's voice carried a hint of understanding. "I see. Please guide the third young master to the main hall. I will personally welcome him." "Understood," Wang Changshan replied succinctly, and not far ahead, Zhang Bingyu led the convoy. Beside her, Zhao Jijie spoke with a hint of flattery. "Sister Bingyu, you look even more captivating after a few days. How have you been since returning home? I wonder if you are free tonight. I would like to host a banquet to welcome you." Zhang Bingyu stepped aside slightly, saying, "Brother, how many times must I tell you not to call me Bingyu? Moreover, I am now a married woman and am doing quite well. I appreciate your kindness, but your banquet is better suited for someone else." With a crack, Zhao Jijie's knuckles popped, and for a moment, he thought he heard the sound of his own heart shattering. He replied solemnly, "Sister Bingyu, you just thought we have known each other for so long, yet I have never heard of any engagement on your part, and who in Linjiang City could possibly be worthy of you?" Zhang Bingyu replied coldly, "Previously there was no engagement, but one was arranged 3 days after I returned home, and the marriage was completed the day before yesterday. The one I married is not from Linjiang City. He is right behind us." Zhang Bingyu pointed to the carriage behind her. Zhao Jijie's smile froze on his face, disbelief etched in his features as he stammered, "Impossible, how could the third young master of the Prime Minister's residence take you as his wife?" Zhang Bingyu corrected him with an air of indifference, "Not as a wife, but as a concubine." Zhao Jijie's countenance darkened, and he managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Well done, Zhang Bingyu, you would rather become that waste's concubine than marry me." Zhang Bingyu drew her sword from her waist, fixing a cold glare upon Zhao Jijie. "Brother, out of respect for our years of camaraderie, I will spare you this time, but should I hear you insult my husband again, do not blame me for being ungracious." Zhao Jijie erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke of all time. Chapter 58. Do not forget, this is Yunxiao sect, not the capital. A cold smile curled at the corners of Zhao Jijie's mouth, his tone laced with disdain. "No, this is indeed the territory of Yunxiao sect. Do you truly dare to lay a hand on me?" Zhang Bingyu narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice calm and resolute. "You are welcome to try." Zhao Jijie's gaze shifted toward the distant carriage path, a hint of menace in his voice. "It seems that noble patron has bestowed upon you considerable courage. But do not forget, this is not the capital, this is Jiangyin Prefecture, the realm of Yunxiao sect." Wang Changshan, who had silently followed the two, felt a chill upon hearing this. He hurried forward and sternly admonished, "Jijie, do not be disrespectful, apologize to junior sister Bingyu immediately." Wang Shishu. Zhao Jijie's voice was tinged with reluctance, yet under Wang Changsheng's unwavering gaze, he ultimately lowered his head. "Junior sister Bingyu, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion." His voice was low, carrying a trace of forced contrition. Zhang Bingyu merely nodded indifferently, her tone unmistakably distant. "We are not so familiar, so please refrain from addressing me in such a manner to avoid misunderstandings." With that, she turned and stepped confidently into the carriage, leaving Zhao Jijie and Wang Changsheng behind, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Zhao Jijie clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth as he glared in the direction of the carriage. Wang Changsheng patted Zhao Jijie's shoulder. "Jijie, do not be disheartened, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Keep an open mind. We cannot afford to offend the Prime Minister's household." Zhao Jijie snorted coldly, producing a flying vessel and soaring up the mountain. Once Zhao Jijie had departed, Wang Changsheng took out a messaging stone, muttering something to himself. "Is that person your suitor?" Li Yinyao, reclining on Zhang Shuiyan's lap in the carriage, observed the irate Zhang Bingyu with a hint of amusement. Zhang Bingyu teased, "Are you feeling jealous?" Li Yinyao's lips curled into a smile. "Jealousy is not the issue, however, how he pursues you now seems moot since you have fallen into my clutches." Hearing Li Yinyao's self-deprecating remark, Zhang Bingyu explained that person is Zhao Jijie, the only son of the Grand Elder of our sect. The Grand Elder, having had a child in his later years, dotes on him excessively. And Zhao Jijie, relying on his father's status, indulges in reckless behavior within the sect, perpetually pestering me to the point of exasperation. Li Yinyao rested his chin on his hand and spoke softly. "He is willful and arrogant, looking down on everyone. If not for his fortunate lineage, he would have perished countless times by now." Zhang Bingyu nodded vigorously in agreement. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. How could you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yinyao interjected, "Bingyu, why do I sense a hidden meaning in your words?" Zhang Bingyu quickly shook her hands, her tone urgent. "No, that's not what I meant." She continued to clarify, "Though your cultivation may be lacking, your courage and resourcefulness set you apart from someone like him, who is both weak and devoid of intellect." "Courageous and resourceful?" Zhou Panner, overhearing Zhang Bingyu's assessment of Li Yinyao, regarded the two with a peculiar expression, uncertain of what had transpired in her absence that led Zhang Bingyu to hold such an opinion of Yinyao. Suddenly, Li Yinyao's expression shifted, he straightened up, his tone displeased. Are you comparing me to that dimwit?
It was not my intention. Jiang Bingyu found herself at a loss, flustered by Li Yinyao's abrupt change in demeanor. Enough, brother Yinyao, do not tease sister Bingyu any further.
Look at how flustered you've made her, Zhou Panner interjected. Li Yinyao smirked and reclined back onto Jiang Shuiyan's lap, mumbling, this is truly dull. Realizing she had been played, Jiang Bingyu approached Li Yinyao and pinched him sharply at the waist.
Ouch! Li Yinyao rubbed his side. I was merely jesting, was it really necessary?
Poof. Jiang Bingyu snorted, turning her head to ignore him.
Xu Weiyan, why are you upset as well? Li Yinyao inquired, gazing at the gentle Jiang Shuiyan.
Jiang Shuiyan, who had been massaging Li Yinyao's head, had just vented her frustrations on behalf of her sister, now needing his Baihui and Tianchong points vigorously. Observing Jiang Shuiyan's downcast demeanor, Li Yinyao sighed, alright, you all conspire against me as a family. Li Yinyao opened his arms towards Zhou Panner. Panner, they are all ganging up on me.
Serves you right.
You brought this upon yourself. Zhou Panner shot him a glance, her tone teasing. Li Yinyao, resting his head on Jiang Shuiyan's lap, chuckled heartily, unbothered. Before long, the carriage began to slow down, and as it gradually came to a halt, a gentle and respectful voice wafted in from outside. Third young master, I am Yunjia, the sect master of Yunxiao sect. I apologize for not greeting you from afar, I hope you will forgive me.
Li Yinyao turned to Jiang Bingyu, a teasing tone in his voice. Is it customary for your Yunxiao sect to greet guests with the same phrase?
Jiang Bingyu appeared somewhat embarrassed, replying quietly, this is my first encounter with such a situation.
I am not entirely sure.
Li Yinyao did not lower his voice, and his words naturally reached Yunjia's ears. Upon hearing this, Yunjia glanced at Wang Changsheng beside him and respectfully replied, it is indeed my inadequacy in hosting. I hope the young master will be gracious. We have arrived, let us disembark, Li Yinyao announced to the others in the carriage. Everyone stepped out, and Li Yinyao quickly spotted Yunjia, who had conversed with him earlier, along with Wang Changsheng standing behind him.
I am Li Yinyao.
I happen to be visiting Jiangyin Prefecture and, having heard of Yunxiao sect's esteemed reputation, have come to pay my respects. Li Yinyao introduced himself politely. Jiang Bingyu also stepped forward to bow. Greetings, sect master. Yunjia smiled gently, responding warmly, there is no need for such formalities, Bingyu. Third young master, please follow me. I have prepared a modest feast in the main hall as a gesture of welcome, Yunjia invited, his demeanor both respectful and enthusiastic. The group followed Yunjia into the main hall. Third young master, please take a seat here. Yunjia courteously guided Li Yinyao and the others to their places. Once they were seated, Yunjia returned to his own position, wearing a smile as he spoke. Might I inquire what brings you to Yunxiao sect on this occasion? If there is anything you require, the entirety of Yunxiao sect shall endeavor to assist you. Having received a report from Wang Changsheng, Yunjia was already aware of Jiang Bingyu's status as Li Yinyao's concubine and understood that Li Yinyao's visit was likely related to Jiang Bingyu's potential departure from Yunxiao sect. However, after nurturing Jiang Bingyu for so many years, it was not a matter that could simply be resolved. Chapter 59 Young Master, there is an issue with this dish. Yunjia pondered to himself. Over the years, Jinxiao had treated Jiang Bingyu quite favorably. For the sake of nurturing her, he not only provided her with cultivation methods but also expended considerable resources. If Jiang Bingyu were to withdraw so easily, and others followed suit, would Yunxiao sect still have the motivation to continue its endeavors? However, Yunjia was aware of Li Yinyao's nature and, due to his status, could not directly demand benefits from him, but he could only lower his stance and plan for the long term. Li Yinyao, with a smile on his face, looked at Yunjia and remarked, however, there are indeed some matters I must discuss with Sect Master Yun. Before he could finish his sentence, Yunjia gently interrupted, Third young master, you must be exhausted from your journey.
Let us dine first and converse as we eat.
With a wave of his hand, a group of maidservants entered the hall in an orderly fashion, each carrying trays. Li Yinyao realized that his counterpart was attempting to seize the initiative in the conversation. Nevertheless, he felt somewhat at fault, especially since Yunxiao sect had invested so many years in cultivating Jiang Bingyu, and they were also a significant force in Jiangyin County. Moreover, he believed in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, so he refrained from further comment. Soon, the table before Li Yinyao was filled with exquisite delicacies. Mimicking Yunjia, he clapped his hands. Just as Yunjia was puzzled by Li Yinyao's actions, a shadow guard appeared silently in the grand hall. Yunjia was greatly astonished to see someone suddenly materialize within the hall. Despite his cultivation at the Yin God realm, he had failed to detect anyone hiding nearby. He inwardly mused, truly, the minister's estate is formidable. Li Yinyao glanced at the shadow guard, who then inspected the array of dishes on the table. Understanding his intent, Li Yinyao offered Yunjia a gentle smile, his tone carrying a hint of apology. There are many enemies at home, and I must exercise caution while outside. I mean no offense, I hope Sect Master Yun can understand. Yunjia returned the smile, his tone calm. It is only proper, third young master, given your distinguished status, it is indeed wise to be cautious. Although Yunjia could comprehend the shadow guard's actions, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He had faith in the dishes he had prepared, as they were freshly arranged and free from any issues. Suddenly, the shadow guard stood before Li Yinyao, his spiritual energy surging. Young master, there is a problem with this dish. Li Yinyao's brow furrowed slightly, confusion filling his mind. Surely, Yunxiao sect would not dare to act against him, so who could be scheming against him from the shadows? Moreover, employing such a rudimentary tactic, so easily exposed, was this the work of an adversary aiming to sow discord between him and Yunxiao sect? He turned his gaze towards Yunjia, seated at the head of the table. Sect Master Yun, do you not think an explanation is in order? Upon witnessing the Shadow Guard's actions, Yunja felt a sense of foreboding. When the words "there is a problem with the dish" reached his ears, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Third young master, this must be a misunderstanding. How could I possibly have the audacity to harm you?" Yunja's voice trembled with a hint of panic. Li Yinyao cast him a calm yet resolute glance. "Sect Master Yun, do I appear to be jesting?" "If you have doubts, I suggest you verify it personally," he stated with an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent. Yunja, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back, rose from his seat and approached the dish identified by the Shadow Guard. Zhang Bingyu, Zhang Shuiyan, and Zhou Panner gathered their spiritual energy, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Li Yinyao gently reassured them. "Panner, Shuiyan, I believe Sect Master Yun harbors no ill intentions towards me. There is no need for alarm." Yunja examined the dish in question closely. Soon, his expression darkened, resembling a stormy sky as he spoke gravely. "Third young master, it is my negligence that has allowed an infiltrator to penetrate Yunshao sect, causing you distress." "Infiltrator?" Li Yanyao's voice dripped with disdainful laughter. "Those who serve food in this grand hall should be of impeccable character. Sect Master Yun, do you really believe you can brush this matter aside with mere words?" "I shall immediately dispatch someone to thoroughly investigate this incident and ensure the infiltrator is dealt with," Yunja said respectfully. He had entertained the notion that the Shadow Guard might have tampered with the dishes, but quickly dismissed it, confident in his own strength that such a thing was impossible under his watchful gaze. Since the possibility of the Shadow Guard being involved was eliminated, the issue must lie within Yunshao sect itself. Anyone capable of poisoning the food would undoubtedly hold a significant position within the sect, yet he had to firmly assert that this was the work of an infiltrator. By attributing the act to an outsider, only that individual would suffer the consequences. Otherwise, the entire Yunshao sect would bear the brunt of the fallout. The minister's estate was not to be trifled with, their formidable reputation well earned through bloodshed. Li Yinyao nodded slightly, an air of undeniable authority in his voice. "You have one opportunity. I expect a satisfactory answer. Otherwise, I shall attend to this matter at once. I shall attend to it personally." "Zhang Shan, remain here with the third young master. I will investigate this matter myself," Yunja declared before hastily exiting the grand hall. "Understood," Wang Zhongshan replied promptly, a trace of bitterness evident on his face. He understood that among those privy to the situation within Yunshao sect, only he and the sect master were aware of Li Yanyao's visit. With such an incident occurring, the sect master would undoubtedly harbor suspicions towards him. The sect master's request for him to stay was likely a means to monitor him in Li Yanyao's presence. If the sect master failed to uncover anything, he feared he would be the scapegoat. Li Yanyao's gaze fell upon the Shadow Guard station protectively in front of him, inquiring, "What is the issue with the dish?" "Young master, the dish contains Wanmai-san," the Shadow Guard replied in a low voice. Li Yinyao nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In his mind, he silently communicated with Su Manqing. "Senior Su, what exactly is Wanmai-san?" Wanmai-san is a substance that weakens the meridians, rendering the user temporarily unable to utilize their spiritual energy. However, its effects are limited to cultivators below the 4th grade in God Realm. Once one reaches the 4th grade in God Realm, Wanmai-san loses its efficacy, Su Manqing explained softly. "Li, my boy, I hope nothing adverse befalls you during your visit to Yunshao sect." Su Manqing's words carried a note of concern. Li Yinyao understood that her worry stemmed from the fear of his downfall at Yunshao sect, which could also implicate her. He reassured her, "Rest assured, with Uncle Zheng by my side, there will be no issues." Li Yinyao called out into the vast hall, "Uncle Zheng." In the next moment, Zhang Ligan's figure appeared silently behind Li Yinyao, as if he had always been there, quietly safeguarding his young master. "I am here." Chapter 60. Young master Zhao Wang Chanshan gazed at Zhang Ligang, who stood behind Li Yinyao, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features as he settled more obediently into his seat. A formidable presence of the Yin God realm. Wang Chanshan mused inwardly. Indeed, the Prime Minister's residence should not be underestimated. They could dispatch a 4th-tier Yin God realm expert to protect a wastrel. Shortly thereafter, Yunja hurriedly returned to the Grand Hall, an expression of anxiety and unease etched upon his face. Li Yinyao regarded Yunja with a hint of mockery in his tone. "Have you located the infiltrator, Sect Master Yun?" Yunja's countenance bore an awkward hue as he replied, "Third young master, time is of the essence, and I have yet to ascertain the infiltrator's identity." A tinge of helplessness seeped into his voice, clearly indicating that his efforts had met with little success. Suddenly, Yunja felt a surge of immense pressure and, in shock, turned to Zhang Ligang, realizing that the latter was indeed a peak expert of the Yin God realm. He hastily added, "However, I have brought everyone associated with this banquet. They are waiting outside. I feared disturbing third young master, hence my entrance to report." As his words fell, he sensed the pressure dissipate, allowing him to breathe a silent sigh of relief. As a mere novice in the Yin God realm, he was naturally no match for the peak expert, yet, this only deepened his respect for the Prime Minister's residence. Li Yinyao pondered quietly, finding Yunja to be quite intriguing. Was his intention to uncover the identity of the poisoner a genuine quest for truth, or merely an effort to find a scapegoat to quell the situation? After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to let events unfold, stating coolly, "Let them enter." Yunja promptly complied, his voice resonating through the hall, "Let them in." Amidst a cacophony of hurried footsteps, a throng of individuals entered the grand hall, their faces etched with panic and their movements disordered. "Third young master, I shall commence the interrogation immediately," Yunja declared respectfully. Li Yinyao gave a slight nod, signaling the proceedings could begin. Yunja's tone turned stern. "Just moments ago, someone poisoned the dishes prepared for our esteemed guests. The questions I pose must be answered truthfully. Should any of you fail to speak the truth, you will be confined to the Yun Gang Cave for punishment." Gasps of horror rippled through the crowd. Ah! The Yun Gang Cave. Anyone who enters will surely perish. Sect Master, we will answer truthfully. The air was thick with fear at the mention of the dreaded Yun Gang Cave. Li Yinyao turned to Jiang Bingyu, curious, what is the Yun Gang Cave, why do they fear it so? Although well-versed in the storyline, Li Yinyao's knowledge primarily stemmed from the protagonist's perspective, leaving him largely ignorant of events beyond that scope. Basic cultivation concepts were glossed over in the narrative, and his understanding of such matters was limited. Conversely, Jiang Bingyu, hailing from the Yunxiao sect, had little insight into the protagonist's viewpoint, and he was entirely unaware of the existence of the Yun Gang Cave, which instilled a sense of unease within Li Yinyao. In the original narrative, he had already met his demise by this point, leaving him without a clear understanding of his future. His relative weakness and strength coupled with the uncertainty of what lay ahead filled him with an unprecedented urgency. Jiang Bingyu explained, the Yun Gang Cave is a place within the sect designated for punishing disciples who commit grave errors. The cave's unique geography is characterized by relentless, howling winds that slice through like blades. Those lacking sufficient cultivation will quickly become mere skeletons within. Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, I never imagined the Yunxiao sect harbored such a remarkable place. Truly, it is the greatest cultivation force in Jiangyin County. At that moment, Su Manqing, who had been silent within the storage ring unless summoned, suddenly spoke up, Li, this Yun Gang Cave sounds intriguing. There may be a treasure within. If you have the opportunity, do consider investigating. Silence. Yunji's voice echoed through the hall, instantly quelling the commotion among the crowd. He seized the plate of baihe wings laced with soft pulse powder, his gaze piercing as he inquired, who prepared this dish? A portly chef trembled as he stepped forward, his voice trembling with evident fear, Sect Master, it was I who made it. Yunji nodded slightly before turning to the maidservants, which of you has touched this dish? Among the numerous maidservants, not a single one stepped forward to admit it. Yunji's countenance darkened, and he coldly snorted, I will count to 3, if no one confesses, all of you shall be sent to the Yun Gang Cave. The next moment, the hall erupted into chaos. Who has touched this dish? Quickly confess and spare us all. Don't drag everyone down. Who took this dish? Step forward. Sect Master, I was the one who brought this dish. Yunji remained unfazed by the uproar, his gaze unwavering as he continued his countdown of 3, 2. At that moment, a maidservant could no longer bear the pressure within her heart and stumbled forth from the crowd. Sect Master, I was the one who brought this dish. Her voice trembled, clearly terrified of the impending consequences. Yunji's eyes locked onto the maidservant, why did you not step forward earlier? With a thud, the maidservant fell to her knees, Sect Master, someone called me away while I was serving the dish. It seems they tampered with it. Yunji's gaze sharpened, who was that person? Tears brimmed in the maidservant's eyes as she spoke, it was young Master Zhao. Upon hearing that name, Yunji appeared as if struck by lightning, instinctively taking 2 steps back, are you telling the truth? The maidservant wept as she replied, indeed, Sect Master, how could I dare deceive you in such matters? I truly do not wish to die. Li Yinyao was momentarily taken aback, he had previously heard Jiang Bingyu describe Zhao Jijie as lacking intelligence, yet he had not anticipated such a blatant display of foolishness. He had also overheard Zhao Jijie's veiled threats towards Jiang Bingyu, never expecting matters to escalate so swiftly. Initially, he had assumed another faction was behind the poisoning, but it turned out to be someone from the Yunxiao sect who had administered the drug. Is Zhao Jijie the same individual who accompanied Elder Wan to greet me earlier? Li Yinyao inquired, feigning ignorance. Yes, the person she mentioned is indeed Zhao Jijie. Yunji appeared to have expended all his energy in uttering that sentence. Zhao Jijie was the son of Zhao Ping, the grand elder of the Yunxiao sect. Though often capricious, he was generally sensible, yet today he had drawn such calamity upon the sect. In that moment, the most relieved individual in the hall was not Li Yinyao, who had uncovered the truth, but rather Wang Changshan. He had previously feared becoming a scapegoat, but now, with the revelation of the truth, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 61 The Soul Searching. Now that the murderer has been identified, I implore you, Master Yun, to take swift action. Li Yinyao's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable steely resolve. Yunji furrowed his brow. Zhao Jijie was the son of the Grand Elder, who happened to be the most powerful figure within the sect. He was no match for him. Should he take action against Zhao Jijie, he would undoubtedly face the Grand Elder's wrath, and at that point, it would be uncertain whether he could continue in his role as sect leader, let alone preserve his own life. Yunji hesitated, third young master, it is difficult to ascertain Zhao Jijie is the true culprit based solely on the word of a single maid, perhaps I should conduct a more thorough investigation. Li Yinyao gently waved his hand, interrupting Yunji's words, there is no need for such excessive measures. Summon Zhao Jijie here, and let Uncle Zhang perform a soul search to uncover the truth. Soul search. The color drained from Yunji's face, and his voice trembled with an unmistakable fear. Third young master, the technique of soul searching inflicts severe damage upon the spirit. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of one's mind. Given Zhao Jijie's status, before he could finish, Li Yanyao's chilling tone cut him off. That is your concern. Not if he indeed poisoned, do you believe he would remain unscathed? Yunji closed his eyes in anguish, and the hall fell into a heavy silence. After a moment, he opened his eyes and squeezed out a response, very well, I shall summon Zhao Jijie for the soul search immediately. Before long, Zhao Jijie's figure appeared at the threshold of the hall. The moment his gaze met the terrified eyes of the maid, an ominous premonition washed over him. However, having arrived, he steeled himself and stepped inside. When his eyes fell upon Li Yanyao's calm demeanor, along with the shadowy guards standing before him and the elder behind, his pupils dilated, and a wave of indescribable panic surged within him. "Master, you summoned me here for what purpose?" Zhao Zhijie's voice quivered slightly, attempting to mask his inner unease. "Today, we hosted a banquet for the third young master, only to discover that some dishes had been laced with soft pulse powder," Yunja stated evenly, though his words struck Zhao Zhijie like a heavy hammer upon his heart. "Upon investigation, it has come to light that this matter is connected to you." Yunja's words were blunt and left no room for evasion. Feigning calm after learning of the exposure, Zhao Zhijie insisted, "Master, I did not commit this act. I implore you to see the truth and clear my name." He reasoned within himself that as long as he firmly denied his involvement, the master, considering his father's status, would undoubtedly protect him. Yunju approached Zhao Zhijie and gently patted his shoulder, his tone laced with a hint of reassurance. "Zhijie, I believe you have no reason to fear, but this matter is of great significance, and I require your cooperation for an investigation. Please, master, instruct me, and I shall comply wholeheartedly." "Soul search." "What? A soul search? That is impossible. Does my father know of this?" "You mustn't." Before Zhao Zhijie could finish his protest, Yunja's large hand had already come to rest upon his head. The process of soul searching was excruciating. Zhao Zhijie's limbs convulsed violently, foam spilling from his mouth, while Yunja's expression grew increasingly grim. With a thud, as the soul search concluded, Yunja withdrew his hand, allowing Zhao Zhijie's body to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Li Yanyao's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhijie's powerless form, devoid of any sympathy. He understood that one must pay the price for being discovered. Turning to Zhang Ligan, he inquired, "Uncle Zhang, did Master Yun truly conduct a soul search on Zhao Zhijie?" Zhang Ligan cast a glance at the fallen Zhao Zhijie and replied calmly, "Indeed, the search was performed, but his technique is still lacking, unable to fully retrieve the target's memories." Li Yanyao nodded slightly. His understanding of soul searching was derived only from texts, and he had never witnessed it firsthand, thus he sought confirmation from someone experienced. "Master Yun, what were the results of the soul search? Was it truly he who administered the poison?" Li Yanyao pressed further. After dismissing the maids and chefs from the hall, Yunja suddenly bowed deeply in Li Yanyao's direction. "Third young master, it was indeed he who was responsible. I beseech you, in light of the efforts of this humble one, grant me a chance at redemption." Upon witnessing Yunja kneel, Li Yanyao grasped his intent. He surmised that Yunja felt inferior to the Grand Elder Zhao Ping and feared retribution, thus he sought his protection or assistance in eliminating Zhao Ping. "What is the meaning of this, Master Yun? You honor me with such a grand gesture." Li Yanyao feigned surprise. Seeing Li Yanyao's pretense, Yunja sighed, "Third young master, I must confess that while I am nominally the leader of Yunxiao's sect, it is in truth the Grand Elder Zhao Ping who wields actual control over the sect. His cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Yin God realm, whereas I am merely at the early stage." Far from being his adversary, Yunxia's voice revealed a hint of helplessness. "During the soul search, I uncovered that Zhao Ping harbors ill intentions towards me, seeking to usurp the techniques I possess to break through to the late stage of the Yin God realm." His words carried a tone of indignation. Previously, Zhao Ping had yet to balance the various interests within the sect and was wary of my master, which is why he had not acted against me. However, now that I have conducted a soul search on Zhao Zhijie, I have unwittingly provided Zhao Ping with a pretext to strike against me. "I beseech you, save this humble one," Yunja pleaded. "The technique?" Li Yanyao inquired nonchalantly. "Does he truly believe that without this technique, he cannot make his breakthrough?" Feigning contemplation, he appeared to weigh the pros and cons of the situation. "After all, this is a matter internal to your Yunxiao sect. My involvement might seem inappropriate." Yunja responded with utmost respect. "In this world, all land belongs to the sovereign. There is no such thing as mere family matters. As the son of the prime minister, you should assist in alleviating the burdens of both the prime minister. Without extraordinary fortune, he will remain trapped in the mid-stage of the Yin God realm for life." To persuade Li Yanyao, Yunja presented an even greater incentive. "Should you choose to assist, I am willing to offer the only low-grade earth technique of our Yunxiao sect." Li Yanyao's lips curled upward slightly. "Master Yun makes a valid point. I indeed ought to share the burdens of my father and the emperor. With that said, I shall assist Master Yun this once. Uncle Zhang. At your service." Li Yanyao exchanged a glance with Zhang Ligan. "Since Master Yun has so earnestly requested, please extend your assistance to him." Zhang Ligan understood the implication but did not respond immediately, instead quietly observing Yunja. Realizing the moment called for sufficient sincerity, Yunja declared, "Third young master, since this esteemed elder is willing to lend his aid, I cannot allow his efforts to go unrewarded. This is the treasured technique of our Yunxiao sect, the transcription of the Yunxiao Ju. Please accept it, esteemed elder." Yunja presented it with both hands, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. Chapter 62. A new request. Upon hearing Yunja's words, Li Yanyao's lips curled into a faint smile. "Indeed, Master Yun possesses a sound understanding. I am pleased to count you as a friend." With great respect, Yunja placed the jade slip containing the Yunxiao Sutra upon the table before Li Yanyao. Li Yanyao picked up the jade slip and issued a command to Zhang Ligang. "Uncle Zhang, please accompany Master Yun for a visit." "Understood," Zhang Ligang replied succinctly. As the figures of Zhang Ligang and Yunja faded from view beyond the grand hall, Zhang Bingyu gazed at Li Yanyao in astonishment, her eyes brimming with incredulity. "You have so easily obtained the foundational technique of the Yunxiao sect?" Li Yanyao toyed with the jade slip in his hand. "What of it? It is merely an inferior earth-grade technique, requiring little effort to acquire. Jiang Bingyu felt as if the world had gone mad. In her understanding, the Yunqiao sect was already an exceptionally powerful entity, the mightiest sect she had ever encountered. Yet today, the leader of this mightiest sect had humbly knelt before her man, even surrendering the sect's foundational technique, which was said to be exclusive to the lineage of the sect's master. As a disciple of the second elder's lineage, she was not even qualified to practice this technique. To think that such a technique could be so effortlessly obtained, was this the renown of the Prime Minister's residence? Reflecting on the efforts Li Yinyao had devoted to herself and Xu Weiyan, which far surpassed the acquisition of this technique, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Jiang Bingyu looked at the jade slip in Li Yinyao's hand. May I have a look at this technique? I wish to see what the foundational technique of the Yunqiao sect truly entails. Li Yinyao tossed the jade slip to Jiang Bingyu. What is there to be modest about? There is no need for such formalities between us. Jiang Bingyu received the jade slip, pressing it against her forehead. After a moment, her tone carried an indescribable emotion. The Yunqiao Sutra seems not to be as formidable as the Shueyu Bingfeng Sutra that my elder brother gifted me. Soon after, she remarked with a complex expression, it appears that the Yunqiao Sutra lacks the potency of the Shueyu Bingfeng Sutra my brother bestowed upon me. Li Yinyao, upon hearing this, smirked disdainfully. Bingyu, the Shueyu Bingfeng Sutra given to you by my elder brother is an earth-grade medium technique, naturally surpassing this inferior earth-grade Yunqiao Sutra. You do not doubt the authenticity of the technique he provided you, do you? Li Yinyao continued, his tone tinged with mockery. Jiang Bingyu shook her head. I am well aware that the technique my brother gave me is genuine, it is just that this is the Yunqiao Sutra. Li Yinyao discerned the unspoken sentiment in her words. This had once been her long-cherished aspiration, an elusive pinnacle of technique, yet it was now overshadowed by a technique his brother had casually gifted. In short, the Yunqiao Sutra was merely this. Li Yinyao playfully extended a finger, lifting Jiang Bingyu's chin, his eyes glimmering with mischief. Now you ought to comprehend the advantages of marrying me, correct? Jiang Bingyu deftly swatted his hand away, her tone laced with exasperation. You are always so irreverent. Her expression then turned serious. Do you genuinely believe those drugs were orchestrated by Zhao Jijie? Li Yinyao's lips curled into a devil-may-care smile. What, are you lamenting for your former lover? Jiang Bingyu shot him an annoyed glare, indignantly pinching him. I am discussing serious matters. Li Yinyao shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps it was indeed Zhao Jijie, or maybe Yunjia staged the entire affair. Regardless of who was responsible, it matters not, for we have accepted the rewards. The provisions were delivered by Yunjia, and should issues arise, it would be Yunjia who would investigate. Though the maid claimed it was Zhao Jijie's doing, there was no guarantee of truth, and any soul-searching would also be conducted by Yunjia. Whether Zhao Jijie was truly foolish or Yunjia had enacted a ploy of self-injury, it was inconsequential. All that mattered was that with a mere flick of Zhang Ligang's hand, they had acquired an inferior earth-grade technique. Why not rejoice in it? However, it was indeed time to give Yunjia a gentle admonition. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Zhang Ligang and Yunjia returned to the Grand Hall together. Zhang Ligang stepped forward, addressing Li Yinyao. Young master, I have successfully fulfilled my mission. Uncle Zhang, you were not harmed, I hope? Li Yinyao inquired with concern. Zhang Ligang replied with ease, a mere mid-staging god is not sufficient to inflict injury upon me. His words conveyed confidence in his own abilities. Yunjia interjected, thanks to Senior Zhang, the third young master was able to dispatch that scoundrel Zhao Ping in just a few moves. Otherwise, I fear I would have perished at his hands. Li Yinyao's lips curved into a smile, albeit one that carried an unsettling undertone. Uncle Zhang, search Zhao Jijie's soul and ascertain whether he had any accomplices. Yunjia respectfully responded, third young master, I have already conducted a search. Zhao Jijie had no accomplices, everything stemmed from his unrequited love, leading him to act impulsively against you. Zhang Ligang did not hesitate, moving to Zhao Jijie's side for a soul search. After a brief moment, Zhang Ligang reported, young master, this man's soul has been shattered, and I cannot extract further information. Master Yun, what is the meaning of this? Li Yinyao looked to Yunjia, hoping for a satisfactory explanation. Yunjia hurriedly clarified, third young master, I previously lacked experience with soul searches, today was my first attempt. To ensure we identify the true culprit, I may have been a bit too forceful in my methods, resulting in this outcome. Li Yinyao nodded, appearing somewhat satisfied with Yunjia's response, let us hope so. Hearing this, Yunjia felt a weight lift from his heart. He had been concerned that Li Yinyao might have sensed something amiss. He respectfully awaited Li Yinyao's next words. By the way, Master Yun, I came to the Yunqiao sect with a matter I wished to discuss with you, though I was interrupted earlier. Now, we may continue our discussion. Li Yinyao reintroduced the topic. Please, third young master, I shall lend my utmost support, Yunjia replied earnestly. Not long ago, I wed Bingyu, and it is no longer appropriate for her to continue her studies at the Yunqiao sect. Li Yinyao paused before adding, I hope Bingyu can withdraw from the Yunqiao sect. Without the slightest hesitation, Yunjia immediately consented, certainly, I shall arrange for her removal from the sect's roster at once. Li Yinyao continued, however, upon her withdrawal, her master, the second elder, may feel disheartened. It would be prudent to allow Bingyu to meet with her master today for a proper farewell. Yunjia nodded in agreement, indeed, third young master has considered this thoroughly, I shall make the necessary arrangements. Li Yinyao turned to Bingyu, Bingyu, you should wait here with Master Yun for your master. Subsequently, he proposed a new request, Master Yun, earlier you mentioned the Yun Gang Cave. I am quite curious about it, might I be fortunate enough to witness the grandeur of the Yun Gang Cave with my own eyes? Chapter 63 The Wind Control Pearl. Li Yinyao slowly rose to his feet and said, Uncle Zhang, I hope you will accompany me to Yungang Cave for a visit. Yunjia respectfully presented a finely carved token. Third young master, this is my token of trust. With this token, you may traverse freely within the Yunxiao sect, and your endeavors will be rendered considerably more convenient. Li Yinyao accepted the token, expressing gratitude. The sect master is most considerate. It is only right, Yunjia commanded. Changshan, lead the third young master. As you command, sect master, Wang Changshan replied, his tone even more respectful than before. With the passing of the Grand Elder, the sect master now stood as the most formidable individual within the Yunxiao sect, transitioning from the nominal leader to the true authority of the sect. Under Wang Changshan's guidance, Li Yinyao and his companions boarded a spirit vessel, arriving at a secluded valley within the Yunxiao sect. Within this valley, the wind howled like a blade, ceaselessly raging and causing the vessel to sway violently. To counter the fierce winds, Wang Changshan had to channel more spiritual energy into the vessel. Nevertheless, it remained difficult to achieve complete stability. After a challenging flight, Wang Changshan finally brought the spirit vessel to a steady halt beside a cave within the valley. Glancing at his vessel with a touch of regret, he said, Third young master, the cave ahead is Yungang Cave. As Li Yinyao disembarked from the vessel, he immediately felt the force of the winds in the valley, which seemed to converge towards the cave, indicating that this place was indeed extraordinary. Third Elder. Two guards emerged from a nearby cabin beside the cave, bowing to Wang Changshan. Wang Changshan introduced, this esteemed guest of our sect wishes to explore Yungang Cave, and the sect master has instructed me to escort him personally. Would you like me to accompany you inside? Wang Changshan inquired. Li Yinyao cast him a glance and replied, no need, I shall enter with my companions, you may wait outside. Wang Changshan nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. Uncle Zhang, please lead the way, I shall follow with Panner behind you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li stepped forward without hesitation and entered Yungang Cave, followed closely by Li Yinyao and Zhou Panner. Once inside the cave, Li Yinyao's gaze fell upon the scattered white bones on the ground, causing him to shudder involuntarily. After walking for a while, Zhou Panner curiously asked, Brother Yinyao, what brings you to this Yungang Cave? Li Yinyao smiled and replied, just moments ago, Bingyu spoke of Yungang Cave. Elder Su mentioned to me that something was amiss within the cave, hinting at the presence of a treasure. If I have the chance, I wish to see it for myself. He asserted, how could I let a treasure so close slip through my fingers? A treasure, the strongest individual in the Yunxiao sect is merely at the mid-stage of the fourth Tyrian spirit realm. What remarkable treasure could such a sect possibly possess? Zhou Panner expressed her confusion. Li Yinyao chuckled, Elder Su was a master of the Yang spirit realm from a millennium ago, the secrets she knows far exceed our imagination. If she speaks of a treasure, I naturally trust her. He then shifted the topic, moreover, the value of a treasure cannot be confined by one's cultivation level, perhaps this journey to the Yunxiao sect will yield unexpected delights. Within the storage ring, Su Manqing murmured, is he deliberately saying this for my benefit? This boy is quite the slippery one. Yet, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her current thoughts. Had Li Yinyao witnessed this scene, he might have teased, Elder Su, your aloofness is outdated. Zhou Panner, swayed by Li Yinyao's words, silently followed him, remaining vigilant of the potential dangers lurking around them. As the trio delved deeper into the cave, the winds grew ever more violent, as if a gaping maw sought to consume everything in its path. The bones once visible near the entrance had vanished without a trace, possibly weathered into dust or swept away into the depths of darkness by the merciless storm. The winds sliced across Li Yinyao's skin like blades, causing him to wince in discomfort. Noticing his grimace, Zhou Panner reached out, gently grasping his hand, and a semicircular barrier of spiritual energy materialized before them. Feeling the warmth emanating from her hand, as well as the protective shield formed by Zhou Panner's spiritual energy, a wave of comfort washed over Li Yinyao. But he understood that she had sensed his discomfort and had erected a safe barrier for him. He squeezed her delicate hand without uttering a word, yet the urgency to enhance his own strength intensified within him. Elder Su, what treasure lies within this cave? Li Yinyao inquired telepathically. Su Manqing's tone was laced with amusement. I couldn't help but think you would be unable to resist asking. While internally lamenting the old woman's stubbornness, Li Yinyao transmitted, Elder Su, please speak seriously. This is a matter of urgency. Suddenly, Su Manqing's tone turned grave. I recall hearing Bingyu mention this place, it felt eerily familiar. Now that I see it, as I suspected, a peerless treasure is indeed concealed here. A peerless treasure? With Su Manqing keeping him in suspense, Li Yinyao pressed, do not keep me in suspense. I can hardly withstand this wind much longer. Su Manqing, unperturbed, replied leisurely, this location is likely the remnants of the former Wind Intense sect. The Wind Intense sect possessed a treasure known as the Wind Control Pearl. With the Wind Control Pearl, combined with the advantageous terrain and intricate formations, the Wind Intense sect established the Spirit Wind Formation. It was the Spirit Wind Formation that allowed the disciples of the Wind Intense sect to cultivate wind-based techniques with extraordinary efficiency. At one time, it became the most powerful wind sect in the world, unparalleled in agility and a top-tier sect of its era. Su Manqing's voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Alas, no matter how brilliant a sect's legacy, it cannot escape the fate of obliteration over the passage of time. Now, only this dilapidated Spirit Wind Formation remains to attest to its former glory. Li Yinyao pondered, Elder Su, are you suggesting that the Wind Control Pearl still resides within this Yungang Cave? Su Manqing affirmed, indeed, Yungang Cave is the very heart of the Spirit Wind Formation.
Having withstood the ravages of time, what was once a formation enveloping the entire peak now exists solely as this core section of Yungang Cave. As long as the Spirit Wind Formation continues to operate, the Wind Control Pearl, the core of the formation, must still be within this cave. How shall I locate the Wind Control Pearl? Li Yinyao inquired. Simply follow the winds. They will lead you to the location of the Wind Control Pearl. These winds are manipulated by the Wind Control Pearl, and it resides within the eye of this tempest. Chapter 64. The Scripture Repository. Senior Su, what remarkable power does the Wind Controlling Pearl contain that even a well-versed expert such as yourself regards it as a treasured relic? Li Yinyao inquired, his curiosity piqued. Su Manqin, maintaining a calm demeanor, revealed a hint of mystery. The abilities of the Wind Controlling Pearl are not particularly complex, it possesses but one capability. Only one? Li Yinyao's voice was laced with astonishment. That is the ability to manipulate all winds in the world. To manipulate all winds? Li Yinyao echoed, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. Although he sensed some latent danger in continuing deeper into the Cloud Gale Cave, the power of the Wind Controlling Pearl was undeniably extraordinary. If he could acquire it, the risks involved would indeed be worth taking. The trio walked for about half an hour before finally reaching the end of the Cloud Gale Cave. Here, the ferocity of the winds had transformed from a violent tempest to a gentle breeze, no longer piercing like blades but instead caressing the skin like a soft zephyr. Zhou Pan'er, having dispelled the protective energy shield that had guarded her and Li Yinyao, cautiously surveyed their surroundings, ever vigilant for potential dangers. Young master, we have arrived at the terminus of the Cloud Gale Cave, Zhang Ligan remarked after scanning the area. Could it be that Senior Su has made an error? It seems there is nothing here. Li Yinyao did not hastily question Su Manqin. The fate and well-being of the other party were firmly within his grasp, and he knew she would not easily deceive him. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly articulated, strangely enough, upon our arrival, the winds have suddenly diminished. The interior of the Cloud Gale Cave is a straight passage, devoid of any divergence that could disperse the winds. Even with increased distance, the reduction in wind force is limited, yet now the breeze has become remarkably gentle. This suggests that a portion of the wind's power has been absorbed or redirected by some force. Noticing the silence between the two, Li Yinyao continued, as I previously inquired from Senior Su, this place is indeed a relic of the Wind Intense sect. Though Zhou Pan'er was intrigued by the Wind Controlling Pearl's wonders, she felt it held little personal value for her, and thus her interest waned, leaving her to quietly stand behind Li Yinyao. Upon hearing about the Pearl's capabilities, Zhang Ligan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Young master, a treasure like the Wind Controlling Pearl, capable of altering the very elements, is something I have never encountered. Yet its strategic value is immense. We must secure it. Li Yinyao nodded in agreement, sharing Zhang Ligan's sentiments. A treasure such as the Wind Controlling Pearl, with the potential to command the elements, was imperative to obtain. Although it might not directly aid him in his cultivation, its application on the battlefield would be beyond imagination. This thought brought to mind a historical instance from his past life on Blue Star, where a seemingly minor alteration in wind direction had turned the tide of a war. Humanity's insignificance against the forces of nature was starkly illustrated in that battle, where even cultivators in this world faced grave peril in the face of thunder tribulations. Li Yinyao extended his palm, lightly brushing against the wall at the cave's end. He keenly sensed an almost imperceptible breeze being silently absorbed by the wall. Uncle Zhang, break through this wall, Li Yinyao instructed. Following his command, Zhang Ligan exerted his strength, and after a quarter of an hour's effort, the wall finally crumbled with a resounding crash, revealing a spacious opening. Beyond the entrance lay an abyss of darkness. Young master, I shall enter first to ascertain if there is any danger. Please wait here with Miss Pan'er, Zhang Ligan said. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ligan returned from the gaping hole. Young master, there is no danger inside. Li Yinyao channeled his internal energy to his eyes, and as the energy flowed in, his vision pierced through the darkness, revealing the scene beyond the entrance. Hidden behind the opening stood a quaint four-story building, quietly standing in the vast expanse. Li Yinyao and Zhou Pan'er followed Zhang Ligan into the cavernous chamber. The Scripture Repository. The Scripture Repository. Zhou Pan'er exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You just mentioned that Senior Su said the Wind Intense sect was a top-tier sect a millennium ago. This is the Scripture Repository of a top-tier sect from a millennium ago. We have struck gold. Li Yinyao looked up, his gaze landing on the plaque above the small building, where the words Scripture Repository were inscribed in an ancient, dignified manner. He gently ruffled Zhou Pan'er's hair, smiling as he explained, Pan'er, even among top-tier sects, there are distinctions. The Wind Intense sect indeed excels in body techniques and wind-based martial arts, but in other areas, it may not necessarily be the absolute pinnacle. The techniques in this repository are only valuable to us if they pertain to body techniques. Otherwise, they hold little worth. However, since we have arrived here, if the opportunity arises, let us take everything we can carry. Though they might not find immediate use for these items, they could augment the Li family's repository of techniques or serve as rewards for loyal subjects, all of which would be beneficial. As they pushed open the decayed doors of the Scripture Repository, a creaking sound echoed through the stillness of the space. Cough, cough, cough. The opening of the doors stirred up a cloud of long dormant dust, causing Li Yinyao and Zhou Pan'er to cough, while Zhang Ligan stood before them, seemingly unfazed. Zhang Ligan suppressed the itch in his throat for some time before continuing deeper inside. Li Yinyao approached a bookshelf, attempting to pull out a tome. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the pages, what had appeared to be an intact book disintegrated into a cloud of fine dust.
This scene elicited a self-deprecating smile from Li Yinyao as he realized he had been a tad too optimistic after all. Paper books exposed to the air for such an extended period had likely long since crumbled into dust, their inevitable fate being to disintegrate upon contact. Let us proceed upstairs. This level likely holds nothing more of interest. Li Yinyao turned to Zhou Panner and Zhang Ligan, saying, these books have probably already turned to dust, they would shatter at the slightest touch. As the staircase creaked underfoot, the trio ascended to the second floor of the scripture repository. Li Yinyao gestured to Zhang Ligan, Uncle Zhang, when we leave, see if we can take this staircase with us. After enduring all these years, it still bears our weight, which is quite a rarity. The second floor, while more compact than the first, mirrored its layout, still lined with shelves overflowing with books. Zhang Ligan approached, gently touching a book on the shelf, only to have it meet the same fate as Li Yinyao's earlier experience, turning to ashes in an instant. It was not until the trio reached the third floor that they encountered a scene unlike that of the first two levels. Chapter 65 Li Yinyao, that azure orb must be the wind-controlling pearl. The space on the third floor is slightly smaller than that of the second, and its layout differs markedly from both the first and second floors. Instead of a dense arrangement of bookshelves, there are sparsely and neatly placed jade slips, with only 8 or 9 displayed on each shelf. Li Yinyao walked forward slowly, gently taking one jade slip and pressing it against his forehead. In that instant, a torrent of chaotic information surged into his consciousness. Alas, the restrictions within this jade slip have nearly worn away, leaving only a few fragments of memories, he sighed. Uncle Zhang, Wanner, please search around and see if you can find any well-preserved jade slips. Upon hearing his words, the two proceeded towards the bookshelves, beginning their meticulous selection. Before long, they had each attempted the jade slips on the third floor. Young master, I found 5 relatively intact jade slips, Zhang Ligong reported, including 3 upper-tier techniques of the profound rank, 1 lower-tier technique of the earth rank, and 1 lower-tier skill of the earth rank. Uncle Zhang, I found more than you, Zhou Wanner said with a hint of pride. I discovered 7 jade slips, comprising 2 upper-tier skills of the profound rank, 1 lower-tier technique of the earth rank, and 4 lower-tier skills of the earth rank. Li Yinyao chuckled lightly, self-deprecatingly remarking, it seems I found the least, with only 2 upper-tier skills of the profound rank. After accepting the jade slips handed to him by Zhang Ligong, Li Yinyao spoke, although the usable jade slips we found are few, they are still quite valuable. There is nothing more to find here, let us proceed to the 4th floor. The 4th floor is the pinnacle of this scripture pavilion, and also the smallest. It occupies only a few dozen square meters, and unlike the previous levels, there are no bookshelves, only a dozen or so small tables. Each table holds a single jade slip, lying quietly in place. Li Yinyao did not touch the jade slip on the table as he had before, instead, he closed his eyes, attempting to sense the flow of the wind. However, the moment he stepped onto the 4th level, he felt the absence of wind. Clearly, the wind-controlling pearl must be concealed within this 4th level of the scripture pavilion. Li Yinyao slowly approached one of the tables, gently picking up a jade slip and pressing it to his forehead. Flowing Wind Heart Sutra, a middle-tier skill of the earth rank, infused into Li Yinyao's mind like a gentle stream, imparting memories related to this Heart Sutra. The jade slips on this floor should all be intact. Uncle Zhang, Wanner, you should also select a few to try. Li Yinyao's voice carried a hint of ease. Moments later, Zhang Ligong returned with a satisfied expression. Young master, all 7 jade slips are undamaged. They include 3 upper-tier skills of the earth rank, 2 upper-tier techniques of the earth rank, and 2 upper-tier combat techniques, Zhang Ligong respectfully reported. Li Yinyao accepted the jade slips, his tone unruffled. Uncle Zhang, you must diligently cultivate these skills. However, you are well aware of the rules of the Prime Minister's residence, are you not? Zhang Ligong responded with increasing respect. Young master, I understand that these skills will not be divulged to anyone else. Li Yinyao nodded gently, turning his gaze toward the ceiling of the scripture pavilion. Suddenly, a clear and crisp female voice rang out not far away. Zhou Wanner's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Brother Yinyao, I also found 6 jade slips. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of discovering treasure. Li Yinyao turned his head, his gaze landing on Zhou Wanner's slightly pale cheeks. If you feel unwell, just tell me to come. Zhou Wanner shook her head lightly, her eyes resolute and bright. Brother Yinyao, you still need to look for the wind-controlling pearl. Rest assured, I am fine. It's just that I absorbed too many memories at once, and my spirit is a bit fatigued. A short rest will suffice. Li Yinyao tousled the girl's hair gently. If you were to get hurt, I would be distressed. Please do not do this again. Zhou Wanner grasped Li Yinyao's hand excitedly. Brother Yinyao, I truly am fine. Among the jade slips I found, there are 2 upper-tier techniques of the earth rank, 1 upper-tier skill of the earth rank, 1 combat skill of the earth rank, and 2 lower-tier skills of the celestial rank. Li Yinyao scrutinized the jade slips Zhou Wanner presented, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, have you considered bringing a few jade slips back to the Tianqing Temple? Zhou Wanner shook her head, her voice tinged with pride. Brother Yinyao, Tianqing Temple does not lack these. Unlike your family, who need these to reward the meritorious. Seeing Zhou Wanner's steadfastness, Li Yinyao accepted the 6 jade slips into his storage ring. After placing the jade slips into his storage ring, Li Yinyao couldn't help but ponder. There were a total of 14 jade slips on this floor, with only 1 being a middle-tier skill of the earth rank, that could be considered the least impressive on this level, and he had taken the poorest of the lot. A trace of doubt flickered in Li Yinyao's heart. Could it be that I have overthought? Am I not the child of fortune? The recent discovery of the wind in Tensectus ruins, was it merely a coincidence? Confounded, Li Yinyao shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it further, and pointed to the azure orb atop the scripture pavilion. That azure orb is undoubtedly the wind-controlling pearl. Once we reached this level, the wind ceased. According to what Senior Su mentioned earlier, the wind-controlling pearl should be hidden in this floor. No sooner had he spoken than he thrust his foot down forcefully, and with a swift motion, his body shot toward the orb like an arrow released from a bow. However, just as he was 2 feet away from the orb, his body suddenly halted, as if confronted by an invisible, solid wall barring his path. Thud. Li Yinyao was propelled backward at a speed even greater than before, crashing heavily to the ground.
Brother Yinyao. Young master. Zhou Wan'er and Zhang Ligang exclaimed in unison. Cough, cough. Li Yinyao waved his hand. I'm fine, no need to worry. He explained to the two, just as I was about to touch the wind-controlling pearl, I suddenly sensed an invisible force blocking my way. When I attempted to advance, an overwhelming force propelled me back. After Zhou Wan'er helped Li Yinyao to his feet, he turned to Zhang Ligang. Uncle Zhang, why not give it a try and see if you can approach it? I'll give it a go, Zhang Ligang nodded in response. He leapt into the air, reaching out towards the azure orb. Similarly, as he neared the orb, he too felt that layer of invisible resistance. He thought to himself, just as young master described. Immediately afterward, Zhang Ligang took a deep breath and shouted, "Hey!" A spark of electricity flickered in his palm as he struck fiercely in the direction of the orb. Chapter 66, The Unexpected. A quarter of an hour later, Zhang Li's figure finally landed steadily on the ground, his voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. Young master, I still cannot touch that orb. Li Yinyao nodded. Uncle Zhang, please take a moment to rest. I will ponder on a solution. Immediately, he silently conveyed his thoughts. Senior Su, we are utterly unable to reach the wind control orb. What shall we do? In the storage ring, Su Manqing, nestled within the soul-nurturing jade, stretched languorously and replied, Do you think that the grand protective formations of top-tier sects can be easily breached? Even after millennia of neglect, it is not something that a group of mere fourth-grading spirit cultivators, like yourselves, can dismantle. Li Yinyue's gaze was fixated on the treasure, tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. His heart felt as if it were being clawed by invisible talons, an overwhelming sense of agitation enveloping him. This sensation was akin to a peerless beauty laid bare before him, only to painfully realize that he was a eunuch, utterly powerless. How much sorrow can one endure, akin to a throng of eunuchs at a brothel? Impatiently, he exclaimed, Senior Su, I understand that this spirit wind formation is formidable, which is precisely why I sought your sage advice. Su Manqing smiled with a sense of self-satisfaction. Flattery won't avail you, for even with my current strength, I cannot breach the spirit wind formation. Li Yinyue, undeterred by her words, swiftly grasped the crux of her statement. If she too could not dismantle the formation, perhaps there were alternative methods? Senior Su, please do not withhold your wisdom. Is there another way to assist us in unraveling this spirit wind formation? He pressed, urgency coloring his tone. Su Manqing replied languidly, there is indeed a method, but I fear you may be reluctant. Li Yinyue pondered, reluctant? Could it be that she desired to possess his body, yet, tempted by the allure of the wind control orb and the binding master-servant contract that governed Su Manqing, he steeled himself and conveyed, Senior Su, please speak freely. Su Manqing transmitted, this method entails relinquishing control of your body to me, allowing me to unravel this spirit wind formation. Li Yinyue did not hesitate for an instant, agreed. Su Manqing, taken aback, inquired, Do you not fear that I might seize your body for my own? Li Yinyue's voice was resolute and imbued with trust. I have faith in you, Senior Su. Su Manqing was momentarily stunned by his words. Observing her silence, Li Yinyue inwardly mused, as expected, this surely bolstered my favor with her. After a brief pause, Su Manqing expressed with a hint of sentimentality, Since you trust me so implicitly, I shall not betray your expectations. As her words fell, Li Yinyue felt an uncanny resonance. He perceived a presence behind him, as if someone were embracing him, their souls intertwining. The sensation was ineffably exquisite, soft, smooth, warm, utterly intoxicating. Senior Su, is your control over my body experienced in such a manner? Li Yinyue inquired, his voice quivering with a hint of trepidation. Su Manqing's ethereal visage flushed slightly. You rascal, what are you thinking? It is merely because of our master-servant bond that I cannot act against you. Otherwise, I would have to bind your soul, and you would not be able to merge with mine. In the next moment, Li Yinyue felt his own body slipping from his control. A golden glimmer flickered in his eyes, and then several strands of spiritual energy shot forth from his hands, striking the critical points surrounding the azure orb with precision. Subsequently, he directed several more streams of spiritual energy towards the platform where the jade slips had been placed. Once everything was prepared, he unleashed a final surge of energy towards the azure orb. Boom! The murky white energy collided with the azure orb without hindrance. Senior Su. Brother Yinyue. Young master. Li Yinyue explained to Zhou Pan'er and Zhang Li, that orb is not the wind control orb. The true one is concealed within the space inside that orb. As his words faded, a pitch-black void manifested where the azure orb had been. This gaping chasm emitted a terrifying pull, resembling an unfathomable abyss devouring everything in its vicinity. In the blink of an eye, the weakest among them, Li Yinyue, was drawn into the gaping maw. Brother Yinyue. Zhou Pan'er, witnessing Li Yinyue being consumed, dissipated her own spiritual energy and leaped into the abyss after him. Alas, so be it. Zhang Li, having witnessed this scene, grappled with his inner turmoil for a moment before ultimately sighing and resolutely following them into the black void.
Outside the Yun Gang cave, the previously unchanging wild winds suddenly intensified, their ferocity more than tripling, as if the very heavens trembled at this unexpected turn of events. Wang Changshan struggled to maintain his footing against the gale, his heart racing with trepidation, pondering, could something have befallen the third young master? He attempted to reassure himself, no, with Elder Zhang protecting him, he should be fine. Elder Zhang is extraordinarily powerful, even the Grand Elder is no match for him, surely nothing will go awry. Nothing must go wrong, or we shall all perish alongside him. Anxiously, Wang Changshan entered a small room adjacent to the Yun Gang cave and retrieved a communication stone. In the main hall of the Yunxiao sect, Zhang Bingyu was engaged in lively conversation with her master, Wang Jingyi, while Jiang Shuiyan and Yunzhi listened intently. Suddenly, they were all struck by a fierce gust of wind. Zhang Bingyu felt a twinge of curiosity, only near the Yun Gang cave did such winds occur. It was unusual for the main hall to experience such turbulence today. Her thoughts immediately turned to Li Yingyue and the others who had gone to the Yun Gang cave, prompting her to rise swiftly and stride towards the hall's entrance. Jiang Shuiyan and Yunzhi followed her, though not with the same urgency. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhang Bingyu was met with powerful winds whipping past her. She gazed towards the Yun Gang cave, where clouds of mist surged towards it from the mountains below. A thought flashed through her mind, could something truly be amiss at the Yun Gang cave? Jiang Zhou and Wang Jingyi exchanged concerned glances, their brows furrowed in contemplation. Only Jiang Shuiyan, oblivious to the situation, looked curiously towards the direction of their focus. What is happening, sister? Buzz. Jiang Zhou withdrew a communication stone from his robe. Sect leader, there is a situation at the Yun Gang cave. The winds here have intensified more than threefold, and the third young master and the others have yet to emerge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bingyu felt as if the world was spinning around her. Sister. Bingyu, 2 Chapter 67. The wind realm Li Yinyao found himself suddenly transported to a desolate expanse, surrounded by barren land, personified winds, and a cerulean sky. Hiss. A slight movement sent a jolt of excruciating pain through his body, revealing a myriad of small wounds that had evidently been inflicted by the very winds that roamed around him. Observing the azure heavens and the tangible gusts of air, he communicated telepathically, Senior Su, where are we? Su Manqing swiftly replied, her voice tinged with urgency, the wind control pearl creates its own realm. We must be within the miniature world known as the wind realm. It is said that apart from the relentless gales and the barren terrain, there is nothing else in this wind realm. I apologize, Yinyao. I had no inkling that we would encounter such circumstances upon breaking the spirit wind formation. A hint of self-reproach laced Su Manqing's voice. Li Yinyao waved his hand gently, his tone imbued with understanding, Senior Su, this is not your fault. After all, no one has ever unraveled the spirit wind formation, nor could they predict what would transpire afterward. Senior Su, how do we escape from here? Li Yinyao posed the pivotal question. Su Manqing's voice bore a note of resignation. There are two possible methods: either we await the release by the owner of the wind control pearl, or we take command of the pearl ourselves, thus attaining our freedom. Li Yinyao comprehended that the so-called choices essentially left them with but one path. The Wind Intense sect had long since faded into the annals of history, its existence erased for millennia. Even the wind control pearl, once the sect's supreme treasure, had lost its master. Only by harnessing his own strength to become the new master of the wind control pearl could he shatter the shackles of this wind realm. Li Yinyao pressed on, the former seems nearly impossible. Senior Su, how can I seize control of the wind control pearl? A flicker of hope glimmered in Su Manqing's eyes. That depends on our fortune. If we can locate the first wisp of wind in this realm and imprint our soul upon it, you shall become the new master of the wind control pearl. Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao involuntarily twitched his lips, casting his gaze upon the endless expanse of land and the lush sky. No, with his luck, how could he ever find the first wisp of wind here? It seems we may have to slumber here indefinitely, he remarked bitterly, adding, Senior Su, do you recall those jade slips I found in the scripture pavilion? Not only did I uncover the fewest in number, but their quality was also the poorest. He sighed heavily. Su Manqing chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. But fret not, that fortunate young girl has also entered with you. What? Li Yinyao exclaimed in surprise. Panner has entered as well? Concern laced his voice. Indeed, Su Manqing nodded. The moment you were about to be drawn into the wind realm, I sensed that she, in her eagerness to seize you, relinquished her resistance and leapt to grasp you, thus entering the wind realm alongside you. Only, I am unsure of her current whereabouts. How could she? Li Yinyao's voice grew somber, a tumult of emotions surging within him. I am at a loss as to what charm you possess that would compel that young girl to risk everything to save you, Su Manqing teased lightly. Li Yinyao spoke with unwavering determination. I must find Panner first. He continued, while I cannot ascertain the capacity of Panner's storage ring, even if it surpasses mine, the resources within could never rival the abundance of mine. If resources dwindle, she will surely succumb in this realm. A shadow of worry crossed his face. Su Manqing posed a practical question, given the vastness of this wind realm, how do you plan to search? Though I am uncertain where to commence, every endeavor must have a beginning. I shall follow the direction of the wind. As long as I am resolute in my search, I shall inevitably find it. Su Manqing refrained from voicing any doubts, wary of provoking Li Yinyao's current state. She understood that what he required now was not skepticism, but support. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, a jade slip struck Li Yinyao's cheek, as if fate itself were challenging his resolve. Furious, he grasped the jade slip, ready to hurl it to the ground in frustration. Wait! Su Manqing interjected just in time. Let us first examine the contents of this slip, it may hold a connection to the Wind Realm.
Li Yinyao halted his actions, recognizing the wisdom in Su Manqing's words.
In this unknown wind realm, any clue might prove crucial in locating Panner and that elusive first wisp of wind. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the turmoil within, then gently pressed the jade slip to his forehead. As the contents of the slip began to unfold in his mind, his expression darkened progressively. I am Feng Zhengsheng, the last master of the Wind Intense sect. The voice from the slip resonated with a note of desolation and fury.
I never anticipated that those self-proclaimed wise sects would fall prey to the schemes of the Demoness Su, dragging my Wind Intense sect into that battle between righteousness and evil. Were it not for that cataclysmic conflict that severely weakened my sect, leaving our elite masters decimated, how could it have come to pass that you insignificant cultivators would take advantage of our plight?
The bitterness in Feng Zhengsheng's words was palpable. Yet, you insignificant insects, wishing to unravel the spirit wind formation I have laid, must have paid a considerable price for your arrogance. His laughter carried a mocking tone, a derision of the ignorance and hubris of those who dared challenge him.
Welcome to the Wind Realm. You shall remain trapped here until the end of your days.
In this Wind Realm, relish the flavors of fear and death. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to strike against the Wind Intense sect. Ha ha! His laughter echoed in Li Yinyao's mind, the words a chilling curse that sent shivers down his spine. From the jade slip, Li Yinyao gleaned no valuable clues. Instead, he felt the weight of the last sect master's resentment, scorn, bitterness, and profound malice.
Yinyao, have you uncovered any leads? Su Manqing inquired softly, sensing his silence.
Li Yinyao's countenance remained grim as he stored the jade slip in his storage ring. There is nothing of value within, you may peruse it yourself.
After a moment of silence, he broke the stillness. Senior Su, that Demoness Su, could it be you?
This question rippled through the air like a stone cast into a still lake, igniting a series of waves.
Alas, Su Manqing sighed, that would indeed be me.
Li Yinyao remained silent, continuing to tread forward in the direction of the wind, as if in pursuit of something elusive. Chapter 68. A threat outside the main hall of the Cloud Sky sect, the atmosphere was tense and somber. Zhang Shuiyan's gaze was fixed intently on her unconscious sister, and she turned to Yunjia with a questioning look.
What on earth transpired in the Yun Gang cave? Why did my sister collapse the moment she heard Elder Wang's voice?
Yunjia explained to Jiang Shuiyan, those who enter the Yun Gang cave, even those of the ordinary 7th-tier enlightenment realm, inevitably perish after spending a few days inside.
Young Master San is accompanied by Elder Zhang for protection, so I believe there would be no issue allowing him entry into the Yun Gang cave for observation.
He paused, his brow furrowed with concern. However, the wind within the cave has suddenly intensified threefold, making it exceedingly uncertain whether Elder Zhang can safeguard young Master San. It is precisely this matter that has caused Bing Yu to feel anxious and faint. The worry in Yunjia's words was palpable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuiyan felt darkness envelop her vision and staggered backward a few steps, nearly collapsing had it not been for Wang Jingyi's timely support, yet she understood that she could not afford to succumb to such weakness. With her sister already in a coma and her husband's safety hanging in the balance, she had to remain resolute. She was now the backbone of the group and could not allow herself to faint. Taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, she addressed Yunjia, Sect Master Yun, you are aware that my husband possesses a somewhat rebellious nature, therefore, every 5 days, reports of his actions are sent to the Prime Minister's residence in the capital. Her voice was calm and unwavering. The purpose of our visit to the Cloud Sky sect has already been communicated to the Prime Minister's residence as of last night.
She continued, a few days ago, during my marriage to my sister, my husband's elder brother specifically traveled to Lingjiang City to officiate our union.
He should not have departed too far. Sect Master Yun, should I summon my elder brother back? After all, he possesses the cultivation of a second-tier Yang God realm and should be able to locate my husband swiftly if he enters. Zhang Shuiyan's words carried a subtle implication, as if to remind Yunjia that they were not without allies. This was, after all, Yunjia's territory, and she feared he might conclude that her husband could not emerge from the Yun Gang cave unscathed, leading to malicious intentions against her, her sister, and their companions. She had just gleaned from her husband that this Sect Master Yun was not to be underestimated. He seemed to play a treacherous game of using others as pawns. While her understanding of human malice was limited, she was not naive. Yunjia, being a wily old fox himself, immediately caught the undercurrent in Zhang Shuiyan's words. His demeanor turned exceedingly respectful as he reassured her, Madamly, please do not be overly concerned. I shall make haste to investigate the situation in the Yun Gang cave. With that, he carefully observed Zhang Shuiyan's reaction. Where are the shadow guards? Bring forth a few, Zhang Shuiyan commanded. At her behest, for men clad in black appeared around her like phantoms. Gently, she lifted her unconscious sister, Zhang Bingyu, and turned towards the carriage they had arrived in, simultaneously stating to Yunjia, Sect Master Yun, there is no need to rush. Allow me to accompany you to the Yun Gang cave to ascertain the situation. Yunjia cast a deep glance at the suddenly materialized shadow guards, astonished that he had failed to detect their presence until now. Was this the concealment technique of the Prime Minister's shadow guards? He marveled internally, yet maintained his composure outwardly. All shall follow Madame Li's lead, Yunjia replied respectfully, a hint of barely perceptible awe lacing his tone. Once aboard the carriage, Zhang Shuiyan gently laid her sister on the soft couch. She patted her somewhat heaving chest and released a long sigh of relief. Then, grasping Zhang Bingyu's hand, she began to channel her spiritual energy into her sister, hoping to awaken her consciousness. The weather is as fickle as a woman's heart, changing without a hint of warning. Li Yinyao grumbled from the small hole he had just excavated, barely large enough for one person. During his search for Joe Panner, the already fierce winds had suddenly escalated, threatening to tear everything asunder. This tempestuous gale nearly knocked him off his feet, compelling him to swiftly dig a pit deep enough to shelter himself from the raging storm. Su Manqing communicated with Li Yinyao via a transmission spell. I do not know much about the secrets of the Wind Realm. The Wind Controlling Pearl is the treasured artifact of the Wind Intense sect, and its details are shrouded in secrecy even within the sect. Even among the members of the Wind Intense sect, those who are privy to its specific secrets are few and far between, let alone someone like me who is not a part of it. There was a note of apology in Su Manqing's tone. Gently, she reassured him, let us take shelter here for the time being. From the looks of it, this wind is likely to persist for a while. Though his heart was heavy with concern for Joe Panner's safety, Li Yinyao recognized the truth in Su Manqing's words. With no other option, he resigned himself to hiding in the hole, producing a vial of healing elixir. After consuming it, he silently circulated the Nirvana Sutra to recover from his injuries while minimizing his energy expenditure. Although the conditions in the Wind Realm were harsh, the spiritual energy here was far more abundant than outside, allowing Li Yinyao to continue his cultivation uninterrupted. Meanwhile, Joe Panner was anxiously searching for Li Yinyao within the Wind Realm. In stark contrast to the raging winds Li Yinyao faced, her surroundings were serene and sunny, with gentle breezes reminiscent of a warm spring day in February, providing a comforting warmth. She had not endured the torment of being torn apart by the gale, bearing no marks of its wrath. Perhaps this was due to her not resisting the tremendous suction of the dark cave entrance at that moment. At that instant, Joe Panner's attention was captured by a depression in the desolate earth, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes as she swiftly moved towards the hollow, following the direction of the wind. Before long, she arrived at the depression, surveying her surroundings until her gaze finally landed on a cave. Her heart quickened, an instinct urging her that this could very well be the clue she had been seeking regarding her brother Yinyao. Cautiously, Joe Panner approached the cave, channeling her spiritual energy to project into its depths. After waiting a moment without any unusual response, she carefully stepped inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness, but a faint blue glow illuminated Joe Panner's eyes, allowing her to discern the cave's interior. After scanning her surroundings, her eyes settled on a jade slip resting upon a platform. Joe Panner approached the platform, carefully picking up the jade slip and pressing it to her forehead, attempting to decipher its contents. The voice of Feng Zhengsheng, the sect leader of the Wind Intense sect, resonated from the slip. I am Feng Zhengsheng, the leader of the Wind Intense sect. If you have arrived here, I trust you harbor no ill intentions toward our sect or are a descendant of it. This is the map of the Wind Realm. I hope fortune favors you in locating the ancestral wind and mastering the Wind Realm, young one. I wish you good luck. Joe Panner's expression grew grave as she discerned the underlying implications in Feng Zhengsheng's words. If the situation were indeed as he suggested, then her brother Li Yinyao's predicament would become exceedingly perilous. Chapter 69 Implications. Joe Panner discerned the underlying implications within Feng Zhengsheng's words, which suggested that only those devoid of malevolence towards the Fengizone or the descendants of Fengizone could attain this position. But how does one ascertain the absence of ill will towards Fengizone? She suspected that it might hinge upon whether one resisted the gravitational pull generated by the black hole while unraveling the Lingfang Grand Formation. The thought of Li Yinyao, who had unwittingly wandered into this place due to his inability to withstand the formidable suction, troubled Joe Panner deeply. The information depicted in the jade slip's map echoed in her mind, causing her expression to grow grave. According to the map, the inner circle of the Feng realm, where she currently resided, boasted a gentle and pleasant wind. Brother Yinyao may be in the outer layer now, where the winds are wild and untamed. Joe Panner murmured, I must find him. His strength is currently too feeble, and I fear he may not endure for long. Leaving the cave, Joe Panner hastened in the direction from whence she came. Cough, cough, cough. The wind has finally subsided somewhat. Li Yinyao crawled out from the dust-laden pit, his appearance disheveled. His soiled visage elicited a quiet chuckle from Su Manqing, who resided within his storage ring. Li Yinyao attempted to employ the dust-cleaning technique to rid himself of the grime, yet there was no response whatsoever. Skeptically, he tried once more, but the result remained unchanged. Observing his futile efforts, Su Manqing transmitted a message to dissuade him, stating, the spiritual energy here comprises only wind and earth. The presence of other elemental energies is negligible and can be disregarded. For the dust cleaning technique to be effective, it requires water spiritual energy, and the scant water energy here is insufficient to activate the technique. Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao ceased his fruitless attempts. The Nirvana Sutra is a fire-based technique. Does this mean that should I encounter danger, I would be left helpless? Li Yinyao's expression appeared rather grim. That is not a concern, Su Manqing clarified, although you cannot utilize the spiritual energy here, you may still draw upon your own. Yet, its potency may be diminished. However, fire can still harness the wind's force without losing much of its strength. Reassured by Su Manqing's explanation, Li Yinyao continued onward, following the direction of the wind. Suddenly, Li Yinyao inquired, Senior Su, how vast is this Feng realm? Though the Feng realm exists as a self-contained domain, it lacks the complete 5 elements and cannot sustain a large scale akin to a secret realm. It is likely no more than several dozen miles in circumference. I just employed my spiritual perception to scan ahead, and the wind's intensity will grow stronger. Approximately 10 miles ahead, the winds will be at their most ferocious, Su Manqing warned. After about a quarter of an hour's journey, Li Yinyao finally arrived at the location Su Manqing had indicated as the most turbulent point. However, the winds here were not as violent as he had anticipated, even less fierce than those he had encountered on his way. Yet, several dozen meters ahead stood a colossal wind wall, soaring from the ground to the heavens. Countless fine grains of sand clung to the wind wall, resembling a sandstorm, while a formidable suction emanated from it, as if beckoning him forth.
Li Yinyao summoned his spiritual energy to stabilize his footing, gazing intently at the wind wall, a sense of familiarity swelling within him. Was this not akin to the poisonous circle in battle royale games from his past life? He could not help but feel a disorienting sense of time and space intertwining. Taking an empty pill bottle from his storage ring, he tossed it lightly. The bottle was immediately drawn into the wind wall, shattering into fragments amidst the raging winds. Li Yinyao scrutinized the debris with a solemn expression, pondering, indeed, the greater the flow, the lower the pressure. Even in this cultivation world, where the laws of physics seem absent, such natural principles still hold true. Through the immense wind wall, Li Yinyao clearly observed the lush grass swaying gently within, starkly contrasting with the tempestuous winds he currently faced. Senior Su, you too can see this wind wall. With my cultivation level, if I were to rashly enter, I fear I would meet the same fate as that pill bottle, reduced to dust, Li Yinyao conveyed, his tone tinged with resignation. Let us first observe whether the wind's intensity at the wall diminishes as it did before, Su Manqing suggested, her voice laced with a hint of helplessness. To be honest, I am also at a loss in this situation. Upon hearing this, Li Yinyao struck the ground with a resounding clap, sending dust swirling into the air. The dust was instantly drawn towards the wind wall, vanishing into the maelstrom. After several consecutive strikes, a pit large enough for a person to enter appeared before him, and he promptly leapt into it. The suction within the pit was noticeably weaker, providing him a modicum of relief. He retrieved a pill to stave off hunger, consumed it, and then quietly observed the fluctuations of the wind wall. Senior Su, how long have we been in the Feng realm? Li Yinyao inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. There is no cycle of day and night here. We can only estimate time based on our sensations, Su Manqing replied thoughtfully. Li Yinyao pondered for a moment before speaking. The last time I ate was during the banquet hosted by Yunjia. I felt hunger earlier, so I consumed a pill to stave off hunger. He paused, then continued, all things considered, it should have only been half a day. The hunger-staving pill can keep me from feeling hunger for 3 days. Li Yinyao's tone was calm and detached. Then let us use the duration of the hunger-staving pill to gauge time. Time slipped away like fine sand through fingers, and before he realized it, Li Yinyao had been waiting before the wind wall for quite some time. Yet, the ferocity of the winds remained unabated, showing no signs of waning. Li Yinyao recognized that he could not afford to wait indefinitely, thus he transmitted to Su Manqing as Senior Su, it seems the wind wall's intensity shows no signs of weakening. I suggest we circle around it to see if we can find a breach where the winds are less forceful. Indeed, remaining here is not a wise strategy, Su Manqing mused for a moment before replying, let us investigate. We may uncover a glimmer of hope. Li Yinyao leapt from the pit, his gaze penetrating as he committed the scene of the pit he had excavated to memory. Su Manqing had previously mentioned that the Feng realm spanned only several dozen miles, and he had already traversed 10 miles towards the wind wall. He swiftly calculated in his mind that the wind wall's extent was likely no more than 200 miles. He was reluctant to circumnavigate the entire wind wall only to return to the starting point and then continue onward. Such an endeavor would not only deplete his spiritual energy but also squander precious time. Li Yinyao retrieved a top-grade spirit stone from his storage ring, clutching it tightly as spiritual energy surged through him, rooting him firmly against the immense suction of the wind wall. He began to move slowly but resolutely along the wall, his eyes meticulously scanning for any potential points of entry. Noticing his actions, Su Manqing offered reassurance, just maintain your stability and proceed slowly. I will keep an eye out for any weak spots in the wind wall. Her voice bore a lightness, suggesting she did not overly fret about Li Yinyao's predicament. Chapter 70 10 years. Not far from the entrance of the Yun Gang cave, Zhang Shuiyan gently lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing at the diminishing gusts of wind, feeling a slight alleviation of the tension in her heart. She turned to the shadow guard standing beside the carriage and inquired, what is the status of our communication with the Prime Minister's residence in the capital? Madam, contact has been established. They mentioned that the eldest young master is currently tied up with some matters. If there is no news of the young master within 3 days, the eldest young master will come immediately. Upon hearing this, the stone in Zhang Shuiyan's heart finally settled. Hearing a voice from behind, Zhang Shuiyan turned around in surprise. Sister, you have finally awakened. Zhang Bingyu, with a hint of urgency, asked with concern, how is Li Yinyao faring now? Zhang Shuiyan shook her head slightly, her tone laced with worry. Sister, there is still no news of my husband. Zhang Bingyu continued to inquire, what about the sect master? Has he displayed any unusual behavior? Zhang Shuiyan understood and replied, after witnessing you faint, I immediately summoned the shadow guards before Sect Master Yun, instructing them to notify the Prime Minister's residence. Sect Master Yun would not act rashly against us. However, the people from the Prime Minister's residence stated that my brother is occupied, but if there is no news of my husband after 3 days, he will personally come. Zhang Bingyu gazed at her younger sister softly, you have done well. It is truly commendable. Sister, I am no longer a child, I will take care of myself and do my utmost to protect our family. Zhou Panner, following the direction indicated on the map, sped toward the outer circle of the wind realm. However, just as she surged forward at full speed, a gentle wind suddenly enveloped her. Though this breeze was not fierce, she discovered herself unable to escape its grasp, unable to advance further. She closed her eyes, concentrating her spiritual energy within her gaze. When she opened her eyes again, the world before her had transformed, the colors of heaven and earth had become starkly simplified, reduced to shades of blue and yellow, with other hues nearly vanishing, leaving only faint traces.
This was the secret art of Tianqing Temple, the eye of dispelling illusions. Through this technique, Zhou Panner could perceive the formless spiritual energies of the world, which proved invaluable in deciphering formations or seeking treasures. Now, she realized she might be ensnared within some kind of formation. She observed that there were large nets blocking her path ahead and to either side, while there was none behind her. Zhou Panner understood that the only way to free herself from this wind net was to retreat. However, the thought of her brother Inua suffering outside made it impossible for her to step back. Through the large net, Zhou Panner noticed that each of the 3 nets was tethered to a single thread. All 3 threads converged in one direction. Following the direction of the threads, she saw a child made of wind holding onto them. Upon seeing the child, Zhou Panner's eyes brightened, contemplating him. Master once said that all things possess spirit. Could this be what he meant? Is it preventing me from moving forward? She realized that if she could persuade it, she might continue her quest to find her brother Inua. Hey! Child over there! Could you please loosen this net and let me through? I have something very important to attend to. The child, idly manipulating the 3 large nets, paused in surprise at being called, clearly not expecting Zhou Panner to see it, and then clapped its hands in delight, causing the nets to sway and nearly unsteady Zhou Panner. Hey, stop moving! In the next moment, Zhou Panner ceased her movements, and the child appeared before her, tilting its head curiously. Greetings, Wind Spirit Elder. My companion and I inadvertently stumbled into this place. Zhou Panner produced a jade slip and said, I need to go outside to find him, could you kindly allow me passage? The child shook its head, first pointing behind itself, then drawing a large shape in the air, waving its hand at Zhou Panner. Zhou Panner tried to comprehend the child's meaning and, after a moment of contemplation, uncertainly said, Do you mean it is dangerous outside, and you do not want me to go? The child smiled and nodded affirmatively at her interpretation. Zhou Panner earnestly replied, I am not afraid of danger, that person is very important to me, and I must go out to find him. The child silently regarded Zhou Panner, seemingly pondering something. How is the situation, Elder Su? Have you discovered any weak points in this wall of wind? Li Yinue transmitted. None. There are no weak points either above or beneath us, Su Manqing responded. Li Yinue gritted his teeth. Oh, then I shall continue onward. Elder Su, do you think we might be trapped here indefinitely? Li Yinue expressed some self-reproach. It's all my fault for being too greedy, resulting in this predicament. You've only just emerged from the seal and now find yourself stuck in this dreadful place because of me. Nestled within the soul-nourishing jade, Su Manqing appeared unperturbed as she stretched languidly. Do not blame yourself. I was the one who informed you about the treasures in Yun Gang Cave. Had I not mentioned it, you wouldn't have come. After a pause, she added, it is not that we can never escape. Once your cultivation reaches the 3rd rank of the transformation of Yang Realm, you will be able to break through this wall of wind. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Li Yinue's eyes. Elder Su, I recall you mentioning that the resources within my storage ring are sufficient to support my cultivation to the 3rd rank of the transformation of Yang Realm. How long do you think it would take for me to reach that level? Given your innate Dao body, it would likely require around 10 years, provided you do not starve to death in the process, Su Manqing replied candidly. Hearing Su Manqing's words felt like a thunderbolt to Li Yinue, leaving him utterly chilled. 10 years, and that was under the condition he did not perish from hunger. He hastily checked his storage ring, hoping for an ample supply. However, upon glimpsing the number of spirit-sustaining pills, a bitter smile involuntarily crept across his lips. He had barely over 100 spirit-sustaining pills, enough to last him less than a year. Elder Su, what cultivation level would I need to reach to survive without eating or drinking? The 4th rank of the Yin Spirit Realm. Given your current level, it would take at least 5 years. At this, Li Yinue slumped down onto the ground. According to Su Manqing, it seemed he was destined to starve to death in this wind realm. Suddenly, Li Yinue recalled something. What about Panner? How many years will it take her to cultivate to the 3rd rank of the transformation of Yang Realm? Su Manqing replied uncertainly, I am unsure how many cultivation resources she possesses. If her resources are insufficient, the time required may not be less than yours. Chapter 71 Losing Control. Su Manqing's words struck Li Yinue like a bolt from the blue, delivering a heavy blow to his heart. He could not help but ponder, even if he had slain Jiang Xin, was he still doomed to face a fatal destiny? No, the very fact that he could kill Jiang Xin signified that this predetermined fate was malleable. There must exist alternative avenues to breach the wind wall without resorting to brute force. Li Yinue infused his brain with spiritual energy, and under the enhancement of this power, his mind raced to uncover an unknown path to resolution. The Wind Control Pearl was the treasured possession of the Wind Intense sect. Was there not some method employed by its practitioners to bypass the wind wall without relying solely on their cultivation? As thoughts whirled in his mind, wisps of steam began to rise above his head, and he muttered incessantly, Wind Intense sect, Wind Intense sect, Wind Intense sect. However, the Wind Intense sect had been eradicated for nearly 10 millennia, and those ancient secrets had long since dissipated with the passage of time. It was improbable that any remnants would reveal alternative methods to him. From her languid repose within the soul-nurturing jade, Su Manqing, witnessing Li Yinue's frenzied antics, urgently exclaimed, Li Yinue, what on earth are you doing? Are you trying to throw your life away? Stop this at once. Yet Li Yinue, seemingly possessed by a relentless obsession, paid no heed to Su Manqing's entreaties. I'm almost there, he muttered, only to be abruptly overcome by a wave of hunger as his brain ceased its rapid calculations, leaving him weakly sprawled on the ground. At that moment, he was utterly defenseless against the terrifying pull of the wind wall. Just as he was about to be swept away, Su Manqing used her spiritual force to firmly pin him to the ground. Regaining his senses, Li Yinyao anxiously inquired, "What just happened, Senior Su? Why is all my spiritual energy gone?" Su Manqing replied tersely, "Do you have any idea how close you were to losing control just now?" "I was merely pondering what other methods might allow entry into the wind wall, and I became rather absorbed in the thought. Li Yinyao understood that Su Manqing's concern stemmed from a desire to protect him, though he sensed that her worry was more about the consequences that might befall her should he encounter any trouble. With a tinge of urgency, he asked, "Senior Su, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Has it really been 3 days?" After such a long duration, he was oblivious to the situation outside, uncertain whether Uncle Zhang had been drawn into the wind realm. If Yunjia outside assumed he was in peril and acted recklessly, he had no means to intervene from here. "It hasn't been 3 days, it's been less than an hour. But the spirit fasting pill should allow me to go 3 days without food or drink while feeling no hunger." Li Yinyao expressed his confusion, relieved yet puzzled. "The spirit fasting pill indeed permits one to abstain from sustenance for 3 days during cultivation," Su Manqing clarified. "However, the energy expended during your recent exertions was considerable, which is why you now feel famished. Senior Su, I believe that to discover the first breath of wind in the wind realm, one must enter this wind wall. From what I observe, the winds are quite vigorous. There is no chance of encountering that first breath from outside the wind wall. I am certain there must be other methods to traverse this barrier. Though I once visited the Wind Intense sect, I merely learned some techniques to supplement my own cultivation. As for the esoteric secrets of the wind realm, I am entirely ignorant," Su Manqing confessed. "Matters as clandestine as the wind realm are beyond my comprehension." Li Yinyao discerned that Su Manqing was not deceiving him. She truly could offer no assistance. He retrieved a chi-replenishing pill from his storage ring and consumed it. With the pill, his spiritual energy swiftly returned to near full capacity, and he began to circulate it through his body. "Senior Su, please release me. I am fine now." Li Yinyao slowly rose to his feet, swallowed another spirit fasting pill, and resumed his pacing around the wind wall. His endeavors were not in vain. A faint glimmer of inspiration seemed tantalizingly close. "Senior Su, do you think there might be alternative pathways for the disciples of the Wind Intense sect to enter the wind wall?" Li Yinyao posed the question to Su Manqing. He felt he was merely a step away from the answer, and perhaps engaging her in conversation would spark the insight he sought. Despite Su Manqing having previously stated her limited capacity to assist, Li Yinyao continued to seek her counsel. Su Manqing was not particularly anxious about Li Yinyao's potential entry into the wind realm. The reason was simple: he had an exceptionally capable elder brother, with Li Yixian's strength. Forcefully seizing control of the unclaimed wind control pearl would be a trivial task. She could discern that Li Yixian's cultivation was not merely that of a second-tier yang god. He was likely on the verge of breaking through to the first-tier saint level, akin to her peak prowess. Therefore, as long as Li Yinyao did not act recklessly and waited patiently, he would soon be rescued by his brother, emerging unscathed from this predicament. This was also why she did not take Li Yinyao's desire to enter the wind wall too seriously. Of course, she had her own considerations, primarily to test Li Yinyao's character. Her previous wholehearted efforts had left her disheartened. She had devoted herself to transforming Jiang Xin from a mere servant into a cultivator of the 7th tier. This was a kindness that equated to saving a life. Yet how had Jiang Xin repaid her? While she was in a state of slumber within the cave, Jiang Xin had the audacity to label her as a useless old hag. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Xin even contemplated shattering the storage ring she inhabited, forcing her to intervene. She had previously cautioned Jiang Xin not to stir up trouble during her slumber. Could Jiang Xin blame her for the consequences of his own actions? Though Li Yinyao had sworn an oath to grant her freedom in a century and promised to help her recreate her physical form, such vows were often rife with loopholes. Just as Li Yixian had once cautioned Li Yinyao, should she fail to exert herself, there would be little Li Yinyao could do. She could exploit loopholes, and naturally, Li Yinyao could do the same. For instance, the process of recreating a physical form could take many forms. The most rudimentary bodies might not even allow for cultivation, while the most advanced could restore her to her peak state. The disparity was stark. If the body Li Yinyao were to create for her were of the former type, what then? She needed to ensure that Li Yinyao's vows were not mere empty promises. Consequently, within the wind realm, she chose to remain an observer, for here, Li Yinyao's life was not in jeopardy. However, witnessing Li Yinyao's near brush with losing control had genuinely alarmed her. Should he truly succumb to madness, it was uncertain whether she would survive outside the wind realm. After all, Li Yixian was far less amenable than Li Yinyao. She resolved it would be wise to remind Li Yinyao to remain vigilant, lest he become ensnared in reckless thoughts and truly lose control. Chapter 72 Persuading the Wind Spirit. Finding a way. Su Manqing gathered her thoughts and slowly began to speak. "Since you believe that the disciples of the Wind Intense sect possess alternative methods to breach the wind wall, what common traits do these disciples share?" The wind wall, whether for practicing wind-based techniques or agility, is indeed an exceptional venue. Upon hearing Su Manqing's words, Li Yinyao experienced a moment of enlightenment. The shared characteristics of the Wind Intense sect's disciples, combined with the wind wall as a prime location for cultivating wind techniques and agility, made him aware that Su Manqing's insights were far from baseless. He quickly dismissed the notion of those practicing profound tier techniques and agility. The Wind Realm undoubtedly stood as one of the most vital training grounds for the Wind Intense sect, not a privilege granted to just any disciple. While those capable of mastering profound tier techniques were certainly not mediocre, they could only be regarded as the backbone of the sect. The true elite capable of entering the Wind Realm for cultivation must possess extraordinary talents, rendering profound tier techniques somewhat insufficient for their needs. Thus, he shifted his focus toward the earthly tier agility techniques. The rationale was simple: he had already cultivated the Nirvana Sutra. The techniques of the Wind Intense sect could not compare with the Nirvana Sutra, and he had no intention of switching his practice. Consequently, he concentrated on agility techniques. Li Yinyao retrieved 6 jade slips containing earthly tier agility techniques from his storage ring, applying each one to his forehead in succession. A tremendous wave of memory surged through his soul, momentarily disorienting him. After a brief respite, he opened his eyes in delight. He had finally uncovered a glimmer of insight into traversing the wind wall and had gained an opportunity to locate Zhou Pan'er in the first breath of wind in the wind realm. He stored the 6 jade slips in his ring and selected one containing a superior earthly tier agility technique, placing it before Su Manqing's soul-nourishing jade. Senior Su, please take a look at this agility technique. I believe it is worth trying to see if it can help us cross the wind wall. Su Manqing's spiritual force enveloped the jade slip. Like the wind, a superior earthly tier agility technique. Upon minor mastery, one's form becomes elusive like the wind. Upon major mastery, one can merge with the wind, transforming into a gentle breeze, free to roam the world. Moreover, this technique must be cultivated amidst strong winds. Su Manqing succinctly and accurately summarized the characteristics of the agility technique. It is indeed worth a try. With your innate Dao physique, you should be able to attain minor mastery swiftly. With Su Manqing's affirmative response, Li Yinyao eagerly commenced his practice of the agility technique. The Nirvana Sutra, being a superior heavenly tier technique, inherently included an agility method known as Phoenix Skywalking along with an offensive technique. A practitioner could only cultivate one primary technique, yet one could practice as many agility or offensive techniques as they desired. Unlike defensive techniques, however, due to the adage of too much leads to chaos, a practitioner typically selects only a few that are most suitable and can be mastered. Thus, Li Yinyao had not practiced other agility techniques before. Li Yinyao's spiritual energy began to circulate through his meridians following the pathway outlined in like the wind. The child formed of wind gazed quietly at Zhou Pan'er, its expression one of confusion. Despite knowing it could not break through the vast web before it, it persistently yearned to advance. It was puzzled by Zhou Pan'er's actions, unable to comprehend why she continued to attempt progress even when the path ahead was clearly obstructed. Zhou Pan'er took a few steps back, causing the surrounding wind web to loosen its grip on her. She quickly changed direction, attempting to dash past. The child lightly waved its hand, and several more strands of wind webs appeared, ensnaring her once again. There was no surprise in Zhou Pan'er's eyes. This confrontation was evidently not their first encounter. She retreated once more, understanding that unless she could persuade the wind spirit before her, she would be unable to proceed. The spiritual energy in this place was primarily composed of wind and earth, making it exceedingly difficult for her water attribute spiritual energy to forcibly breach the wind spirit's blockade. Senior Wind Spirit, I truly need to find someone very important. He may currently be in danger. Zhou Pan'er implored earnestly, please allow me to pass, I am not afraid of danger. The child merely shook its head, rejecting her plea. Faced with the wind spirit's resolute denial, Zhou Pan'er felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, thoughts of her brother Yinyao rekindled her determination. She knew she must find a way to persuade the wind spirit or discover another route. What if you accompanied me, Senior Wind Spirit, she suggested. That way, I would not be facing danger alone. The child clearly had not anticipated such a response from Zhou Pan'er. It initially nodded, then hesitated, and shook its head, as if wrestling with an internal conflict. Noticing the child's indecision, Zhou Pan'er sensed an opportunity to persuade it and continued, Senior Wind Spirit, the wind intense sect no longer exists. Over the years, I suspect I am the only one to have come here. I see you alone, and you must feel quite lonely. Senior Wind Spirit, my brother Yinyao is truly a wonderful person. Once I find him, I will ask if he has a way to help you leave this place. You won't have to remain here in solitude any longer. Upon hearing Zhou Pan'er's words, the child gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Zhou Pan'er remained patient, knowing that her anxiety would not hasten the outcome, and she quietly awaited the result. Time passed, and eventually, the child smiled and nodded at Zhou Pan'er. The vast web surrounding her dissipated into a gentle breeze. Vanishing from this realm, Zhou Pan'er realized she had finally persuaded the wind spirit, and a long-awaited smile graced her face, knowing she could now seek her brother Yinyao. Following the map's guidance, she hurried toward her destination. The child floated gently behind her, keeping pace as her guardian. Before long, Zhou Pan'er spotted a wind wall that connected to the horizon, her heart racing with excitement as she thought, this must be the wind wall marked on the map that separates the inner and outer circles of the wind realm. My brother Yinyao should be just beyond it. With this thought, she quickened her pace. Soon, she came to a halt about 10 meters from the wind wall. Here, she felt the powerful suction emanating from it. She retrieved a vial containing a light elixir from her storage ring and tossed it gently. The vial was immediately drawn into the wind wall, shattering amidst the furious gales. Zhou Pan'er gazed at the colossal wind wall before her with a sense of despair, fully aware that her current cultivation level was insufficient to breach it. Any reckless attempt would surely result in being torn apart by the violent winds. She understood that to pass through the wind wall, she must discover another method. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Pan'er endeavored to calm her emotions. She surveyed her surroundings, searching for possible clues or hidden mechanisms. Chapter 73. At the long-awaited reunion, Zhou Pan'er's gaze wandered amidst the desolate landscape surrounding her. Apart from the towering wind wall that loomed like a mountain, she appeared to find no other clues. However, just as her eyes were about to relinquish their search, a flicker of hope illuminated her heart as she glimpsed a tantalizing sight through the crevices of the wind wall. There, in the distance, lay a small pit barely large enough for a single person to eye in this vast and level terrain. The solitary hole appeared strikingly out of place. A surge of speculation arose within her. Could it be that her brother, Yinyao, had once visited this location and left this pit behind as a means to counteract the suffocating pull of the wind wall? Yet, why had Yi Niao departed? This question enveloped her mind like a shroud of mist. Gradually, her initial excitement was supplanted by a wave of anxiety. She began to worry whether Li Yinyao had been engulfed by the wind wall. Nevertheless, her thoughts soon turned to the venerable Su who resided within Li Yinyao's storage ring. Her unease began to dissipate as she reassured herself, Brother Yi Niao is under the protection of Senior Su. He should be in no grave danger. After all, they have a master-servant contract, and she would undoubtedly exert every effort to safeguard him from peril. Although Senior Su now existed solely as a spirit, having attained the second-tier Yang God realm, she was capable of manifesting her soul to strike down foes from 1,000 miles away, and her strength predominantly resided in her spiritual prowess. Zhou Panna was well aware that Li Yinyao was not the type to remain passive. He would not linger here for long but would seek alternative means to navigate this predicament. She felt compelled to search for any potential weaknesses in the wind wall from its inner side. Despite the information she had gathered indicating the wind wall's impenetrability, she pondered, after thousands of years, might there be some vulnerabilities that had emerged? Turning to Wind Spirit, she proposed, Senior Wind Spirit, let us circle around this wind wall and see if we can identify any weak points. The child floating behind Zhou Panna seemed to attempt conveying some form of message through gestures, subsequently pointing to itself. Although Zhou Panna did not fully grasp its intent, she suggested, Senior Wind Spirit, while I am uncertain of your meaning, shall we first explore our surroundings? She added, the longer we delay, the more I worry that Brother Yi Niao may encounter danger. The child, realizing Zhou Panna had not comprehended its meaning, followed her encircling the wind wall. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Zhou Panna detected something unusual. She caught sight of several strips of cloth swirling incessantly within the confines of the wind wall. How could strips of cloth exist within the wind wall? This question surged in her mind as Zhou Panna felt a pang of confusion, but soon her spirit sank. The fabric bore a striking resemblance to the attire worn by her brother, Yi Niao. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could it be that Brother Yi Niao had indeed been swept into the wind wall? This notion caused her steps to quicken involuntarily. Continuing along the wind wall, she soon beheld Li Yinyao's figure. However, rather than expressing joy, her countenance was etched with deep concern. Li Yinyao was inexplicably bare, caught in a relentless whirl within the wind wall, much like the strips of cloth she had previously observed. Had Senior Su failed to protect Brother Yinyao, had he been drawn into the wind wall, yet, upon further reflection, such an outcome would serve no benefit to Senior Su either. The bond between Yinyao and Senior Su was one of master and servant. Should one perish, so would the other. There was no rationale for her to place him in peril, as it could endanger her own existence. Moreover, despite the ferocious winds tearing at his garments, Li Yinyao appeared unscathed, seemingly practicing some form of technique within the wind wall. Though Zhou Panna felt a modicum of relief, her worries remained unresolved. Brother Yinyao, she called out, her voice tinged with concern. How are you, Brother Yinyao? She shouted again, hoping to capture Li Yinyao's attention. Yet the howling winds within the wall devoured her words. Immersed in his training, Li Yinyao remained oblivious to the world around him, failing to notice Zhou Panna merely dozens of meters beneath him. Although Su Manqing sensed Zhou Panna's presence, she chose not to mention it to Li Yinyao for two reasons. First, Li Yinyao could barely navigate within the wind wall without sustaining injury, and that was under the protection of her spiritual power. Informing him would only serve to distract him. Second, his training required unwavering concentration, as any distraction could lead to injury. The wind's force was formidable and swift, even Su Manqing could not guarantee his complete safety. Additionally, Su Manqing harbored another layer of concern should Li Yinyao sustain serious injuries, and if Li Yinxian came to rescue him, she would face trouble for failing to protect her charge. As for whether Li Yinyao could discover the first strand of wind within this tempestuous realm, Su Manqing had long since abandoned hope. She had witnessed his previous fortunes in the library. The jade slips he had discovered were not only the fewest but also among the least valuable. Opportunities cannot be forced. Without mastering the precise methods to seize them, one cannot demand them. Zhou Panna fixed her gaze intently on Li Yinyao within the wind wall, her heart brimming with anxiety. Until she could ascertain his safety, she could find no peace. Channeling her spiritual energy, she conjured a water sphere 3 zhang in diameter, hoping to attract Li Yinyao's attention. Yet, it seemed he remained entirely unaware, continuing his focused practice within the wind wall. Witnessing this, Zhou Panna felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Under these conditions, predominantly comprised of wind and earth spiritual energy, forming a water sphere of such size was already her utmost limit. Dispelling the water sphere, the water did not fall to the ground but was instead drawn into the wind wall with astonishing speed due to the wall's suction. Seeing this unfold, Zhou Panna cried out, Brother Yinyao, be careful. She waved her arms repeatedly, hoping to catch his attention, but Li Yinyao remained oblivious. Observing this scene, Su Manqing sighed, what a spirited young girl, her impatience is quite evident. She cautioned, Yinyao, be wary, something is coming your way. Although Li Yinyao received the warning in advance and hastened to evade, the next moment, he was still struck by the water sphere. Chapter 74. Do you have any means to extricate him from the wind barrier? Under the sudden impact of the water orb, Li Yinyao's body lost its equilibrium, rendering him unable to exert control. Enveloped by the wind barrier, his body involuntarily tumbled several times within it. In this state of helplessness, he could only submit to the whims of the tempest raging inside the barrier. Li Yinyao exerted all his strength to stabilize himself, striving to regain his prior balance, yet all his efforts appeared futile, and his condition showed no signs of improvement. Amidst the chaotic rolling, his gaze caught a glimpse of Zhou Panna on the ground. He called out to her anxiously, Panna. However, Zhou Panna seemed oblivious to his cries, continuing to flail her arms on the ground as if grappling with an invisible force. Having been filled with wind, Li Yinyao decided against further attempts to alert Zhou Panna through shouting. He had already spotted her deep down. He understood that Joe Pana likely had not heard his voice. After all, the ferocity of the winds here was such that his words might have been swallowed whole by the storm. Simultaneously, he began to grasp the reason behind the sudden appearance of the water orb in this place where even the cleansing technique could not be employed. Joe Pana might have sought to draw his attention, gathering a water orb on the ground in an effort to make him see it. Yet, he was perplexed as to why she had failed to control the water orb, allowing it to inadvertently fly into the wind barrier. Such an incident should not have occurred given Joe Pana's capabilities. In this precarious situation, Li Yinyao would rather endure some injuries than allow this unforeseen calamity to disrupt his form. After all, this uncontrollable circumstance was fraught with peril, particularly within such a treacherous environment. At this moment, he struggled to master his own body, let alone convey through gestures that he had noticed her. Pana truly meant well but had inadvertently caused trouble. Seeing that Li Yinyao was unable to maintain control and was on the verge of injury, Su Manqing sighed. In such circumstances, even if she wished to test Li Yinyao, she could not refrain from offering her assistance. "Do not worry, I shall lend you a helping hand," Su Manqing softly advised. "Focus on your current sensations, gradually regain control of your form, and concentrate on envisioning yourself as a gust of wind." Instantly, Li Yinyao felt a gentle force enveloping him. His body ceased to sway helplessly with the wind, instead gaining a newfound sense of stability. He closed his eyes, imagining himself as part of the wind, dancing freely within the barrier. Suddenly, he experienced an unprecedented sense of liberation, as though he could soar through the heavens at will. What a remarkable sensation this was. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Li Yinyao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness illuminating his gaze. He realized that he had cultivated the earth-level movement technique like the wind to a minor accomplishment.
"Thank you, Senior Su," Li Yinyao transmitted. "From here on, I can manage on my own."
Upon hearing this, Su Manqing relinquished her spiritual support over him. Fully exposed to the winds, Li Yinyao felt as though he were a fish returned to water. He waved at Joe Pana, who, feeling guilty for her oversight that had caused the water orb to be drawn into the wind barrier and strike him, suddenly noticed Li Yinyao no longer flailing aimlessly but instead waving in her direction. She could not help but leap with excitement, realizing that her brother Yinyao was safe. Yet, new questions arose in her heart. How would he extricate himself from the wind barrier? Determined to traverse the wind barrier, Li Yinyao cautiously approached its edge. His movements were slow and deliberate, but as his fingertips brushed the boundary of the barrier, a gust of wind even fiercer than before surged toward him. The force was so formidable that it propelled him backward, causing him to tumble through the air, his form appearing somewhat disheveled. Below, Joe Pana witnessed this scene, her heart racing with anxiety as she broke into a cold sweat for Li Yinyao. Nevertheless, Li Yinyao did not relent. He persistently attempted to break free dozens of times, each time striving to breach the barrier from different angles. Yet, regardless of his strategic variations, that powerful wind force relentlessly shadowed him, mercilessly rebuffing him each time, as if to convey that crossing this wind barrier was no simple feat. Joe Pana watched anxiously from below, her emotions rising and falling with each of Li Yinyao's attempts, pondering whether there might be other means to assist him. Finally, after numerous fruitless attempts to penetrate the wind barrier, Li Yinyao abandoned the idea of crossing it. He realized that his minor mastery of the like-the-wind technique was insufficient to support him in breaching the barrier. Gradually, he became aware that he seemed to be ensnared in a dilemma. He could neither enter nor exit, utterly trapped within the confines of the wind barrier, perhaps even more challenging than his previous predicament. Li Yinyao communicated, "Senior Su, I find myself unable to enter or exit, trapped here. What should I do? I can only protect you from serious injury within the wind barrier. As for crossing it, I cannot assist you," she replied. Li Yinyao nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. He noted that Su Manqing had been rather unconcerned about the events unfolding since he entered the wind realm. Unless he actively posed questions or encountered danger, she would remain silent or refrain from intervening. Su Manqing appeared to possess an inexplicable confidence that they would not be trapped here indefinitely. What gave her such assurance? Li Yinyao's heart brimmed with confusion. He knew that he could not provide Su Manqing with any grounds for that confidence. According to her, once he reached the third tier of the transformation realm, he could pass through the wind barrier with his physical body. The third tier of the transformation realm. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Su Manqing intended to wait for Li Yinxian to rescue him? If Li Yinxian were to arrive, he could indeed force a passage through the wind barrier. Previously, Li Yinxian had asked if he wished to accompany him back to the capital, but he had declined, and now, just a few days later, he found himself in need of Li Yinxian's rescue. If it came to that, it would be utterly embarrassing. Shaking his head, he resolved that he could not wait for Li Yinxian to save him. Otherwise, given Li Yinxian's character, he would surely mock him mercilessly. Joe Pana, seeing Li Yinyao cease his attempts, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned to the child behind her and inquired, "Senior Wind Spirit, the person within the wind barrier is my brother Yinyao. Do you have any means to help him emerge from it?" Chapter 75 of the Absence of Wind Spirits in the Tianxian continent. The child confidently patted his chest before Joe Pana, as if to assure her that he would take action and that she could entrust everything to him without worry. Immediately thereafter, the child waved his hand, and Joe Pana observed the winds within the wind barrier diminishing at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this scene, Joe Pana exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Wind Spirit, you truly possess a solution." Initially, she had merely intended to test her luck, treating a dead horse as if it were alive, but she had not anticipated that this wind spirit would indeed have a way. "Rest assured, when my brother Inu and I manage to exit, I will find a way to bring you along." The child beamed with delight, his hand sketching something unknown in the air. Within the wind barrier, Li Yinyu was diligently practicing his wind-style movement technique when he suddenly sensed the winds within the barrier lessening. A flicker of curiosity crossed his mind. Why had the winds suddenly abated? He had observed for a long time and had never witnessed the winds in the barrier diminish before. Seizing the opportunity, he thought he might be able to breach the wind barrier. Li Yinyu surged towards the edge of the wind barrier, attempting several times but being repelled each time. On his closest attempt, one hand had even extended beyond the barrier, yet he was still thrust back. Adjusting his posture, he silently chanted, "Great strength yields miracles," and then dashed fiercely towards the outside of the wind barrier. Boom! A resounding noise erupted. Li Yinyu initially felt a ringing in his ears, and without the support of the strong winds, he could no longer glide through the air. His body plummeted towards the ground like a free fall, and as the earth drew nearer, he desperately mobilized his internal spiritual energy but involuntarily shut his eyes, thinking to himself that this fall would surely leave him bedridden for half a month. Thud! Contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain, he opened his eyes to find himself unscathed, having landed not on the ground but within a soft cushion formed by a sphere of water. He instantly realized this was Joe Panner's rescue effort. With a gentle sound, the water sphere dissipated. Due to the greatly weakened winds within the barrier, it was not drawn away but instead transformed into droplets scattering across the ground. Thud! Li Yinyu too fell to the ground along with the vanishing water sphere. "Yinyu, something seems amiss around Joe Panner," reminded Su Manqing. Although Su Manqing could not see the child beside Joe Panner, her spiritual sense detected an unusual aura surrounding her. "I understand," Li Yinyu replied telepathically. He slowly rose from the ground, a hint of perplexity in his expression, and approached Joe Panner, his gaze keenly scrutinizing her in an attempt to discern the anomaly sensed by Su Manqing. Before he could reach Joe Panner, he heard her somewhat shy voice, "Yinyu brother, you should put on your clothes quickly." Noticing Joe Panner's flushed cheeks and closed eyes, Li Yinyu looked down and belatedly realized that he was completely unclothed. He had entirely forgotten that his garments had been torn to shreds by the fierce winds within the barrier. A flush crept over his face as he thought, "This little girl is shy. Indeed, my younger brother is unparalleled in the world." With the sound of fabric rustling, Li Yinyu swiftly retrieved clothing from his storage ring and dressed himself in haste, then casually remarked, "Panner, I am dressed now. You may open your eyes." Joe Panner opened her eyes and, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, she dashed into Li Yinyu's embrace. "Yinyu brother, I was so worried about you just now," she said, her voice tinged with a quiver. Li Yinyu stumbled back 2 steps from the impact, only to feel a warmth spreading across his chest. He tightly held Joe Panner, gently patting her back while softly comforting her, "Do not cry, Panner. It is my fault for causing you concern. Look, am I not fine now?" Joe Panner sniffled and pushed Li Yinyu away, saying, "I wasn't crying." Li Yinyu thought to himself, "Ah, Panner, your pride has already retreated." He spoke earnestly, "Panner, just now, Senior Su mentioned that there seems to be something unusual around you. What do you sense?" he continued to inquire. Joe Panner suddenly realized, "Yinyu brother, there is a wind spirit beside me. It is the one who has diminished the winds of this barrier. You were able to come out thanks to it, right? I promised it that when we exit, I would take it with us, and that is why it helped you." "A wind spirit?" Li Yinyu was filled with skepticism. He had never encountered such an entity in the narrative of the peerless aristocrats. He communicated with Su Manqing, "Senior Su, do you know what this wind spirit is?" "A wind spirit? Such beings have never existed in the Tianxian continent," Su Manqing replied with conviction. She continued, "Yinyu, have Joe Panner asked that wind spirit if it can reveal itself. I might recognize it once I see it." Li Yinyu turned to Joe Panner. "Panner, what is a wind spirit? Also, can you ask this wind spirit to manifest so I may see it? Otherwise, how can I take it with us?" Joe Panner responded earnestly, "My master once said, all things possess spirit, and the wind too has a spirit. The wind spirit is simply a sentient wind." With that, she turned to the air beside her and said, "Senior Wind Spirit, could you please reveal yourself? Yinyu brother wishes to meet you. Otherwise, he does not know how to take you away from here." The child nodded at Joe Panner. In the next moment, gentle breezes began to gather towards its location. Before long, a child, approximately 3 or 4 years old, formed of wind appeared before them. The child, composed of wind, was indistinct in form, and Li Yinyu could only discern its rough outline. "I am Li Yinyu, thank you, Senior Wind Spirit, for your assistance." He bowed to the child while simultaneously communicating, "Senior Su, have you recognized what kind of entity it is?" Su Manqing's tone was somewhat excited. "Yinyu, this is not a wind spirit at all, but a spirit tool. It is the first wisp of wind from the Wind Control Pearl. I never imagined it would become the spirit tool of the Wind Control Pearl. Yinyu, you only need to imprint your spiritual energy into its body to establish a bond, and you will become the new master of the Wind Control Pearl." She could not help but exclaim, "You are truly fortunate. If this spirit tool had not chosen to reveal itself, we would have had no chance to find it." Li Yinyu inquired, "To establish a bond, it must also be willing, correct?" Su Manqing affirmed, "It has already chosen to reveal itself. It certainly wishes to acknowledge you as its master. Moreover, only by accepting you as its master can it leave this realm of wind." Li Yinyu turned to the child and said, "Senior Spirit Tool, I believe you understand that only by acknowledging me as your master can I take you with me." Chapter 76. The emergence from the wind realm. Joe Panner furrowed her brows slightly, perplexed by Li Yinyu's words. "Brother Yinyao, what are you talking about?" Although she was aware that Li Yinyao was not one to speak lightly, her heart was still laden with worry. After all, he had just escaped from the suffocating wind wall with the assistance of the Wind Spirit Elder. What if the Wind Spirit Elder were to take offense and imprison him once more? Li Yinyao explained to Joe Panner, "Panner, I just inquired with Elder Su, and it appears that the Tianxian continent has never known a creature like the Wind Spirit. This elder is not a wind spirit at all, but rather the spirit of the wind control pearl. Furthermore, if this spirit wishes to accompany us, it must acknowledge either me or you as its master. Otherwise, it cannot be taken out. Zhou Pan'er turned her gaze to the seemingly innocent child beside her elder wind spirit. Is that correct? The child beamed with an innocent smile and gently nodded, confirming Li Yinyao's statement. Zhou Pan'er felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she continued, Elder Wind Spirit, will you acknowledge Brother Yinyao as your master? The child nodded again, his eyes sparkling with yearning for the world beyond the wind realm. Elder Spirit, please relax, I will now establish a connection with you using my spiritual power, please do not resist. Li Yinyao spoke softly. As he uttered these words, his spiritual energy flowed towards the child like a gentle stream. Moments later, he exhaled a sigh of relief, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Pan'er, we can finally leave this place, are you going to take me away now? A clear, childlike voice suddenly echoed in Li Yinyao's mind, causing him to pause in surprise. He gazed at the child with a hint of astonishment. You can speak. Throughout their previous interactions, this spirit had only communicated through nods and gestures. Li Yinyao had instinctively assumed it was incapable of speech and thus expressed itself in such a manner. I cannot speak yet, the spirit conveyed telepathically, but now that you are my master, your spiritual power is linked to me, allowing me to communicate with you. Li Yinyao nodded slightly. Let me give you a name, it will facilitate our future interactions. The child nodded in agreement. How about Wind Spirit? Li Yinyao suggested. I believe it is a fitting name, a being bored of the winds. I like that name. The Wind Spirit's voice resonated again in Li Yinyao's mind, laced with delight. Wind Spirit, please wait a moment while I figure out how to take you out, Li Yinyao said earnestly. Alright Elder Su, how do we exit? Li Yinyao inquired telepathically. Despite having become the master of the wind control pearl, he remained utterly clueless about how to wield this mysterious artifact, nestled within the soul-nurturing jade. Su Manqing replied nonchalantly, you are now the master of the wind control pearl. Simply attune yourself to it with your heart, and you shall be able to manipulate it. While following her advice, Li Yinyao closed his eyes, his soul beginning to resonate with every corner of the wind realm. When he opened his eyes once more, an unprecedented sense of power surged within him, as if he had truly become the sovereign of the wind realm. Upon opening his eyes again, a pitch-black void appeared before him. Pan'er, Wind Spirit, follow me, Li Yinyao's voice rang out with unwavering confidence. With that, he stepped boldly into the black void. Splash. Li Yinyao emerged from the wind realm first, with Zhou Pan'er and the Wind Spirit closely trailing behind him. In his hand, he held a greenish-blue pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, pondering, is this the wind control pearl? However, his expression darkened as he gazed at the wind control pearl. He sensed the presence of another person within the wind realm. Zhang Ligang. How could Zhang Uncle, with his strength, be ensnared within the wind realm? Without Zhang Uncle's protection, would Shui Yan and Bingyu be in danger? With this thought, Li Yinyao swiftly released Zhang Ligang from the wind realm. Inside the wind wall, Zhang Ligang looked around, seemingly searching for something. In the next moment, a pitch-black void materialized before him. With some caution, Zhang Ligang leaped into the air, thinking, young master and Miss Pan'er were drawn into the void like this. I cannot approach it carelessly until I find young master. What if I exit and something happens to him? Just as he turned to leave, Li Yinyao's voice echoed from the void. Zhang Uncle, come out from here, Li Yinyao called, his voice clear and resolute. I have obtained the wind control pearl, and Pan'er is by my side. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Zhang Ligang's eyes, and without hesitation, he leaped into the black void. Young master, Zhang Ligang exclaimed excitedly as he emerged from the wind realm. Li Yinyao nodded gently, his brow furrowing as he inquired, Zhang Uncle, with your strength, you should not have been easily trapped by the wind realm. What exactly happened? A flash of recollection crossed Zhang Ligang's eyes as he slowly recounted, at that moment, I saw you being swallowed by the black void, and Miss Pan'er leaped in without hesitation to save you. I was worried for your safety, so I followed suit. Li Yinyao's tone carried a hint of reproach. Zhang Uncle, you were reckless. Zhang Ligang appeared bewildered, questioning, young master, what do you mean by that? Li Yinyao's expression turned serious. With Elder Su by my side, I would not face significant danger. Even in situations where I might struggle against Elder Su, having you nearby would not provide much additional protection. He paused briefly before continuing, but Bingyu and Shui Yan are different. We suddenly vanished within the Yin Gang cave. If Yunjia suspects we have encountered misfortune, he may very well resort to drastic measures to silence us. In such a scenario, Bingyu and Shui Yan would be in peril. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ligang's expression grew grave as he realized that his impulsiveness could potentially place the two young ladies in jeopardy. After a moment of silence, he spoke, young master, we must leave at once. If Yunjia dares to resort to such measures, I shall ensure he pays dearly. Zhou Pan'er chimed in. Yes, brother Yinyao, let us hurry and see how Bingyu and Shui Yan are faring. Li Yinyao replied solemnly, Zhang Uncle, you move swiftly, go ahead and check on Bingyu and Shui Yan. Pan'er and I will follow shortly. I shall go now. Without delay, Zhang Ligang soared towards the exit of the Yun Gang cave. Li Yinyao cast his gaze into the distance, murmuring to himself, I can only hope that Yunjia is a wise man. He then turned to Zhou Pan'er and said, Pan'er, let us set forth as well. Chapter 77. Li Yinyao remarked, I hope Yunjia is an intelligent person. Brother Yinyao, what are you muttering to yourself? Zhou Pan'er inquired curiously, having overheard Li Yinyao's low mumblings. As Li Yinyao dashed towards the cave entrance, he explained, intelligent individuals tend to ponder extensively, often harboring significant doubts. If Yunjia is indeed clever, he will surely contemplate matters thoroughly, and it may take him some time before he considers Snow Yan and Ice Jade. Li Yinyao continued, if he truly possesses wisdom, he should be taking good care of Snow Yan and the others during this period. The benefits will undoubtedly accrue to him. Brother Yinyao, you speak the truth, I often find myself overthinking as well, Zhou Pan'er responded, visibly pleased. Li Yinyao recognized her intent to lighten his mood, given his somber demeanor, and gently said, enough of the jesting, Pan'er. Let us hasten our departure. With that, he surged towards the cave's mouth, while Zhou Pan'er followed leisurely behind him, and Feng Ling transformed into a gentle breeze, softly drifting towards the entrance. Outside the Yungang cave, the perennial winds suddenly ceased. "Sister, the wind has stopped, come quickly." Zhang Xueyan's voice rang with uncontainable excitement. Zhang Bingyu, Yunzhe, Wang Changsheng, and the others from the Yunxiao sect were astonished by the scene. Particularly, Yunzhe, the sect leader, was the most taken aback. Being the head of the Yunxiao sect, he was privy to certain secrets about Yungang cave that others were not. A glimmer of intelligence flickered in Yunzhe's eyes as he commanded, "The wind has ceased, Elder San, please enter and investigate." "At your command," Wang Changshan replied respectfully. Zhang Bingyu interjected, "Sect leader, with the wind having stopped, they should soon emerge from Yungang cave, should they not?" "We shall know once Elder San returns," Yunzhe replied nonchalantly. Before Wang Changshan could step into the Yungang cave, he heard a deafening sound explosion emanating from within, causing him to instinctively adopt a defensive posture, his gaze fixed on the cave, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Zhang Li just flew out from the cave and, upon seeing Wang Changshan's tense demeanor, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He stared intently at the man before him, as if preparing to strike. Observing Zhang Li's fierce countenance, Wang Changshan quickly bowed respectfully. "Ah, Senior Zhang, it is you." The noise from within the cave was quite alarming, Wang Changshan explained. He then inquired, "Might I ask how the third young master fares?" Realizing he might have misjudged Wang Changshan upon seeing him bow, Zhang Li asked in a hushed tone, "Where are the two young ladies?" "Senior Zhang, the two young ladies are just behind that large rock," Wang Changshan indicated towards the distant boulder. Earlier, the winds near Yungang cave were too fierce, and the ladies wished to ascertain the safety of the third young master. That location provided shelter from the wind, allowing them to be the first to know when the third young master emerges. Zhang Li, using his spiritual sense, indeed detected 5 individuals behind the rock and calmly stated, "The young master is at the back. I shall check on the two young ladies first." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Li soared towards the boulder. "Senior Zhang, I shall go inside to meet the third young master," Wang Changshan called after him. "Sister, do you see that? Is that not Uncle Zheng?" Zhang Xueyan exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang has emerged, that means my husband and sister Pan'er will soon follow." Zhang Bingyu nodded in agreement, "Indeed, it is Uncle Zhang." Zhang Li arrived before the three and half kneeled. "I apologize for causing the two young ladies distress. Please allow me to accept punishment." Zhang Bingyu hastily replied, "Uncle Zhang, there is no need for such formalities, please rise, we cannot bear such honors." However, Zhang Li remained kneeling, insisting, "I beg for the two ladies' forgiveness." Zhang Xueyan stepped forward to assist Zhang Li to his feet, saying, "Uncle Zhang, do not be so formal. My sister and I were guarded by shadow guards and faced no real danger." Pausing momentarily, she continued, "What of my husband, why has he yet to emerge?" Zhang Li rose and replied, "The young master is unharmed and shall be out shortly. He was concerned for the safety of the two ladies and requested that I check on you first." Zhang Xueyan sighed in relief, "That is a relief, I am glad to hear it. My sister was so frightened by the abnormalities at Yungang cave that she fainted." Zhang Bingyu quickly corrected, "Xueyan, do not speak carelessly." Turning to Zhang Li, she added, "Uncle Zhang, do not mind Xueyan's words. I am quite well." Zhang Li nodded slightly, his gaze lingering peculiarly on Zhang Bingyu for a moment as he mused, "The young master truly possesses remarkable influence." He vividly recalled how this young lady had been quite reluctant upon learning of her impending marriage to the young master. Yet, in just a few days, she had grown so concerned for him, even fainting from worry. Their conversation did not evade Yunzhe's ears, though his expression remained impassive. A tumult of emotion stirred within him. To be worried for the two ladies' safety, is that not a clear sign of distrust towards me? However, in the face of the power wielded by the Prime Minister's residence, he could only harbor such thoughts in silence. Zhang Bingyu continued, "By the way, Uncle Zhang, after you entered Yungang cave, there was no word from you. Xueyan has already instructed the shadow guards to contact the capital. The capital has informed us that if there is no news from you within 3 days, my elder brother will personally come to investigate." Zhang Li inquired, "How long have we been inside?" "It has been 2.5 days already." "Uncle Zhang, you must contact the capital promptly to spare my elder brother a fruitless journey." Zhang Bingyu urged. Zhang Li nodded, "Understood, I shall attend to it shortly." Upon hearing this, Yunzhe's heart sank with a cold sweat. He had indeed contemplated silencing any potential witnesses and concealing the fact that Li Yanyao's group had visited the Yunxiao sect. However, weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately refrained from such actions. Now, he felt fortunate for that decision. Suddenly, Yi Lingyao, who had been silent until now, spoke up, "Uncle Zhang, what transpired inside Yungang cave? Why did you take so long to emerge?" Zhang Li glanced at Yunzhe, stating, "Let us wait for the young master to come out before discussing that." "Ah," Yi Lingyao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Although the news of Li Yanyao's imminent emergence from Yungang cave filled her with joy, she could not shake an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Was it due to Uncle Zhang's earlier insistence on punishing only the two young ladies? Or perhaps it was because Zhang Li mentioned the young master's concern for their safety, prompting him to come out first? Or was it simply because Zhang Li had not divulged what had transpired within Yungang cave? Chapter 78, Self-Pity. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Yi Lingyao. She felt a sense of insatiability creeping into her heart. Having already fulfilled one of her two greatest aspirations in life, the other seemed tantalizingly close to realization. Yet, why did she still feel so unfulfilled? She was acutely aware that she was merely a meticulously nurtured canary in someone else's gilded cage, yet the desire for more continued to gnaw at her. Moreover, she was but the daughter of a lowly official, raised within the confines of the teaching bureau. Even though she enjoyed the protection that allowed her to maintain her status as a courtesan, it did not alter the fact of her origins. Indeed, with her background, how could she possibly compare to individuals like Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan, let alone being juxtaposed with Zhou Pan'er, who had grown up alongside Li Yinyao? Perhaps it was indeed a commendable choice to remain a quiet canary. Thus, Li Yinyao mused, waiting silently for Li Yinyao and Zhou Pan'er to emerge from the Yungang cave. Yinyao Gage, look. There seems to be a figure ahead, Zhou Pan'er pointed out, her voice tinged with excitement. Third young master, I heard from Elder Zhang that you were behind him, so I came to escort you. Wang Changshan's voice bore a hint of respect. Upon seeing that it was Wang Changshan who had arrived, Li Yinyao felt the tension within him ease considerably. Pan'er, there's no need to rush, take your time, he gently advised, turning to her and slowing his pace. Yinyao Gage, what if Bingyu and the others are in danger? Zhou Pan'er questioned telepathically, puzzled by his calm demeanor. Why aren't you anxious? In the presence of others, Zhou Pan'er refrained from directly questioning Li Yinyao, opting instead for a more discreet method of communication. Since Uncle Zhang sent Wang Changshan, it indicates that Bingyu and the others should be safe. Otherwise, Uncle Zhang would never allow any potential danger to approach us, Li Yinyao explained telepathically. Upon hearing that Jiang Bingyu and the others were unharmed, Zhou Pan'er ceased her inquiries. Although she still did not fully grasp Li Yinyao's intentions, she followed suit and matched his slower pace. Elder Wang, where has Uncle Zhang gone? Li Yinyao inquired. Third young master, Elder Zhang has gone to see your two wives, Wang Changshan replied. Li Yinyao nodded slightly, let us go together. Then, as if recalling something, he continued, by the way, I must have worried Shuiyan and the others during my time in the Yungang cave. Third young master, upon learning of the disturbances in the Yungang cave, Miss Shuiyan was indeed very distressed. Miss Bingyu even fainted upon hearing the news. What? Li Yinyao's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Bingyu had fainted upon learning that he was trapped in the Yungang cave. It struck him as peculiar. If Li Lingyao had fainted, he could understand, but Jiang Bingyu was a proud woman. How could she possibly faint over him? He was acutely aware of her reluctance to marry him. Her agreement had stemmed purely from his manipulation of information and power dynamics. Furthermore, unlike Jiang Shuiyan, Jiang Bingyu was not one to blindly follow her husband. She had her own convictions. As Li Yinyao pondered these thoughts, Wang Changshan interjected, Third young master, we are approaching the exit. Li Yinyao quickened his steps, emerging from the cave. However, as soon as he stepped out, he felt a soft yet substantial figure collide with him. Darling, you're finally out. I was so worried about you while you were inside, came a voice filled with relief. Without needing to look, Li Yinyao knew it was Jiang Shuiyan. Am I not out now? Li Yinyao replied softly, savoring the softness before him. Seeing her sister rush forward, Jiang Bingyu chose to remain a silent observer, standing off to the side. Noticing Li Lingyao's downcast demeanor from a distance, Li Yinyao felt a pang of concern. Oh no, he thought, realizing that Uncle Zhang must have overlooked Li Lingyao's feelings while handling matters. What are you standing there looking at, Lingyao? Li Yinyao called out, waving her over. Come here. Upon hearing his summons, Li Lingyao quickened her pace, moving towards him. Her steps were hurried, and she instinctively found solace in his embrace. Li Yinyao held the two women for a moment before gently releasing them. Alright, a brief hug will suffice. If you wish to embrace longer, I'll allow you to do so tonight. Flushed, Jiang Shuiyan stepped aside, while Li Lingyao's eyes glistened with something akin to longing. Li Yinyao approached Jiang Bingyu, raising an eyebrow. I heard you fainted upon learning of my predicament? Jiang Bingyu's expression stiffened. That's not true, don't listen to the rumors. Li Yinyao recognized that she had indeed fainted, though he suspected it stemmed more from concern for her family than for him. Yet, he bore her no ill will, as he had compelled her into marriage without a foundation of affection. Nevertheless, he was confident that he could win her genuine love. After all, how could a duck that had entered his grasp possibly escape? Very well, if you say it didn't happen, then it didn't, he teased. You. Jiang Bingyu realized he was mocking her and turned towards the carriage in exasperation. Once she departed, Li Yinyao's attention shifted to Yun Zhe, who bowed respectfully and congratulated, Congratulations, third young master. Li Yinyao regarded him quietly for a moment. Why do you congratulate me? Yun Zhe explained, the Yungang cave houses the remnants of the esteemed Fengyi sect from 10,000 years ago. The previous occurrences clearly indicate that you triggered the mechanisms within the cave. Now that you have emerged, it is likely that you have reaped significant rewards. Hearing this, a flicker of emotion crossed Li Yinyao's otherwise impassive face. If you are aware of the Fengyi sect's relics within, why did you allow me to enter? Yun Zhe responded, I knew of the relics but not how to access them. I could only guard the treasure mountain without entry. Moreover, since you have feasted on the meat, it is only fair to leave some broth for our Yunshao sect, isn't it? Li Yinyao nodded slightly. You are indeed a clever man, sect leader Yun. Thank you for your praise, third young master. Do not belittle yourself. Li Yinyao paused before asking, has Bingyu reconciled with her master? Yes, they have made amends. That day, while Miss Bingyu was engaged in a pleasant conversation with her master, they suddenly learned of the issues in the Yungang cave. Miss Bingyu fainted at that moment after Miss Shuiyan carried her into the carriage. They have not seen each other since.
Li Yinyao nodded slightly, choosing not to press further.
Unlike Li Yinyao's calm demeanor, Yunjie appeared somewhat impatient. What of the benefits? Why had the conversation shifted to reconciliation? He hoped that Li Yinyao might reveal some treasures or techniques obtained from the Fengyi sect. While these might not seem significant to the Prime Minister's residence, they undoubtedly represented a rare opportunity for the Yunqiao sect. Chapter 79. A celestial treasure. A prolonged silence enveloped the scene, with both parties awaiting the moment when the other would falter, eager to seize the initiative in the ensuing dialogue. Ultimately, it was Yunjie who succumbed, breaking the quietude with, "Third young master." Before he could finish his thought, Li Yinue casually interrupted him, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "I assumed that the master of the Cloud sect would endure a little longer." Realizing his ruse had been unmasked, Yunjie, rather than feeling embarrassed, commended, "Indeed, third young master, your insight is unparalleled. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Do enlighten me, what is it that you desire?" Li Yinue inquired. "Third young master, merely a sect-defining cultivation technique will suffice," Yunjie replied, his gaze toward Li Yinue brimming with hope. Li Yinue chuckled lightly, "Master of the Cloud sect, you are truly astute. Indeed, I can provide you with a technique." Yunjie then elaborated, "Third young master, the medicinal garden and the alchemy chamber were discovered by my Yunqiao sect 4 millennia ago upon our arrival here. However, the scripture pavilion has eluded our grasp for thousands of years. The only mystery remaining to us is the perpetual tempest surrounding Yungang Cave. Thus, we surmise that the scripture pavilion lies within Yungang Cave. That is why I seek a technique from you, third young master." Li Yinue nodded slightly, "Do not harbor illusions about a celestial level technique. I trust you understand the principle of a commoner is guilty for possessing a treasure, master of the Cloud sect." Upon hearing this, Yunjie hastily acquiesced, "I comprehend, I understand, third young master. I grasp this principle." Li Yinue produced a superior earth-level technique and a mid-tier body technique from his storage ring, tossing them to Yunjie. "Make a copy and return it to me. I trust you are familiar with the techniques of the Wind and Tent sect." Yunjie's voice trembled with excitement, "I am well acquainted, thank you, third young master." This superior earth-level technique held immense significance for him, as it greatly enhanced his prospects of breaking through to the third tier of the transformation realm. Li Yinue admonished solemnly, "Remember, this technique is not a gift without strings attached. I shall soon depart from Jiangyin County. You must ensure the safety of the Jiang family in Linjiang City." "Do you understand?" Yunjie immediately grasped Li Yinue's intent and solemnly pledged, "Rest assured, third young master, I shall safeguard the Jiang family." Li Yinue continued, "Find me a room, I have matters to attend to." "Third young master, would a cave dwelling suffice?" Li Yinue nodded, "Quickly attend to it." Having fulfilled his task regarding the Jiang family, despite having taken 2 daughters of Jiang Tianjing as his own, he had also bestowed upon the Jiang family an opportunity to transcend their current station. Earth-level techniques were not so easily cultivated. Moreover, he had recently parted with a superior Earth-level technique and a mid-tier body technique. Were it not for the necessity of having the Yunqiao sect, the local power in Jiangyin County, protect the Jiang family, he would have offered nothing to Yunjie. As for the techniques of Jiang Bingyu, Jiang Shuiyan, and Yilingyao, he had plans in place. The techniques suitable for the Jiang sisters resided within a secret realm. Yilingyao would be sent to the Yin Yang sect to become a disciple of Jiang Mani, and the secret realm lay near the Yin Yang sect. Thus, when he escorted Yilingyao to the Yin Yang sect, he could conveniently retrieve the techniques. Within a lavish cave dwelling of the Yunqiao sect, Yunjie reverently presented 2 jade slips to Li Yinue, saying, "Third young master, the jade slips have been successfully copied." Li Yinue accepted the slips into his storage ring and waved him off, "You may leave." "Understood." Once Yunjie departed, Li Yinue entered a tranquil chamber within the cave dwelling. He silently reflected on the gains from his expedition to Yungang Cave. He had accomplished his purpose in venturing into the cave, having obtained the wind control pearl, while the techniques and body methods were unexpected bonuses. "Senior Su, what grade of treasure is this wind control pearl?" Li Yinue communicated telepathically. "The wind control pearl transcends the category of ordinary treasures." Su Manqing's voice carried an air of mystery. "It ought to be classified as a spiritual treasure. Unlike artificially crafted artifacts, spiritual treasures are birthed from the essence of nature. Though spiritual treasures may not necessarily surpass artifacts in power, they often possess unique functionalities absent in conventional treasures," Su Manqing elucidated further. "You are indeed fortunate. I have traversed the cultivation world for over 10,000 years, and aside from the time spent sealed, it has been over 500 years, yet I have never encountered a single spiritual treasure." Knock, knock, knock. After hearing this, Li Yinue nodded slightly, his index finger unconsciously tapping the table surface, seemingly processing the information. He then retrieved an exquisite spirit mirror from his storage ring, carefully embedding a high-grade spirit stone into the groove beneath the mirror's surface, and patiently awaited the result. Before long, the image of his father, Li Su, materialized on the mirror's surface. The scene revealed Li Su seemingly jostling in a swaying carriage, surrounded by a cacophony of noise. With a subtle gesture, he silenced the surrounding clamor. "Father." Li Su nodded slightly, concern etched in his voice. "What transpired at the Yunqiao sect? How could you and Li Gan lose contact? Even your concubine felt compelled to reach out to the capital in haste." Li Yinue replied, "During a banquet hosted by the master of the Yunqiao sect, a minor incident occurred. At that time, I also heard tales of a wonder known as Yungang Cave within the Yunqiao sect." He paused before continuing. Senior Su mentioned that there might be a treasure hidden within Yungang Cave. Given that a treasure lay within reach, how could one refrain from investigating? Li Yinyue's voice conveyed a hint of remorse. In the quest for the treasure, I did encounter some unforeseen circumstances, causing you concern. Fortunately, the treasure ultimately came into my possession. He added, his tone lightening. Li Su's brow furrowed slightly as he pressed further. What treasure could compel you to take such risks? A spiritual treasure, Li Yinyue confessed. A spiritual treasure? Li Su's eyes narrowed, and a fierce glint ignited within his gaze. Clearly, Li Su was not a novice in the cultivation realm and possessed knowledge of spiritual treasures. What specific spiritual treasure is it? Li Su inquired. The Wind Control Pearl, Li Yinyue elaborated, the ultimate treasure of the Wind Intent sect, a top-tier sect from 10,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, Li Su closed his eyes, lost in contemplation. Observing this, Li Yinyue refrained from speaking further, standing silently as he awaited his father's response. After a moment, Li Su reopened his eyes. If I do not receive word from you within half a day, your elder brother will come to rescue you from the Yinxiao sect. Father, I am safe and sound. There is no need to trouble my brother. Li Yinyue replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I have discovered the scripture pavilion of the Wind Intent sect, albeit after 10 millennia, few techniques remain. He continued, yet, there are still over 20 techniques preserved, which can be deemed an unexpected gain. Upon my return to the capital, I shall present these techniques to Aunt Shui. Chapter 80 Jiang Xueyan remarked, my husband claims that my sister is a water dragon. Li Su, with a hint of satisfaction in her voice, responded, at last, you have made a contribution to the family. When you return to the capital, be sure to pass on the cultivation method to Shuiying. However, she quickly added, I have some matters to attend to, we shall converse again another time. With that, Li Su hastily concluded their brief conversation. Both parties tacitly avoided the issue of the ownership of the wind-controlling pearl. In the capital, within a lavishly adorned carriage, Li Yixian gazed at Li Su, who sat beside him, lost in contemplation. He inquired, Father, has that spiritual treasure been left with my younger brother? In response to Li Yixian's question, Li Su remained with his eyes closed, replying coolly, what, have you begun to covet? That is unlike your usual demeanor. It is not greed, Li Yixian clarified, but according to family protocol, such a treasure should be surrendered. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Yinyue will not remain in the capital for long before he is sent to the northern territories as a hostage. He must possess some treasures to prevent others from looking down on him. Li Yixian nodded in agreement, you make a valid point. You have disclosed the matter of the wind-controlling pearl to your father? Su Manqing communicated, her tone laced with skepticism. Has he truly entrusted such a spiritual treasure to you? Throughout the lengthy years of cultivation, she had witnessed an abundance of intrigues and power struggles. For the sake of a single martial art, a treasured artifact, a bottle of elixir, or even a rare material, conflicts could arise, leading to loss of life. Even among the same esteemed sect or prominent family, individuals would scheme against one another to secure more resources for cultivation. The actions of the Li father and son were utterly incomprehensible to her. After all, that was a spiritual treasure. Without the wind-controlling pearl, Fengyi sect could never ascend to a top-tier sect. The notion that such a treasure, capable of transforming a sect, was so casually entrusted to Li Yinyao was unfathomable. Li Yixian should be right beside my father, Li Yinyao said nonchalantly. Moreover, our family does not engage in the same kind of machinations you have encountered in other families. With that, Li Yinyao stowed the spirit communication mirror into his storage ring and exited the quiet chamber. Uncle Zhang, I have completed my communication with father, Li Yinyao announced. Elder brother will not be joining us. Prepare for our departure to the Yinyang sect tomorrow. Understood. After Zhang Li departed, Li Yinyao proceeded to the designated quarters, where Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan were housed. The earlier arrangement had placed Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan in one room while others occupied separate chambers. However, Li Yinyao did not intend to sleep alone. He was acutely aware of his slower progress compared to others and resolved to make the most of every moment. Understanding that nightfall offered invaluable time for cultivation, he decided to enter the room of the Jiang sisters to practice. Gently pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan sitting on the bed, both turning their gazes toward him as he entered. My husband. What brings you here? Jiang Xueyan and Jiang Bingyu inquired in unison. Li Yinyao declared solemnly, my experiences in Yungang Cave have made it clear to me that my cultivation level is insufficient to face the challenges ahead. Therefore, I must seize every opportunity to cultivate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xueyan felt a blush rise to her cheeks, lowering her gaze as if lost in thought. Jiang Bingyu, however, responded with a hint of skepticism, your words sound rather grandiloquent. Talk without action is mere pretense, let us commence our training now. Li Yinyao stepped forward, embracing Jiang Xueyan and burying his head in her ample bosom. Xueyan, when I first emerged from Yungang Cave, you did not receive enough of my affection, did you? He nudged his head affectionately, I promised you that I would let you have your fill tonight. Ah. Before Jiang Xueyan could fully comprehend, she found herself being playfully squished by Li Yinyao. She protested softly, husband, I can't breathe. You dare protest? Li Yinyao increased his pressure, teasingly caressing her. Soon, Jiang Xueyan exclaimed that she could no longer endure it and grasped her sister Jiang Bingyu for support. Jiang Bingyu sighed. She had anticipated this outcome the moment Li Yinyao stepped into the room with resignation. She joined the fray. Li Yinyao gently positioned Jiang Bingyu atop Jiang Xueyan and initiated a new round of earnest cultivation. What are you doing?
Jiang Bingyu chastised Li Yinyao loudly. Put me down.
Yet, Li Yinyao was engrossed in his new round of cultivation, ignoring her words as he shouted, Bingyu, I require your assistance in my training.
Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Xueyan exchanged flushed glances and, after a moment of silent understanding, both chose to close their eyes.
Li Yinyao's cultivation path was remarkably agile, and he could distinctly sense his progress slowly surging. This growth far surpassed the effects he experienced while meditating on the Nirvana Sutra. Internally, he mused, the heavenly furnace and my innate spiritual physique are indeed significantly beneficial to my cultivation.
Moreover, this enhancement does not diminish as my cultivation rises.
Rather, it accelerates alongside the growth of the Jiang sisters' capabilities. His heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. 2 hours passed quietly, and with a crisp pop, Li Yinyao finally concluded his training for the night, nodding in satisfaction at the progress he felt. He then addressed the two sisters, still enveloped in the afterglow of their cultivation, I shall take a bath and retire to my own quarters for the night.
Tomorrow, we must head to the Yin Yang sect.
If you two cannot wake up, you will surely be the subject of ridicule, he reminded them. Jiang Xueyan remained silent, burying her head beneath the covers like an ostrich, though her curvaceous form remained exposed. Jiang Bingyu, eyes still closed, spoke with a hint of fatigue and annoyance, go away.
Li Yinyao smiled faintly, offering no reply, and quietly exited the room, leaving the two sisters in tranquility.
Once Li Yinyao departed, Jiang Xueyan poked her head out and turned to Jiang Bingyu, saying, Sister, my husband is so mischievous, how could he act that way? Jiang Bingyu shot her a frustrated glance, retorting, if you hadn't pulled me into this, none of this would have occurred.
Get up and change the bedding.
It's all wet, Jiang Bingyu urged. The bedding is wet because of you, sister, Jiang Xueyan teased, my husband was right, you truly are a water dragon.
Slap. How dare you? Jiang Bingyu smacked Jiang Xueyan's bottom. Get up. Are you still going to sleep? Jiang Xueyan rose, feigning innocence, it was not my fault.
Jiang Bingyu raised her hand, you still dare to argue.
Jiang Xueyan jumped back swiftly, sister, I was wrong, spare me. Chapter 81.
A dose of stark reality. After departing from the chamber of the Jiang sisters, Li Yinyao resolved to seek solace in the hot springs of the cave dwelling. The tribulations he had faced in the Wind Realm had left him feeling rather disheveled. Although he had employed the dust cleansing technique to rid himself of the grime, he still yearned for a more refreshing experience. Yunjia had once extolled the virtues of this hot spring, noting that not only did it stabilize one's spiritual energy, but it also nourished the physical body. Even without the intention of cultivation, indulging in its warmth was a splendid delight. As he approached the spring house, the gentle sound of flowing water intertwined with a melodious voice reached his ears. Recognizing it as Li Yinyao, he stepped into the hot spring room. A delicate mist hovered above the water's surface, while several luminous pearls illuminated the entire space. Through the haze, a graceful silhouette emerged, igniting his imagination.
He mused, indeed, the allure of ambiguity is the most potent catalyst for reverie.
He stepped lightly into the water, causing a delightful splash.
Who is it?
Li Yinyao's voice held a note of caution as she clutched her garments tightly, her gaze fixed on the source of the sound. It is I, Li Yinyao replied nonchalantly. Upon realizing it was him, her tension dissipated instantly. She carelessly tossed aside her clothing and once more embraced the warmth of the spring. Gliding gracefully through the water, her voluptuous thighs swayed gently, sending ripples cascading outward. Li Yinyao cupped a handful of the crystal-clear spring water and playfully splashed it onto Li Yinyao. What brings you here, my husband? Her voice was soft and teasing. Do you not possess the dust cleansing technique? While the dust cleansing technique is indeed commendable, it pales in comparison to the comfort of the hot spring, Li Yinyao replied, his tone warm and laced with a hint of mirth. These past few days in the Cloud Ridge Cave have left me utterly beleaguered. Thus, you seek to alleviate your weariness. Li Yinyao scooped a handful of spring water and gently poured it over her flawless jade-like back. The glistening droplets cascaded along her alluring curves, tracing her delicate collarbone and flowing over the snowy peaks, before merging once again into the spring. The creamy white of her skin was indeed captivating. Li Yinyao reached out to embrace the enchanting figure before him. I noticed you seemed rather disheartened today. Did Uncle Zheng provoke your ire? Not at all. How could Uncle Zheng possibly anger me? Li Yinyao's tone carried a hint of melancholy. I am but a gilded canary, devoid of the right to feel anger. Li Yinyao playfully pinched her nose, teasing, ah, how disingenuous. Your jealousy is indeed palpable. With her thoughts laid bare, Li Yinyao expressed her inner feelings. In Uncle Zhang's eyes, there are only the two Jiang sisters. It is as if I do not exist. Li Yinyao spoke gently in reassurance. Uncle Zhang's attention towards them stems from two primary reasons. Firstly, their esteemed status, and secondly, the benefits they confer upon my cultivation. He paused before continuing, human nature is such. We tend to focus on those of utility while overlooking the seemingly inconsequential. Though I have stated that you are of great value to me, it is evident that Uncle Zhang remains unconvinced. He chuckled lightly. He likely believes my affections for you are solely rooted in your beauty. Does that mean you are captivated by my beauty, my husband? Li Yinyao responded with a playful yet provocative charm. Li Yinyao's fingers glided through the water, capturing her delicate foot, soft as a snow-white confection. The droplets sparkled upon her skin, and her crimson nails glimmered enticingly under the light of the luminous pearls, her toes curling slightly, exuding an indescribable allure. He admired her foot, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Indeed, your beauty is simply irresistible. A charming smile blossomed on Yi Lingyao's lips, but the joy was fleeting. Li Yinyao gently released her foot, his tone turning serious, yet, relying solely on beauty as a means to captivate is ultimately a transient strategy.
Yi Lingyao's smile faltered.
Li Yinyao continued, I have previously mentioned that the Li family would not nurture a mere ornament for the sake of decoration. His gaze was resolute, imbued with expectations for Yi Lingyao. When I say you are of great use to me, I speak no empty words. Your worth extends far beyond mere aesthetics. Li Yinyao understood the potential that lay within Yi Lingyao. She was destined to become an unparalleled beauty who could disrupt the very fabric of the Grand Jing dynasty.
Yet, for now, this extraordinary beauty was his. I am merely a child of the teaching department. What significant utility could I possibly offer you or the Prime Minister's residence?
Yi Lingyao's voice was tinged with uncertainty, her feelings of inferiority stemming from her humble origins and late start in cultivation. Moreover, my late progress places me far behind others. Each step I lag behind is compounded by the previous ones, making it implausible for me to be of substantial assistance to you.
Li Yinyao's response was gentle yet encouraging. I was once far worse off than you are now.
I initially lacked the ability to cultivate, yet after a period of practice, my progress has surged.
Temporary setbacks are inconsequential. True heroes are those who can adapt and ultimately achieve greatness.
Yi Lingyao nodded slightly, her heart stirred, yet her aspirations remained simple. She merely wished to be a small woman, living a tranquil life. Noticing her silence, Li Yinyao understood she had not fully grasped the weight of his words. He recognized her lack of ambition. She sought only to escape the confines of the teaching department, clear her father's name, and then retreat to a life of serenity, tending to flowers and watering plants. However, fate had compelled her onto the path of cultivation. Li Yinyao understood that some individuals required a firm push, and he decided to administer a stark dose of reality.
Lingyao, regarding your father's situation, I have unearthed some clues.
His tone turned grave.
Yi Lingyao's heart raced, her urgency palpable. What has become of my father?
After your father was exiled to the northern frontier, he met his demise shortly after arriving there, Li Yinyao revealed. Yi Lingyao staggered backward involuntarily, nearly losing her balance, disbelief saturating her voice. How could this be? Li Yinyao drew her closer. The specific circumstances remain unclear, but your father's death appears to be shrouded in complexity. I dispatched individuals to investigate the records from that time, and it seems your father may have been unjustly accused.
Unjustly accused? Yi Lingyao murmured, indeed, how could someone as incorruptible as my father possibly embezzle the disaster relief funds allocated by the court? She clung tightly to Li Yinyao, imploring, my husband, what does this truly mean?
The exact reasons are yet to be determined, but they likely involve the influence of certain sections.
Li Yinyao was well aware of the underlying truths, as they had been chronicled in the original text. However, he could not disclose these details to Yi Lingyao just yet. She was still too vulnerable. Should she rashly attempt revenge against the Yin Yang sect, he would have nowhere to lament.
Chapter 82 Tailoring responses to individuals. Li Yinyao gently caressed Yi Lingyao's delicate back, his tone soft as he spoke. In the past, Jiangyang County was beset by a catastrophic beast tide, leaving the populace displaced, with sorrow echoing through the land and countless lives lost. However, when the beast tide receded, the disaster relief funds allocated by the court mysteriously vanished.
As the governor of Jiangyang County, your father cannot evade culpability.
He bears an irrefutable responsibility. In the end, the true perpetrator remains undisclosed, and as a consequence, your father was forced into exile in the northern territories, conscripted to the border. Curiously, upon his arrival in the north, before even stepping foot in the military camp, he perished along the way. What I can do is to exert every effort to clear your father's name and unveil the truth of that fateful event.
As for the remaining matters, you must shoulder them yourself. You understand, my position is precarious. I cannot act recklessly, risking conflict between sects and the court.
After a brief pause, he added, nevertheless, in certain affairs, I can still provide you with necessary assistance.
A wave of sorrow washed over Yi Lingyao, and she nodded in understanding.
She knew that Li Yinyao spoke truthfully. He had likely discerned the reality but chose to withhold certain details out of concern for her potential impulsiveness.
Husband, I yearn for vengeance.
For myself, and for my father, Yi Lingyao declared, her teeth clenched, her tone resolute. Li Yinyao tenderly stroked her silk-like black hair and replied softly, desiring vengeance is not merely a matter of words.
I understand that seeking revenge necessitates strength. But, my husband, can I truly acquire the power for revenge?
A hint of unease laced Yi Lingyao's voice, her confidence in her cultivation path wavering.
After all, I began far too late.
She still lacked faith in her own abilities. Li Yinyao recognized that, at its core, Yi Lingyao's insecurity stemmed from her humble origins. Even if he assured her of future achievements in her cultivation, she would struggle to believe in her own potential. In a calm voice, Li Yinyao explained, the path of cultivation hinges on 4 crucial elements: law, land, wealth, and companions. By aligning with me, you need not fret over wealth. I have already meticulously selected the law and land for you. The remainder depends on your own efforts.
Li Yinyao spoke with conviction, starting late is inconsequential. As long as you possess aptitude, I can amass resources to support your ascent.
Though Yi Lingyao felt deeply touched, she still replied, husband, I do not deserve such sacrifices from you. Li Yinyao paused, then asserted, Lingyao, your aptitude is far from lacking. In fact, it could be deemed extraordinary. After all, you possess a unique constitution, akin to that of Jiang Mani, the sect leader of the Yin Yang sect. There, you shall receive the finest guidance. At that time, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, soaring to great heights. This is the primary reason I have not taken you back to the capital. Starting a bit later is of no concern. Upon hearing Li Yinyao's words, Yi Lingyao felt a measure of reassurance. Since you have such faith in me, I shall not disappoint you. He playfully pinched her tender cheek, saying, I shall decree that once your cultivation reaches the 4th rank of the Yin spirit realm, I will bring you into my household. Ah! Yi Lingyao felt a wave of disbelief. She had never imagined that the person before her would welcome her into his life. Given her origins were rather humble, she closed her eyes, slightly lifted her chin, her rosy lips resembling an enticing fruit, inviting someone to partake. Li Yingyao, observing this, seized the tempting fruit and savored the sweetness it offered. A delightful delicacy presented on a platter is not to be overlooked. He would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. Husband, I desire this. Li Yingyao obediently acquiesced to Yi Lingyao wish. He had yet to experience combat in the water, and today finally offered him the chance. The following morning, Li Yingyao awoke in Yi Lingyao's chamber. After a night of fervent engagement, he had ultimately succumbed to her charm and surrendered. Uncertain if it was due to the impending separation as she journeyed to the Yin Yang sect, Yi Lingyao had been particularly proactive last night, imparting much knowledge to Li Yingyao. Li Yingyao gently pushed aside Yi Lingyao's arm and playfully patted her hip, eliciting a ripple of flesh. Rise, today we embark for the Yin Yang sect. Li Yingyao teased, if you linger too long, others may mock you. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyao promptly sprang up, dressing Li Yingyao in his garments. Li Yingyao tenderly stroked her hair and said, Lingyao, you need not go to such lengths, I can manage on my own. This is what I ought to do. Seeing her insistence, Li Yingyao relented and allowed her to continue. He recognized that Yi Lingyao had completely opened her heart to him. Her feelings for him were no longer rooted in gratitude or future considerations but were instead genuine emotional investment. This transformation brought Li Yingyao a sense of comfort. As soon as Li Yingyao exited Yi Lingyao's room, he was met by Zhou Panner, whose beautiful eyes held a hint of lingering resentment. He immediately understood the commotion of the previous night had evidently not escaped her notice. After all, Yi Lingyao's melodious singing was captivating, and it was only natural that she would have overheard. Li Yingyao, unperturbed, calmly greeted, Panner, you are up early. Zhou Panner's voice carried an imperceptible edge of grievance. Early, I have not slept a wink all night. The incessant cries of the fox from next door rendered sleep impossible, compelling me to practice cultivation to pass the time. Li Yingyao feigned surprise, touching his nose, and remarked, Oh? Are there foxes roaming about in this cave? Before we depart, I must inquire with sect leader Yun why there are foxes in this cave. Zhou Panner responded with a stoic expression, You wish to ask sect leader Yun? Are you not aware? Li Yingyao stepped closer, gently pinching her earlobe. Panner, do you detect any peculiar scent? Zhou Panner blinked in surprise, then shook her head. A peculiar scent, I have not noticed anything. What an overwhelming sourness. Li Yingyao raised an eyebrow and quipped, Panner, whose vinegar jar has been overturned. Zhou Panner lightly swatted Li Yinyao's hand away, coldly stating, I do not know. She then briskly retreated to her room. Li Yingyao stood in place, watching her figure disappear behind the door, a smile creeping onto his face. He murmured to himself, this girl truly possesses an endearingly shy nature. After lingering for a moment, Li Yingyao casually remarked, Zhang Shu. Old servant is here, Zhang Ligan replied respectfully. Li Yingyao noted that ever since their return from the Wind Realm, Zhang Ligan had grown increasingly respectful towards him. A sense of reflection stirred within him. Indeed, people often adjust their demeanor based on those around them. Had Zhang Ligan exhibited this attitude from the outset, he would not have been threatened by Jiang Bingyu with a sword. Li Yingyao refrained from speaking immediately, waiting a moment before softly inquiring, Are we prepared to set off? Chapter 83 Arrival at the Yin Yang sect. Uncle Zhang, how much longer until we reach the Yin Yang sect? Li Yingyao languidly inquired of Zhang Ligang, who was outside the carriage, while resting his head on Yi Lingyao's soft lap. Young master, the Yin Yang sect is not far ahead. We shall arrive in approximately half a day's journey, Zhang Ligang responded with utmost respect. Li Yingyao rose and gently lifted the curtain to gaze into the distance. As he slowly stood up, he delicately raised the curtain, allowing his eyes to pierce through the view beyond, beholding the distant scenery. The residence of the Yin Yang sect resembled a concealed painting, nestled amidst the undulating mountains, surrounded by ancient trees that had withstood the test of time, with clouds swirling like a delicate veil and rays of sunlight piercing through the layers. Occasionally, one could catch a glimpse of rare and exotic birds flitting through the forest, their forms barely discernible in the interplay of light and shadow. Lingyao, you shall cultivate there in the future. Come and take a look. Li Yingyao beckoned to Yi Lingyao. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingyao moved beside Li Yingyao, both of them gazing towards the distant Yin Yang sect. A sense of reverence surged within her, contemplating that those who trained in such a place must indeed be exceptional talents of the world. She pondered within herself, could she truly achieve success in such an esteemed environment? Standing nearby, Jiang Bingyu witnessed the scene, her heart similarly awestruck by the magnificent sight of the Yin Yang sect. The disparity between Cloud Sky sect and the Yin Yang sect was glaringly apparent. Uncle Zhang, have the invitation to the Yin Yang sect been sent? Li Yingyao inquired softly. Young master, everything has been arranged. Upon our arrival, we shall be welcomed, Zhang Ligang assured. In stark contrast to the casualness of Cloud Sky sect, the threshold of the Yin Yang sect was evidently much higher. Had there not been prior arrangements, even as the third son of the Prime Minister's residence, it would be difficult for him to gain entry. At that moment, Li Yanyao's attention was captured by a spirit bird soaring from afar, its flight swift and graceful.
Is that the third son of the Prime Minister ahead?
As the voice approached, a spirit bird descended slowly, bearing a middle-aged man clad in a blue Taoist robe, exuding an extraordinary demeanor as he greeted them. I am Li Yinyao, Li Yinyao replied as he dismounted from the carriage.
May I inquire as to who this esteemed elder is? I am Jin Xiang, an elder of the inner sect of the Yin Yang sect.
Having learned of the third son's arrival, the sect master has sent me to welcome you, Jin Xiang stated. This individual possesses remarkable strength, being at the third rank of the transformation of Yang realm, Su Mancheng conveyed telepathically. Li Yinyao was not surprised. After all, the Yin Yang sect was one of the foremost sects of the current era. Even though its influence had waned, a dying camel is still larger than a horse, and it retained a degree of power.
There remains half a day's journey to the Yin Yang sect, and moreover, my carriage cannot be left here. Might Elder Jin have a solution? Li Yinyao inquired.
Please, third son, allow those in the carriage to disembark. I have ways to transport these carriages together, Jin Xiang replied. Hearing this, Li Yinyao spoke. Everyone, please step down. It would be a good opportunity to witness Elder Jin's abilities.
Yi Lingyao was the first to alight from the carriage, followed by Jiang Bingyu and Jiang Shuiyan. With a flourish of his hand, Jin Xiang caused several carriages, along with their horses, to float into his sleeve. A magical sleeve, Li Yinyao mused inwardly.
This is the mystical art of the sleeve universe, Su Mancheng communicated. Li Yinyao was certainly aware of what mystical arts entailed, yet this was the first time he had witnessed it in action. Please, third son, Jin Xiang gestured towards the spirit bird.
Li Yinyao nodded. Let us proceed.
With that, he stepped onto the back of the spirit bird first. Third son, these guards shall wait at the foot of the mountain, Jin Xiang informed Li Yinyao.
There will be someone to attend to them. Very well.
Once Li Yinyao and the others had boarded the spirit bird, Jin Xiang cautioned, everyone, hold on tightly. With that, the spirit bird flapped its wings and soared high into the clouds.
Third son, what brings you to the Yin Yang sect?
Jin Xiang's voice carried a hint of probing. The cauldrons of the Yin Yang sect are renowned throughout the land. If the third son is interested, I can arrange for 2 to be gifted to you, Jin Xiang offered. As soon as Jin Xiang finished speaking, Li Yinyao felt several gazes fixated on him from behind. Does Jin Xiang truly not see the individual shadowing me? Li Yinyao silently lamented. With a light chuckle, Li Yinyao replied, Elder Jin, you misunderstand. My visit to the Yin Yang sect is not regarding the cauldrons.
What then? Jin Xiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. He found it hard to fathom any reason other than the cauldrons that would compel Li Yinyao to visit the Yin Yang sect. Li Yinyao gently grasped Yi Lingyao's hand, his gaze tender. This is my partner, Yi Lingyao.
I wish for her to become a disciple of the Yin Yang sect. A hint of difficulty flashed across Jin Xiang's face. Third son, it seems this Missy possesses no cultivation. Even if she were to join the Yin Yang sect, upon hearing this, Jin Xiang nearly believed his ears had deceived him, a surge of anger swelling within him. If Li Yinyao himself wished to be taken in by the sect master, there might be some possibility. However, for an obscure partner to audaciously aspire to become a disciple of the sect master was utterly absurd. Did he truly believe the Yin Yang sect was an inconspicuous minor sect at his beck and call?
Third son, are you jesting?
Jin Xiang's voice carried an unmistakable displeasure. Missy, at present, lacks cultivation and could at most become my named disciple. As for the sect master, I advise you to manage your expectations to avoid disappointment. A hint of coldness permeated Jin Xiang's words. Hearing this, Yi Lingyao bowed her head silently. Li Yinyao understood that she had once again been hurt by words, a wave of self-doubt washing over her. He held Yi Lingyao's hand tightly, his voice filled with confidence. Elder Jin, I am well aware of the stringent selection criteria of the Yin Yang sect, but I firmly believe that once sect master Jiang meets Lingyao, she will gladly accept her as a disciple.
Curiosity piqued, Jin Xiang asked, may I inquire why the third son is so certain that the sect master will accept Miss Yi? Li Yinyao cast a glance at Jin Xiang, replying coolly, it is simply because Lingyao possesses the same enchanting physique as sect master Jiang.
He paused for a moment before elaborating. As I understand it, the Yin Yang sect has a rule.
Any female disciple endowed with the enchanting physique may directly become the sect's holy maiden without any examination.
Likewise, male disciples endowed with the transcendent saint body may automatically ascend to the status of holy son. Li Yanyao's words exuded a sense of undeniable authority, as if he were intimately familiar with the regulations of the Yin Yang sect.
Chapter 84 of the Enchanting Body. What? The Enchanting Body.
Jin Xiang's astonishment was palpable, his voice brimming with incredulity as he instinctively reached out towards Yi Lingyao. Sensing his approach, Yi Lingyao instinctively took a couple of steps back, striving to maintain her distance. Zhang Ligang, having witnessed this scene, swiftly intervened, positioning himself before Yi Lingyao as a protective barrier. Realizing his lapse in composure, Jin Xiang acknowledged who among them held true authority. He tempered his earlier impatience, adopting a more respectful demeanor. Third young master, I beg your pardon, the news I just received is indeed shocking, which is why I lost my composure.
Jin Xiang softened his tone, requesting, might I be permitted to investigate further and ascertain whether Miss Yi truly possesses the enchanting body? Do you think I would deceive you regarding such a matter, Elder Jin?
Jin Xiang hurriedly clarified, third young master, you misunderstand.
I merely seek confirmation. Li Yingyue turned his gaze towards Zi Lingyao, his tone gentled. Lingyao, since Elder Jin wishes to confirm, why not allow him to see? Upon hearing Li Yinyue's words, Yi Lingyao no longer hesitated. Instead, she calmly extended her hand, permitting Jin Xiang to examine her. Jin Xiang meticulously grasped Yi Lingyao's hand, initiating his inquiry into whether she indeed possessed the enchanting body. Moments later, he released her hand, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the enchanting body. Thank you, third young master, for presenting such a promising prospect to our Yin Yang sect." Li Yinyue smiled faintly, explaining, "It is not my intention to send Lingyao to the Yin Yang sect for cultivation. Rather, it is truly the most suitable place for her to refine her abilities. Elder Jin, may I express a thought that may or may not be appropriate? If it is not appropriate, then do not speak it," Li Yinyue silently mused. Yet, he maintained a composed facade, replying, "Elder Jin, please proceed." Jin Xiang contemplated briefly before articulating, "As you are aware, our Yin Yang sect possesses a considerable legacy, and the sect master is exceedingly busy. I fear that she may lack the time to personally instruct Miss Lingyao. Thus, I suggest that Miss Lingyao become my disciple. I would be honored to take her as my direct pupil, overseeing her cultivation daily. I wonder if Miss Lingyao would be amenable to this?" Before Yi Lingyao could respond, Li Yinyue interjected, "Elder Jin, do you intend for Lingyao to conceal her gifted constitution? As far as I know, the saintesses of the Yin Yang sect are all personally trained disciples of the sect master, correct? Does Elder Jin harbor greater ambitions, aspiring to become the sect master of the Yin Yang sect?" Li Yinyue's words were pointed, and he did not intend to be overly courteous. "Third young master, you have misunderstood. That is not my intention," Jin Xiang hastily defended. Internally, Jin Xiang pondered, Li Yinyue seems to possess a thorough understanding of this matter. It appears he has meticulously studied the rules of the Yin Yang sect before sending individuals here. He seems far more capable than the rumors suggest, Jin Xiang silently reflected, unconsciously elevating his assessment of Li Yinyue. Li Yinyue pressed further, "Then what does Elder Jin mean?" Faced with Li Yinyue's probing, Jin Xiang reluctantly admitted, "My original intention was to first take Miss Lingyao as my disciple and, when the time was right, report to the sect master. At that point, I might even receive some rewards for my recommendation. I had not anticipated that the third young master would discern my thoughts so readily." Li Yinyue nodded slightly, choosing not to delve deeper, and spoke with a calm demeanor, "I can refrain from mentioning this to sect master Jiang, but it is inevitable that Miss Lingyao will encounter numerous inconveniences while cultivating in this unfamiliar territory. What do you think, Elder Jin?" Li Yinyue did not lay his cards on the table, yet Jin Xiang grasped the implied meaning. Confidently, Jin Xiang patted his chest, "Third young master, rest assured, I shall ensure that Miss Lingyao's affairs are well managed, and I guarantee she shall not suffer any indignities within the Yin Yang sect." He then cautiously observed Li Yinyue's expression, continuing, "Miss Lingyao is naturally beautiful. Upon her arrival at the Yin Yang sect, it is inevitable that she will attract the attention of some male disciples. However, third young master, you need not worry, I will ensure that no one dares to disturb Miss Lingyao's tranquil cultivation. Then I shall entrust her to you, Elder Jin. It is my duty." Within the main hall of the Yin Yang sect, a young woman clad in simple white robes sat gracefully in the central position. Although Li Yinyue could not clearly see her features, her fox-like eyes seemed to harbor an inexhaustible allure, drawing his gaze irresistibly, leaving him entranced. "Yinyue, awaken. Li Yinyue, quickly wake up. You have been ensnared by the enchantment, come to your senses." At that moment, Li Yinyue felt a surge of clarity flooding his mind, and his awareness swiftly returned. He promptly averted his gaze, apologizing to the woman and sect master Jiang, "I lost my composure just now. If I have offended you, I ask for your forgiveness." Jiang Mani, noticing the clarity in Li Yinyue's eyes, displayed a hint of surprise. It seemed she was accustomed to such reactions, replying in a calm tone, "Third young master, your ability to recover so swiftly surpasses that of many." Li Yinyue turned to observe the others present, including several women and Zhang Ligang. Aside from Yi Lingyao, who maintained her composed demeanor, the others appeared to be entranced, gazing dreamily at Jiang Mani. Li Yinyue quietly mused, "What a formidable display." He then requested, "Sect Master Jiang, please lift this enchantment." Jiang Mani chuckled lightly, responding, "Third young master, I inadvertently let the enchantment leak after completing my cultivation. I sincerely apologize." Closing her eyes, she reopened them moments later, and the gazes of everyone in the hall had returned to clarity, as if they had never been entranced. "Third young master, what brings you to my Yin Yang sect?" Jiang Mani inquired. "I owe a favor to your elder brother. Please feel free to state your needs. I do have a request, but I believe it should not necessitate invoking my brother's favor." Li Yinyue produced a jade tablet from his storage ring and handed it to Jiang Mani. Upon receiving the jade tablet, a flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Mani's eyes as she asked, "Oh, what guidance does the third young master seek?" Li Yinyue moved beside Yi Lingyao, taking her hand gently, "I wish to ask Sect Master Jiang to accept Lingyao as your disciple." Jiang Mani's voice remained gentle, yet her words bore a hint of scrutiny. "Third young master, what price are you willing to pay to secure her as my disciple? Merely relying on the favor of Li Yinxian seems insufficient for this matter." Li Yinyue smiled faintly, revealing an air of mystery. "Lingyao possesses a unique constitution. Should Sect Master Jiang become aware of her abilities, I believe you would be quite eager to accept her as your disciple." "Oh?" Jiang Mani's curiosity was piqued. "I am most intrigued to discover what kind of constitution could inspire such confidence in the third young master."
She closed her eyes, utilizing her spiritual power to probe Yi Lingyao. Moments later, she opened her eyes, astonishment flickering within them, and stood, her voice laced with disbelief, the enchanting body.